Lu Ting patted his shoulder and whispered, "Just came back. I came here to buy some things to give as gifts. Let's see if there's anything good that I can take out." "Buy what?" "Just come to my brother here. Take whatever you want," Jiang said, opening a row of boxes for him to choose from. There were some rare imported goods inside. Lu Ting thought about going to the Xiao family for dinner tonight. He definitely needed to bring gifts, and his older brother also needed to buy something. He took 5 packs of white rabbit candies, 2 boxes of imported chocolates, 2 packs of milk powder, 5 boxes of peach pastries, 5 bottles of fruit cans, 5 bottles of Maotai, 5 packs of Dakiamin cigarettes, 5 packs of tea leaves. He also glanced at a watch on the table. Jiang enthusiastically said, "These are just imported women's watches that just arrived. There are only 10 in total." "Brother Lu, do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Ting smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, I have a girlfriend." He picked up one of the watches and looked at it. Although Qinger already had a watch, the one he gave her couldn't be the same. It would look good on Qinger's wrist. "Are there any other women's items?" Jiang thought for a moment. "How about a wool scarf?" "When can I meet your sister-in-law?" "Yes, of course. I'll invite you to the wedding," Lu Ting said, choosing 3 scarves in red, beige, and camel colors. He planned to give one to his mother, one to Qinger, and one to Mrs. Xiao. Lu Ting asked, "Besides milk powder, is there anything else to help women strengthen their health?" Jiang thought for a moment and said, "I've heard that donkey hide gelatin can improve health. It's really good, but it's hard to get and a bit expensive." Lu Ting said, "Jiang, I need you to help me get some. It's important. Money is not an issue. I just want Qinger to be healthy." After finishing his selection, Lu Ting asked, "How much is it?" "If it's free, I don't want the stuff. I won't come again next time." Jiang had no choice but to calculate the price. Lu Ting paid and asked Jiang to pack everything into a burlap bag. From the outside, it looked like a bunch of random items, and no one would know what was inside. He carried the pile of gifts home. Luma saw her son bringing back so many things and was surprised. "Oh," shouting, "why did you buy so much stuff? This must have cost quite a bit of money. The Xiao family is hosting a meal. I picked 2 of each item to give to the Xiao family, and I kept the rest at home for my older brothers and grandfather. Here's a big red wool scarf for you," Lu Ting continued as he took out each item. Mother Lu took the scarf with a big smile, saying, "This kid is amazing. He even knows how to give me gifts." Seeing her happy, Lu Ting also felt very pleased. "You're my mother." The other 2 scarves are for Coco and Auntie. Lu Ting went upstairs, placed the 2 scarves and the watch in his room, and stood in front of the wardrobe for a while before choosing a white shirt, black pants, and a khaki trench coat. He then came downstairs and said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, let's go to the Xiao house." The old man looked at his grandson, who was dressed so neatly and handsome, truly a charming young man. He looked at his watch, raised an eyebrow, and said, "It's still early for dinner. Why are you going so soon? Don't go." In the past, he avoided Coco as if she were a pest. Now, well, life's unpredictable. Lu Ting frowned and said, "You're really not helping me? Do you want me to stay single? Hurry up. You can't hold me back." Grandpa Lu shouted loudly, "What? You're just as stubborn as your father." Lu Ting pointed at the wine on the table and said, "Matai, tea leaves, Dakiamin peach cookies. These are all your thoughtful grandchildren. Where can you find such a good grandson? Let's go, Grandpa." With the gifts in hand, Lu Ting and his grandfather left together. They greeted everyone they met along the way. Soon, they arrived at the Xiao house. Entering the courtyard, Grandpa Lu skillfully opened the door and walked in, loudly calling, "Old Xiao, where are you? We're here to visit. Come down quickly, let's play chess." His voice was loud and clear. Old Xiao came out from the second-floor room, smiling and saying, "Oh, Old Lu, you came early today." He looked at Lu Ting, and his eyes lit up. His outfit made him look young and talented, handsome and extraordinary. Grandpa Lu slightly smiled and said, "You're hosting today, so you should have come earlier." Lu Ting politely said, "Old Xiao, I brought you some wine," and placed the gifts on the table. Old Xiao looked at the presents on the coffee table and exclaimed, "Just come for a meal. Why bring such heavy gifts? That's not right. Take them back later." Lu Ting replied, "Grandpa Xiao, inside are some health supplements I bought for Coco. The tea and wine are also from us, the younger generation, and I bought a gift for my own grandfather too." Grandpa Lu sat on the sofa and said, "This kid deserves it. Let's have a good drink tonight." Old Master Xiao smiled happily upon hearing this. He thought it would be better to return the favor once his grandson came back. The gift was still too generous. Now he understood this kid's intention. He just liked Coco again. Once Coco returned, they would discuss what to give his family. After all, he had saved a life and was still caring for him in the hospital. He waved his hand to let Lu Ting sit down. "Lu Ting, how many days of holiday do you have this time? When will you go back?" Lu Ting replied seriously, "A month off. I'm not going back. I've been transferred back as Captain Ren." Old Master Xiao nodded, showing more admiration. His own Coco seemed a bit less willing now. It was because this kid had done some excessive things before, but since he saved Coco, he was still grateful. Grandpa Lu looked around and asked, "Why haven't I seen Coco for so long?" Old Master Xiao said, "Oh, Coco went to the newspaper office to submit some articles. She should be back soon." Grandpa Lu suggested, "Let's play chess. Lu Ting, do you want to join us?"
And Lu Ting nodded.
"Sure." So, Grandpa Lu and Old Master Xiao happily started setting up the chessboard, while Lu Ting helped arrange the pieces. The two old men played chess and discussed current affairs, while Lu Ting enjoyed the warm family atmosphere and occasionally joined the conversation. Before long, Xiao Qi came back from outside. She saw Lu Ting wearing a trench coat with black pants and a white shirt underneath. Whether dressed in military uniform or casual clothes, he looked like a walking fashion model, handsome and completely different from the Lu Ting she remembered. Wow, how could he be so handsome after changing clothes? Xiao Qi secretly scorned herself. She was a fan of looks. This Tang monk look was tempting but dangerous. She had already suffered once. She couldn't suffer again. Lu Ting looked up, his deep eyes fixed on Xiao Qi, a clear smile at the corner of his mouth, filled with gentle warmth. Xiao Qi felt like he was about to see straight into her heart. She quickly looked away, afraid she might fall for him. She stepped forward to greet him. "Grandpa Lu, hello. Did anyone win? Coco, you're back? Come sit quickly," Grandpa Lu said with a smile. Old Master Xiao said, "You kid, didn't you see Lu Ting was here too? How can you only greet Grandpa Lu?" Xiao Qi turned her gaze to Lu Ting, her eyes lingering on him for a moment. She blinked her big eyes and smiled, saying playfully, "Big brother, hello." Lu Ting chuckled bitterly, finding her words quite annoying. Next time she should say it more nicely. He smiled and said, "You already have a brother, so you don't need me to be one. It's better to just call me Brother Ting, like before." Xiao Qing's cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment. She glared at him angrily, annoyed at herself for being shy. She quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. "Oh, Grandpa Lu, who won? I'm really curious." After saying that, she secretly glanced at Lu Ting, who still kept his mysterious smile. The two elders watched their interaction carefully. Grandpa Lu smiled and said, "Kiki, it's only the first game, and we haven't decided who wins yet. Go pour a cup of tea for Grandpa Lu." "Okay, I'll go now." Xiao Qi casually placed her bag on the sofa and turned to the kitchen. Grandpa Lu looked at his grandson and deliberately scolded him. "You kid are so clueless. Hurry up and help Kiki. Don't burn her."
"Okay."
Lu Ting stood up and strode into the kitchen. Grandpa Lu glanced at the teacup beside him and said sternly, "Don't think I don't see what you're up to." Grandpa Lu smiled and said, "What could I be up to? Playing chess, playing chess. If you don't focus, you'll lose." Lu Ting followed Xiao Qi into the kitchen and locked the door behind him. Before Xiao Qi could react, he pulled her hand and pressed it against the wall, wrapping her in his arms. Xiao Qi immediately felt like she was being pressed against the wall in a wall slam, bidong. Her eyes met his handsome face, close enough to see the tiny hairs on his face, and she could smell his breath. Her heart started pounding faster. She struggled and hit his arms, saying, "Let go. What are you trying to do?" Lu Ting tightened his hold, preventing her from escaping. He slowly leaned in, their faces very close. She could even see the fine fuzz on his face and smell his scent. Xiao Keqing instinctively tried to turn away, but she heard his deep, magnetic voice. "Don't you remember what you did to me after drinking?" Her mind went blank, her heart pounding wildly, and her cheeks grew even warmer. Lu Ting's deep eyes looked at her shy face, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "All those things you did to me, maybe I should make you pay back, right?" Xiao Keqing widened her eyes in surprise. Oh my goodness! Could he really be trying to kiss her? She unconsciously swallowed hard and nervously said, Big brother, you let go first. I'll tell you then." She thought that as soon as he let go, she would run away quickly. She absolutely couldn't admit to that kind of thing. If she admitted it, what would she do in the future? This person was a troublemaker. That day, he had also kissed her from behind for a long time, even hurting her lips. Lu Ting's lips curled into a slight smile.
Just say it like that. I'm listening.
Could she really admit to this? Absolutely not. Just as Xiao Keqing was thinking about how to answer him, the sound of the kitchen door opening came through. Her eyes suddenly brightened. "Hurry up and let go. Didn't you hear the doorbell?" She patted his arm.
Lu Ting sighed.
He was so close now. Looking at the person in front of him, who was smiling like a little fox, he wondered how he would explain himself next time. After kissing and touching her so much, she still wouldn't admit it. He retracted his arm, tidied his clothes, and went to open the door. Xiao Keqing immediately let out a breath of relief and prepared to pour some water. When Lu Ting opened the door, he saw Aunt Sun. He spoke first, smiling warmly, "Aunt Sun, long time no see." Aunt Sun looked at Lu Ting with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Lu Ting, it's been a long time."
Over 3 years, right?
"Yes." Aunt Sun glanced at the kitchen where Coco was, realizing that the door had been locked earlier. She immediately suspected something was going on between the two of them. She had sharp eyes. "Later, I'll make you something delicious. I'm about to start preparing dinner now."
Lu Ting nodded.
"Okay." He then returned to Xiao Keqing's side and gently said, "Let me carry it. I'll bring it over so you don't get scalded." Xiao Keqing lowered her head. Aunt Sun thought to herself, why does Lu Ting seem different around Coco? She looked him up and down again and noticed that he looked much more mature and steady than before. Watching the two of them, she thought they looked very compatible. Xiao Keqing knew she definitely couldn't serve tea to her grandfather now. She felt her whole body burning. After Lu Ting brought the tea out, Xiao Keqing calmed her nerves and asked Aunt Sun, "Aunt Sun, do you need any help?" Aunt Sun was surprised. "Oh, no need. I can handle it. Coco just needs to rest. Later, I'll cook fish for you, because I know you love fish. I bought some this morning." She just wanted to avoid causing trouble. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Okay, Aunt Sun. You're the best. Remember, I love fish." Then she turned and left. Aunt Sun watched her go. Lu Ting carried the tea over, sat down, and played chess and chatted with the two elders. Xiao Keqing picked up her bag, greeted the two elders, and went upstairs, not forgetting to glare at Lu Ting. Lu Ting watched her go upstairs, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Back in her room, Xiao Keqing's heart was still racing. Next time, she shouldn't be alone with him. Downstairs, Lu Ting seemed to be concentrating on playing chess with the two elders, but his mind was drifting to Xiao Keqing upstairs. The two old men exchanged a meaningful look, both smiling subtly. Soon, Zhao's mother came home from work. Seeing Lu Ting in the living room, she was initially surprised, then smiled. "Lu Ting, when did you arrive?" Lu Ting stood respectfully. "Auntie, not long ago." Zhao's mother looked at his outfit today and thought he and her daughter looked more and more like a couple. At this moment, Lu Man also came in. After greeting the old men, she asked with concern, "I didn't see Coco. Where is she?" Grandpa Xiao replied, "Oh, she's upstairs." Lu's mother said, I'll go upstairs and check on her, and went upstairs to knock on Xiao Keqing's door. Xiao Keqing opened the door and saw it was Aunt Lu.
Aunt Lu.
Aunt Lu entered the room, looking at Xiao Keqing's flushed face, worriedly asked, "What's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you still not feeling well?" She gently touched her forehead. Xiao Keqing said, "I'm fine now. I just had a slight fever earlier." Aunt Lu said, "That's good. My little Ting specially bought some milk powder today. You should drink a little every day to help your body recover."
Okay.
They chatted in the room for a while. Xiao Keqing felt her face was back to normal, and it was time for dinner. She then held Aunt Lu's arm and went downstairs. Everyone in the living room saw Xiao Keqing and Lu Man chatting happily as they came down. Lu Ting's gaze immediately locked onto Xiao Keqing. When Xiao Keqing met Lu Ting's eyes, their gazes instantly connected, both burning with intensity, like a flame. Their hearts beat faster, and they quickly looked away. Mom joked, "Oh, Xiao Man, seeing how close you two are, I almost thought you were the real mother." Aunt Lu laughed. "If I had such a well-behaved daughter, I'd wake up laughing every day." At this moment, Aunt Sun called out that dinner was ready. Everyone moved to the dining table. After the elders sat down, Lu Ting pulled out a chair, indicating Xiao Keqing should sit, and naturally pulled out the chair next to her. Aunt Sun was the last to sit down. The table was filled with delicious dishes, especially a tempting braised fish in the center. Two families often eat together, feeling very comfortable while chatting and eating. Sometimes there are lots of laughs. The two elders sip their wine slowly. Lu Ting picks fish meat from the fish stomach, removes the fish bones, and places them into Xiao Keqing's bowl. Xiao Keqing looks at the fish in her bowl. She hadn't noticed before, but since she found out that the man liked her, she felt it might be a bit too much. Just as she was about to say something to Lu Ting, the lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped eating and looked at the two of them in surprise. Lu Ting pretended not to notice and continued picking out fish bones, placing them into Xiao Keqing's bowl. "Eat more, you're so thin now," he said. Lu Ting was doing it on purpose, so everyone would notice. Plus, he liked helping Xiao Keqing with the fish bones. Xiao Keqing sensed something was wrong. Everyone was watching them. She quietly kicked him under the table. Lu Ting didn't mind and pretended to be innocent.
"Ah,
I got it. You eat, I'm still helping you." Xiao Keqing thought to herself. Does he mean that? That man is so toxic. She decided to avoid eating at the same table with him in the future. Even if she couldn't avoid it, she would sit far away. Lu Ting's mother was used to this. She had seen her son's thick skin before. To ease the awkwardness, she said, "Son, Auntie, your fish is delicious. Next time, teach me how to make it." Son, Auntie recovered from her shock. "All right, everyone try it and see if it needs improvement." Lu Ting's mother said, "It's delicious, just like this." Son, Auntie added, "My Kur loves fish and seafood. I even went to learn how to cook them. Unfortunately, this morning there was no seafood, or I'd make some for you to try." The quiet atmosphere at the table gradually eased with their conversation. Xiao Keqing took the chance, when everyone's attention was elsewhere, to whisper to Lu Ting, "Eat your own food. Don't serve me anymore." Their eyes kept flicking to them, making her very uncomfortable. Lu Ting just smiled and whispered back in her ear, "Okay, Kur, I worry you won't eat well. I like helping you serve food. Eat more." Xiao Keqing thought, this man is so good at misunderstanding her. Their interaction was seen by everyone. Xiao Keqing's mother secretly added a point for him. Oh, how sweet they looked. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room chatting. Lu Ting leaned close to Xiao Keqing and softly said, "Want to go out for a walk?"
To help digest.
Xiao Keqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It was a good idea to clarify things with him now, rather than risking falling deeper into trouble. She didn't want to go through this again. The two of them left together. Xiao Keqing was stunned. She truly didn't expect to meet so many people. Is it still possible to stop now? She could only muster her courage and keep walking forward. At this time, many people were out in the courtyard, either to relax after eating, taking a walk, or sitting under trees chatting. Lu Ting greeted each one, and Xiao Keqing could only nod stiffly. Everyone looked very surprised. Plus, some talkative folks spread the news quickly that the two of them were out walking together, and soon everyone in the courtyard knew. Xiao Keqing had crossed over and hadn't gone out for a walk after dinner before. If she had known, she wouldn't have come out. Now, she and Lu Ting couldn't explain this clearly anymore. As they walked, she thought that meeting the women in the courtyard tonight wasn't surprising. In this era, TVs weren't common. So many people went out. Why hadn't she thought of that earlier? Lu Ting's lips curved into a smile he couldn't hide, an unexpected joy. He never imagined he'd meet so many people outside. He almost wanted everyone to know that Xiao Keqing was his girlfriend. Softly, Xiao Keqing whispered to the person beside her, "Find a quiet place." Lu Ting's eyes lit up instantly. Xiao Keqing wanted to be alone with him. He also wanted to be alone with her. He led her around in circles and finally arrived at the lakeside. The moonlight was gentle, shining softly on the water, making the surface shimmer. Everything around was peaceful and beautiful. Xiao Keqing took a deep breath of fresh air and smiled. "How did you know about this place?" Lu Ting replied, "I used to run here in the mornings when I wasn't in the southern troops. I found it by chance." Xiao Keqing thought about how lively the courtyard would be tomorrow. She pouted and said, "Just wait. Everyone in the courtyard will find out we're out together, and they'll come up with all sorts of stories about us." Lu Ting was happy inside. Now everyone knew he and Xiao Keqing were together. "Are you a coward?" he asked. "You weren't so timid before. What are you afraid of?" "I'm here." Xiao Keqing was speechless. Lu Ting stepped forward and blocked her. "Can we have a proper talk?" Xiao Keqing guessed what he wanted to say. It was good to clear things up, and maybe they shouldn't meet again after this. "Fine, I have something to tell you too." Lu Ting took a deep breath, his tone cautious as he said, "I know I hurt you before. I didn't cherish you enough. I don't want to be your brother. Please forgive me just this once. I heard you're coming back for a blind date. I'm scared. Nothing on the battlefield, with gunfire and explosions, compares to this feeling. I really like you, Qing'er." Xiao Keqing's hand clenched tightly, her heart feeling mixed. Lu Ting saw the girl silent and felt even more nervous. He continued, "Qing'er, I know you actually have feelings for me. Don't reject me so quickly. Give us a chance to get to know each other, okay?" Xiao Keqing looked up and met his hopeful eyes. That night, the lake shimmered under the bright moonlight. Lu Ting's silhouette was clearly outlined in the glow. In this peaceful scene, his deep eyes kept staring at her without blinking. "Even if it's exciting, I can't allow it. The story says he will be with the little green tea in the end. It feels like this person has the potential to be a bad guy." Xiao Keqing felt more and more that this was true. From every angle, it's better to stay away from him. She suppressed her fluttering heart and forced a smile. "I don't have those feelings for you. I told you before, I was just immature and didn't know better. I was fooled by Yang Guiji and didn't realize it. Now that I've grown up, I think we're not suitable for each other. Besides, you definitely don't like me that way. You said you're like an older brother, right?" Lu Ting suddenly felt a surge of bitterness, and his eyes darkened. Xiao Keqing continued, "Since we've misunderstood each other, we shouldn't keep making mistakes. I think it's best if we avoid seeing each other for now." As long as she didn't seek him out, she could avoid the heartache. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop her feelings if she saw him. Lu Ting lowered his eyes and took a step forward, holding her shoulders tightly. "What is suitable? We're not together. How do you know we're not suitable? If you give me a chance, I won't let you down." Xiao Keqing shook her head and broke free from his grip. "There are many reasons we're not suitable. It's too late to explain everything today. If you want to hear, I'll tell you another day. I have to go home now or my family will worry." She turned and walked away. Lu Ting hurriedly grabbed her wrist, his voice trembling slightly. "Qing'er, is it really impossible?" Xiao Keqing stopped but didn't look back. She took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I never liked you. How could it be possible? I told you before, it was Yang Guiji fooling me. Plus, you're too old. I like the little puppies type. You're not suitable." After saying that, She forcefully pulled away from him. Lu Ting's eyes darkened, and he murmured softly, "What is a little puppy?" "A little liar." Looking at her distant figure, I quickly followed behind. Worried that the little girl might be scared in the dark, I stayed close behind her. After Xiao Keqing entered the courtyard, she suddenly stopped in shock at what she saw. Oh my goodness! Why are there even more people than before? It's at least several times more. They all looked at the two of them as if they had been waiting just for them. Using the faint light, Xiao Keqing checked her watch. Aren't these people sleeping? It's already past 9 p.m. Are they really waiting for us? As the two of them walked past, a group of women, wives and relatives, immediately started gossiping. They discussed loudly, their voices overlapping. So Lu Ting is really back. It's been 3 years, right? He looks very handsome. Before, it was the daughter of the Xiao family always following behind. Now it's the other way around. Exactly, they probably haven't broken off the engagement yet. Look at how many men bow to beauty. And just look at Zhao's current appearance. How many can compare? Didn't they break off the engagement? Why are they still together? I think Lu's family is bothering her now. Don't forget, they look quite good together. Lu Ting was also a bit stunned when he saw these people. Why are they wasting time? Staying up so late? It's mostly some talkative women, gossiping one after another. Some didn't believe it, so to verify the truth, a group of people waited for them to return, leading to this scene. They were gathered together, chatting excitedly. Anyone with normal hearing could clearly hear what they were saying. Xiao Keqing felt so embarrassed, she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. No wonder the original owner had a bad reputation. Her gossiping skills were just as fast as modern internet. All Xiao Keqing wanted was to quickly escape from these chatterboxes. She sped up her steps and walked ahead, with Lu Ting following behind. When she reached her door, she decided it was best to greet the neighbors. "Goodbye," she said, then turned and strode inside. Lu Ting hurriedly said, "Remember to drink your milk powder before sleeping." This man was so annoying. Doesn't he know there are others outside? Why raise his voice so loudly? As if everyone should hear him. When Xiao Keqing got home, she saw her mother sitting on the sofa, probably waiting for her. "Why aren't you asleep yet? Are you worried about me?" "I just went out with Lu Ge to relax." She thought it was better to be honest rather than wait for her to ask. Mom Xiao didn't want to ask too much. Since her daughter liked to cause trouble, interfering more might make things worse. You can spend more time with Lu Ting every day to help him relax. Xiao Keqing quickly explained, "Mom, please don't put me and him together. I just rejected him. It's really not possible anymore." Mom Xiao exclaimed, "What? Just go ahead and do what you want. Right now, no one in the whole courtyard is better than him. He saved your brother and you. Without him, neither of you would be here. Don't you like him? What are you thinking?" She gently tapped her daughter's forehead. Seeing her mother angry, Xiao Keqing held her arm and said, "When my brother comes back, I'll thank him properly. Don't be upset. Let's go upstairs. I'll give you my paycheck from today." Mom Xiao said, "You keep your money. I don't want it. Just worry less about me." Back in her room, Xiao Keqing looked at the bottles of wine on the cabinet. After watching for 3 seconds, she held back and went to the bathroom to wash her hair and take a shower. Meanwhile, Lu Ting entered the house and saw his grandfather still awake. "Grandpa, are you waiting for me?" Grandpa shot his grandson a look. "Who's waiting for you? I just want you to buy some Old Wang steamed buns for me tomorrow morning. Xiao Ko often brings them back after her morning run. They're so tasty. You should buy some for me tomorrow." Lu Ting looked at his stubborn grandfather and smiled. "Okay, Grandpa. You sleep in tomorrow. I'll buy them every day if I have to." The next morning, Xiao Keqing got up, washed up, and decided to stick to her usual workout routine. She dressed in a plain black sports outfit, tied her hair in a high ponytail, and prepared to go for a run. Seeing her grandfather on the sofa downstairs, she smiled and said, "Grandpa, you got up so early. I'm going for a run now. If you want anything, I'll bring it back. Whatever Xiao Ke eats, I'll eat too." "Grandpa isn't picky," Grandpa replied. "Okay. Xiao Keqing remembered Jiang Qi and paused just as she was about to step out the door. She turned to her grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, if I want to find someone in the military district, can you help me? Dad hasn't come back yet. He is my good friend. Please help me ask him. He might have been in the army for about half a year, but I'm not sure of the exact time." Grandpa patted his chest confidently and said, "Okay, I will definitely ask for you." "Thank you, Grandpa. I'm going for a run." As Xiao Keqing stepped out, she saw Lu Ting standing not far ahead. Could he be here to block her? "Why are you here? Are you waiting for me?" Xiao Keqing asked curiously. "Yes, I am waiting for you," Lu Ting replied with a slight smile. Xiao Keqing looked around and saw no one. You really ask about things clearly. The original owner often caused trouble for him before.
Lu Ting chuckled softly.
If you're chasing someone, you should do it properly. Xiao Keqing frowned slightly. Didn't I make myself clear yesterday? Lu Ting slowly stepped forward and stood in front of her. If something isn't right, then make it right. If you don't like me, I'll just make you like me. What's unclear? I'll answer all your questions. Xiao Keqing hesitated.
You.
Lu Ting's lips curled into a small smile. He leaned close to her ear and said, "I've been kissed by you, touched by you. You can't just ignore your responsibilities to me." Xiao Keqing angrily said, "You're just a scoundrel." I haven't. Lu Ting's eyes sparkled with a smile. "Qinger, are you remembering? I knew you wouldn't forget. Next time, be gentler. Don't bite my lips again, or it'll take days to heal. Your brother saw it too." Xiao Keqing's face turned bright red. You. She swallowed her words, not daring to ask out loud. He was deliberately teasing her to make her admit. She refused to admit it, but she really wanted to ask if her kiss had been seen by his brother. She glared at Lu Ting fiercely, wishing she could bite him in half, then turned and ran away. Lu Ting's body suddenly tensed. His expression was too deadly. Why was he so charming? The more she looked, the more attractive he became. Every day, his outfits were different. Lu Ting followed her at a light jog. Xiao Keqing ran while feeling annoyed inside. She was just too talkative and almost blew her cover. Tomorrow, she wouldn't go for a run. She could still exercise in her space in the morning. Lu Ting followed behind at a relaxed pace. This scene was seen by some family members in the courtyard. In the past, it was Xiao's daughter always following behind, but now she had changed. After running for a while, Xiao Keqing decided not to buy buns and turn back home to cook noodles instead. She couldn't keep running with that guy. If she was seen by more people in the courtyard today, it wouldn't be good. The only problem is that the original owner's reputation is really bad. It was hard enough to improve her image after crossing over, but she was too reckless before. Xiao Keqing doesn't want to risk herself again because of this person. So, Xiao Keqing pretended not to see Lu Ting and turned around to run home. Lu Ting watched Qing'e run in that direction, thinking she wanted to hide from him. He called out loudly behind her, "Aren't you going to run anymore?" Suddenly, Xiao Keqing stopped and turned around, shouting at Lu Ting, "I'm hungry, so I'm going home to eat noodles."
Goodbye.
She waved her hand as she said this. Lu Ting paused, watching her distant figure, and a faint smile appeared on his face. She was just a little trickster trying to run away. It's not that easy. He turned around and went to buy steamed buns. When Xiao Keqing returned home, she said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, let's have noodles for breakfast." Grandpa happily agreed. Sure. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Keqing was about to go upstairs to change clothes when she heard the phone ring beside her grandpa. Grandpa picked up the phone. Okay. Thank you. After a few words, he hung up. Grandpa looked at Xiao Keqing with a smile and said, "Kiki, I found the Jiang Qi you mentioned. He's in our military district in the Special Forces team. Your brother also returned to serve in a team." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing happily sat beside her grandpa, smiling as she asked, "Really? Can I go see him? When do they usually have leave?" Fate is truly mysterious. No matter which world they are in, the three of them are the best friends. Grandpa smiled and said, "You can go find him. You might also visit the family compound. I don't know about leave, but bring him home." Grandpa also wants to see what your friend looks like. Xiao Qi quickly explained, Grandpa, he's my friend, not my boyfriend. Don't misunderstand our relationship. We're just good friends, you know? Grandpa chuckled, I didn't say he's your boyfriend. He's my granddaughter's friend. Can I take a look? Xiao Qi nodded, all right then. Thinking about the meat sauce she just ate, Xiao Qi considered bringing a bottle of it to him. She decided to think carefully about what to bring before going back to her room. Lu Ting finished breakfast. Although it was a holiday, he still needed to visit his leader. After changing into his military uniform, he went to the army. He had a brief talk with his leader, reporting on his recent situation. After finishing, Lu Ting left quickly. It was still early, so he went to the training ground to take a look. At the training ground, he saw soldiers training vigorously. Every movement was full of strength and speed, showing the style of a soldier. He looked over the crowd and recognized many familiar figures, all former comrades. His gaze settled on a corner where combat training was underway. A tall soldier was fully engaged in fighting against two teammates. Lu Ting clearly recognized the tall soldier as his old friend Zhou Haoyu, who was moving quickly and powerfully. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. His combat skills had improved even more. Lu Ting slowly approached the training area. When the soldiers saw him, they stopped their actions and saluted in unison. Lu Ting signaled them to continue training. He stepped aside and kept watching Zhou Haoyu. Although Zhou Haoyu noticed Lu Ting's arrival, he didn't stop training but chose to finish quickly. In the next moment, both of them fell to the ground. After training, they immediately tidied up their appearance and stood at attention to salute Lu Ting. Lu Ting returned the salute, and then they exchanged a smile. Zhou Haoyu strode over to Lu Ting and patted his shoulder hard, saying, When did you come back? Did they transfer you back? Lu Ting smiled and said, Just came back. Transferred back. Once my leave is over, we can fight side by side again. Hearing this, Zhou Haoyu's eyes flashed with excitement. I knew you'd come back after you left your engagement. All the old comrades have been waiting for your return. Lu Ting frowned slightly. How did you find out I left my engagement? Everyone in the unit knows that Commander Zhao's daughter ended her engagement. You should have ended yours long ago. Lu Ting's face darkened, and his tone was firm. Who said, I left my engagement? I didn't. Zhou Haoyu's eyes widened. What are you thinking? Everyone in the army says she's not suitable. Why not end it? With your conditions, you can't find a better match? Lu Ting looked serious. She's excellent. I'm pursuing her now, and she will only be my wife in the future. I don't want to hear any bad words about her from you. Respecting her is also respecting me. Zhou Haoyu looked at him with suspicion. Did he say such things? He wanted to say more, but seeing Lu Ting's determined look, he swallowed his words. Changing the subject, he asked, Where are you transferred to this time? Lu Ting replied, Special Forces 1st Battalion Commander. Zhou Haoyu was stunned for a moment. I'm in 1st Battalion now too. You're really impressive. We joined the army on the same day, but you're several ranks above me now. Zhou Haoyu remembered the cold-faced king from before, and the soldier king was back. Hard times were coming again, and he felt a chill. Big brother, do you want to have lunch with us today? Lu Ting replied, No, I have things to do. We can eat together another time. Just say hello to me and the brothers. Zhou Haoyu nodded.
Okay.
At the army's lunch cafeteria, everyone knew a new regiment commander was arriving. He was the top in the annual competition, the strongest soldier king in all aspects. Those who knew him respected and feared him. New soldiers admired him as a legend on the battlefield. Jiang Qi was eating happily and listening eagerly to his comrades talk about Lu Ting. In the story, the male lead Lu Ting was injured and retired at this time. How could he be promoted again and become a regiment commander? This was a change in the plot. Maybe it was because he burned the book. Could he go back? Xiao Qi spent the morning translating the book again. She harvested the space crops once more. No matter when the black wall in the warehouse can be exchanged, she still needed to plant more now. That way, she'd have more chances to exchange next time. She could also wait for her brother to return, then let him sell the items on the black market. Thinking of Jiang Qi, who was a good friend of the original owner and later became her close friend and brother. The army had little to eat, so she picked some extra food to send to him. In the space, she chose 10 apples, 10 pears, 2 packs of pork jerky, 2 packs of beef jerky, each 1 kilogram in a bag, and a jar of meat sauce. Seeing strawberries, she remembered Jiang Qi loved strawberries very much in her later life. She often teased him that boys also liked strawberries. Maybe she should bring him 2 boxes of strawberry cookies. He would probably like them. She removed the outer packaging, replaced it with clean paper for safety, and found a plain black bag to pack everything inside. In the afternoon, she went to find Jiang Qi. She went to the kitchen to help Aunt Sun prepare lunch. Aunt Sun was surprised. When did she learn to cook? Had anything big happened during the 6 months she was gone? After tasting Xiao Keqing's cooking, Aunt Sun finally believed it was real. She was delicious. Around 2 p.m., Xiao Keqing carried the bag and went to the army to find Jiang Qi. At the gate, she asked the guard about Jiang Qi. He was told Jiang Qi was outside training and would only return at dinner time. Xiao Keqing said to the soldier, "Can you help me pass these things to him? Also, could you give me some paper and a pen? I want to write a message, is that okay?" "Sure." After writing the note and handing it to the guard, Xiao Keqing left. Ting returned home, changed out of his military uniform into simple clothes, and prepared to go up the mountain. He hadn't been up the mountain in 3 years, mainly to hunt some game to help Qing'er recover her strength. He carried a large cloth bag and headed up the mountain. Once there, Ting hunted while carefully checking the paths and potential danger zones. He decided to go up the mountain regularly this month to help Qing'er get stronger. 1 or 2 meals wouldn't be enough. He wanted to build her up properly. After wandering around, Ting had a good harvest, 3 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens. Looking at the time, he carried the bag of game home, thinking next time he might catch something bigger. He felt very happy on the way back. It had been years since he was home, and he had gathered quite a bit of game. It would be even more fun if Xiao Junjie came along to hunt together. When he got home, he left 1 piece of game for his family and took the rest to the Xiao family. Aunt Sun opened the door and saw Ting carrying the bag. When she saw it was game, she hurriedly said, "Oh, Ting, why are you bringing us things?" Ting smiled and said, "Aunt Sun, this was just caught on the mountain. It's for you to help strengthen your health." Aunt Sun replied, "That's too much. Just 1 piece is enough. It's not too much. If you think it's too much, let Coco eat a little more. I'm leaving now." Ting turned to leave. Aunt Sun knew his thoughts well. Yesterday at dinner, her eyes never left Coco, and she happily took the game to the kitchen. Ting quickly took a shower and lay on the bed, lost in thought. How could he not be anxious? Xiao Gui was about to return, and Xiao Junjie would come back too. Qing'er kept hiding from him, and a sour feeling rose in his heart. He took out his watch from the table and looked at it, then took out a photo from his bag and looked at it again. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi finished training and just reached the gate when a comrade called out to him, "Jiang Qi, someone sent you something, and there's a note inside." Jiang Qi took the bag and said, "Thanks." He was very surprised. How did someone know he was in the army and send him something? His grandma probably wouldn't have sent it. Who could it be? Curiously, Jiang Qi opened the bag and saw a variety of food, which made his eyes widen. Oh my! What did he see? There was dried meat and so many fruits. He couldn't wait and found the note, opening it to read. The note above reads, "Jiang Qi, I am Xiao Keqing. The food I sent is for you. I didn't see you today. I will come to find you again next Friday at noon at the main gate. Please wait for me there." Jiang Qi stared hard at the 3 words. The story had changed. The story really had changed. Xiao Keqing was still alive in this world and had not died in a car accident. He kept staring at the words on the paper, his hand beginning to tremble. What did he see? Why were the words written by Xiao Keqing? 2 different people, and their handwriting must be different. Jiang Qi asked his comrade, what does the person who delivered the food look like? The comrade replied, she's a female officer, very beautiful and elegant. Hee, I've never seen such a beautiful officer before. Okay, thank you. Jiang Qi grabbed the package and ran quickly. He went to a quiet corner behind the cafeteria and sat down. He opened the bag and looked at everything carefully. He examined the dried meat packaging. It was labeled as dried beef and pork, which was uncommon in this era. He then picked up the jar of meat sauce, opened it, and the aroma immediately hit him. Jiang Qi swallowed hard. This method was also rare. Who in this era would use so much oil to make meat sauce? He picked up the crackers and looked at them, took a bite, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. They were strawberry-flavored. Woo-woo. Only Xiao Keqing, yes, only Xiao Keqing knew he loved strawberry flavor. Woo-woo. Jiang Qi carefully stored the food Xiao Keqing sent him. Fortunately, his dorm was the smallest, only fitting 2 wooden bunk beds, for people in total. Other larger dorms had over a dozen people, making it hard to share things. Xiao Keqing went downstairs and just happened to see Grandpa talking with Aunt Sunday. Why are there so many wild ingredients? Grandpa asked curiously. Aunt Sun replied, Lu Ting sent them, saying they're good for health, and told Keqing to eat more. Grandpa Xiao knew these were for his granddaughter's health and felt tender-hearted. At dinner that night, Zhao's mother found out the meat was from Lu Ting and was very happy. She wondered where to find such a good son-in-law. While eating, she kept praising Lu Ting. Xiao Keqing interrupted her, saying, Are you bought over by him? You didn't used to say that. Zhao's mother glared at her daughter. That was in the past. You should know how I was before. Oh, that's quite impressive. Xiao Keqing continued eating her meal. Zhao's mother picked out a few good pieces of chicken and put them in her daughter's bowl, saying, Eat more and take care of your health. Xiao Keqing ate quietly. The wild chicken tasted surprisingly good, and the soup was delicious. After finishing dinner, Zhao's mother and Aunt Sun started busying themselves in the kitchen. Zhao's mother decided to fry some fried dough sticks to send to the Lu family. It wouldn't be nice to accept their food without giving anything in return. Although it was a meat, it was a kind gesture. She wasn't trying to matchmake them, just being polite. After frying the fried dough sticks, Zhao's mother brought a bowl to her daughter and said, Go, deliver these to the Lu family. They sent us so much meat. Xiao Keqing frowned and said, Mom, you go. I don't want to go. There are so many people walking around in the big yard now. Zhao's mother gently patted her daughter's head and said, What are you afraid of? Be confident. Didn't you say you consider them like brothers? Hurry up. Lu's mother covered the food with a clean cloth. Xiao Keqing felt helpless but had no choice but to carry the fried dough sticks and go out. She also picked up one to eat, and it tasted quite good. Although their houses were close, they still met neighbors on the way who were out for a walk. Xiao Keqing greeted everyone politely. When she reached the gate of the Lu family, it was her second time coming. Her first visit was when she was breaking off the engagement. If her brother were here, she could ask him to deliver it. She hesitated but decided to knock on the door. The door was opened by Lu Ting. Seeing Xiao Keqing, his dark eyes flickered slightly. Big brother, this is my mom's fried dough sticks. I brought them, Xiao Keqing said, handing over the plate. Hearing her call him big brother, Lu Ting's temples throbbed wildly. He responded coldly with 2 hee-hee sounds, as if he was about to lose his temper. Come in, Lu Ting said, turning sideways to signal her to enter. No, I'll take it back. I'm going home, she said. My hands are dirty. I'm fixing the bicycle, Lu Ting added, showing her his hands. Oh, Xiao Keqing said and stepped into the living room, where she saw Lu's mother and grandfather. Lu's mother smiled and came forward. Kiki is here. Sit down quickly. Xiao Keqing placed the fried dough sticks on the table and said, Aunt Lu, these are made by my mom. Thanks to Brother Lu for the meat. Grandpa Lu chuckled happily. We're all family. No need to be so formal.
Come, sit down.
Lu Ting quickly washed his hands and sat next to Xiao Keqing. She remained calm and subtly moved a little away. Lu Ting leaned in and whispered, Why are you hiding? Xiao Keqing glared at him. Grandpa Lu stood up and said, You're getting old. You all chat. I'm going upstairs to rest. Mom Xiao suddenly realized, oh no, I almost forgot. There's still something upstairs that I need to finish. Coco, I'm going upstairs first. After speaking, she quickly ran upstairs. Xiao Keqing was speechless inside. This was just to give them space, but could it be more obvious? It's better to leave quickly. I'm going back too, Xiao Keqing said as she was about to stand up. Lu Ting immediately reached his arm around her back and shoulder, holding her close in his embrace, his hot breath blowing on her face. My family knows I only want you. There's nothing to hide. Let go quickly. I'm not hiding. I just came to give you some twisted bread. Thanks for the meat you sent, and I need to go home now. She tried to break free, but was still held tightly. Xiao Keqing felt this posture was too intimate, making her blush. Lu Ting said, don't move. They won't come down. I just have a few questions for you. Then you can leave. Ask away. Hands off, she said, trying to push his hand away from her shoulder. Lu Ting lowered his gaze and gently held her restless hand, rubbing it in his palm. Her hand was smooth and soft like congealed fat. Xiao Keqing felt the warmth of his hand and looked up into his deep, gentle eyes, filled with tenderness. His breath brushed her face. Just a few questions? Why are you hiding from me? Her heart suddenly raced faster. His tone made her think of other things. She quickly tried to pull away, but his hand held her tightly. Xiao Keqing said angrily, do you always do this to girls? I'm just learning from you. I was only holding your hand, but you went ahead and touched me everywhere. Didn't I tell you? Everything's a first for me, and I gave it all to you, Lu Ting said softly, full of tenderness. I didn't, she said, hiding her embarrassment and lowering her eyes. Lu Ting leaned close to her ear again and said, how long will you keep pretending? One day, you'll have to admit it. Xiao Keqing shouted, you. Ask your questions quickly. I want to go home. Hurry up. The man was so sure of himself. Lu Ting was planning to wait patiently, but when she returned, he knew he wouldn't have another chance. Plus, he was going to the army soon, so their time together would be even shorter. He whispered in her ear, was the chicken delicious today? What kind of teasing move was this? Just asking her that? But he still returned to her. Yes, the soup was good, Xiao Keqing replied. Lu Ting smiled, his hand still rubbing her hand repeatedly, feeling her warmth and softness. Besides fish and seafood, what else do you like to eat? Tomorrow I will bring it to you. Big brother, no need, I'm not picky. Who should tell him? He heard her call him Big Brother and felt strangely annoyed, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. You're addicted to calling me Big Brother. Don't you know I don't like it? Whether you like it or not is none of my business. Hurry up. Any more questions? No? Then I'm leaving, Xiao Keqing said.
Rude.
Xiao Keqing chuckled softly and said, did you just realize? It's not too late now. Just look and say we're not a good match. In an instant, Lu Ting's lips curved into a relaxed, carefree smile. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He saw many sides of her. Lu Ting raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Who said we're not suitable? With someone like you, I like it even more. Who doesn't act a bit rough sometimes? Xiao Keqing quickly pulled her hand back. Hurry up. Any more questions?
No.
Then I'm leaving. Lu Ting looked at her anxious face and directly asked what he wanted to know. Will you go out with me tomorrow? Xiao Keqing decided she couldn't have much contact with him. If it weren't for her mom asking her to come today, she wouldn't have come. She made an excuse. No, I need to earn money. I'll stay home and translate. What about the day after tomorrow? Xiao Keqing firmly said, no, I need to earn money. Stay home and translate. Lu Ting chuckled, helpless. It won't take you long at home to do translations. Xiao Keqing loudly said, I'm used to spending money freely. Not many people spend money as wildly as I do. I need to work hard to earn more money. Otherwise, I won't have enough to spend. No time means no time. I won't go. Lu Ting let go of her shoulder, took her hand and pulled her up. Come on, I want to show you something. Xiao Keqing was reluctant. Can I not go? I don't want to see it. Lu Ting glanced at her and asked softly, Can you just take a look? That gentle tone and the look in his eyes made Xiao Keqing find it hard to believe those words came from Lu Ting. Oh my, he's so gentle. Is this really Lu Ting? Lu Ting pulled her into the next room, which was probably a storage room. Besides other things, a bicycle was very noticeable inside. Lu Ting placed his other hand on the back seat of the bicycle and said, "Look, I've prepared the seat for you. Won't you give me some face? I'll take you out to play. I promise it won't be uncomfortable. Okay?" Xiao Keqing looked at the back seat of the bicycle. The originally hard iron seat was now covered with blue cloth. If she guessed correctly, the blue fabric probably contained sponge or something similar. Xiao Keqing felt a sudden thought. She didn't expect Lu Ting to be so thoughtful. Her heart beat a little faster, but she told herself to stay away from this man. She still insisted on her original decision to hide from him. She lowered her eyes and, hiding her complicated feelings, said, "It's better not to. I really don't think I should sit there. You should find someone else." Xiao Keqing pulled away her hand and quickly ran out. Lu Ting watched her retreating figure, his eyes deep. Little girl, running faster than a rabbit. Was she afraid he would chase after her? He glanced at the back seat. Changing to someone else was impossible. Next time, he would definitely make her agree to go out together. He continued to squat down and check the bicycle parts again, finishing what he hadn't done earlier. The next day, Lu Ting arrived early near Zhao's house, worried that Qing'er wouldn't go out for a run today. He guessed right, so he bought buns for his grandfather to eat. After breakfast, Lu Ting changed clothes, carried a sack, and went up the mountain. Qing'er liked soup, so he planned to catch more wild chickens and see if there were other prey. Today, he found signs of wild boars, but he hadn't brought tools, so he would prepare better next time. Because checking the wild boar tracks took time, he only caught 2 wild chickens. One for each family member. Lu Ting looked at the time and realized it was noon. After bringing one prey home, he carried the sack to Zhao's house. Aunt Sun saw him and quickly refused. No, Lu Ting. We didn't finish last night's food, and today I can't take more from you. Don't make things difficult for me. If the boss finds out, he definitely wouldn't want it either. Lu Ting said, "Just take it. I'll tell Grandpa myself. You just focus on making soup." And what about Kiki? Oh, she's upstairs. Lu Ting glanced at the second-floor window. Call her down. I'll wait downstairs. Aunt Sun nodded, took the prey, and left. Lu Ting sat in the yard, waiting for Qing'er to come. Aunt Sun came down, hesitating as she said, "Kiki is a bit busy right now. Maybe another day?" Lu Ting knew she was lying. She didn't want to see him. Aunt Sun couldn't believe it. She had just gone upstairs to ask Kiki, and Kiki directly refused. He said he wouldn't see her again if he looked for her in the future.
It was really a turn of events.
He used to chase after Lu Ting, but now he was the one refusing. It seems Coco truly doesn't want to be involved with him anymore. Lu Ting's eyes darkened. "Okay, I'll come another day." He turned and went home. Lu Ting licked his back teeth. Qing'er was avoiding him more and more. A feeling of sadness, discomfort, and bitterness grew in his heart, an indescribable feeling spreading inside him. When he got home, he sat on the sofa. He saw his grandfather had left a pack of cigarettes. He rarely smoked, but unconsciously picked one up and put it in his mouth. He flicked a match, lit the cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed, letting his thoughts drift away. Xiao Keqing was at home, translating books and tidying up the space. When her brother returned, she could go to the black market to exchange money. She also stopped running because that guy might be waiting for her there. She didn't plan to see that guy anymore, just like he used to hide from her. Seeing her would only make her feel uncomfortable inside. Not seeing her anymore, she thought she could gradually let go. Because Xiao Keqing was avoiding him, Lu Ting hadn't seen her for 3 days. Today, Lu Ting returned from the mountain. He thought Qing'er was really heartless. She hadn't appeared for 3 days. No matter what, he had to see her today. He took the hunted game and went to Zhao's house. After giving the game to Aunt Sun, he asked her to tell Keqing, "If she doesn't come down, I'll go upstairs to find her." When Xiao Keqing heard Aunt Sun say this, she had no choice but to go downstairs. If she really didn't go down, that guy might come upstairs to find her. She went downstairs and saw Lu Ting sitting in the yard, pouting slightly. What? Lu Ting stared intently at the person approaching. He stood up with a smile, thinking he hadn't changed his clothes yet, so he didn't go over. Isn't the chicken soup delicious? I brought you a wild chicken. Xiao Keqing refused. I haven't finished yesterday's meal. You can take it back and eat it yourself. There's some at home too, shared between two families. At this moment, Xiao Keqing heard Lu Ting's stomach growl. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Lu Ting immediately touched his nose. I haven't had lunch yet, missed the mealtime. When he went back to put away the wild chicken, he saw the food his mother had left for him, thinking he would deliver it first and then eat. Xiao Keqing felt sorry for him. Forget it, since he brought the chicken, she decided to be kind. Come in. Since you're bringing chicken, what would you like to eat? Lu Ting's eyes lit up unexpectedly. Anything is fine. It was Qing who cared about him, even if he was stubborn. When could he accept her? He couldn't keep hiding from her every day. Xiao Keqing entered the kitchen, looked at the remaining chicken soup and leftover white rice. She lit the coal stove first, making the fire burn brightly. Lu Ting followed her into the kitchen and sat down on a small stool, watching her busy figure with full attention. Xiao Keqing was about to cook scrambled eggs with rice when she accidentally caught the man's gaze. His eyes were full of tenderness, and he was still smiling. She quickly looked away, thinking to herself that her smile looked terrible. She focused on cooking rice, and soon a fragrant plate of scrambled egg rice was ready. She put it into a bowl, then scooped some chicken soup and placed it on the table outside. Eat quickly, Xiao Keqing urged. I'm going upstairs, take your time. Lu Ting finally saw her and didn't want to let her go. He suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, Eat with me, Are you a kid? You need someone to eat with you, Xiao Keqing said helplessly. Lu Ting smiled gently and said softly, I'll let you go after we finish eating. Then he took her hand and sat down at the table. You're still as bossy as ever, Xiao Keqing said. Lu Ting curled his lips and replied, Only bossy to you. Xiao Keqing pouted and sat down. Can you let go of my hand now? Lu Ting then changed from holding her wrist to holding her small hand, fingers intertwined. I'm afraid you'll run away. After we finish, I'll let go. Xiao Keqing huffed. You're such a scoundrel. I knew I shouldn't have cooked for you. Don't bring anything next time. That won't do. You don't know how thin you've become.
Eat more.
In a couple of days, I'll bring a wild boar. No way, I'm not thin. Lu Ting scooped a spoonful of egg rice and held it near Xiao Keqing's mouth. Want some more? Xiao Keqing shook her head. I won't eat. I already ate lunch. Hurry up and eat, then go back quickly. Don't hang around in front of me. Lu Ting's eyes darkened. You really don't want to see me? You've been avoiding me for 3 days. There was a hint of grievance in his tone. Xiao Keqing pretended to be confused. 3 days? I haven't avoided you. Haha, little liar. Today he didn't bring her any message, so maybe he won't see her again. If she didn't have a thick face, how could she face him? She couldn't even see his face. Lu Ting started eating, enjoying his food very much. From time to time, he looked up at Xiao Keqing with happiness in his eyes. Xiao Keqing thought about Lu Ting planning to hunt wild boar in a few days. She really wanted to go see and have some fun, but she also knew how mischievous this man could be and how he might tease her. So, she decided it was better not to go. Thinking about how he used to flirt with her when they fished together, she realized he probably wouldn't miss the chance to tease her again now that he was clearly interested. Looking at their hands tightly clasped, she felt annoyed. She wanted to pull away, but her hand was held even tighter. Lu Ting said, Qing, your cooking is really good. Xiao Keqing pouted, finish eating quickly and leave. Lu Ting ate his fried rice slowly and carefully. He asked, Are you going for a run tomorrow morning? Xiao Keqing firmly refused, No. I'm busy every day. Lu Ting asked, Is busy translating making money? Xiao Keqing nodded, Yes. That was a good excuse. Lu Ting quickly finished his meal, drank the soup, then took her hand and headed outside. He pulled her to the yard and said, "Come to my place. I have something for you." Xiao Keqing shook her hand and said, "Let go. Do you know what might happen if you keep holding my hand like this?" Lu Ting stopped and looked at her. "Then walk by yourself. I have something for you." Xiao Keqing blinked her big eyes. "Okay." Lu Ting released her. The next second, Xiao Keqing ran back and said, "I don't want it.
Goodbye.
Next time, don't bring me wild game. Even if you do, I won't eat it." She definitely didn't want his stuff. Lu Ting was so angry his teeth hurt. He couldn't get through to her. No matter what he did, she wouldn't listen. It was impossible not to let him give her something. She needed to eat more, and with her slim arms and legs, he didn't want to feel that loss again. If she didn't want wild game, then he wouldn't bring it. Maybe changing her taste was a good idea. Lu Ting went home and sat on the sofa. Just then, Grandpa Lu came back. Seeing his grandson sitting on the sofa with a cold aura, he knew he hadn't seen Coco today. Grandpa Lu scowled at his grandson, thinking, what a useless guy. He's so stupid, can't even chase someone. No wonder he's single. He's not even as good as his dad. Xiao Keqing hid away, and Lu Ting hadn't seen her for 2 days. Lu's mother, Grandpa Lu, and Lu Ting sat at the table for dinner. Lu Ting felt bored eating his food. Lu's mother looked at her son, who seemed listless, and said with some annoyance, "In the big yard, everyone praises me for having a capable son. You're a squad leader now, one of the best in the army. I'm proud of you. But you should also look at whose son is almost 26 years old and still not married. You are among the top in the list of old bachelors. How can you not even pursue someone? You're so silly. If you wait much longer, I will be ashamed of you." Lu Ting frowned and ignored his mother's words. This is much harder than fighting a battle. If Qing'er doesn't see him, he can't force her. Qing'er is just learning to hide from him, like he used to hide from her. She's just bringing this on herself. Grandpa Xiao continued to stir the pot. "Today, many people asked me if my grandson has found someone. I didn't know what to say. They are just asking around, and several families want to set him up. Maybe you should consider other girls? I heard the Xiao family is also arranging something for Coco." Lu Ting's already gloomy face darkened further. The food in his mouth tasted worse than bitter herbs. Next time someone asks, just say your grandson has someone he likes and must be her. He would never let Qing'er go on a blind date with someone else. Absolutely not. He needs to find a way to see her first. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. "Grandpa, I think since the Xiao family is inviting us, we should also invite them. It wouldn't be polite not to." Grandpa Lu raised an eyebrow at his grandson. "What do you think?" Lu Ting looked serious. "Of course we should invite them. Mom isn't working tomorrow. When I go shopping in the morning, we can host a dinner at home. Just let them know tonight after your walk." "It's useless. We need Grandpa to step in. Not to hurt your feelings, but I don't think you'll catch her in 3 months, Grandpa Lu said as he continued eating. Lu Ting couldn't eat anymore and put down his chopsticks. Early the next morning, Lu Ting bought the groceries, just as Auntie said. Seafood was hard to find, so he could only buy fish. Over at the Xiao family, Zhao's mother told her daughter that the Lu family was coming for dinner tonight. Xiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was this to meet Lu Ting? She had been avoiding him, and she didn't want to see him now. Xiao Keqing covered her stomach and said, "Mom, I won't go tonight. I have a stomach ache. You all go ahead." Zhao's mother looked at Xiao Keqing with suspicion, her sharp eyes revealing insight. "You're not trying to avoid Lu Ting, are you? Just giving me an excuse?" There was a hint of questioning in her tone. Xiao Keqing secretly sighed. How did her mother know her so well? She was seen through immediately. She really didn't want to sit at the same table with Lu Ting. I don't know what this man is up to again. Since I've already decided not to be with him, it's better not to meet him. Xiao Keqing tried to look sad and said, "Mom, can I trick you with this? I really came, my stomach doesn't hurt, but I do feel a little uncomfortable every time I come, you know that." Her tone was a bit coquettish, trying to distract her mother. Mom Xiao thought for a moment and guessed it might be her daughter's period. She asked with concern, "Shall I cook you some red sugar eggs tonight?" "Yes," Xiao Keqing quickly agreed, secretly glad she avoided a problem. She didn't want to see Lu Ting again. That charming man was too persuasive. Even her mom was on his side. Also, she was really having her period. Although her stomach didn't hurt, she did feel uncomfortable the first 2 days, which was true. Mom Xiao nodded and said, "All right, rest well at home. I'll go to Lu's house first, and bring you some eggs later." "Okay," Xiao Keqing replied, and lay down on the bed. After her mom left, Xiao Keqing immediately sat up and took out a book about planting from her space to read. Lu Ting was looking forward to seeing Xiao Keqing at dinner. Before dinner, Mom Xiao and Aunt Sun went to Lu's house early, bringing the pastries they had prepared that morning to help Mom Lu. When Lu saw Zhao's family arrived, he greeted them and looked around but noticed Xiao Keqing was missing. Mom Lu was curious why Coco didn't come and asked Yang Yunqiu, "Why didn't Coco come?" "She came, but she wasn't feeling well, so she didn't come," Yang Yunqiu whispered. Although Mom Zhao's voice wasn't loud, Lu Ting, who was nearby, overheard her. He immediately felt anxious and muttered to himself, "What's wrong now? She's so slim, her nutrition must not be enough." After not seeing her for a few days, she's not feeling well again. Mom Xiao told everyone to sit and chat while preparing ingredients. Grandpa Lu was also chatting with Grandpa Xiao. Lu Ting pulled his mom into the kitchen and asked, "What's wrong with Coco? Is she uncomfortable? Is it serious?" Mom Lu patted her son's shoulder and said, "It's okay. Girls, every month they have a few days of discomfort. That's normal." Lu Ting was surprised and asked, "So, she feels bad every month?" Seeing her son so worried about Xiao Keqing, Mom Lu was secretly happy, thinking her son finally understood how to care. She then explained a bit more. Lu Ting frowned and asked, "Is there any way to ease it?" Mom Lu explained everything to her son, telling him which methods could help ease the pain. She advised him to take good care of his future wife when he finds one. "Mom, do we have a hot water bag at home?" "He can't use the method you taught, just cover her with your hand. We're not married yet, so that wouldn't be appropriate." Mom Lu replied, "No, we don't have one at home. No one here needs it." She didn't need it either, since only Lu Yahui was at home, and they slept cuddled together. Thinking of this, Mom Lu wondered when her husband would return. She missed him quite a bit. Lu Ting interrupted her thoughts, saying, "Mom, teach me how to make sugar water now. I want to send some to Coco later." After speaking, Lu Ting went to wash some and brought it to his mother. He decided to finish making the sugar water first, then go buy a hot water bag later. Mom Lu smiled happily, feeling that caring for others is good. Her husband was very caring, so her son probably was too. She started teaching Lu Ting how to make sugar water. Lu Ting learned carefully, keeping his eyes fixed on the slices and the syrup in the pot, afraid of making any mistake. Once it was ready, he carefully poured it into a porcelain cup. Lu Ting then went to Xiao Ma and said, "Annie, I want to take some sugar water to Coco." Xiao Ma was immediately happy. Where could she find such a caring son-in-law? She truly wanted to match them. It was great that her daughter married nearby, especially since it helped save Coco. She quickly took her keys out of her pocket, smiling as she handed them to Lu Ting. "Here, thank you. The keys to the house are inside. Just open the door and go in."
Okay.
Lu Ting happily took the keys, feeling understood by his auntie. He carried the pastries he bought in the morning and the porcelain cup, heading towards Zhao's house. Then he remembered something, turned back to his room, grabbed a box, and hurried to Zhao's house. At the door, he took out his keys and strode upstairs. He knocked on Xiao Keqing's door. A smile appeared on Lu Ting's face. Now he could enter openly. How would she hide? Xiao Keqing was confused. Had they not gone to Lu's house? Surely her mother had come back with red sugar water and eggs for her. She sat on the bed, tucking her book into the quilt, and said, "Mom, the door isn't locked." Seeing it was Lu Ting, she paused in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Ting gently placed what he was holding on the table, smiling softly, and said, "I heard from Andy that you're not feeling well. I brought you some sugar water." Haha, her mom had really sold her out completely, but she still said, "Thanks, I'll drink it later."
You can go now.
Her eyes dared not look at Lu Ting. Lu Ting had finally come in, and he wouldn't leave. He quickly found a small stool in the room and sat by the bed, softly asking, "Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Keqing turned her gaze to Lu Ting's face, which was natural, without makeup. Her delicate features were still visible, but she seemed a little weak. At that moment, he stepped forward and hugged her. He couldn't bear to hold back anymore. In the next second, Lu Ting sat on the edge of her bed and held her tightly in his arms. Xiao Keqing was surprised and tried to push him away. Her body felt uncomfortable when she pushed hard. "What are you doing? Let me go." Her voice was a little panicked. But Lu Ting held her even tighter and whispered softly in her ear, "Qing'er, don't move. Just let me hold you. I feel sad seeing you unwell." Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. She felt Lu Ting's body temperature and heartbeat, and a slight blush appeared on her face. Lu Ting slowly released her. They looked into each other's eyes, and he said gently, "Where does it hurt? Is it your stomach?" He had just learned about this from his mother. Oh my! Who could handle this? Xiao Keqing didn't know how to respond. Was this a question he should be asking? Did he not realize it might make her shy? Lu Ting took a porcelain cup, checked the temperature, and said, "It's the first time I boiled this. Do you think it needs improvement? Next time I'll be more experienced." Xiao Keqing looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to make sugar water. This person was just giving her sweet talk. "And next time? You're doing this the wrong way.
People might misunderstand."
"Don't do it again," Xiao Keqing said, lowering her eyes. She didn't want to look into his deep, loving eyes. She didn't want the things in the story to happen. In the end, she would just get hurt. Lu Ting put down the porcelain cup again. "Who would misunderstand? My family, your family, everyone knows I only have eyes for you now. I can't be with anyone else. And these past 2 days, several families in the estate came to matchmake me. I refused them all. I told them clearly that I have someone I love, only you. I think everyone in the estate knows I like you.
Who dares to gossip about you now?"
Xiao Keqing stared at him and said, "You told everyone in the estate? How am I supposed to find someone in the future? Anyway, I can't drink the red sugar water you made. My mom will make me red sugar eggs later." Xiao Keqing pouted, refusing to be fooled by his sweet talk. Lu Tingyo's serious gaze fixed on her face. He clearly didn't want her to drink it and was still looking for other options. "Tell me why you can't drink what I made? What else could it be?" Of course, she didn't want to be tricked again. Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and said, "It's for my future husband. If there's a misunderstanding, it wouldn't be good." Lu Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you trying to make me angry? If I get angry, I'll just take my sugar water and leave. I'm telling the truth. If my future husband finds out another man made me sweet red sugar water, he might get really upset," Xiao Keqing reasoned, nodding along. Thinking about her marrying someone else, Lu Ting's eyes turned icy, and he felt a tight knot in his chest. Just then, he suddenly had an idea and a smile appeared in his eyes. "Drink or not. Anyway, we've already shared saliva. I don't mind feeding you again." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing wondered if he was serious. Her face flushed red, and she snapped, "Who shared saliva with you? Go away. I don't want to see you," turning her back. Lu Ting raised an eyebrow and deliberately said, "Looks like I really have to feed you." "Well, I'll start then," and he picked up the sugar water again. Xiao Keqing panicked, quickly turning around and saying, "I'll drink it myself. I don't want to drink your saliva." Lu Ting's lips curled into a small smile as he handed her a porcelain cup, comforting her. "I just want you to feel better after drinking it. Don't be angry. Being angry makes you feel worse." After giving Lu Ting a sharp look, Xiao Keqing took the cup and gently took a sip. The sweet and spicy flavors spread in her mouth, and she started drinking small sips. Halfway through, she said, "It's too much. I can't drink any more, really." She was quite afraid he'd insist on feeding her again.
"How about now?"
Lu Ting took the porcelain cup from her. Xiao Keqing pouted and said, "Not much. Too spicy. Don't cook it next time. I've already drunk it."
"You can leave now."
"No, I can't. I haven't given you the box yet. Lu Ting said, holding the box on the table. Xiao Keqing saw him pick up a metal box, unsure of what was inside, and she decisively refused. I don't want it. Take it away. Lu Ting placed the box into her hands and said seriously, I'm serious. Inside are all the money I've saved over the years. You don't have to work so hard. Keep this money and spend it. It's more than enough for your monthly expenses. Xiao Keqing was stunned for a moment and then said seriously, do you know what this means? Lu Ting nodded seriously and said, yes, I know. This is entrusted to you, for safekeeping. I told you everything honestly. Xiao Keqing returned the box to Lu Ting, angrily saying, I'm serious too. I don't want it, and I don't want you. After speaking, she frowned slightly. Discomfort arose in her stomach, and she tucked her small hands into the quilt, placing them on her belly. Seeing this, Lu Ting became worried immediately. All right, I'll take it back. Don't be upset. I didn't mean to upset you. Is your stomach feeling uncomfortable? Hurry, lie down properly. Xiao Keqing looked wronged. It's all your fault. If you hadn't upset me, I wouldn't feel this way. He looked guilty and said, it's all my fault. Hurry and lie down. Lu Ting helped Xiao Keqing lie down carefully and gently covered her with the quilt. Lu Ting remembered one of her mother's tips. Men's palms are warmer, so he rubbed his palms together to warm them, then gently pressed and massaged her stomach, which could help ease the pain. The effect was very good. Lu Ting frowned slightly. This method shouldn't be used. If he did, Qing'er would definitely think he's a bad person. He spoke softly, sleep for a while. You're here. I can't sleep. Hurry back. I want to sleep now, Xiao Keqing urged. Seeing that it was late and he still needed to buy a hot water bag for Qing'er, Lu Ting said, all right, you sleep. I'll go now. Xiao Keqing saw that he forgot to take the box and hurriedly said, take the box with you. Lu Ting sighed, picked up the box, and then left the room. After Lu Ting left, Xiao Keqing stared at the door in a daze for a long time. Lu Ting returned with the hot water bag around 8 p.m. It was really hard to find. He went to the department store and finally bought it. He washed it at home and filled it with hot water, then wrapped it with a new towel from home before going to Zhao's house. After handing the brown sugar and hot water bag to Aunt Sun, he went back home. Aunt Sun also told Yang Yunqiu that Lu Ting was very considerate. Zhao's mother could tell that Lu Ting cared a lot about her daughter now. She really couldn't understand what Xiao was thinking. She still liked him, so why did she refuse? I'll go get it for her, Zhao's mother said, taking the items and going upstairs. She knocked on the door, went inside, and saw her daughter on the bed. She handed over the hot water bag and said, here, the hot water bag. Xiao Keqing took the hot water bag, put it into the quilt, and smiled. Mom is the best. When did you buy this? Mom Xiao placed the brown sugar on the table and said, this stuff is hard to buy. You can only find it at the department store. How could I have time to buy it back? Just now, Lu Ting brought some, and this brown sugar is from him too. Xiao Keqing hugged her hot water bag tightly. Mom Xiao continued, this child is so caring. Even knows to wrap a towel outside. Seeing her daughter silent, she guessed, rest early. I'm going back to my room. Xiao Keqing pouted and whispered, I won't fall for your tricks. The next day, Lu Ting went to the village early and bought a big hen, then brought it to the Xiao family. At the dining table, Xiao Keqing drank the chicken soup. The chicken from this era is still very tasty. Suddenly, she realized that their meals had noticeably improved lately. Every day there was meat, and it was delivered in different ways. Before, it was wild chicken, rabbits, and roe deer. Now it's fish, shrimp, pig's trotters, pork, ribs, duck, and today, chicken again. Xiao Keqing quietly stared at the chicken in her bowl, her eyes showing some thought. Could it be that Lu Ting sent it again? In this resource-scarce era, their family's food was quite luxurious. Since she traveled here, even occasional meat was a real treat. She recalled that Aunt Sun often mentioned the wild game Lu Ting sent her. But after she clearly told Aunt Sun not to accept anything from Lu Ting, Aunt Sun stopped mentioning those things. And her dining table no longer had those wild meats. Now, Xiao Keqing held her chicken soup and took a small sip, curious, and asked, Aunt Sun, did Lu Ting send these dishes these days? Aunt Sun hesitated, seeming to want to say something but holding back. Finally, she changed the subject. This chicken soup is good, right? Next time, I'll make it with a different flavor. She also avoided Xiao Keqing's gaze unconsciously. Xiao Keqing understood easily. No wonder the dishes on the table had changed to easily available meats. That man is very clever. Does he think she wouldn't notice? After dinner, Xiao Keqing returned to her room, sat at the table, and thought about the meat the man sent. She didn't want to owe him anything. She wondered what the prices of wild game were in this era. She counted out 15 large ration tickets from her drawer. Thinking of the milk powder, snacks, and pastries Lu Ting had sent before, she decisively added 10 more ration tickets. She paused for a moment, then remembered the clothes and hairpin he had given her. She had worn and used them before. Although she didn't know their exact value, she decided to add 15 more bills, making a total of 40, probably enough. It was a significant amount. She placed the counted money into an envelope. The next day, Xiao Keqing sat at the dining table. She noticed there was chicken again, but today's cooking style was different, braised chicken. Aunt Sun watched Kiki staring at the chicken and felt guilty, saying, I told you yesterday that I would make different flavors of chicken next time. Aunt Sun didn't expect her words to come so soon. She remembered Lu Ting carrying a chicken today, saying, chicken is more nutritious, so I want to supplement you. Although she didn't specify for whom, Aunt Sun understood that the child was thoughtful. Time passed quickly, and 3 days went by. Xiao Keqing knew Lu Ting came to her house every day to deliver vegetables and also asked Aunt Sun to pass on messages and snacks. Not wanting to explain everything clearly to him, she was afraid he would keep doing this. After finishing lunch, Xiao Keqing took the envelope and went to Lu's house. She checked her watch. It's past 2 p.m., and she wasn't sure if he was home, but she decided to visit him herself. At this moment, Lu Ting had just returned from outside, carrying clothes he bought at the department store and the donkey hide gelatin he reserved last time from Jiang. He realized that besides his military uniform, he hardly had any other clothes. It was unlikely he would wear his uniform during his holiday. From the last time Qing'er saw him in a trench coat, she clearly looked at him with admiration. He had planned to go shopping with Qing'er to pick out clothes, but she kept avoiding him and probably wouldn't agree. So, he had to choose by himself. He bought Qing'er a winter coat and a sweater at the department store. The last time she wore the dress he gave her, she looked stunning, and this time was no different. When he saw it, he thought it was suitable and bought it. Just as he turned the corner, someone came straight toward him. It was a woman, walking directly at him. Lu Ting moved to the right, she also moved right. He moved left, she followed left. Lu Ting couldn't help but mutter to himself, thinking this person was probably crazy, such a wide street. Couldn't she see? Or did she have a problem with her eyes? This scene was seen by Xiao Keqing, who had just come walking by. Her eyes lit up. What's going on? She looked at the girl facing Lu Ting, dressed in a blue and white checkered shirt and blue straight-leg pants, with 2 thick black braids draped over her chest. Now that her memory was fully restored, she recognized her as Sui Hua, the daughter of Captain Ting in the compound. She thought, this is exciting. The male lead's love life is definitely lively. Look, there's a girl blocking his way. Lu Ting stopped and looked at the person, but had no impression of him. Lu Ting quickly stepped back 3 meters. He still hasn't learned his lesson. He's as foolish as ever. The last time he was hurt, it hasn't been resolved yet. If this happens again, he will never be able to be with Qing'er in this lifetime. Xiao Keqing looked confused as the man retreated several meters. What kind of move was that? She didn't understand. Sui Hua saw the man step back, but didn't give up. She stepped forward a few more steps. Lu Ting scolded, "Stop right there," with a firm and commanding voice. Sui Hua trembled with fear and stopped, mustering her courage to say, "Lu Ting, do you remember me?"
Lu Ting.
Sui Hua, seeing that he didn't speak, added, "I'm Sui Hua." "Lu Ting, I don't recognize you." Hearing this, Sui Hua got anxious. How can you not remember me? We grew up together in the big yard, like childhood sweethearts. How could you forget? Ting was sure this person had a problem with her mind. His lips curled into a cold smile, with no warmth in his eyes, as cold as ice. If I follow your logic, then everyone in this yard is my childhood sweetheart. There must be thousands of them. If you have a problem, go see a doctor, and while you're at it, check your eyes. He turned and continued walking. If Qing heard this, she wouldn't know how to explain. How could she be called a childhood sweetheart? He didn't even recognize her, never spoke a word to her before. How could she be a childhood sweetheart? Something's wrong. Xiao Qi chuckled. Pfft. This person dares to say there are thousands of childhood sweethearts. Seeing Ting about to leave, Sui Hua felt anxious. She hurriedly called out, Ting, don't go. I haven't finished talking. She chased after him, shouting, I know you broke off the engagement. That's good. Xiao Qi has no education at all, so she doesn't deserve you. My mom will send a matchmaker to your house someday. Ting suddenly stopped, his back looking especially tall and straight in the sunlight. Sui Hua was happy inside and looked shyly at his back. However, when Ting turned around, his eyes suddenly flashed with coldness, and his aura became icy and intimidating. Sui Hua felt terrified instantly. It was the first time she saw Ting with such a frightening expression. Ting said coldly, First, my engagement with Qing is not broken. Second, Qing is not someone you can slander. If you slander her again, I will really make you see reason. After all, I have been to battle and fought enemies. He continued, I have one bad habit, I like to fight. Have you heard of my nickname in the army? Aren't you afraid I might hit you? After speaking, Ting noticed a familiar figure not far away. Sui Hua looked pale and scared, trembling with fear, her voice trembling. I won't say anything about Xiao Qi anymore, and I won't go to your house again. Or maybe her mother said Ting was promoted again. Among young people, no one could compare to him. Marrying him would make her a leader's wife. So scary, and she even knew how to fight. No matter how good-looking she was, she wouldn't want that. After speaking, Sui Hua turned and ran away as if a great beast was chasing her. Ting saw her run far away and then softly said, How much longer are you going to hide? Xiao Qi slowly came out from around the corner and approached him, saying, Who's hiding?
I just happened to pass by.
Ting's eyes filled with a smile, knowing this wasn't a good place for talking. Follow me. He turned and headed toward his home. Xiao Qi followed him to his house. As soon as they entered the yard, her hand was immediately grabbed by the man's large hand. She tried to pull away, but his grip tightened instantly. Be good, let's talk inside. He pulled her into the living room. Ting saw her look around and explained, They're not here. He threw his hands into his pockets and placed them on the sofa. He pulled her to lean against the wall, his fists clenched and pressed against the wall, holding her in his arms in a way that felt like confinement, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Are you still feeling unwell today? Ting asked with concern. Xiao Qi's faintly trembling hand responded, It's nothing now. She placed her hands on his chest, pressing against him to keep some distance. Let's sit and talk. Ting looked down and moved closer to her. I'm afraid you'll run away again. Xiao Qi's breath was filled with the man's warm breath, and she shyly lowered her head. I won't run. Why would I?
I just have something to talk to you about.
Little liar, she didn't really believe him. Last time she ran away, and she hadn't seen him for many days. Today, she couldn't let her run again. How much did you hear? I heard everything. Qingmei has thousands of them. Xiao Qi's bright eyes stared at Ting. Ting sighed helplessly. According to her, there are thousands. You can't misunderstand me this time. I don't even know her. Xiao Qi teased him. I didn't know you could hit people. So, you want to find someone who can fight back to be your wife? With one punch, you'd probably cause someone serious injury. Ting chuckled and gently tapped Xiao Qi's forehead with his finger. Can't you tell the difference between truth and lies? And didn't I tell you last time? If you don't make yourself look bad, No one will bother you. Have you forgotten? Xiao Keqing touched her forehead where he had tapped, recalling his words from before. Now he was serious. Their close distance made their conversation feel too intimate.
Got it.
Let me go now, she said, pushing him slightly. Lu Tingqi's lips curled into a faint smile. Let's continue what we didn't finish last time. He saw this as a good chance to ask questions. He was determined to find out everything today. Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat. She remembered the last time they had a similar moment. She pretended to be calm.
What?
Let's sit down and talk, she said, trying to break free again. But Lu Tingqi didn't give her a chance. He moved closer and said, I told you I was afraid you'd run away again. Just say it. Do you remember what you did to me after drinking? This man just wouldn't stop. She couldn't admit anything now. She had to be brave and stubborn. Xiao Keqing looked serious. Yes, usually when I drink, I forget what happened. I probably never drank in front of you, let alone did anything to you. Lu Tingqi pressed his tongue against his teeth, stared at her for 3 seconds, and narrowed his eyes. He wasn't planning to admit anything about touching or kissing her. How long could she keep her mouth shut? Then I'll just make you remember clearly. Remember it. Before he finished speaking, his lips suddenly pressed down on hers like a storm. Xiao Keqing struggled. He grabbed the back of her head and held her waist with his other arm. His hot, commanding lips kissed her fiercely, his tongue pushing into her mouth. Lu Tingqi also grabbed her hands and hooked them around his neck. Xiao Keqing's eyes widened, her mind buzzing. Her hands dropped the envelope. But soon, a strange feeling filled her heart, and she stopped resisting. Their kisses grew deeper and more passionate. When Xiao Keqing could hardly breathe, Lu Tingqi slightly pulled back from her lips. Forgot to breathe again, he said, watching her gasp for air. After 3 seconds, he pressed his lips back onto hers. They kissed for a long time. Lu Tingqi buried his face in her ear, breathing heavily for a while, trying to suppress the fiery urge inside him. His hoarse voice whispered, Qing'er, do you remember now? If you still can't remember, I don't mind helping you recall again. Xiao Keqing softly leaned against his chest, pouting playfully, Don't come any closer. My tongue is numb. Her gentle and tempting voice made Lu Ting feel like his bones were about to melt. Lu Ting smiled foolishly at her, teasingly saying, Little liar, do you remember? Come on, tell me. Xiao Keqing bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes shining like autumn water, with a tear mole under her eye that was very captivating, looking like she had been badly treated. She really didn't want to answer his question. But the man kept staring at her, waiting for an answer. Lu Ting looked at the person in his arms, her head lowered, refusing to admit anything for a long time. He raised her chin with one hand, forcing her to look into his deep eyes. Her eyes sparkled like waves, her lips red and tempting. She was holding back her desire to kiss her again, and said, I remember now. Lu Ting burst into hearty laughter, smiling so widely his mouth almost reached his ears. He hugged her tightly, saying, That's good. Do you feel responsible for me? Xiao Keqing kept her head down without speaking. Responsibility? It was impossible. It was just a kiss, after all. She looked up again and met Lu Ting's deep gaze, saying, What responsibility? I just gave you a kiss earlier, so we're even. After saying that, his breath once again overwhelmed her senses. Lu Ting lowered his head and kissed her lips again, one hand supporting her neck, pressing her against the wall, leaving her no room to retreat. The kisses were intense and hurried, with a hint of punishment. They moved from her lips to his cheek, then to his neck and behind his ear. His strong hold made her unable to breathe properly, her heart trembling, causing her to sway unsteadily. She unconsciously placed her hands on his shoulders for support, her fingers weakly gripping and releasing his shoulders. In the end, she could only endure this overbearing intimacy. Lu Ting slowly and reluctantly pulled away from Xiao Keqing's soft, warm lips, pressing his forehead against hers. Her gaze was so intense that it seemed like it could burn her, and her breath was still rapid and unsteady. She pushed him away forcefully again, trying to break free from his embrace, but Lu Ting was much stronger than her. Finally, she pouted slightly, a bit annoyed, and said, "You're just a." Then she lowered her head, trying to hide her flushed cheeks. However, when she accidentally saw Lu Ting setting up a small tent, her face instantly turned red as if it were bleeding, spreading all the way to her ears.
You
rascal." Xiao Keqing quickly turned around, turning her back to him. Seeing her ears turn pink like cooked shrimp, Lu Ting's lips curved into a slight smile. Every time, he felt his heart race. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He walked behind Xiao Keqing, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and rested his chin on her neck, smelling her scent. "Only like this with you." Lu Ting saw her ears were already blushing and softly said in her ear, "I only feel this way when I'm with you." His warm breath on her neck made her feel like an electric current was passing through her, causing her to tremble all over. Xiao Keqing forcibly suppressed her strange feelings inside, pushed away his arms, and turned to look into his eyes.
Didn't I tell you?
"We're not suitable. Why can't you listen?" Lu Ting's eyes flickered slightly. "Not suitable? I can't think of any reason." "Tell me, I'm listening." Xiao Keqing looked at him and said, "There are many reasons. If I tell you everything, I might not finish until tomorrow."
Lu Ting.
"Am I really that bad?" Lu Ting squinted, with a calm expression. "Let's hear it. I really don't know what's wrong. With our height difference, don't you feel something? Didn't you want to try it before?"
How about now?
Xiao Keqing's eyes widened instantly. She forced herself to say, "Not really.
No feelings.
That's just not suitable. I like little puppies. You're older now, and it's not right. You have too many bad romantic encounters, and you have the potential to be a. Your home is way too close. Not suitable." Xiao Keqing's small mouth kept talking rapidly, like a machine gun. "Oh, in less than half a minute, I said so many reasons why it's not suitable. So, we shouldn't waste everyone's precious time." Lu Ting's face darkened as he listened, secretly thinking, no feelings from a kiss? I almost made her fly, and she says she has no feelings?
Haha.
Am I really too old? Isn't this just right? What is a little puppy? At this moment, Xiao Keqing suddenly seemed to remember something. She bent down, picked up an envelope from the ground, and handed it to Lu Ting. "This is the money for the things you've sent over recently. I don't want to owe you." Lu Ting's face darkened as he pushed the envelope back. "What are you doing? I give you things because I want to. There's no need to pay for it." Xiao Keqing continued, "This time, I'm here to pay back your money. It's exactly the same amount. Next time, don't bring vegetables or snacks. Once the clothes and hairpins are used, I won't return them. I'll handle them myself and give you cash instead." She handed him the envelope firmly. Lu Ting's dark eyes narrowed slightly, filled with resentment. He clearly realized this was her way of cutting all ties with him. Meeting her again in the future would probably be even harder. She was so cold-hearted. Lu Ting took a deep breath and started explaining one by one. "None of what you said is a problem. You say kissing feels nothing? That's not because I lack experience. Practice more, and it will get better. After we get married, we can try other things."
What?
Practice more? Other things? How did he even say those words? Xiao Keqing swallowed nervously. Oh my god. How could she stand this? Lu Ting continued. "Age isn't an issue either. We're just right. I know how to be gentle. As for the bad luck with love, I don't pick flowers and crush them anymore. I've never liked anyone before. Holding your hand, hugging, kissing, all new to me. I'm not a bad guy. That doesn't count. Last time, I said I preferred someone close by. Now I think it's too close. That's easy, just buy a house. As long as the distance feels right to you, I'm fine anywhere." Hearing Lu Ting's words, Xiao Keqing felt she couldn't continue the conversation. "Here, take it. I'm going back." Lu Ting looked down at the thickness of the envelope in her hand. It was quite full.
He sighed.
"Qinger, is this my allowance? But you haven't even accepted my stipend. How can I take it? Maybe you should take my stipend, and I'll just take the allowance you gave me." After saying that, he took Xiao Keqing's hand and pulled her to sit on the sofa. This man misunderstood her again. She knew he was doing it on purpose. Xiao Keqing understood how overbearing he was, so she didn't resist. She sat down on the sofa, following his lead. Lu Ting held up the shopping bag with the clothes he bought today. I bought 2 pieces at the mall today. Seeing her hesitate, he added, since you gave me your allowance, I should buy you something too. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting helplessly. Why don't you understand what I'm saying? Is it interesting? Lu Ting stood up and looked into Xiao Keqing's eyes, saying, sit here and wait for me. I'll go upstairs and come back soon. If you run again, I'll come to your room to find you, and I might give you another punishment like. He paused deliberately. Xiao Keqing watched as the man leaned down and whispered in her ear, practice. You're shameless. Xiao Keqing blushed instantly. Lu Ting smirked with a carefree, rebellious smile and turned to go upstairs. Can a man be so charming that he can win his wife's heart? As long as it works, it's fine. Xiao Keqing pouted and muttered softly, dog man, stinky man. Lu Ting quickly came back down, seeing her pouting and looking annoyed. So cute. This trick really works. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. Lu Ting sat next to Xiao Keqing, holding something and softly coaxed her. Don't be mad. I'm just worried you'll run away. Then he placed everything he was holding onto her lap. Xiao Keqing looked at the box she had seen a few days ago. She knew it was the man's secret money box with a small box on top. She wondered what was inside. Probably another gift.
Lu Ting stared at Xiao Keqing closely.
My allowance, plus the gift I gave you. Open it and see if you like it. If you hold on to it, I'll keep your pocket money too. At that moment, Xiao Keqing didn't know what to do. This man was clearly doing it on purpose. She didn't want to argue with him anymore. She put the box on the other side of the sofa and picked up her envelope to leave. As she walked away, she waved her hand and said, I'm leaving.
Bye-bye.
Xiao Keqing thought she'd wait until her brother came back to return the favor. Until her figure disappeared completely, Lu Ting looked away. He picked up the box on the sofa, opened it, and his gaze became firm. One day, I'll make you wear it. Lu Ting remembered how Qingwei used to teach Xiao Junjie that giving gifts was how to pursue someone, but why didn't his gifts work on her? It was still her own advice. Earlier, Lu Ting didn't take out the donkey hide gelatin because he was afraid she'd realize it was from him. She wouldn't eat it, but tomorrow he'd still tell Aunt Sunday. No matter what, he had to make sure her health was good. Xiao Keqing returned to her room and sat at the desk, gently touching her lips with her fingers. How could he kiss so well? Had he kissed someone before? Thinking of this, Xiao Keqing shook her head and pushed away all the scenes of Lu Ting kissing her from her mind. This feeling was really getting on her nerves. If it weren't for knowing the ending from the book, she might seriously consider him. The next day was the day she was supposed to meet Jiang Qi. As noon approached, sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, warming the earth. Xiao Keqing felt as cheerful as the bright sunshine. After a brief greeting to her family, she eagerly headed out. She thought about her good friend Jiang Qi, who always waited for her in advance when they met. She wondered if her other friends did the same, so she decided to arrive early at their meeting spot. When Xiao Keqing reached the designated place, she saw Jiang Qi already waiting at the gate of the military base. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, standing tall and confident, looking very different from the crying boy she remembered. But as she looked at him carefully, a familiar feeling welled up inside her. Jiang Qi had been waiting at the gate for a while, watching every person who passed by. Finally, he saw a familiar figure approaching. He stared closely at Xiao Keqing, each step feeling like it touched his heart. He wondered if this was his Xiao Keqing, and if she had also come from that other world. When Xiao Keqing reached him, Jiang Qi's eyes filled with tears of excitement. His voice trembled as he asked, Xiao Keqing, is that you? This nickname was known only to them. Hearing it, Xiao Keqing was shocked and looked at Jiang Qi in disbelief. She didn't understand why he called her Xiao Keqing. Could he also be from that other world? A bold guess suddenly came to her mind. She stared into Jiang Qi's eyes and asked, what did you do on stage for the first time? This was a question only they knew. Hearing this, Jiang Qi was overwhelmed with emotion and tears. He choked out, I tripped and fell during your concert. Hearing his answer, Xiao Keqing felt even more certain about her guess. Tears welled up in her eyes as she hurriedly stepped forward, speaking with a slight tremor. "Come on, let's find a safe place to talk. I have so much to tell you." Her excitement grew, and she remembered Jiang Qi, her good friend and big brother. Thinking back to those dark days, Xiao Keqing remembered feeling helpless and sad at her family's funeral. Jiang Qi had held her tightly and gently said, "You still have family. From now on, I'll be like your older brother." His words were like a shining light, piercing through the gloom in her heart. Since childhood, she had called him Jiang Qi. After her family member passed away, she started to see him as an essential part of her life and directly called him brother. In the pain of losing a loved one, Jiang Qi became her only person she could open her heart to and share her feelings with. That dependence and trust had already taken root deeply. Between the two of them, there seemed to be a silent understanding that didn't need words. Anything could be said, and everything could be shared. He was her brother, and also her male best friend. Xiao Keqing took Jiang Qi to a secluded spot behind a big tree. They stood facing each other, both with complex emotions in their eyes: excitement, surprise, and confusion. "Brother, is that you? Why are you here too?" Xiao Keqing's voice trembled slightly. "After finishing a terrible book, I woke up here," Jiang Qi said, tears in his eyes. "Seeing the things you sent me, I couldn't believe it. Things have changed. I saw the book at your place too, and I traveled here in just a couple of days." Xiao Keqing's eyes filled with tears. "How come you joined the army?" "After I came here, I kept getting approached by troublemakers. They either wanted me to go somewhere or do bad things. What if one day they got me into trouble and I ended up in jail? Life was already hard enough. Luckily, my uncle helped me find a way in, so I joined," Jiang Qi said, starting to cry again. They found a place to sit and continued talking. Suddenly, Xiao Keqing shouted, "What? You finished the book?" Jiang Qi nodded. "Yes. I finished it after I traveled here." "Didn't you finish it?" "I didn't finish it. I only read about the car accident part. I didn't read the rest." "Hurry, tell me what happens next." Jiang Qi sighed with a bitter smile. "I burned that book with a match. Maybe that's why the story changed. Now, the plot is different. You guys didn't have the car accident, and the main character didn't switch careers. I just found out he's going to be the squad leader in our group." Xiao Keqing was surprised again. "What? You burned the book? No matter if the story changed or not, tell me everything about the main character now. I want to know." Jiang Qi slowly said, "All right, let me give you a simple summary. The male protagonist feels very guilty after his good friend Xiao Junjie and his family encounter trouble. He regrets deeply and decides to join the Southern Army. After completing a mission with Xiao Junjie, he gets injured and switches careers. He then moves to Port City, quickly rises in the business world, and becomes very successful and wealthy. Even if he's busy, he spends a whole day each year visiting your graves to keep you company." Xiao Keqing pouted and said, "People are gone. What's the point of visiting their graves?" Thinking about the story where he is with Su Malia, she feels a twinge of sadness and can't help asking, what about his love story? Jiang Qi snorted dismissively. "You're talking about Malia, right? That girl is just a naive girl, but she's actually quite scheming. In the story, when you had an accident, he took all the blame on himself. He was full of guilt and didn't plan to remarry. But Su Malia is really bad. She has always liked Lu Ting. She kept chasing him. When she saw his career succeed and he became a rich man, she became obsessed and kept pursuing him. Taking advantage of Lu Ting returning from Port City, knowing he has a habit of morning runs, she carefully planned a scheme to make trouble. She deliberately fell into the water. How could Lu Ting ignore someone drowning? He jumped in without hesitation and saved her. But this rescue marked the start of her persistent pursuit of him. She even went so far as to create public pressure in the family estate in the capital, forcing Lu Ting to marry her. Lu Ting had no choice but to agree to marry her. However, life after marriage was not as perfect as Su Malia imagined. She tried all sorts of ways to get intimate, even resorting to drugs, but she failed. I suspect that the male protagonist might not be able to perform. Otherwise, why would he marry her and not be with her? Xiao Keqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Qi. Are you saying the male protagonist can't perform? Her tone was filled with shock and doubt. Jiang Qi nodded confidently and analyzed, yes. Otherwise, why would Su Malia drug him and he still wouldn't touch her? He just endured it and kept her waiting. This went on for decades. I haven't read much about the female lead, but I think she probably looks pretty good. He was able to stay a monk for so long. That's not able, is it?
Wow, really?
I feel like he's really capable. Xiao Keqing exclaimed in surprise, opening her mouth wide. She recalled the last time she accidentally glanced at Lu Ting. She seemed to have touched something while drinking. Even through clothes, she still had a faint impression. But she could tell he was quite skilled. Jiang Qi, upon hearing this, was stunned, as if he'd just heard a shocking secret. Ah, Xiao Qingqing, how do you know? Have you used it? His eyes were full of curiosity and gossip. Xiao Keqing felt a bit shy from Jiang Qi's question. She lowered her head and explained, I haven't used it, but I touched it when drinking. Thinking of that night, her face turned red, and she looked a little embarrassed. Jiang Qi, hearing this, became even more excited. What? Hurry up and tell the truth about you too. His eyes sparkled with gossip, clearly eager to hear more details. Xiao Keqing then talked about how her relationship with Lu Ting developed after he changed clothes. Jiang Qi said, TSK. Xiao Qingqing, I tell you, this man is no good. The book describes that part of him as not impressive at all. This could affect your happiness for life. No, you need to find someone else. I'll find a strong and capable guy for you later. Hearing Jiang Qi's firm words, Xiao Keqing remembered his previous behavior, but she didn't think he was no good. She hesitated and said, what if he is good?
How about that?
Jiang Qi immediately perked up. Of course he is. You should quickly settle with him. He's a potential star, will be a millionaire in a few years. Although I haven't met him, I guess the main character must be handsome and rich. Why else would Su Malia be so persistent? But now he's retired, so I don't know what he's like anymore. Xiao Keqing felt happy, so he didn't like Su Malia after all. But if Jiang Qi was right, what if he's not good enough? Jiang Qi saw her concern and continued, if you like him, I have a plan. This era is still pretty conservative. Why not try it first? If it doesn't work, you can change later. Once you're married, you'll find out the truth. Then it'll be a big loss. Military marriages are hard to get out of. Xiao Keqing, who had lived 2 lives, had never seriously dated a boyfriend before. She was actually quite curious about this kind of thing. She glared at Jiang Qi. Is this what you call trying casually? It's not like eating food. Jiang Qi chuckled. Why not? It's all about eating, just different ways of doing it. Little Qingqing, your brother still wants to remind you that medicine won't work. Do you really think it will? Better to give up early and try something else. Xiao Keqing's lips unconsciously curl into a smile. I never planned to be with him in the first place. Was I just worried he liked the heroine? And that he would marry the green tea girl? Now I realize it wasn't love at all. I can think about it carefully. Jiang Qi nods. I don't even know what he looks like. When he comes to the army, I can check him out for you. If he's not good enough, we can change him. I want you to find someone soon, so you won't stay single forever. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing becomes unhappy and starts hitting Jiang Qi with her little fists, angrily saying, You're the one who will stay single forever. Jiang Qi dodges her playful attacks while joking, Hey, be gentle. You're still so fierce. How will you find a husband if you keep this up? Xiao Qingqing stops playing and says, Brother, let's not worry about my matters for now. What are your plans? Do you have a plan? Jiang Qi looks worried. Little Qingqing, when do you think I can go back? Life here is so hard. I don't want to stay even one more day. I can't eat well, sleep well, and I train every day with sore back and waist. I'm just about to get leg cramps. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing laughs. I guess your grumpy mouth shows you're not eating well. Now you're feeling it, huh? Did you not eat the meat sauce I brought you? Jiang Qi's eyes light up. That meat sauce saved my life. It's delicious. Next time bring me more. You don't know how hard life is in the army. Coming here I realize meat is a real treat.
Do I dare to complain?
I'm afraid the heavens will play another trick on me. Then Jiang Qi starts telling about what happened when he traveled here. Xiao, Qing comforts him. Why can't you sleep well? Don't think too much. Since you're here, just accept it. Jiang Qi gets even angrier. That's what makes me mad. For people in one dorm. These men are so stinky. Their feet are so foul they could kill an elephant. I only just slept well yesterday, thanks to the fruit you brought me. I gave each of them an apple and some dried meat, telling them to wash their feet properly. Xiao Qing giggles. Now you see? Men aren't always good, huh? Jiang Qi quickly nods. They're not good at all. Xiao Qing stared intently at Jiang Qi and asked, You just met a scary woman, but you're still normal, right? Jiang Qi glanced at Xiao Qing and said, You're so talkative. If you weren't my sister and my good friend, I'd have already dealt with you. I've explained this many times, but you just forget. Anyway, I won't get married in this life. Hearing this, Xiao Qing pouted and said, You're acting like an old monk again. I won't join you. I'm going to find someone I like and get married. She continued, My brother is coming back soon. He knows I came from the same world as my past life brother. You'll see him very soon. Jiang Qi's eyes lit up and said, Great. I knew the story in the book changed. If the guy is okay in that area, it's still possible. Xiao Qing giggled and said, It feels okay now. I can think about it more. It's not too late to agree later. They talked so long that Xiao Qing suddenly realized her mouth was dry. She wondered if Jiang Qi was resting today. Are you resting today?
She asked.
Jiang Qi nodded and said, I took a few hours off this afternoon. From now on, I can come out every Friday. Xiao Qing stood up, tidied her clothes, and said, Come home with me. Let's have dinner. I'll introduce you to my grandpa and mom, and you can get to know the neighborhood. It'll be easier for you to find me next time. Jiang Qi immediately stood up, smiling happily. Let's go. Let's go home. Xiao Qing, when you get back, you have to make me some meat. Especially braised pork. I'm craving it right now. Hearing this, Xiao Qing looked at him in surprise. Didn't you used to dislike eating meat? Jiang Qi chuckled and said, If I don't like meat now, I'd be a fool. Look at what era this is. Life was so bitter before. I haven't eaten good meat in a long time, and training is so tiring every day. He started to cry again. Xiao Qing looked around and quickly interrupted him. Can you calm down? We're on the busy street. If someone sees you acting like this, they'll think I'm bullying you. And be careful what you say in the future. I don't want to get caught for research. She also warned, besides my brother knowing about me, no one else does. So you must be careful. Keep your big mouth shut. When we go into the residential area later, stay a little farther from me. Don't stand too close. You don't know how gossip-filled that place is. Jiang Qi suddenly became curious. These people are doing nothing special. Why be afraid of being open and honest? Xiao Qing glanced at Jiang Qi as if he were a fool. It's not that we have nothing to do. Didn't you just say that? Look at what era we're in. Information spreads so fast. If those aunts and uncles in the family compound find out, you'll have trouble. Jiang Qi immediately understood. Yes, I see. I need to be more careful. The two arrived at the gate of the family compound. After registering with the guard, they entered one after the other. Jiang Qi deliberately followed behind Xiao Qing. When they got home, Xiao Qing opened the door with a big smile and called out, Grandpa, I brought my good friend over for dinner. Grandpa immediately came over when he heard. It was the first time his granddaughter brought a friend home, so he was curious. He looked at Jiang Qi closely, wondering what kind of person could make his granddaughter so important. Seeing Grandpa Xiao, Jiang Qi felt very friendly. He smiled and greeted him, Hello, Grandpa. I am Xiao Qing's friend. My name is Jiang Qi. Grandpa Xiao nodded with a smile and said, Come on, let's sit on the sofa and chat. Seeing that Grandpa and Jiang Qi were getting along well, Xiao Qing felt reassured and went straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Aunt Sun was busy cooking. Xiao Keqing saw that the dishes were already stir-fried, so it seemed that braised pork wouldn't be ready today. She said to Aunt Sun, "Aunt Sun, please add 2 more dishes. My friend is here for dinner today." Aunt Sun smiled and nodded. "Sure, I'll prepare some more." Meanwhile, Jiang Qi enthusiastically told Grandpa Xiao about his experiences since joining the army. From tough training to funny stories with comrades, he made Grandpa laugh happily, filling the house with joy. Calling him Grandpa repeatedly made Grandpa Xiao even happier, his face full of kind smiles. When Zhao's mother came home from work and pushed open the door, she saw guests in the house. She curiously looked at the young man in military uniform and wondered silently. Jiang Qi saw Zhao's mother's eyes light up. She really does look alike. He quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Auntie. I am Xiao Keqing's friend. My name is Jiang Qi." His voice was loud and cheerful, full of sunshine.
"What?
Your Coco's friend?" Zhao's mother exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Qi nodded with a smile. "Yes, Auntie. I am Coco's good friend." Mom Xiao finally looked at the person in front of her. The young man had a tall, slim figure and handsome features. He was dressed in a military uniform, which made him look very brave and confident. His face was bright with a sunny smile, and he had clear, bright eyes that made her feel warm and friendly toward him. However, Mom Xiao felt a little worried inside. She couldn't help but ask her doubt. "Are you and Coco dating?" Jiang Qi waved his hand and said, "Auntie, you misunderstood. I'm not dating her. She's just my younger sister. I'm 1 year older than her. Please don't get the wrong idea about our relationship. It's not what you think. If you don't believe me, ask her." At this moment, Xiao Keqing came over and linked her arm with her mother's. She said, "Mom, what are you thinking? He's just my good friend. If I were dating someone, I would tell you. I wouldn't hide it. Let's go eat." Everyone sat around the table and started eating. Aunt Sun also looked at Jiang Qi curiously. It was the first time in many years that Coco brought a friend home. Jiang Qi ate quickly and said happily, "Auntie Sun, your cooking is so delicious. I haven't had such tasty food in a long time." Mom Xiao smiled and said, "Eat slowly. It's not as good as home, but it's close by. Come often when you have free time." Jiang Qi nodded with a smile and said, "I won't refuse." After dinner, Xiao Keqing and Jiang Qi stayed with Grandpa and Mom Xiao to chat. As evening fell, Jiang Qi said goodbye to the 3 elders and then left with Xiao Keqing to go to her house. "Wait for me here. I'll go get something," she said, then ran inside. Xiao Keqing ran back to her room, took more than 20 apples from her space, and packed them into a black bag so they wouldn't look obvious. She also went to the kitchen to get some meat sauce. Luckily, she had some left from last time. She took 2 bottles and then left the house. Xiao Keqing handed the bag with apples and meat sauce to Jiang Qi. "Here, hold this. 1 bottle in each hand. The bag can't hold so much. Eat it slowly in the army. Come over on Friday if you're free. I'll be home. Next time, I'll make braised pork for you." Jiang Qi took the bag, his eyes welling with tears from feeling touched. "Xiao Qing, you're so kind. I'll stick with you from now on."
"Boo-hoo.
"All right, don't cry. This isn't like before, where I had tissues for you," she said, pushing him toward the door. Hurry up, Xiao Keqing urged as she pushed him out. Jiang Qi reluctantly left Zhao's house. Meanwhile, Ting went to visit his older brother and second brother today, bringing each of them a gift he had bought earlier. Ting hasn't seen his 2 older brothers for a long time. Since he wasn't in a rush, he stayed at their houses chatting for a long time before returning to the big courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Ting noticed a young man in military uniform walking toward him, especially the glass jars he was holding in each hand. He couldn't mistake him. Wasn't that the meat sauce made by Qing? His eyes, like searchlights, carefully examined Jiang Qi from top to bottom. He must be a new soldier just joining the army, probably knowing someone from the Xiao family, but he didn't know who. Jiang Qi had never seen Ting before, so he didn't recognize him. Of course, he didn't realize that the man in front of him was the hero described in the story. He just felt that the sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, kept staring at the 2 jars of meat sauce in his hands. Jiang Qi tightened his grip on the jars, worried that the man might want to steal his meat sauce. He wasn't worried about him taking it, but his intense gaze made him a little nervous. When they passed each other, their eyes met, and both saw a meaningful look in each other's eyes. Jiang Qi didn't know what this was about. The man's dark, sharp eyes, serious face, tall and strong build, and an undeniable aura of dominance made him feel uneasy. Jiang Qi increasingly thought that this person was interested in his meat sauce. Jiang Qi was determined not to give it away. In this difficult, resource-scarce time, he was relying on this meat sauce to help him. So, Jiang Qi quickened his steps, worried that if he returned late, the lights would go out. Ting returned home and sat on the sofa, feeling troubled. He hadn't seen her for 3 days. What should he do? Qing'er was avoiding him, which wasn't a good solution. He needed to find a way to make Qing'er stop hiding from him. It would be best to see her tomorrow, no matter what. Ting recalled his previous confession at the hospital. Was his confession not sincere enough before? Or was the timing wrong? Qing'er had been sick and hospitalized then, so her mood was probably bad. Maybe he should try confessing again. If 1 time doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. Surely, one of those times would make her feel moved. Xiao Keqing returned to her room, lost in thoughts about the story Jiang Qi had told her. Suddenly, she remembered the letter sent by Yang Guizhi and realized she needed to find it and look at it. She remembered that the letter was hidden inside a book by the original owner, but after returning home, she had been busy with other things and forgot about it. Xiao Keqing remembered that she had already placed the original owner's book in the storage room at home. So, she got up and went to the storage room. The storage room was dimly lit, and the air was filled with the smell of old things. She began searching among a pile of old items and books. She opened each yellowed book, causing a slight dust to rise. To prevent dust from entering her nose and mouth, she took a mask from her space and put it on, then carefully looked through the books one by one. Finally, she found a book in the corner that seemed to contain a letter. When she opened the pages, an envelope fell out. Xiao Keqing gently picked up the envelope and carefully opened it. Sure enough, it was a letter from Yang Guizhi. She took the letter back to her room. Sitting at the desk, she began to read it. First, there were a few photos secretly taken pictures of Su Malia and Ting. In the photos, Ting's expression was not visible, but Su Malia was smiling happily. She then opened the letter again, and her eyes caught the messy handwriting. Yang Guizhi wrote that Ting and she met every day, talking happily and seeing each other often, which made Ting come back for 3 years. Xiao Keqing picked up the photos again. Is that considered closeness? Such a long distance, can it be called intimacy? That was probably because Yang Guizhi saw the photos of her and Ting together, which must have dazzled her. Thinking about the photos with the man, she remembered sorting through Ting's belongings last time, including the photos, and put everything into her space's storage room. From the photos, the two really had a big height difference. Suddenly, Xiao Keqing wondered, could they kiss like that with such a height difference? She thought maybe she could hug him, but she remembered Ting didn't like the little green tea girl, and her mood brightened just thinking about it. Maybe one day she could show the photos to Ting and see his reaction. She decided to keep the photos safe and put them back in the book along with the letter. Then she remembered what Jiang Qi said. Was he capable or not? Xiao Keqing entered her space and collected all the plants she had grown there. Seeing more and more items, she went outside to check the warehouse. The black wall still displayed, "Please use the key to unlock the exchange." She was speechless. Compared to the fog that hadn't fully dispersed, it was even more frustrating. She wondered what the key was. She couldn't figure it out, so she stopped worrying and took a shower in her space. After finishing, she was about to pour herself a glass of wine but paused. Maybe she shouldn't drink it. Her mom and grandpa would find out and she wouldn't be able to explain. If her brother were here, he could cover for her. Xiao Keqing pursed her lips, wondering when her brother would come back. Meanwhile, Xiao Junjie hasn't been sleeping well lately. Captain Zhou insists he follow the rules and cannot hand over his work early. This idea was Lu Ting's, a clever plan. They've grown up together, so he should understand Lu Ting's thoughts. When he returns, he will see how to handle him. He just hopes his sister won't be tricked by him. Thinking about what his sister said the day before she left, that she liked Lu Ting, makes him worried. Lying in bed, he suddenly remembers Xiao Shanshan coming over. What also troubles him is this girl. Since she confessed her feelings, he keeps running into her every day, either in the cafeteria or in the residential area. It's obvious she's doing it on purpose. Xiao Junjie knows this well. He irritably turned over in bed. These past few days, he's been busy all the time. She always finds a way to see him. Luckily, he won't be here much longer because he's going to the imperial capital soon. Early the next morning, as Xiao Junjie leaves his house to get breakfast at the cafeteria, he encounters Xiao Shanshan again, just as he expected. He can't say much. Besides running into him occasionally, she hasn't caused him much trouble. Sometimes she just greets him politely, and he responds politely too. Xiao Shanshan's eyes light up. She quickly walks over to Xiao Junjie and cheerfully greets him. "Captain Xiao, good morning." Xiao Junjie responds with a sigh and quickens his pace toward the cafeteria. Watching his back disappear into the distance, Xiao Shanshan smiles. She just wants to hang around Xiao Junjie once a day. Persistent chasing might annoy him, and she doesn't want that. At least, she hopes to leave a good impression in his mind. She hasn't pursued anyone before and doesn't know how to. She doesn't like anyone who pursues her. Since the first time she saw him 3 years ago on a train, when he saved a young boy from human traffickers, she was deeply impressed. She thought he was very brave that day. His confident look was unforgettable. When they went on stage to receive awards, she recognized him immediately. His name was Xiao Junjie. He looked more mature and steady than when she first saw him. He was handsome and charming, and his name sounded even nicer. Suddenly, she felt her heart flutter. Xiao Shanshan thinks that pursuing someone should be serious. If she can't succeed, she won't keep bothering him or regret it. At least she tried her best. She didn't expect her first confession to be so decisively rejected. She could only think about hanging around him in front of him. She hasn't told him yet that she's going to the imperial capital's art troupe, and she wonders what his reaction will be when he finds out. She's a bit excited. Thinking about this, Xiao Shanshan finally leaves the courtyard. Today, she plans to buy a few autumn and winter clothes to take to the imperial capital. Xiao Junjie just finished his breakfast in the cafeteria and sat down when Jiang suddenly sat across from him. "Good morning, Brother Jie," Jiang said with a smile. Xiao Junjie nodded slightly and ate quietly. Jiang noticed he wasn't very interested and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Junjie put down his chopsticks and asked, "Do you know about your sister?" Jiang paused his eating. "What about her? Don't you know your sister likes me? She even confessed to me a few days ago. You didn't know?" Xiao Junjie looked at Jiang. Jiang was surprised. "I thought she was just asking about you a few days ago, just curious about you. Not that she liked you. I didn't expect her to confess. She's pretty brave." Haha, both siblings have strange ideas. Xiao Junjie kept eating without saying anything. Jiang continued, "What's wrong with my sister? She's pretty, educated, and many people like her. Yet, she hasn't shown interest in any of them. This is the first time she's asked me about a man." Xiao Junjie put down his chopsticks seriously. "It's not suitable. You should talk to your sister." Xiao Junjie also found these siblings quite interesting. Jiang thought about how Xiao Junjie had been doing well in all aspects since coming here 3 years ago, with no discipline issues. When his sister asked about him, he told her honestly. Jiang said, "We can't be together. I'm not good enough, and I'm not firm enough. I wouldn't transfer to the imperial capital just to chase someone. When your sister rejected me, I was only a little disappointed. But my sister is different. I see determination in her eyes. I think you two are a good match. Think about it. He even confessed to his sister? No wonder he's related to Jiang Shanshan." Xiao Junjie thought that since he was leaving soon, just like his sister, once he returned, Jiang Shanshan wouldn't be so interested anymore. "You're really not suitable. Take your time eating. I'll go now." Xiao Junjie picked up his lunchbox and left. Meanwhile, Director Yang from the art troupe wasn't returning to the imperial capital with the new recruits. He needed to go back early to find Xiao Qi and make sure everything was settled. On the train, everyone was reminiscing about Xiao Qi singing. What a divine song. Thinking about it now, it still excites them. They had recruited her into the art troupe, so they weren't worried about finding better songs. Even when rushing at the last minute, they are so impressive. If they had practiced earlier, they would have dazzled everyone. The next morning, Xiao Qi finished breakfast quickly. Her mother hurried off to work, and her grandfather went out for morning exercise feeling energetic. Just as she was thinking about what to do today, she heard a knocking at the door. Xiao Qi opened the door and saw Jiang Qi outside. She was surprised and asked, "Why are you here? Are you free? Did the army let you go?" Jiang Qi smiled and explained, "Sounds like you're not happy to see me? I just found out last night that the army gave us 2 days off.
I want to visit my grandma.
Come with me." Without hesitation, Xiao Qi agreed, "Okay, but first I need to buy some things for my grandma. Last time I came to see you, I didn't bring anything. This time, I definitely will." She added, "You go inside and sit for a while. I'll change my clothes and say hello to Aunt Sunday. Then we'll leave." Jiang Qi nodded and went in to greet Aunt Sunday. Soon after, Xiao Qi finished changing, picked up a basket to carry on Jiang Qi's back for shopping. She remembered that her last visit to Jiang Qi's grandma's house, there were so many things to buy. Once they were ready, they left together. As Xiao Qi and Jiang Qi exited the courtyard, they happened to meet Ting Sui Hua and Lu Shulan coming out. Xiao Qi knew Lu Shulan was the wife of Wang Chunqing, the company commander in the neighborhood. Ting Sui Hua and Lu Shulan deliberately walked close to them, giving a look of watching a good show. Ting Sui Hua's eyes were full of disdain. She looked down on Xiao Qi, but what could she do? Lu Ting had warned her, so she didn't dare cause trouble. She knew she couldn't afford to offend certain people. Both Xiao Qi and Jiang Qi noticed this. Jiang Qi whispered, "Do you have a grudge against them?" Xiao Qi also whispered back, "What grudge? You've read books, right? It's just because I used to be too outspoken." Hearing this, Jiang Qi understood immediately and nodded. "Did they bother you? I'll stand up for you."
You don't need to fight.
They could faintly hear the two women whispering sarcastically behind them. Is that Xiao Qing's boyfriend? He's quite good-looking. Ting Sui Hua sneered and said, "Didn't you see he's in uniform? Just a new soldier, nothing special." She thought about telling Lu Ting when she got back, but she didn't want to cause trouble or say anything bad about her. Xiao Qi secretly chuckled. She knew Ting Sui Hua liked to talk behind people's backs. But she didn't mind. As long as they didn't bother her directly, she didn't care. When they approached her, Xiao Qi ignored who they were and simply fought back if needed. Jiang Qi glanced at them and said to Xiao Qi, "These village women are so uneducated. They're just bored and looking for trouble." Xiao Qi chuckled softly and still warned Jiang Qi, "There are many talkative women. Don't stand up for me. As a new soldier, aren't you afraid some men might give you a hard time? My father is a commander, so what are you worried about? Understand?" Jiang Qi nodded, thinking it made sense. They continued walking and talking. Xiao Qi learned about Jiang Qi's current situation. His family only had his grandmother. His parents had passed away, and his grandmother was raising her grandson alone. Their home was very poor. Xiao Qi had seen it last time. She knew Jiang Qi didn't have much money as a new soldier. "My brother, I'll pay for us later. Don't buy anything." Jiang Qi nodded and said, "Okay. If this era allowed business, I wouldn't be a soldier." Xiao Qi remembered he could speak a few foreign languages and asked, "Brother, I translate books now, and I make good money. Do you have free time? Sometimes, when you're free, you could help out." Jiang Qi thought for a moment but hesitated. "Maybe not. There are others in the dorm. Too many people talking. It's better to stay low-key." Xiao Qi was surprised to hear about others in his dorm and smiled. "I don't have much money, but I can support you." Hearing this, Jiang Qi was instantly moved and tears welled up.
Wow.
"You're truly a good sister." Xiao Qi rolled her eyes at him. "We're still outside. Stop being so emotional. You think I bullied you again? Didn't you support me during my tough times? Remember that? They continued joking and arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, starting to pick out items to buy. Meanwhile, Sui Hua and Lu Shulan also entered the store. They had indeed planned to buy some things, especially a batch of colorful cotton cloth they had saved up coupons for. Xiao Keqing saw them but didn't bother to provoke them unless they caused trouble. She carefully selected items in the store while Jiang Qi helped her by pointing things out. They discussed and negotiated smoothly, showing great teamwork. This scene stunned Sui Hua and Lu Shulan. They had never seen such a harmonious shopping scene, and it looked quite close. In that material-scarce era, oil was a very precious item. Xiao Keqing bought 1 jin of oil and planned to buy more pig fat for her grandmother later. Oil costs 9 mao per jin, rice at 1 jiao 5 fin per jin, and she bought 10 jin. Flour costs 2 mao 8 fin per jin, and she bought 10 jin. Eggs are 7 jiao per jin, and she bought 2 jin. Soy sauce is 2 mao 1 fin per jin, and she bought 1 jin. She also bought 2 jin of fruit candies. People in this era are very honest. When buying eggs, the clerk even held them up to the light to check. Xiao Keqing and Jiang Qi looked at each other in surprise because they had never seen such a thing before. Xiao Keqing also bought 2 different kinds of cotton cloth, along with toothpaste, soap, flashlight, kerosene lamp, cloth shoes, and other daily items. She also bought rice sticks, cake, canned oranges, malted milk, clam oil, matches, and more. They both bought similar items, which made Sui Hua and Lu Shulan stare in amazement, their mouths wide open like they could swallow eggs. Worried, Xiao Keqing asked, "Can you carry all this? If you can't, we won't buy more. If you can, I'll buy a bit more." Jiang Qi patted his chest confidently and said, "I can carry it all. I have 2 hands after all." His family's mother was feeling sorry for him. Since he had a holiday, he definitely wanted to carry more. Sui Hua and Lu Shulan watched closely as Xiao Keqing took out a stack of money and some tickets from her bag, all with envy in their eyes. Sui Hua was even more jealous. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Keqing and thought, isn't she just spending her allowance from her teacher? Does she buy things like this? It's like she's not spending her own money. Such a waste. She's basically supporting a little white face. She was sure Jiang Qi was her boyfriend. It was like she was giving him money, and Lu Ting probably didn't know. Who would believe he hadn't broken off the engagement? After buying everything, Jiang Qi carried a basket on his back and held 2 large bags in each hand, filled with goods, as they left the supply store. Xiao Keqing held the eggs carefully in her hand to prevent them from breaking in the basket. As they left, she glanced at Sui Hua and Lu Shulan with a hint of disdain. Sui Hua then pulled Lu Shulan aside and whispered gossip, talking secretly. They even forgot about buying fabric. Xiao Keqing and Jiang Qi bought meat and pig fat and then took a bus to Jiang Qi's grandmother's house. When they arrived, Xiao Keqing politely greeted her. Grandmother saw all the things they brought and her eyes welled up with tears. "Grandma, I wasn't home. Don't worry about these things, just eat them."
"Don't be sad," Jiang Qi said.
Grandmother nodded repeatedly and then took Xiao Keqing's hand, asking, "Girl, are you Yuer's girlfriend?" Jiang Qi quickly stepped forward to explain, and only then did grandmother believe they weren't a couple. She sighed regretfully and said, "What a pity. Such a good girl." Xiao Keqing spent some time chatting with the grandparents and helped prepare a meal. Jiang Qi finally enjoyed the long-awaited braised pork, his face full of a happy smile. After lunch, Xiao Keqing was about to go home. Grandma held her hand, reluctant to let her leave, and asked her to come visit more often. Xiao Keqing and Jiang Qi left the Jiang family house. Xiao Keqing looked around, took out an envelope from her bag. It was the money she had previously given to Lu Ting, which he hadn't accepted, and handed it to Jiang Qi. "Here, keep this for now. You can take me to the station so you don't have to go back. There's still a day off, so spend more time with the elders." Jiang Qi smiled broadly and took the money, saying, "Little Qingqing, you're the best. If it weren't for you, how would I get through these days?" They walked toward the station, chatting happily. At that moment, a young man approached them. He grinned widely, smiled warmly, and loudly called out, "Brother Jiang, is that you? I didn't recognize you in your military uniform. When did you come back?" Jiang Qi looked at the man carefully, recognizing him from his memory. He was a high school classmate of Jiang Yu, named Qin Yang, who often hung out with Jiang Yu outside school. "I just got back today," Jiang Qi replied simply. Xiao Qi also recognized this person from high school. They weren't in the same class, just in the same grade. Seeing that the man was Jiang Qi's friend and noticing the station ahead, Xiao Qi greeted him briefly and then went to catch her bus. Qin Yang watched her figure walking away. She was really beautiful, and he thought Jiang Yu had good taste. He couldn't help but praise, "Is she your wife? Jiang, you're really something. When will you introduce me to someone too?" Jiang Qi, imitating Jiang Yu's tone, asked, "Are you blind? Can't you tell who she is?" Qin Yang scratched his head in confusion, thinking that such a pretty girl must be someone he'd remember if they'd known each other before. Still, he couldn't help asking, "Who is she?" "Xiao Qi." After saying that, Jiang Qi turned and walked away. Qin Yang stood there stunned, eyes wide in surprise. When he finally reacted, he hurried to catch up with Jiang Qi, starting to ask questions. Jiang Qi really didn't want to talk to him. This guy often did sneaky and mischievous things, including stealing and other bad deeds. Jiang Qi thought this person wasn't inherently bad. He might show kindness when he saw someone in need. But given his past actions, he'd probably end up in trouble sooner or later. Jiang Qi paused, looked at him, and said, "Find a place where we can talk properly." Qin Yang immediately cheered up and said, "Let's go to my place, Jiang. I've got some wine." So, Jiang Qi and Qin Yang started drinking together, with Jiang trying to guide him onto the right path. They talked a lot about the past, present, and future. Jiang Qi felt that no matter how much Qin Yang listened, he had already done what he needed to do. After speaking, Jiang Qi got up and went home. Qin Yang was moved to tears by Jiang Qi's guidance. His brother's words were so wise and full of truth that Qin Yang felt deeply ashamed. Xiao Qi went to the bus station. As soon as she got on the bus, she was attracted by a young woman holding a child. The woman looked very familiar, so Xiao Qi observed her carefully. She quickly remembered that this was Ranjia Tang Ran. The woman looked much more tired than before, wearing a faded blue jacket, holding a child. Xiao Qi was surprised. Could it really be what she thought? What about her brother? Xiao Qi then sat down in an empty seat next to Tang Ran. Tang Ran was softly comforting her child, not paying attention to her surroundings, only noticing that she was a very beautiful young woman. The child was crying, about 2 years old. Tang Ran gently said, "Little Bao, don't cry. When we get off the bus, I'll buy you some candy, okay?" Seeing that Ranjia was married, Xiao Qi looked at the crying child. She took out a few large white rabbit candies from her bag and handed one over. Only then did Tang Ran look at her, staring for a long time. Xiao Qi smiled and said, "Ranjia, don't you recognize me?" Tang Ran looked at Xiao Qi for several seconds before exclaiming in surprise, "Xiao Qi?" Xiao Qi nodded, "Yes, it's me." "Here, give the candy to the child first." Tang Ran finally took the candy from her hand, unwrapped it, and gave a piece to the child. After eating the candy, the child stopped crying immediately. Tang Ran then turned to look at Xiao Qi, a faint smile on her lips. "Kiki, you've changed a lot. You're getting more and more beautiful." Hearing this, Xiao Qi's lips slightly curved into a gentle smile. "Ranjia, are you married?" Tang Ran's eyes suddenly darkened, as if there were many words she couldn't say. "Yes, I got married not long after moving to the countryside. I just came back recently." Xiao Qi nodded, not wanting to pry into Ranjia's affairs. Judging by her tired face and plain clothes, her life didn't seem to be going well. Tang Ran's face looked older, much more like someone in her 30s rather than 24. This made Xiao Qi curious. What has her marriage really brought her? Tang Ran looked at Xiao Qi, hesitant and speechless for a moment. After a long pause, she couldn't help but ask, "How is your brother now?" Xiao Keqing responded, very well, he's about to return from the southern troops. It won't be long now. Tang Ren paused, a deep regret rising in her heart. She knew Xiao Junjie liked her. In the past, she liked Xiong Guohua, attracted by his scholarly air, and was often fooled by his sweet words. He always made her laugh and tried to make her happy, buying her snacks and taking her to movies. However, Xiao Junjie was a dull, simple-minded person with no sense of humor. He would just follow her around, and when they were together, neither of them liked to talk. No matter how good his family background was, she preferred Xiong Guohua, who made her smile. But after marriage, she realized she was wrong. Following Xiong Guohua to the countryside, she soon regretted it. Things weren't as simple as they seemed. After marriage, her flaws showed, and daily life was full of trivial chores, cooking, cleaning, and managing household expenses. She was unproductive and lazy, always footing the bills. She later learned that Xiong Guohua cared more about her family background. Her family wasn't the best in the big courtyard, but to outsiders, they looked like a rare good girl. She deeply regretted not listening to her mother and choosing Xiao Junjie, who had a better family background. Seeing that no one was speaking, Xiao Keqing started a conversation. Mostly, she asked questions and Tang Ran responded, but she didn't initiate chatting herself. Xiao Keqing felt speechless inside. If she was with her brother, how would they get along? They probably wouldn't talk much all day. She couldn't understand why her brother liked Sister Ran. She decided she'd ask him when he returned. She felt she and Sister Ran couldn't connect well. She wasn't the type to pry into others' affairs. They sat quietly on the way back. Tang Ran thought to herself that Xiao Keqing was just as reserved as her brother. Being reserved wasn't a bad thing, unlike her man-sister, who was always complaining and criticizing. She preferred reserved people like Xiao Keqing. It was too late to regret now. After getting off the bus, they walked back to the big courtyard together. Once inside, Xiao Keqing said goodbye to Tang Ran. Throughout the journey, Xiao Keqing kept criticizing her brother's taste. She decided she'd ask him properly when she got back. When Xiao Keqing entered the courtyard, she saw Sui Hua holding a piece of floral fabric. She was surprised. Why had she been running into Sui Hua so often these days? Sui Hua was about to discuss sewing clothes with Lu Shulan when she saw Xiao Keqing returning empty-handed. It was obvious she was seeing someone else now. She was curious about how Lu Ting would react if he found out. Step forward and say, Xiao Keqing, we seem to be quite lucky today. We've met twice already. Are you with your partner today? Xiao Keqing stops and replies, I think you should eat less salt. You're so bored. Sui Hua looks confused and says, I haven't eaten much salt. How can you tell? I don't taste salty at all. Xiao Keqing can't help but chuckle softly. She finds this girl quite adorable, so she ignores her and walks straight towards her home. Sui Hua, full of curiosity, goes to Lu Shulan's house and tells her everything about meeting Xiao Keqing and what she said. Lu Shulan listens and then understands that Xiao Keqing was teasing Sui Hua about being so bored. Sui Hua feels very angry. At the same time, Xiao Keqing returns home, opens the yard gate, and hears familiar laughter in the yard, like a gentle spring breeze. It's her grandpa's cheerful and loving laugh. She also clearly hears Lu Ting's deep, magnetic voice, making her grandpa laugh happily. Xiao Keqing feels puzzled. When did Lu Ting have such a side? She walks into the yard and sees her grandpa and Lu Ting sitting in the pavilion. Both turn to look at her. Her eyes meet Lu Ting's, and his eyes are full of endless smiles, showing his affection openly. Grandpa Xiao notices their intense gaze and pretends to cough, saying, Keeks back.
Come sit for a while.
I just need to go to the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Since Lu Ting no longer likes Sumalia, Xiao Keqing feels happier.
She finds him more agreeable now.
As she sits in the pavilion, the man hands her a cup of water.
Drink it.
Is it good? I just bought this tea. Xiao Keqing takes a sip and then puts down the cup, asking Brother Lu, are you always so free? Do you have nothing to do? Lu Ting moves his chair closer to her and takes her hand, holding it in his palm. Qinger, why are you so concerned about me? It's still holiday. When it's over, I'll be busy. Xiao Keqing tries to pull her hand away. Let go. Why do you always have to touch me? His hand tightens slightly. It's because you keep avoiding me. I'm just holding on so you can't run away, okay? Xiao Keqing truly realizes how overbearing he is. Whether she agrees or not, she can't let go. She also remembers what Jiang Qi said. She really should remind him carefully. Xiao Keqing thought about how to make Lu Ting believe her words without raising suspicion. Looking into the deep eyes of the man, she said, Brother Lu, I want to tell you something. Will you believe me? Lu Ting raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. Isn't that obvious? I definitely believe you. Just tell me, what's the matter? Xiao Keqing asked, Brother Lu, are you still running in the morning? Or are you running by the river? Lu Ting's serious gaze fell on her. You didn't find out, and are now trying to hide from me, right? Caught off guard, Xiao Keqing felt a bit guilty. I'm not hiding from you. Hurry and answer me. If you don't, I will leave. Lu Ting felt helpless, but still told her, as long as it doesn't rain. I run every day. It's at the lake we went to last time. Xiao Keqing remembered what Jiang Qi had said and asked again, Would you like Sumalia? Lu Ting held her hand tighter unconsciously, his eyes becoming more mysterious.
What kind of question is that?
You should know who I like. I only like you. I can't stand her. Seeing her annoys me. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't misunderstand. A slight tremor ran through Xiao Keqing's heart. She then asked, If I ask you to never go to the lake again and stay away from all water places, would you agree? Lu Ting stared into her eyes as if trying to see something. Finally, he nodded. Okay, I promise you. It's just changing the place to run, nothing big. Xiao Keqing was a bit surprised. You agreed so quickly. Why didn't you ask why? Lu Ting gently rubbed her hand with calloused fingers and looked at her. As long as it's what you want, I will agree. But I want to know, why are you asking for this? Will you tell me? Xiao Keqing knew she couldn't tell him the truth. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Before I went to the army to see my brother, I had a dream. I saw my brother get hurt, so I went to the army to find you. Finding the jade pendant was just a coincidence. The main reason was to see my brother. Lu Ting raised an eyebrow slightly. How does that relate to not letting me near water? Xiao Keqing said seriously, because I dreamed that Sumalia chased after you and transferred to this military hospital. Later, she found out you often ran by the lake, so she staged a scene, falling into the water. You happened to pass by and saved her. As a result, she clung to you, and you married her. Lu Ting found Xiao Keqing's words unbelievable. Could such a thing really happen? When he heard Qingge say that Sumalia would chase him here, he felt inexplicably annoyed. His brows furrowed, and the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. How could he marry her? His heart only belonged to Qingge. Unable to hold back, he asked, So, was it because of your dream that you didn't want to be with me? Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat. What kind of thought process does this man have? He seems to understand everything. She chuckled softly, No. Lu Ting saw through her. It was because of her dream that she didn't want to be with him. Did her dreams really come true? Anyway, she told him, so it must mean she still has feelings for him. When will this little liar admit his feelings? Lu Ting felt warm inside and gently kissed her hand. All right, I'll listen to you. Xiao Keqing's heart suddenly pounded loudly, and her face turned red. She quickly pulled her hand back. As if he already knew what she was about to do, he grabbed her hand first. Don't move. If you hold my hand again, you can't keep avoiding me every day. You're such a scoundrel. Lu Ting chuckled softly. As long as it works. Looking at her slightly angry face, Lu Ting said again, Tomorrow morning, let's go for a run. We can't go to the lake anymore, but we can find another place. How about that? Xiao Keqing glared at Lu Ting. No, I won't go. Her glare made his heart race. How could she have such a delicate look? When will she agree to be his girlfriend? Lu Ting sighed helplessly. All right, I'll let you know once I find a good place. Next time, run with me. Suddenly, she remembered her brother. Thinking about how Lu Ting and her brother often hung out together, she guessed he probably knew about her brother's situation. Curious, she asked, "Do you know that my brother likes Ranjia?"
Lu Ting nodded.
"Yes, I do." Her curiosity grew brighter. "Why does my brother like Ranjia?" Lu Ting's eyes flickered slightly. "Once I find a good place, you run with me, and I'll tell you." Xiao Qi coldly snorted. "Then I won't listen. When my brother comes back, I'll ask him myself." Lu Ting watched her expression and deliberately said slowly, "If you don't listen, then only I know. I won't tell you, and you definitely won't find out from your brother. It's just running, not like I want you to kiss me. Why are you avoiding it?" Her face turned red from his words. She still wanted him to kiss her?
Dream on.
It was just a run, only for a little while.
She finally agreed, fine.
"Go ahead, and say it quickly." Lu Ting immediately let out a triumphant laugh and started talking. "Isn't your brother just childish? Doesn't he want to be a police officer? He didn't have a chance to show himself before. One time, when your brother and I were going home from school, we saw Tang Ran being bullied by some boys on the street. Your brother was full of justice. He wanted to be a police officer, so he taught them a lesson and even took a few of them to the police station. He thinks Tang Ran is weak and should be well protected. They're all from the same big community. Sometimes he walks her home, with Tang Ran in front and your brother behind. I was just behind your brother. It's not that he likes her. He just wants to show he can be a good policeman. Your brother doesn't talk to anyone, and Tang Ran doesn't talk to him either. I don't understand why someone would want a mute partner, especially two mutes together."
Xiao kakin lo.
Your description is quite fitting. Xiao Qi then told Lu Ting about her recent encounter with Sister Ran. Lu Ting said, "I was thinking if your brother married her, I wouldn't go to his house. I'd just keep my mouth shut." Xiao Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Ting continued, "If he liked someone, would he send her to the countryside? Would he not talk to her at all? Would he keep me as a third wheel? When your brother comes back, see if he's hurt or sad to hear Tang Ran has married and has a child. I bet he's fine. If it were me, I wouldn't be okay. When I hear about your blind date, I feel terrible and want to fly back immediately." After a teasing look at him, Xiao Qi quickly withdrew her hand and stood up, walking out of the room. Lu Ting hesitated, rubbing his hand back and forth, worried he might hurt her, so he loosened his grip and let her go. Suddenly, Xiao Qi stopped and turned gently to look at Lu Ting, a charming smile on her face. She said, "I almost forgot. My parents found a marriage match for me. When Mom comes back, I'll ask her about it, and maybe we can arrange it." Hearing this, Lu Ting suddenly stood up, his eyes turning cold. "Are you deliberately trying to anger me?" Seeing this, Xiao Qi ran quickly, afraid he might catch her. Lu Ting narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Tisk, she's trying to make me mad on purpose. She's really doing it on purpose." At the same time, Sui Hua was getting angrier and angrier. She greeted Lu Shulan and then went home to put away the flower cloth. She plans to go and confront Lu Ting again, just like last time, to tell him that Xiao Qi has a boyfriend and is spending money on a young man. Such a person is truly unworthy. She can't stand Xiao Qi's flirtatious look and thinks she wants to become the wife of the leader? That's impossible. Sui Hua knows that Lu Ting has a fierce temper, but as long as she doesn't speak badly about Xiao Qi and simply tells him what happened today, there shouldn't be any problem. She doesn't know where Lu Ting is right now. Maybe she should go to his house to look for him. If he's not home, she can wait at the entrance for him to return. Sui Hua knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came to open it. She was sure no one was home, so she turned around and waited at the corner for Lu Ting to come back. She waited for 2 hours, growing impatient. Just as she was about to leave and go home, she saw Lu Ting walking over. Her eyes lit up suddenly. She hurriedly ran over to him but was stopped in her tracks by his stern voice. Lu Ting frowned and said sharply, "Stop right there." Although Sui Hua was scared, she mustered her courage and said, I came to tell you about Xiao Qi." When Lu Ting heard this, his eyes instantly turned cold. He said in a serious tone, "If you're going to speak badly about her or spread rumors, you better think carefully." Hearing this, Sui Hua shivered in fear and quickly said, I didn't speak badly or spread rumors. I didn't tell anyone. I only told you. She continued, this morning Lu Shulan and I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy cotton cloth. We met Xiao Qi there. She was with a new soldier from the army. That soldier looked very handsome, just like a young man from a rich family. They were talking happily. They also bought a lot of things at the supply store, and Xiao Qi spent a lot of money and bought many tickets. Sui Hua listed everything she saw, not missing a detail. I think I should tell you. You can't be fooled by Xiao Qi. She might be looking for a boyfriend, and he's a new soldier. That's all I wanted to say. I'm leaving now. I won't tell anyone else. I only told you because I meant well, she said, and ran away. Lu Ting listened carefully to Sui Hua's detailed description but didn't believe Xiao Qi had a boyfriend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned the matchmaking event earlier. He thought of the man in uniform that night. His brow furrowed again. The description matched Sui Hua's account, but he didn't believe it. Meanwhile, far away at the southern military unit, Su Malia knew that Lu Ting had returned to the imperial capital. Her mood was very complicated. Su Malia bit her lower lip, feeling full of regret and disappointment. She didn't expect him to leave quietly and go back to the imperial capital without saying a word. She is very beautiful and has many admirers, but why does Lu Ting never seem to notice her? Su Moli is quietly thinking to herself, maybe it's time to show her feelings. If he knew what she thought, perhaps everything would change. Last time she went out to study, it was in the imperial city. The military leaders there had asked if she was interested in transferring there. Who wouldn't want to move to a bigger place? She was rejected because she liked someone in the southern troops, but that's okay. Now, transferring should be easier. Today, Su Moli decided to apply for a transfer. She believed it would be approved quickly. Thinking about seeing Lu Ting again made her very happy. She was so beautiful, he couldn't help but be moved. The next morning, sunlight seeped through the curtains into the room. Lu Ting woke up early and started his usual morning exercises. He quickly got up, washed, and planned where to go for his run today. Qing Er dreamed that her brother was injured. He was just going to the army, yet she believed everything she said. Even when she told him something unbelievable, he believed her. Lu Ting carefully examined the area around the compound and finally chose a small path outside the back gate. It was quiet and not crowded, perfect for running. Although the sports field seemed more suitable, Lu Ting remembered Qing Er's visit to the Southern Army cafeteria. He still vividly remembered the handsome soldier she admired. He didn't want her to be distracted by them while running. What if she didn't catch her target and ended up helping others instead?
He didn't want to take that risk.
Back at the family residence, Lu Ting decided to visit the Xiao family to discuss the running route with Qing Er. He knocked softly on the gate. Soon, Aunt Sun opened the door and greeted him warmly. Lu Ting, you're here so early. Lu Ting smiled and replied, Good morning, Aunt Sunday. Where's Coco? Aunt Sun pointed inside. She's having breakfast. Have you eaten? If not, come in and have some. Not yet, thank you. Aunt Sunday. Lu Ting went inside. In the dining room, Grandpa Xiao and Qing Er were having breakfast. Grandpa Xiao saw Lu Ting first and greeted him happily. Little Ting, you're just in time. Have you eaten? Qing Er looked up and saw the man walking quickly toward them. Lu Ting smiled and said to Grandpa Xiao, Grandpa, I haven't eaten yet.
I came to talk to Coco about something.
Grandpa Xiao waved his hand and said, Come, sit down and eat together. Lu Ting nodded and replied, Okay, I'll wash my hands first before eating. After saying that, he turned and went to the bathroom. Xiao Qi was eating a pancake and glanced at Lu Ting. When he returned to the table, Lu Ting served himself a bowl of mixed grain porridge and sat opposite Qing Er. He noticed Qing Er was glaring at him, but he felt very happy and started eating the pancake with great enjoyment. Qing Er couldn't help but tease him, saying, You really don't see yourself as an outsider. Grandpa Xiao turned to look at his granddaughter and said, What are you saying? Did you forget what you said last time? About me treating little Ting like my grandson and not showing favoritism?
Who said that?
I welcome him to come and eat every day. Lu Ting was so happy he almost couldn't contain himself. All right, Grandpa, I'll come to eat every day. I'll contribute my own food expenses. Grandpa Xiao waved his hand and said, What food expenses? Just come over. Don't think I don't know who's been buying the vegetables at home lately. Lu Ting smiled and said, Okay, just having me here is enough. After finishing his meal, Grandpa Xiao put down his chopsticks and said, You all eat, I'm done. Then he got up and left. Okay. Lu Ting's eyes fell back on Xiao Keqing and said, I found a place. Shall we go for a run tomorrow? Qinger grinned slyly and said, Brother Lu, I promised to run with you, but I didn't say I'd run tomorrow. Lu Ting looked at her steadily for 3 seconds, then a smile appeared in his eyes. TSK, I can't beat her. She's so clever. I was careless, really careless. When will we run? Lu Ting asked helplessly. Qinger playfully answered, I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do. You're scheming against me, so I can scheme against you too, right? Xiao Keqing finished her last porridge and stood up. Take your time eating. I'm going upstairs. Lu Ting's gaze stayed on her as she went upstairs. After breakfast, Lu Ting returned home. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He picked up the phone and responded, Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Lu Ting quickly went upstairs to change clothes. The call was from the military, summoning him to a meeting. A premonition rose in his mind. There might be an emergency mission, and his leave could be cut short. Without hesitation, Lu Ting hurried upstairs to change and then ran towards the military, just in time. There are about 20 people in the office. Lu Ting just transferred back, so he introduced himself at the meeting. The meeting was serious and tense. Everyone listened carefully to the leader's instructions and plans. It was 2 hours after the meeting ended. Commissioner Huang said to Lu Ting, I'll work with you from now on. There's still time, so you can go check on your team first. Since the task is coming up, it's good to prepare early. When they say it's okay, we won't panic. Lu Ting nodded firmly and said, Let's go now. Lu Ting went to his team and called together the captains of several battalions and companies for a small meeting. He learned about each unit's situation and current progress to plan the next steps better. Most people there knew him. Many were his old friends from when they joined the army together, so the meeting went smoothly. Most of Lu Ting's acquaintances were there, many of whom had been with him since enlistment. This made it easier to get work done. When the meeting ended, it was time for dinner. Zhou Haoyu invited Lu Ting to eat at the cafeteria. Lu Ting carried his new aluminum lunchbox that Zhou Haoyu gave him, and they went to the cafeteria together. At the entrance, Lu Ting's attention was caught by 4 new soldiers in front. They were whispering, and one of them was holding a glass bottle, which drew Lu Ting's eye. Zhou Haoyu explained, Those are just new recruits. Lu Ting nodded and said, We gathered at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Zhou Haoyu responded, Got it. The cafeteria was crowded and noisy, but everyone queued in order to get food. Lu Ting also lined up behind the soldier, holding the glass bottle. Jiang Qi was chatting with his roommate in front, so he didn't notice the person behind him. The person in front of Jiang Qi looked at him and said, Did you see Xia Chunxiang from the arts troupe this morning? I saw her. She's really pretty, sings well, and dances even better. I wonder when we'll see her again. Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and said, Come on, Erden, what are your eyes? What's so good about her? Her singing isn't great, and her dancing isn't much to look at. Why are you so interested? Erden asked curiously, What? It's not impressive? Do you think there's someone better? Jiang Qi puffed up his chest proudly and said, Of course. No one sings as well as my little Qingqing, and her dancing is even better. She's far above her. Lu Ting's eyes suddenly grew cold. He was sure that the person ahead was likely Xiao Qingqing, possibly Xiao Keqing. Erden asked again, What does 1 in 10,000 mean? When will you introduce us to Xiao Qingqing? Her meat sauce is really delicious. Jiang Qi patted him on the head and said, You can only call her Xiao Qingqing if you want to get beaten, you know? Erden rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. Brother Jiang, don't be mad. I won't call her anymore, okay? I still want to eat her meat sauce. Jiang Qi warned him, if I hear you call her Xiao Qingqing again, be careful I won't kick you into 8 pieces. Lu Ting's gaze was deep and intense, like a pond, as he stared tightly at the person ahead, as if trying to see through them. He slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Xiao Qingqing was called so affectionately. What kind of relationship did they have? Had he also seen her dance? Jealousy was hard to hide in his heart. After serving the rice, Lu Ting deliberately chose a seat close to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi and the others were dividing the meat sauce among some roommates when Zhou Haoyu came over. What good stuff is this? Won't you share some with us? He asked, pointing at Lu Ting. This is our new Captain Lu. The others looked over. Except Jiang Qi, the 3 of them all greeted, Hello, Captain Lu. They also introduced themselves. Only then did Lu Ting greet them and turn to look at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi immediately recognized that this was the person who had been staring at his meat sauce that night. This face was truly the hero's, no flaws to pick at. Xiao Qingqing really had good taste. But why did his gaze on him seem a bit scary? At that moment, Erden nudged Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi finally realized and said, Hello, Captain Lu. My name is Jiang Qi. Zhou Haoyu placed the aluminum lunchbox in front of Jiang Qi, making his intentions very clear. Not only that, he also took Lu Ting's lunchbox and neatly placed it in front of Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi took the spoon from the bottle and scooped a large spoonful of meat sauce into each bowl. The rich aroma instantly spread, making everyone's mouth water. After serving, he covered the bowls again. Seeing that the meat sauce was running low, he decided he needed to go to Xiao Qingqing's place another day to get more. Zhou Haoyu happily took back their lunchboxes. Lu Ting stared at the bowl of meat sauce in a daze. After watching for 3 seconds, he took a bite. The familiar flavor immediately flooded his mouth, and the slight doubt in his heart vanished. Yes, this was made by Qing'er. That unique taste, he would never forget it. While eating, Lu Ting was still wondering about their relationship. After the meal, Lu Ting and Zhou Haoyu walked together. Lu Ting stopped and said to Zhou Haoyu, Go get Jiang Qi's file. Okay, Zhou Haoyu replied without hesitation and went to fetch the file. Lu Ting sat at his desk, tapping rhythmically on the table with his fingers. When Zhou Haoyu returned with the document, Lu Ting gestured for him to leave, then opened the file and began to read. He flipped through Jiang Qi's information page by page. The deeper he looked, the more his brow furrowed, and his eyes narrowed. At that moment, Lu Ting confirmed that this person was the school bully mentioned by Yang Guizhi before. Recalling the signs he had noticed earlier, a strong sense of unease grew in his heart. He had always suspected that Jiang Qi's appearance might be the reason Xiao Qixing no longer liked him. Thinking about how Qing'er kept finding reasons to refuse him, one of which was that he was too old and liked younger guys, he finally understood what younger guys meant, probably someone like Jiang Qi. Lu Ting took a deep breath. Lu Ting had to admit that Qing'er cared about looks. Where did he look like a man? Just look at his face, his skin was even whiter than a woman's. No wonder Sui Hua called him Little White Face. He put away the file, realizing it was time. He composed himself and walked toward the gathering spot. Zhou Haoyu knew a little about Lu Ting, and he could tell that Lu Ting was probably in a bad mood now. The cold aura around him was so intense it felt like freezing everyone. His commanding presence made the whole room feel even more intimidating. Standing among the crowd, Jiang Qi deeply felt what it meant to have a strong presence. He looked at Lu Ting, thinking to himself, with his handsome, sculpted face and such a commanding aura, no wonder Xiao Qing'er liked him. He was truly attractive and hard to resist. Sometimes, Jiang Qi could feel Lu Ting's sharp, cold gaze sweeping in his direction, making him feel like he was being watched closely. It was as if Lu Ting's piercing eyes could see right through him. Jiang Qi quickly dismissed this illusion, realizing Lu Ting probably didn't know him and they weren't enemies. It was just his imagination. If everything about him was fine, maybe Xiao Qing'er would still consider him. In the future, wouldn't she call him big brother-in-law? The thought of the team leader calling him big brother-in-law made Jiang Qi smile. But he quickly controlled himself and didn't laugh out loud. However, this scene was just seen by Lu Ting. Lu Ting looked serious and sharp, and sternly said, "Third person in the fifth row. Step out." Jiang Qi only then realized he was being called, and quickly stepped out to stand properly. Lu Ting's voice was deep and serious. "Haven't you learned the basic military salute in the army? What's worth laughing about?"
Tell me.
Jiang Qi secretly complained in his heart. "Did I just laugh because I thought you, the big squad leader, would call him brother-in-law later? Could I say that? Of course not." "So," Jiang Qi said seriously and earnestly, "I won't do it next time." Lu Ting sternly replied, "To serve as a warning for everyone, I will punish you to run 30 laps on the field." Jiang Qi shouted loudly, "What?" Lu Ting's voice grew even more serious. 40 laps. Jiang Qi immediately shut up, thinking he couldn't ask for 50 laps. Lu Ting then ordered, "The first person in the first row will count for him." The soldier at the front of the first row immediately stepped out and loudly answered, "Yes." Jiang Qi widened his eyes, but obediently went to run on the field. While running, he cursed inwardly, thinking his efforts were wasted, as if he was pulling himself down. After running 20 laps, he returned to report to Xiao and made a note of it. But after running 30 laps, he thought he should go report to Xiao sooner. This man needed to be carefully observed. When would he finish 40 laps?
Boo-hoo.
Xiao boo-hoo. After the meeting, Lu Ting came to the field and watched Jiang Qi run lap after lap. He asked the soldier next to him how many laps he had run. The soldier answered, "He has already run 32 laps. Lu Ting clicked his tongue. How many meters is 32 laps? With such a small number of laps. He still wanted to cry? Isn't that unmanly? What kind of eyes does Ting have? He couldn't believe she would like someone like that, firmly believing in his own thoughts. Actually, Jiang Qi could run more than 40 laps. He just felt too wronged and helpless thinking about being in this remote place. After finishing 40 laps, Jiang Qi collapsed on the ground, crying, "Xiao boo-hoo. This man is no good. I should change him quickly. He's too hateful." He couldn't wait any longer and really wanted to report to Xiao immediately. Luckily, he could go out for a while during dinner on Friday. Jiang Qi decided to take this chance to have a good talk with Xiao. Erden saw that the person finished running and hurriedly ran to Jiang Qi's side and said, "Brother Jiang, have you offended Commander Lu?" Jiang Qi panted and said, "He doesn't even know me, so how could I offend him? It was my mistake, I know the military rules." Meanwhile, Director Yang from the art troupe went to the troupe early in the morning. When he saw Yang Yunxiao, he finally found someone to vent his frustrations on. His face turned pale as he asked angrily, "Yang Yunxiao, what are you thinking? You and your wife are really clever, tricking us all around." Yang Yunxiao looked at Director Yang with confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you angry since you came back? What's between us? How did we trick you?" Seeing Yang Yunxiao's puzzled look, Director Yang explained everything to her quickly, describing it like pouring beans from a bamboo tube.
Yang Yunqiu listened in surprise.
She didn't know her daughter could play the piano and sing. Did she learn by herself at home? There used to be an old piano at home, but it was donated to the school later. Director Yang got more excited as he spoke, gesturing wildly. "You didn't see how amazing that scene was. Such talent should join the art troupe. Go back and tell your daughter. She can report tomorrow. I'll handle the paperwork." Although Yang Yunxiao was full of doubts, she agreed temporarily, planning to ask Coco carefully when she got home. She truly didn't know her daughter was so talented. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes. After work in the afternoon, Yang Yunxiao hurried home. The first thing she did was go upstairs to find Coco and ask her carefully, was what Director Yang said really true? Yang Yunxiao told her daughter everything Director Yang had said today. Xiao Kuxing thought for a moment before answering, "Mom, didn't you want me to learn dance and singing when I was little?" "I did, but my mind was always on Lu Ting back then. I learned a lot." Hearing this, Yang Yunxiao felt very excited inside, but tried to control herself. She asked, "Director Yang wants you to join the art troupe. What do you think?" Coco truly wanted a 9-to-5 job, so she seriously said, "Mom, I don't want to join the art troupe. Please tell him for me. She still respected her daughter's decision. As long as her daughter was happy, she was satisfied. After all, her daughter now had a job. Whether she joined the troupe or not didn't matter. The next morning, sunlight filled the earth. Xiao arrived at the art troupe as usual, looking a little worried. She found Director Yang and told him that her daughter didn't plan to join the troupe. Hearing this, Director Yang's face suddenly turned anxious. He knew very well that Xiao had a rare good voice and was naturally talented in art. Not joining the cultural troupe would be a great waste. He frowned and looked at her with firm determination. This can't happen. Xiao can't not join the cultural troupe. She has such talent. How can we let it go to waste? He looked at Xiao with a pleading and urgent tone. I'll go with you to your home. I'll talk to Xiao and try to persuade her. If you hear her daughter singing in person, how could you not want her to join the troupe? She has such a beautiful voice. Not joining would be a waste of her future. He believed that once Xiao saw her daughter's talent with his own eyes, he would be convinced to change his mind. Xiao was indifferent. I respect my daughter's decision. If she doesn't want to, should I force her? She shook her head casually with a calm smile. I respect her choice. After all, it's her life. If she doesn't want to, should I push her? Forcing someone rarely leads to happiness. Her words showed understanding and respect for her daughter. Is the cultural troupe a dangerous place? Everyone is eager to get in, but she doesn't want to. What is this child thinking? Director Yang frowned slightly, but strode quickly toward the staff quarters, full of curiosity about Xiaoqing's decision. After arriving at the staff quarters, Director Yang and Xiao went straight inside. They saw Xiaoqing standing in the open space in front of the yard, staring intently ahead as if lost in thought. Xiao softly asked, "What is Coco looking at?" Hearing the voice, Xiaoqing turned to look behind her. When she saw who was coming, her face lit up with a bright smile. She stepped forward and joined them. "Uncle Yang, Mom, I'm off work. I was just looking at that empty spot in front. It's a good place, but it's empty. I want to plant something. What do you think?" She pointed at the empty space. Director Yang looked in the direction Xiaoqing pointed and nodded. Wow, Xiaoqing has ideas. That spot is really good. You could plant some vegetables or flowers, both are nice. Mrs. Liu also looked at the land and explained, "You can plant whatever you like. Do whatever you want. Aunt's son used to grow vegetables there before. I've been busy with work and haven't had time." Then, Director Yang changed the subject. "Come on, Xiaoqing, let's go inside and talk. I have something I want to discuss with you." Xiaoqing seemed to have already guessed Captain Yang's intention, but she still smiled and agreed. Okay. Then the group went into the living room together. Xiaoqing first poured tea for the two of them and placed it in front of Captain Yang and Xiao Ma. Her manners were proper, polite, and graceful, which made Captain Yang secretly nod in approval. Such a well-mannered and educated child was not what the outside rumors suggested. Captain Yang looked at Xiaoqing and spoke slowly. "Xiaoqing, I believe you already know my purpose, right? I want you to join the arts troupe." Xiaoqing replied seriously, "Uncle Yang, let me be honest with you. I can't stand restrictions. I'm used to being free, and I definitely don't want a 9-to-5 job with fixed hours. That's not what I want." Captain Yang was momentarily stunned, then tried to persuade her. "Once you're in the arts troupe, no one will control you. Your mom and I will take care of you." But Xiaoqing shook her head. "That won't do. I can't trouble you guys." She didn't want to go to work every day. In her past life, she was diligent for her career, never slackening for a day. But this life, she wanted to try a different way. Captain Yang said, "It's not trouble, as long as you come." Xiaoqing thought Captain Yang still didn't understand her meaning, so she explained again, "Uncle Yang, I just don't want to go to work every day. If you have other things, I can definitely help. I really don't want to work every day. Just think of it as me not being able to handle that hardship." Seeing her so determined and resolute, Captain Yang had to find another approach. He deliberately sighed loudly, and then slowly said, "I was just worried about Xiaoqing's reputation in the compound. Once in the arts troupe, she can really show everyone. Such an outstanding person shouldn't be labeled as a fool or arrogant. Forget it, I won't say more. Yang Yunqiu frowned and angrily said, "Who is more outstanding than my daughter? Who said my daughter is a fool? Just wait. I'll tear their mouths apart." Captain Yang patted the sofa and pretended to be angry. Exactly. I haven't seen anyone more outstanding than Xiao Qing. Isn't that obvious? Your family keeps her hidden so well. Who would know? Now that she's in the arts troupe, aren't you worried others won't find out? Yang Yunqiu choked and looked at his daughter, wanting to say something but hesitating, ultimately unable to speak. Xiao Keqing glanced at Captain Yang. Truly, as a leader, he was quite the old fox. Xiao Keqing did not speak. She looked at Captain Yang, wondering what he was about to say. Anyway, working was impossible. She had no free time at all. This reason alone wasn't enough to make her feel moved. Captain Yang raised an eyebrow at Xiao Keqing. Why didn't she respond? Was reputation not important? After thinking carefully, Captain Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiao Qing, how about this? I'll ask the higher-ups. Would it be okay if you work at the team for 2 days a week? The pay will stay the same. You don't need to meet the same requirements as others. You can train here, what do you think?" With her current skill level, she didn't need much training. She could even teach others. Yang Yunqiu's eyes widened. This. Captain Yang, that might not be okay. There's no such precedent.
You don't need to worry about that.
Since I'm suggesting it, I've thought it through. I'll talk to the higher-ups. What do you think? Captain Yang asked Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing didn't mind that Captain Yang was trying to help her join the cultural troupe. 2 days a week was okay. Uncle Yang, working 2 days isn't impossible. But you still need to apply first. Once your application is approved, I'll go to work. Seeing her finally agree, Captain Yang suddenly smiled happily.
Great.
His tone was full of joy and satisfaction. Yang Yunqiu couldn't believe it. Could it really be like this? What if someone said she got in through favoritism? That would be so unpleasant. Actually, Yang Yunqiu had already thought about it. Most people in the team believed Xiao Keqing had gotten in through favoritism. It wasn't until her dance performance that they realized she didn't need special favors. Her dance and singing skills were so good that even after years of training, they couldn't compare. Grandpa was very happy when he heard his granddaughter was joining the cultural troupe. He also felt proud that Captain Yang valued her so much. At the dinner table, they drank a little wine and talked happily. Captain Yang didn't leave until after dinner. Before leaving, he reminded Xiao Keqing not to change her mind. Xiao Keqing smiled and agreed, seeing Captain Yang off at the door. Only then did she go upstairs to her room. She thought about how, in this material-scarce era, there were too few vegetables in winter: potatoes, radishes, and cabbage. She didn't want the whole winter to be just potatoes, radishes, and cabbage. If she wanted to take vegetables from her space, she would be caught. Today, she saw an empty patch in the front yard. It was a perfect spot to build a large greenhouse for winter vegetables. With the help of the spiritual spring water, she was sure she could grow some. Later, she could take vegetables from her space without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to farm and had no experience. She returned to her room, opened her tablet, and started researching how to grow crops. I didn't realize how difficult it would be until I saw it. Xiao Keqing decided to take her time. She knew she needed help, but relying on Jiang Qi was impossible since he could only come out for a short while. She would have to wait until her brother returned, as he would be her helper. She wasn't in a hurry and planned to start slowly tomorrow. Weeding and digging seemed simple, so she decided to try it then. After making her decision, Xiao Keqing went to wash up and rest early, knowing she needed to get up early the next day. Meanwhile, Ting had just taken over his work and had many things to handle. He returned home late and had no time to visit Xiao Keqing, so he planned to go tomorrow. The next morning, Ting woke up early, bought buns from Old Wang's house, and delivered some to his family. Then, he carried the buns to Zhao's house. When he entered the yard, he saw Xiao Keqing awkwardly pulling weeds. He walked up and asked, "Qing, what are you doing so early? Have you had breakfast?" Xiao Keqing saw Ting and replied, "Brother Lu, not yet. Aunt's son might be making breakfast. It might be a little while. Are you here to eat with us?" Lu Ting smiled and said, "Are you afraid I'll come to eat for free? Or do you have other plans?" He just wanted to hide from him, but he wouldn't let her get her way. Xiao Qi said, "What plans could I have? I'm just worried you come here every day and work so hard." After speaking, she continued pulling weeds. Lu Ting squatted beside her and said, "Oh, you're worried about me? I thought you were avoiding me again. That little trickster, never telling the truth." He looked at her pulling weeds and then at the land, feeling confused. "Aren't you planning to finish pulling all these weeds? What will you do after?" Xiao Qi nodded and said, "Yes, I want to plant vegetables. We can't just eat potatoes and radishes in winter, right? The small vegetables in the space can't be left out either."
Lu Ting looked at the land.
It wasn't very big, but with her slim arms and legs, it would be hard to pull all the weeds without hurting herself. Plus, she'd need to dig as well. He said slowly, "Qing'er, I have to tell you, winter is coming soon. It's not too late to plant again in spring next year." Xiao Qi paused her work and looked up at Lu Ting. "Besides cabbage, potatoes, and radishes, do you think we can still eat other vegetables in winter? Like cucumbers, tomatoes, or eggplants?" Lu Ting shook his head and said, "No, that's impossible. It's too cold for those vegetables to grow. After the new year, when the weather warms up, I'll turn the soil. Right now, no matter how much you try, it's a waste of effort." Xiao Qi blinked and raised her chin, with a hint of challenge in her eyes as she said to Lu Ting, "Brother Lu, how about a bet? If I can make you eat these dishes in the middle of winter, then..." Lu Ting raised an eyebrow and asked with interest, "Okay, tell me. If you really do it, you can have whatever you want." Xiao Qi's lips curled into a subtle, almost hidden smile, but this small change didn't escape Lu Ting's sharp eyes. He thought to himself, what trick is this clever girl up to now? But since she had spoken, he was curious to see what she would do. Xiao Qi smiled and said, "I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do." Lu Ting slightly smiled and said, "I've thought of it. If you can't grow the vegetables, you kiss me. If you can, I'll kiss you." Xiao Qi looked up and met his mischievous smile, sneering coldly. "Are you stupid, or am I? Does it make a difference?" Not wanting to bother with him, she continued pulling weeds, but he grabbed her wrist. Xiao Qi exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go." Lu Ting held her hand and said, "Come on, have breakfast first. I brought some buns. Let's eat together." "Oh, I already told you, Aunt Sun is still cooking. If you want to eat, do it yourself," Xiao Qi said as he pulled her toward the house. Lu Ting saw Grandpa Xiao, and Aunt Sun sitting at the table eating. He tightened his grip on Xiao Qing's hand to prevent her from running away, but in the next moment, he felt her small hand trying to pull away. A slight smile appeared on Lu Ting's face. How could he let go of her hand? "Grandpa Xiao, Aunt Sun, I bought some buns," he said, placing them on the table. All three looked at their hands holding each other and were momentarily stunned. Grandpa Xiao, smelling the aroma, smiled happily and said, "That's Lao Wang's. I love his buns. Eat first, I'll take Kaching to wash her hands," he said, pulling her toward the bathroom. Grandpa Xiao, and Aunt Sun watched the two holding hands in silence. They stopped in front of the sink. Xiao Kaching, annoyed, asked, "What are you trying to do?" He had never been so bold before. "What's going on today?" He wasn't considering other people's opinions at all. Lu Ting turned on the tap, wrapped his arms around Xiao Kaching from behind, and held her hands under the running water. Xiao Kaching pushed him away forcefully, but his strong arms, like a wall of steel, held her tightly in his embrace. Lu Ting's right cheek was pressed against her left cheek. She applied soap to her hands. Lu Ting washed her hands carefully and looked at her palms. How could she be pulling out grass? Her hands were red. The two looked into each other's eyes. Lu Ting pressed her against the corner of the wall, just out of sight from the restaurant. Lu Ting's deep eyes. "You always know what I want to do, right? No need to make a fuss." Xiao Kaching looked up at his handsome face close to hers. Was he going to kiss her? Her face suddenly turned red. Lu Ting saw her cheeks turn pink and her lips, which looked sweet like they were coated with honey. He wanted to taste them. "You're blushing. Just as Xiao Keqing was about to speak to argue, Lu Ting tilted her chin up with one hand. Suddenly, he kissed her forcefully, not giving her a chance to refuse. Xiao Keqing's hands unconsciously pressed against his chest. Lu Ting then grabbed her hands and looped them around his neck. Their bodies moved closer, and one of Lu Ting's hands held her waist. This man was too assertive. Xiao Keqing had no way to resist. The sudden kiss caught her off guard like a storm, overwhelming her senses. Lu Ting felt her forget to breathe in his arms. He pulled away from her lips, looked at her heavy breathing, and whispered close to her ear, "Let's practice more in the future. Next time, we'll kiss longer. I promise you'll feel it."
Right?
Xiao Keqing's heart was pounding wildly. The restaurant was not far away, and she was afraid they might see. Lu Ting's voice was husky. Again? The next moment, her lips were captured again. Xiao Keqing tried hard not to make a sound but couldn't help but mumble When Lu Ting let go, Xiao Keqing took deep breaths. Lu Ting's eyes sparkled with a smile. He whispered flirtatiously near her ear, "Did you forget to breathe again? I said we should practice more. There will be more next time." Xiao Keqing looked down and kicked Lu Ting hard. "Why are you so fierce? We match so well. So perfect." Lu Ting brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "When will you be my girlfriend? I can't wait anymore. You're really teasing me." Xiao Keqing wanted to kick him again, but in the next second, Lu Ting quickly grabbed her hand, holding all 5 fingers tightly. He pulled her toward the kitchen. Lu Ting didn't want things to be like this. Thinking of Jiang Qi, he felt very insecure. He just wanted Xiao Keqing to be his girlfriend soon. Xiao Keqing tightly held his hand, showing their strength clearly. Being pulled and led by him like this, how would her family see them? Did this man take the wrong medicine today? He was so overbearing. Xiao Keqing was seated at the dining table when Lu Ting pulled her down. Her mother, Aunt Sun, and Grandpa Xiao stared blankly at their hands clasped tightly together. Are they a couple now? Lu's mother kept her eyes on them, her face suddenly full of a smile. Xiao Keqing lowered her eyes, hiding her blush. Her mother served a bowl of mixed grain porridge and placed it in front of Lu Ting, saying, "Xiao Ting, have some porridge." "Okay, Auntie. You eat too." "I'll just have some," he said, casually placing the porridge in front of Xiao Keqing, then taking a spoon and serving himself a bowl. Seeing Lu Ting chatting casually with her family, Xiao Keqing kept her face calm, wondering how he could suddenly become so serious and proper the next second. He looked dignified and serious. Xiao Keqing lowered her head and ate her porridge, while Lu Ting placed a bun on her plate. Lu Ting said, "My holiday has ended early. I have to go to the army starting today." After speaking, he looked at Xiao Keqing to see her reaction. Grandpa Xiao knew that the holiday had been cut short because of something at the army. He nodded slightly. Xiao Keqing still kept her eyes lowered, not wanting her family to see her inner turmoil, though her heart was already in chaos. Seeing that Xiao Keqing showed no reaction, Lu Ting lowered his head again, trying to see her expression clearly. Her normally fair face was now flushed with a pink hue. Lu Ting's lips curved into a gentle smile. Her mother and grandpa exchanged glances, both understanding the same message from each other's eyes. Grandpa Xiao picked up a bun and said, "Lu Ting, take your time eating. I'm going out for a walk." Lu Ting turned to look at Grandpa Xiao and said, "Okay." His mother quickly added, "I have something to do at the club today. I need to leave early." "Xiao Ko, make sure to take good care of Lu Ting." Xiao Keqing responded with her eyes lowered, not wanting her family to notice anything. "Aunt Sun is also busy with her work, still not finished," she said hurriedly. Lu Ting's smile grew even warmer. At the dining table, only the two of them remained. Without hesitation, Lu Ting took her hand and said, "I'll come back early this afternoon. I'll help you dig the ground again. That soil is so hard, you won't be able to do it alone." Xiao Keqing's face, slightly red, turned to look at him and said, "Aren't you being a bit too much? I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet." Lu Ting replied gently then, "Do you want to agree now?" His tender tone made Xiao Keqing's heart race wildly. Thinking about what Jiang Qi said to her, if there are no issues in that area, then he is truly a promising candidate. She was genuinely happy to learn that he doesn't like sumo. Xiao Keqing still needs to think carefully. She doesn't want to agree to anything quickly before making a decision. Xiao Keqing softly said, "I'll tell you once I've made up my mind. I haven't decided yet." She then looked at the man holding her hand and asked, "Can you let go now?" Hearing this, Lu Ting thought, it seems she is considering being his girlfriend. He felt excited but also a little worried. He loosened her hand and said, "All right, think quickly. I'll wait for 5 minutes." Xiao Keqing was speechless inside. Was he in such a hurry? She had already told him she hadn't decided yet. She turned to look at him calmly and said, 5 minutes isn't enough. I was planning to think it over. It looks like you can't wait, so maybe I should just tell you now. But I think I'll just forget it. Lu Ting hurriedly explained, "Who said I can't wait? I'm about to go to work. How about you tell me after I finish work?" Xiao Keqing shook her head. "It seems you can't wait. I think I'll just forget it and pretend I haven't decided." Lu Ting quickly said, "All right, take your time. I'll wait for you. Is that okay?" He had no choice. There was still a chance, and at least she was considering it. Lu Ting really didn't want to wait anymore. He only found out about Jiang Qi yesterday and felt scared. He couldn't imagine their relationship being in trouble. A sense of crisis grew inside him. Thinking about Jiang Qi calling her Xiao Qingqing and having seen her dance and sing, a strong feeling of jealousy surged in his heart. He came to Zhao's house early in the morning. In front of her family, he didn't want to hide anything and even showed his bold side. Since she was still thinking, he decided to wait. He looked at his watch. The time was almost up. "I'm going to work now." Xiao Keqing nodded.
All right.
Lu Ting reluctantly left the restaurant and walked out. After Lu Ting left, Xiao Keqing looked at her palm. She realized that after messing around earlier, her hand still hurt a bit. She lacked experience and should have worn gloves while pulling weeds. Thinking that today was Friday, she guessed Jiang Qi would come for dinner. She decided to ask him to help pull weeds and dig the ground. If Jiang Qi hadn't mentioned the content of the book, she wouldn't have known that Lu Ting didn't like sumo. Before knowing that, she wouldn't have considered having Lu Ting as her boyfriend. Now she was a little unsure but realized she liked him. Now that she had traveled here, everything had changed a lot. Originally, everyone in the family was going to die, but now everything has changed. Aren't they all alive and well? Whether it's the butterfly effect caused by her crossing over or the changes resulting from Jiang Qi burning the book, since these can alter her family's fate, they can also change Lu Ting's destiny. She didn't use spiritual spring water to heal Lu Ting's hand, which meant that the person who is supposed to change careers in the story is still in the army and has even been promoted. All these changes are happening now. The more Xiao Keqing thought about it, the more she felt she was right. Her mood instantly improved. She got up to wash the dishes, thinking that Jiang Qi would come tonight, so she decided to go buy some vegetables alone. Xiao Keqing was craving fish again, and Jiang Qi liked it too. She decided to cook him braised pork. This guy has been in the army all week, training hard, so he must be craving meat. In this era of material scarcity, there's no one who doesn't crave meat. If she went shopping with Aunt Sun, she couldn't take vegetables out of her space. Xiao Keqing thought it would be better to carry a basket rather than hold things in her hands, as it would be less noticeable. Putting things in the basket also kept them out of sight. Carrying everything openly would attract too much attention. Since Lu Ting returned, she felt like more and more people were paying attention to her. At least, that's how it felt. She greeted Aunt Sun, then carried her basket and went to buy vegetables. As Xiao Keqing arrived at the courtyard, many people were watching her. But luckily, their gazes were just curious. In the past, Xiao Keqing could sense that these people looked at her with disdain. Now, she felt everything was going smoothly, and things were developing for the better. She went to a nearby market and bought 1/2 kilogram of pork belly. Today, she was lucky. At the fish stall, there were small shrimps for sale, and surprisingly, no ticket was needed. Xiao Keqing bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, found a quiet spot, and took some large shrimp out of her space. This was a good cover. She put the small shrimps into her space to eat another day. Today, she just wanted to eat large shrimp. After shopping, Xiao Keqing went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy cookies, old-fashioned mung bean cakes, and oil tea noodles for Jiang Qi. She also took some apples and dried meat out of her space for him. With these tasty foods, she thought he would have a better time in the army. He had really changed a lot. Someone who didn't eat meat now craved it, and his picky eating habits had improved a lot. She didn't plan to tell Jiang Qi about her space. She thought Jiang Qi was a big mouth and would definitely spill the beans. She also wondered if Jiang Qi had some kind of special ability. Based on her understanding of him, she was sure he didn't. Otherwise, I would have told her long ago. I wouldn't wait for her to ask, and if I did, he might suspect something. She returned with her basket, walking into the courtyard where many people looked her way, occasionally glancing at what was inside her basket. As Xiao Keqing passed through the crowd, she heard a woman's voice calling her. "Xiao Keqing, are you going shopping with your basket?" Xiao Keqing turned to look at the woman. "Wasn't that Sui Hua, her mother?" She replied calmly, "Aunt Lu. Yes, I bought some vegetables." Since her daughter told her about Xiao Keqing buying things at the supply and marketing cooperative, especially for the young man, Aunt Lu was curious. She had hoped her daughter Sui Hua and Lu Ting might like each other, but after hearing about Xiao Keqing, she relaxed. Offending the young commander Lu would be a loss. She also thought it would be good to find a good man for Sui Hua as a husband. She didn't want Sui Hua to marry Lu Ting and be hurt by him. She was just curious and didn't mean any harm to Xiao Keqing. Her family wasn't someone she could offend lightly. Today, Xiao Keqing's basket was definitely filled with good things. While Xiao Keqing and Aunt Lu talked, many idle people in the courtyard gathered around. Aunt Lu approached Xiao Keqing's basket and was about to open it to see what was inside. Xiao Keqing reacted instantly, turning her basket to face her, and coldly said, "Aunt Lu, that's not very polite." Aunt Lu chuckled and said, "Isn't it just curiosity about what you bought? What's the big deal? We're neighbors, no need to be so distant." Xiao Keqing looked at her with a meaningful smile and said, "Aunt Lu, I'm also curious about what you have at home. Can I come see?" Aunt Lu waved her off and said, "There's nothing special. You're always welcome to visit my home." Xiao Keqing smiled at the crowd and said, "Everyone, did you hear?" Aunt Lu agreed. Everyone can visit her anytime, take a look, maybe even find some hidden savings. It's no big deal. And Aunt Lu agrees too. Hearing this, Aunt Lu's face immediately changed. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao Keqing, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. There's nothing interesting at my house, really." Everyone nearby burst into laughter. Aunt Lu awkwardly smiled and found an excuse. "I still have things to do at home. I need to go back now." After finishing speaking, she headed home. The surrounding crowd wisely dispersed. Xiao Keqing carried her basket back home, took out some large shrimp from the space, not too big, just slightly larger than usual, about 2 jin. She hummed a little tune and began preparing dinner, carefully handling each ingredient. Aunt Sun also helped Xiao Keqing with the preparations. Xiao Keqing looked at the large shrimp, which could fill 2 bowls. She told one bowl not to have green onions, but the other could, and she asked not to add green onions to the other dishes either. Aunt Sun was curious. Everyone at home usually ate green onions. Xiao Keqing explained that Jiang Qi was coming for dinner, and he didn't eat green onions. Aunt Sun then understood and nodded. She still worried about their relationship and asked, "Kiki, could Jiang Qi maybe be your boyfriend in the future?" Xiao Keqing quickly denied it, saying, "Aunt Sun, don't think too much. I could be with anyone, but Jiang Qi is definitely not. We're just good friends. You can think of him as another older brother. My feelings for him are like those for a brother, not romantic." Seeing how seriously Kiki explained, Aunt Sun believed her. She thought they were just friends, but still liked Lu Ting very much. She hoped they would be together. Lu Ting was young and already a team leader. He would surely climb higher in the future. Recently, he had been very caring toward Kiki, even buying expensive things like donkey hide gelatin for her, and told her not to tell Kiki, worried she might refuse to eat if she knew. Xiao Keqing was thinking about dinner: braised pork, braised large shrimp, boiled fish, stir-fried lotus root, and a small green vegetable. Most of these dishes were favorites of her and Jiang Qi. The family also loved them all. By 4 p.m., the sound of the gate opening came, and Xiao Keqing guessed it was likely Jiang Qi. She hurried to open the gate and saw Jiang Qi in military uniform, leaning one hand on the wall outside. When Jiang Qi saw Xiao Keqing, his face lit up with a big smile. "Xiao Qingqing, finally I see you. You don't know how I've been through this week. I really want to talk to you about Lu Ting." After opening the door, Xiao Keqing went into the yard. Jiang Qi entered and started complaining, forgetting to close the gate. Xiao Keqing led him to the garden plot where she was planting. She said, "Brother, you came just in time to help me. Otherwise, I might lose my hands. What's up? If you need me to do something, just tell me." "I'm here," Jiang Qi said. "Isn't this just wanting to eat vegetables in winter? I want to build a big greenhouse. It's so you can also enjoy fresh vegetables in the future. Do you want to eat only radishes and cabbage all winter?" After speaking, Xiao Keqing pointed to the open space in front. Jiang Qi also thought it made sense and paused before saying, "Xiao Qingqing, your idea is good. I also want to eat other vegetables in winter, but I don't know how to farm. You probably don't know either. Neither of us does, so we might as well just get by." Xiao Keqing said, "Oh, just tell me if you'll help or not. My brother is still a few days away from coming back." Jiang Qi explained, "I didn't say I wouldn't help. I just think your plan is too simple. Are you worried you'll waste your effort? Growing vegetables isn't easy. You need to understand a lot about farming." Xiao Keqing said seriously, "I can do it. I will definitely grow them successfully. Then you'll see I was right. First, clear the grass from this piece of land. Then turn the soil over." Jiang Qi looked at Xiao Keqing's serious face and felt helpless. He thought, isn't this just a waste of effort? But he didn't want to crush her enthusiasm, so he sighed. Seeing Jiang Qi didn't believe her, Xiao Keqing couldn't tell him about the space. She rolled her eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Pretending to be sad, she pouted and said, "I thought you would help me. If my biological brother were here, he would definitely help. I thought you, as my brother, could help too. But it seems our relationship isn't that close yet. I'm even worried you might not eat well in the army. I specially cooked all your favorite dishes today." Jiang Qi saw her expression and smiled helplessly. All right. My little ancestor, I'm scared of you now. Stop pretending. With that little pout, I can see what you're thinking. Hurry up and bring me gloves and a shovel." "No gloves, and I won't do it. I might hurt my hands." After speaking, Jiang Qi took off his military uniform and rolled up his shirt sleeves around his arms. Xiao Keqing heard this and immediately smiled happily, pouting playfully. "My brother is the best. You're even closer to me than my biological brother. No wonder you're my best male friend." Jiang Qi chuckled. "Stop flattering me. Hurry up and get the gloves." Jiang Qi took off his military uniform again and rolled up his shirt sleeves, ready to start pulling weeds. Xiao Keqing also moved a backrest chair outside, handed her gloves to Jiang Qi, and then placed the chair a little way from the ground. She leaned comfortably on it, seeming to enjoy this rare, relaxing moment. Jiang Qi was pulling weeds from the ground and saw Xiao Keqing sitting nearby. He joked, "Are you supervising me?" Xiao Keqing leaned back in her chair and smiled, saying, "Not really. I just thought you might be bored, so I sat here to chat with you." Jiang Qi immediately thought about talking to her about Lu Ting. He hadn't reported him yet. He paused his work, stood up, and said, "Xiao Qingqing, I need to tell you something. That guy Lu Ting is no good. Yesterday, he even made me run 40 laps." Xiao Keqing interrupted him before he could continue, saying, "You can keep pulling weeds while you talk. Otherwise, people might think you're wasting time." "You're just like a greedy boss," Jiang Qi said, squatting down to continue pulling weeds. At that moment, Lu Ting, holding a bunch of wildflowers he picked on the way back, flowers he had earlier learned how to pursue someone from Xiao Keqing in the hospital, approached. He thought Xiao Keqing would like them. As he reached outside the yard, he overheard Jiang Qi calling him a bad name. His face darkened instantly, and anger rose in his chest. The door was not closed, so Lu Ting walked right in. He saw Jiang Qi squatting and pulling weeds, while Xiao Keqing was leaning back in her chair, chatting leisurely. Lu Ting saw only Xiao Keqing's back and couldn't see her expression. He sat down in the pavilion outside and placed the flowers on the table. The distance between him and Xiao Keqing was only about 10 meters, so he could clearly hear their conversation. Lu Ting stared at Jiang Qi, furious that he dared to insult him, and even scolded him in front of Xiao Keqing. Jiang Qi kept pulling weeds, unaware that he was being watched intently. He continued complaining, "Xiao Qingqing, you don't know how hard my week has been. I almost want to cry." Xiao Keqing leaned back in her chair, hands behind her head, and tapped her left foot on her right. She moved her feet rhythmically, feeling very relaxed, and said, "Your tears aren't worth much. Don't you know that real men sweat and don't cry? Joining the army was your choice, so why fear hardship?" Jiang Qi was not convinced and said, "Am I someone afraid of hardship? It's that guy Lu Ting. He's the real troublemaker. I didn't even offend him, and he punished me on his first day." Xiao Keqing became curious and asked, "Tell me, what did he do to you?" So Jiang Qi recounted what happened yesterday. "I just smiled a little, and he punished me by making me run 40 laps. After hearing this, Xiao Keqing agreed with Lu Ting's approach. "It's your fault in the first place. Punishing you isn't necessary. Why are you laughing? Come on, tell me, I want to laugh too and share it." Jiang Qi kept plucking weeds and shook his head, saying, "Well, it's all your fault. Otherwise, could I be laughing? I think that man must be the one we talked about last time, or else he's so unpredictable." Thinking about what happened last time in his living room, Xiao Keqing wondered if her place was suitable. She thought Lu Ting was very capable. "You're just guessing." "I don't believe it." Jiang Qi continued, "You can't want him. He's not good enough, no matter what. You definitely shouldn't agree to him." Lu Ting's eyes grew colder, sharp like icy blades, staring at Jiang Qi as if he wanted to cut him. Xiao Keqing didn't pay attention to Jiang Qi's words. She smiled slightly. "You weren't like this a few days ago." Jiang Qi said, "What I said last time doesn't count. This time I'm serious. I didn't see clearly last time." Xiao Keqing smiled silently, trusting only her feelings. Lu Ting fit her idea of a good partner perfectly. She felt great and had a strong sense of connection. Seeing that Xiao Keqing didn't reply, Jiang Qi asked, "Are you really into him? Do you like him?" Hearing Jiang Qi's question, Lu Ting's palms sweat with nervousness. That was what he wanted to know most. Xiao Keqing's eyes sparkled with a smile, as if she liked him and was starting to think about when she might agree to be his girlfriend. She wanted to consider it carefully. Lu Ting couldn't see her face and didn't know her thoughts. When she didn't answer, he felt a deep sense of disappointment inside. Jiang Qi saw she wasn't speaking again and said, "All right. I get it. With your thoughts, isn't it obvious? No one knows you better than I do. Let's talk about something else." Xiao Keqing smiled slightly and replied, "Okay." Jiang Qi quickly changed the subject. "Since you knew I was coming today, what delicious food did you prepare for me? If it weren't for the meat sauce you gave me, I wouldn't know how to get through today." Xiao Keqing teased, "With your picky mouth, just being alive is pretty good for you." Thinking about the ingredients today, Xiao Keqing realized she hadn't had large shrimp in a long time. The thought of tonight's big shrimp made her feel excited. She giggled softly and said, "You're in for a treat today. I knew you were coming, so I prepared a lot. After breakfast, I went shopping for ingredients, all your favorites. I promise you'll be satisfied." Lu Ting heard Xiao Keqing, and his eyes darkened like ink. He unconsciously clenched his fists, feeling a surge of jealousy and disappointment in his heart. His gaze became sharp. Jiang Qi saw that everything was his favorite and quickened his hand, pulling weeds. He excitedly asked, "What dishes are there?" Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Hurry up, no eating until you finish pulling. But you can guess. If you guess right, I'll tell you early." "You're just like a greedy person," Jiang Qi said, already hungry. If it was mealtime, he would definitely go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Thinking it wasn't mealtime yet, he considered his favorite dishes and guessed braised pork. Xiao Keqing loudly said, "Bingo." Jiang Qi chuckled and said, You're the best. You remember what I said. He thought again and guessed fish. This guess was definitely right because Xiao Kexing and he both liked fish. Most restaurants served it. Xiao Kexing loudly said, "Bingo." Jiang Qi laughed and said, "That's easy. Let me guess again. I'm sure I can get it." Xiao Kexing smiled and said, "There are 3 more dishes."
Keep going.
Jiang Qi chuckled and guessed, stir-fried lotus root. This dish was always ordered by Xiao Kexing when they ate Chinese food. Was there any difficulty in guessing? Not at all. Xiao Kexing pouted and said, "Boring, not fun. I won't guess anymore." Jiang Qi smiled and said, "There are still 2 more dishes. I might not guess them." Xiao Kexing giggled and said, "I knew you wouldn't guess. Hurry up, if you don't finish pulling these weeds, no dinner for you." Ting sat motionless, his jaw tight, his dark eyes fixed on her and the other man chatting happily. He radiated coldness, filled with jealousy and frustration. She knew the other man well. They had never spoken like this before. She always kept him at a distance. Her laughter was really annoying to hear. If he hadn't gone to the southern military base, would the person talking and laughing with her be him? Jiang Qi lowered his head and continued pulling weeds, muttering, "The meat sauce is almost gone. Is there more at home? I'm telling you, without meat sauce, my days will be hard to get through." Xiao Kexing, "The meat sauce will be ready for you to pick up next Friday. I'll make a few more bottles for you then." Jiang Qi looked disappointed. "Why are you so cruel? How am I supposed to get through this week? Do you really not want me to live well?" Xiao Kexing, "How could I make things worse for you? I've already prepared snacks, cookies, old-fashioned mung bean cakes, oil tea noodles, apples, and dried meat. Just see if you can carry them later." Jiang Qi suddenly got excited. "Wow, Xiao Qingqing, I knew you weren't like that. No one will forget me." Xiao Kexing, "Of course not." Ting's jealousy grew stronger, feeling like he was about to be consumed by it. His jealousy hit like a storm. That girl from a few days ago was right. He really was keeping a young man as a companion. Last time she brought food for her brother, which made him insanely jealous. Now she's showing concern for another man too. No wonder she refused to be his girlfriend. Is this what she called a young, fresh guy? Jiang Qi was relieved that he wasn't too big or too many, or he wouldn't know how long he'd be able to stay. He stood up and stretched. "Oh, my back. Xiao Qingqing, you've got to give me a massage, press my shoulders."
This isn't an easy job.
He turned to look at Xiao Kexing and saw the person behind her. Jiang Qi's gaze, sharp as a sword, shot towards Ting, cold and piercing, making him shiver. Ting's face was grim and dark. How long had this person been here? He hadn't heard him say anything bad. He looked back at Xiao Kexing, who was closing her eyes, enjoying the sunset. Jiang Qi coughed loudly, trying to get Xiao Kexing's attention. But she showed no reaction. So Jiang Qi had to shout loudly, "Captain Liu, are you off work too?" After saying that, he forced an awkward smile. Xiao Kexing instantly lowered her hands and looked at Jiang Qi. She saw him signaling with his eyes. She suddenly realized Ting was here, right behind her. She turned around and saw the two of them face to face. He looked at her coldly, with a sharp gaze that made her shiver. His face was usually handsome and warm, but now his eyes were full of hostility, cold as ice, even colder than a freezer. Xiao Kexing's breath caught. When had he been sitting there? How long had he been listening? Oh my God! What kind of look was that? She'd never seen him look like that before. It seemed he had been here for a long time, overhearing her and Jiang Qi's conversation. Looking at his eyes, I could tell this man was probably jealous. Xiao Kexing stood up and walked over to Ting, fixing him with a steady gaze. "When did you arrive?"
she asked.
Ting looked up, his deep eyes almost spilling over with resentment. He forced himself to speak calmly. "I've been here for a little while." Xiao Kexing's heart started to race. Oh my goodness! What kind of look was that? Thinking about how this man was even digging the ground this morning, she said, "Since someone is here to pull the weeds, you don't have to do it." Ting's expression suddenly turned cold. He sneered softly, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. His heart felt tight, like he couldn't breathe properly. He always felt distant from her. Didn't they agree this morning that he would come to dig the ground? Seeing her laughing and talking with others, she clearly understood other men better. It made her seem like she no longer liked him. Maybe her words about thinking it over this morning were just lies. At that moment, Xiao's mother came in from outside, looking a bit tired and dusty. She saw Jiang Qi and Lu Ting in the yard and smiled with surprise. She hurried over and asked, "Both Jiang Qi and Lu Ting are here?" Lu Ting took a deep breath, trying to hide his feelings. He stood up and greeted her. "Hello, Auntie. I just got off work and came straight here." Jiang Qi also approached, smiling brightly. "Auntie, you're back from work. I came to eat again today.
Please don't mind me."
Xiao's mother chuckled and said kindly, "No worries. Last time, I told you could come whenever you wanted." "Lu Ting, we'll eat together later."
Lu Ting nodded gently.
Okay. After greeting them, Xiao's mother went inside. The remaining three looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. Jiang Qi pointed to the unpulled weeds in the yard and said, "There's still some weeds left. I'll go pull them. You guys chat." But Lu Ting was eager to ask Xiao Keqing something. He had many questions for her. He needed to clear things up quickly. If he kept it inside, he wouldn't be able to handle it. The next moment, he took Xiao Keqing's hand and led her toward the backyard. Xiao Keqing knew he had something to say. She followed his lead and went to the back garden. Seeing the two holding hands, Jiang Qi felt uneasy. He was sure Lu Ting had overheard their conversation. He cursed Lu Ting, worried he'd get into trouble later. Oh no, oh no. Jiang Qi saw possessiveness in Lu Ting's eyes. He was certain he had offended him badly. Xiao Keqing was pulled into the yard by a man and stopped. Lu Ting turned around, and the two stood face to face. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing with a deep gaze, his voice low and magnetic, with a hint of pressure. "Is he the little puppy you mentioned?" Xiao Keqing could feel the jealousy in the air around them. "No, he's my friend Jiang Qi." Lu Ting secretly thought, does a friend really get so close? And even tries to learn about other men's preferences. He didn't get the answer he wanted and asked again, "Is it because of him that you won't agree to be my girlfriend? Is it also because of him that you don't like me anymore?" After speaking, his hand clenched into a fist, afraid to hear a definite answer. Xiao Keqing didn't know why, but she just didn't want the man to misunderstand her relationship with Jiang Qi. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so nervous. Now she could see that the man was also nervous, and she stared intently into his eyes, silent. Lu Ting's palms were sweaty with nervousness. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He extended his arm and pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on her forehead. Xiao Keqing was held in the man's broad arms, and the familiar scent of him was pleasant. His deep voice sounded in her ear. "Qing'er, when will you understand my feelings? I am just an ordinary person. I get jealous, possessive, and afraid of losing you." Lu Ting closed his eyes to control his emotions. "You promised to think about it, but was that just a lie?" Xiao Keqing felt the man's restrained emotions and trembled slightly inside. She explained, "I didn't lie to you. We're just good friends, not what you think." Lu Ting listened to her explanation, but his mood didn't change much. His jealousy was almost uncontrollable. Why do you want to learn about his preferences? Why do you care if he's eating well in the army? Why are you so nice to him? Why do you smile so happily at him? Xiao Keqing carefully explained, "It's really not what you think. You can just understand that he's like my brother, not a boyfriend." Lu Ting still felt uneasy after her explanation. The only good thing was that Qing'er explained it to him. Did that mean she still cared about him? Seeing her interactions with Jiang Qi, he was initially sure, but now he was starting to doubt. Thinking about Jiang Qi needing Qing'er to give him shoulder massages and back pats, his anger burned fiercely. Lu Ting looked down at Xiao Keqing and asked, "Did you give him shoulder massages or body pats?" Xiao Keqing suddenly looked up and met his deep, sharp eyes. His intense stare made her heart race. He said firmly no. Lu Ting gently pinched her chin and said, "Don't hit him. Even your older brother Xiao Junjia is not allowed." His tone was firm. Xiao Keqing said, "Aren't you being a bit too bossy?" Lu Ting looked at her and said, only with you. I am jealous. He continued, you prepared so many things for him, even a big table of food. What about me? His dark eyes narrowed, and a cold aura radiated from him. Xiao Keqing was choked and fell silent. Lu Ting stared at her and said, you say he's your friend. Does that mean we are no longer friends just because we're not dating? Didn't you tell Grandpa and the others that you want to treat me well? Do you know what I like? What I love to eat? His voice carried a hint of grievance. Seeing how Lu Ting's whole body was filled with a sour feeling, Xiao Keqing felt he wouldn't stop. She asked, then what do you like? What do you love to eat? I'll make it for you next time. Lu Ting snorted coldly, not sincere. Xiao Keqing looked at his pouty face, almost like he could hang a sign on it, and she couldn't help but laugh. Even this man had a childish side. She remembered that the original owner used to give Lu Ting gifts, but he never accepted them. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. An idea struck her. She hadn't given him anything herself, only the original owner had. She lowered her head, hiding her guilty feelings, and said, I used to give you gifts often, food and such. You didn't want them, right? But I still dared to give.
Lu Ting sighed.
Fine, he thought, there's nothing more to say. He felt even more annoyed inside. Xiao Keqing looked up at his deep, bottomless eyes. She felt like this man was becoming more and more grieved. Her heart softened slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Aunt Sun came to the back door and called, Coco, Lu Ting, dinner is ready. Okay, coming, Xiao Keqing replied, looking toward Aunt Sun, then glanced at Lu Ting, who looked resentful. She unconsciously tugged at his sleeve and gently said, dinner's ready. Next time, I'll cook what you like. Lu Ting couldn't stand her gentle, sweet look. His heart softened instantly. When? Xiao Keqing replied, whenever you say. Tomorrow, Lu Ting said confidently. She tugged his sleeve again and said, all right, let's go.
Time to eat.
Today there are big prawns. I really like them. Lu Ting thought that large shrimp were indeed hard to find, and they wouldn't taste good if they cooled down. He took Xiao Keqing's small hand and led her back. Xiao Keqing moved her hand slightly as he held it. The man stopped walking and turned to look at Xiao Keqing. He deliberately changed from holding her hand to clasping their fingers tightly, so she couldn't escape. He pulled her back toward the place they had just been. He hadn't yet given her the flowers he picked. They returned to the spot where they had been earlier. Jiang Qi was probably inside eating. Lu Ting picked up the flowers on the table and handed them to Xiao Keqing beside him. I just picked these. Xiao Keqing looked at the small flowers of different colors and was slightly surprised. This man still knows how to give flowers. She took the unknown flowers from Lu Ting and said, thank you. Looking at the flowers in her hand, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Lu Ting saw Xiao Keqing's happy expression when she received the flowers and felt quite pleased. He held her hand gently and walked back home. When Lu Ting came in, he saw Jiang Qi already chatting happily with Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao. Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao saw the two of them come and holding hands again and were momentarily stunned. Grandma Xiao also noticed the flowers in Keqing's hand and smiled even more brightly. She pretended not to see and warmly greeted, Lu Ting, come eat. Don't be hungry. Lu Ting smiled and replied, Auntie, you don't need to be polite with me.
Just call me Xiao Ting.
I'll wash my hands with Qing'er first. After saying that, he turned and pulled Xiao Keqing to wash her hands. Xiao Keqing thought to herself how clever he was, boldly declaring his relationship at her house. She once again felt the man wrapping around her from behind, helping her wash her hands. Jiang Qi saw the two holding hands and the small flowers in Xiao Qingqing's hand. He couldn't help but smile. His young lady really had someone interested in her this time. He didn't need to guess. Just now in the yard, that man must have listened to everything they said. He needed to have a good talk with her tomorrow. He couldn't let him cause trouble for her. Jiang Qi saw the two being intimate while washing their hands, and it was really sweet. After washing, Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand and returned to the dining room. Lu Ting sat at the table, looking at the rich meal in front of him. There was braised pork, lotus root, and fish, truly a feast. His face darkened again as he thought about everyone being there. Still, he suppressed his unhappiness and picked up a large shrimp, started peeling it, and placed one into Xiao Keqing's bowl before continuing to peel more. Xiao Keqing was eating peeled shrimp one after another, feeling very happy. She told Lu Ting that she was serious about considering their relationship, and she was becoming more and more attracted to him. Seeing Xiao Keqing happily eating shrimp, Lu Ting also felt much better. Jiang Qi sat opposite them, watching them share affection openly. He knew Xiao Qing was truly sincere this time. Luckily, the man was considerate enough to peel shrimp for Xiao Qing and pick out fish bones, which was quite good. Grandpa Xiao noticed how attentive Lu Ting was to Xiao Keqing and felt increasingly pleased. Mom Xiao was overjoyed. She was confident her son-in-law was not going anywhere. Watching the two be so close, she felt full of happiness and hope. Grandpa Xiao finally noticed the different dishes on the table today. He asked Aunt Sun, "Little son, is there not enough green onions at home? Why is only the shrimp in Keek's bowl with green onions?" Aunt Sun paused with her chopsticks and replied, "There are green onions. There are still plenty in the garden. It's just that Kiki said Xiao Jiang doesn't eat green onions, so I didn't add any." Lu Ting suddenly stopped peeling shrimp and turned to look at Xiao Keqing beside him. Their eyes met. His deep eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he could see into her heart, causing Xiao Keqing's heart to flutter intensely. "Oh my goodness. It's over. I just calmed down a bit, and this man is probably jealous again. Does that look mean he wants to eat her up?" Lu Ting then looked at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi, seeing such a gaze, was terribly nervous. Oh my God, this man's presence is so strong. Just because no green onions were added? Does he have to look at him with such sharp eyes? It's like he's a jealous person. Jiang Qi thought, I need to talk to her tomorrow, or else this look alone might be enough to scare him away. Xiao Keqing knew the man liked her, and was jealous because he cared. Since she accepted him, she used her chopsticks to pick a piece of braised pork and put it into his bowl. Jiang Qi saw this and sneaked a glance at Xiao Qing. What a fool, so embarrassing. Lu Ting looked at the braised pork in his bowl and stared for 3 seconds. This was the first time Xiao Qing had fed him. He picked up his chopsticks and ate it. Then he put down his chopsticks and continued peeling shrimp, his dark eyes coldly staring at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi felt uncomfortable under that gaze and thought, this man is so petty. Just because no green onions were added? Does he have to look at me like that? His eyes make me feel like I should eat less. How can I let that happen? I finally got to enjoy such good food, and I don't want to miss out. So Jiang Qi picked up his bowl, stood up, and sat next to Grandpa Xiao, saying, Grandpa, I'll sit here with you. Okay, Grandpa Xiao said happily. After a meal, Xiao Keqing felt very pleased. It was wonderful to have someone peeling shrimp for her. After dinner, Jiang Qi packed up the things Xiao Keqing had prepared and headed back to the army. Staying longer would only make Lu Ting more impatient. Lu Ting only ate 1 piece of braised pork during the meal and didn't touch his rice. Watching Jiang Qi leave with a big bag of things, he felt even more annoyed. His mood was very sad and disappointed. Seeing the two talking, Lu Ting didn't want to watch anymore. He was afraid he might lose control and go over to stop them. Since they were just talking normally, what right did he have to interfere? He didn't want to look at them again. After greeting Grandpa Xiao and Aunt Xiao, he went home. As soon as he arrived and took off his coat, he went for a run. Running in the night, letting the cold wind away his sadness and pain. When he's in a bad mood, running helps him vent. After tiring himself out, he won't think about things so much at night. Xiao Keqing also saw the man's figure leaving. Usually, she would look back several times, reluctant to leave. But today, she left willingly. Back at the dinner table, her eyes fell on the man's bowl, which still had untouched rice. She scooped some meat for him to eat. This man was really stubborn about his stomach. Was he being silly? After Aunt Sun finished tidying up the kitchen, Xiao Keqing went to the kitchen. She looked around for ingredients but only saw a few lonely cabbages. What could she make with that? Suddenly, She remembered the satisfying look on the man's face when he ate her dumplings at the Southern Army base. Since Aunt's son wouldn't come to the kitchen anymore, she locked the door. She took out the remaining dumpling wrappers and meat from her space. Luckily, she still had some leftover wrappers from last time, or it would be a hassle to make dough and prepare more. She mixed some cabbage and pork to make filling and started wrapping dumplings. Thinking about the man's large appetite, she used a big basin to hold the food. Knowing he liked spicy food, she also prepared a spicy dipping sauce. Meanwhile, Ting finished a vigorous run, soaked in sweat. He took a shower at home, trying to wash away his frustration. But thinking about Jiang Qi, he still felt restless. He picked up a photo of her and Qinger and looked at it. The more he looked, the more upset he felt. Helplessly, he put the photo down on the table and went to sit in the pavilion in the yard. He took out his grandfather's cigarette and lit it. Xiao Keqing packed the cooked dumplings into a bowl and covered it to keep them warm. She also placed the dipping sauce in a basket and then went to Lu's house. She thought to herself that if this man got angry after seeing the dumplings she made, she would really stop caring about him. Why is he so petty and jealous? She was sure she wouldn't stop talking to Jiang Qi just because of Ting. That was impossible. She planned to clarify things later and thought it was good to consider her options. If she agreed to be his girlfriend and something like this happened again, it wouldn't be good. She was glad she hadn't agreed yet. If he thought her relationship with Jiang Qi was bad, she would make it clear today. Xiao Keqing knocked on Lu's door. She thought it would take a while for them to open, but the door opened so quickly. Ting saw Xiao Keqing and quickly threw a cigarette on the ground. His dark eyes flickered slightly. "Why are you here? Looking for my mom?" he asked. She probably wasn't here to find him. She wouldn't come to him willingly. Her heart felt bitter. Seeing her silent, he gently said, "Come in. I'll go upstairs and call her down," then turned to leave. Xiao Keqing saw that Ting was acting so sensitive and stopped him. "Wait, I'm not here to find Aunt Lu," she said. Ting suddenly stopped and saw her come right up to him. She looked up at him and asked, "Have you come back for dinner?" Ting shook his head. She asked, "Aren't you hungry?" Ting looked at her with deep eyes and forced himself to say, "Not hungry." But really, what did hunger matter? He couldn't eat anything now. Xiao Keqing nodded and pretended to be disappointed. "I was worried you might be hungry, so I cooked dumplings for you." "Never mind. Since you're not hungry, I'll take them back and fry them tomorrow for breakfast." Without waiting for Ting to reply, she turned to leave. Ting's eyes brightened with happiness. "Did I hear right?" He quickly turned around and hurried after Xiao Keqing, grabbing her hand. He asked anxiously, "Did you make these just for me?" She raised the basket slightly in front of him. "In the evening, did I make these for Aunt Lu? Since you're not hungry, I'll go back now." Ting smiled and took the basket. "Who said I wasn't hungry?" He held her hand and led her to the pavilion. He opened the lantern string, but didn't want to let go of her hand. They sat down in the pavilion. Only then did Xiao Keqing notice several cigarette butts in the ashtray on the table. She remembered the man who threw a cigarette before entering and suddenly understood. Ting saw Xiao Keqing's eyes and explained, "I usually don't smoke, but I do it when I'm upset." He quickly placed the basket on the table and set the ashtray on the ground. Ting also sat down, glanced at Xiao Keqing, then looked at the basket again. A slight smile appeared on his face as he lifted the floral cloth covering the basket and took out a bowl filled with dumplings. The aroma of the dumplings instantly spread. Ting couldn't help but swallow his saliva and smiled at Xiao Keqing, hoping to hear something from her. Xiao Keqing said, "Eat quickly, or they'll get cold and not taste good. You're still staying up late and causing trouble. You can't ignore your own stomach." Ting picked up his chopsticks and said, "Can I eat? Isn't this prepared for another man?" "It's not for me. Eat quickly, and I'll tell you something," Xiao Keqing said, worried he might not want to eat. Ting looked at the dumplings Xiao Keqing made for him, feeling happy inside. He ate big bites, and when he dipped into the spicy sauce, he was sure Xiao Keqing remembered his preferences. He ate eagerly, taking a bite and then looking at Xiao Keqing, a smile that couldn't be hidden on his face. Today, Xiao Keqing saw how quickly men could change their expressions. He was easy to soothe. Seeing that he was almost done eating, she decided to share her thoughts. He knew men could get jealous. He thought that in the future, it wouldn't be worth arguing over such things if they were together. Xiao Keqing explained, Jiang Qi is my good friend. There will be many more situations like this. My relationship with him isn't what you think. If it were, we'd already be together, and it wouldn't matter to you. I'm just a good friend, and also his older brother, just like a real brother. My brother Xiao Junjie knows about this too. I can't stop being friends with him just because of someone else. I can't do that, just like I can't be separated from Xiao Junjie. Lu Ting's eyes darkened. When he looked into Xiao Keqing's clear eyes, he felt a bit more at ease with his explanation. Xiao Keqing continued, we're not even a couple yet, and we're already having disagreements. Luckily, I didn't agree to be your girlfriend. If I had, arguing over it wouldn't be worth it. Lu Ting felt nervous and quickly explained, are we having disagreements? No, you just explained everything clearly. I just don't understand why I should be jealous. Let's just be honest with each other in the future. Xiao Keqing. Anyway, I will only explain this once. If you misunderstand me or him again, or hear rumors about us, I won't bother explaining anymore. Xiao Keqing thought about how he and Jiang Qi were seen buying things at the supply store, and maybe rumors had already spread. Lu Ting nodded. You've already explained now, and I believe you. But I will still feel jealous. There's nothing I can do about it. You keep avoiding me and being so kind to him. You always refuse me from afar. Didn't we agree I was digging for you? You even called him, and you treat him as well as you treat me. I just can't help feeling jealous. Xiao Keqing chuckled softly. This man really had many demands. If it's like him, only as a brother. We can be like that too. Lu Ting was momentarily speechless. Forget it. I don't want to be your brother. We are better as a couple. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Keqing started tidying up the dishes. I'm going back. Lu Ting took the dishes. Wait, I'll wash them first and then send you off. He brought the washed dishes over. Xiao Keqing carried her basket. Just give it to me. No need to see me off. It's only a few steps. Lu Ting took her basket, placed the dishes inside, and strode forward. After opening the yard gate, he said, There's no one around at this time. I'll see you off. Xiao Keqing nodded. Okay. Lu Ting was still worried that someone in the big yard might see, so he didn't dare hold Xiao Keqing's hand. Soon, Lu Ting returned the things to her home. The next morning, Lu Ting brought her some buns and then went to Zhao's house. As he entered the yard, he saw Xiao Keqing coming out with A. Lu Ting immediately frowned. Xiao Keqing looked at him approaching. Brother Lu, good morning. Are you really so eager to lose your hands and feet? After speaking, Lu Ting took them from her. Xiao Keqing looked curious. Why are there feet too? Lu Ting knew she wouldn't dig. She didn't even know such basic knowledge. He explained, if the isn't good, you might end up digging your feet. Do you really not want your feet? Today is Saturday. I'll come back early, probably around 2:30 in the afternoon. Be good and wait for me to come back, okay? Xiao Keqing originally didn't plan to do it herself. Yesterday, this man didn't let her dig and even got jealous. Since she had her own ideas about making him her man, why not use them in advance? She wasn't that naive. All right then, I'll wait for you. When Lu Ting heard this, his expression relaxed, and upon hearing the phrase I'll wait for you, he felt very happy. He smiled and said, Yes, I'll wait for you. But when I'm digging, you need to be there with me, just like yesterday. I want you to supervise. It seemed the man had listened to their conversation from yesterday. All right, I'll stay with you, she replied. After breakfast at the Xiao family, Lu Ting went to the army. Xiao Keqing finished her breakfast, picked up a pen and paper, and sat in the yard to draw plans. Her drawings were clear enough that building a shed would be twice as effective. Plus, with her spiritual spring water, success was likely. The main reason was that she could also use space to grow vegetables, which was a good excuse. Anyway, her family was fine with her experimenting, and since it was in her own yard, It avoided many unnecessary troubles. In the afternoon, she planned to ask Lu Ting what materials would be best for building the shed once he returned. Just as she finished her drawings, Director Yang from the art troupe arrived. He sat in the yard with Xiao Keqing and started talking. Director Yang smiled and said, "Xiao Qing, I came today to tell you that I've worked to get you more benefits." Her eyes lit up instantly. What benefits? Director Yang had also spoken with Yang Yunxiao and understood Xiao Keqing's thoughts better. He knew she didn't want to work every day. He smiled warmly and said, "Xiao Qing, I've thought about it and talked with your mother. We truly understand your wishes. Since you don't want to work daily, I've made some adjustments. Would that be okay?" "Tell me about these adjustments," Xiao Keqing asked. Director Yang explained, "You don't need to report every day. Just participate actively and cooperate when there are performances. Also, for each of your compositions, you'll get a bonus of 50 yuan. But 50 yuan isn't easy to earn, so don't just take credit for others' work." Xiao Keqing smiled. Director Yang was really clever. He wanted to get everything he could. No wonder he was the head of the troupe. Her songs were worth more than 50 yuan. She originally joined the art troupe to sing, and she never expected to get bonuses. It was a real benefit, and she didn't need to report every day. That was great.
All right.
Director Yang really thought things through, she said. He then tentatively asked, "Next week, find a time to report to the troupe and meet everyone. It wouldn't be right to treat her differently just because she was talented. They wanted to keep talented people long-term." He thought for a moment and added, "If you write the music for the songs performed in the Southern Army, you'll get the same bonus. Bring the music on Monday, and the bonus will be included with your salary." Xiao Keqing, "Okay, I will find a time to report next week. How much is my salary?" Captain Yang, 30 yuan, which is the salary after becoming a permanent employee. Xiao Keqing was momentarily stunned but nodded. She felt the pay was a bit low, but since she had nothing much to do at home, she could give herself a good reputation. Releasing 2 songs a month is considered a good salary, and Captain Yang's benefits are quite decent. She didn't need to worry about songs. There are plenty of songs in future generations. After greeting Captain Yang and Xiao Keqing, they returned to the group. Meanwhile, Lu Ting arrived at the group and happened to meet Zhou Haoyu, who was in the group. Lu Ting asked him to inform Jiang Qi to come to his office. When Jiang Qi learned that Lu Ting wanted to see him, he felt nervous and unsure of what trouble he might be in. Thinking that Lu Ting was Xiao Keqing's brother, he felt somewhat relieved. He knew they would have a serious talk, and for Xiao Keqing's happiness, he was willing to risk everything today. When Jiang Qi knocked on the office door, Lu Ting's voice came from inside.
"Come in."
Jiang Qi entered and saluted Lu Ting. He didn't want to be punished again over a small matter. Politely, he asked, "Captain Lu, you wanted to see me?" Lu Ting sat in a chair, raising an eyebrow. His deep, dark eyes slowly looked up, seeming to hold some meaning. He looked at Jiang Qi with a serious expression. Jiang Qi's heart pounded. He said nervously, "Captain Lu, I didn't mean to speak badly about you yesterday. It was because I was running, and I just complained a little in front of Xiao Keqing. Please, I hope you won't take it seriously." Lu Ting's cold gaze shot directly at Jiang Qi. "Am I not capable? Not good enough in every way? You think you know me well? Tell me, am I not good enough? Do you disagree with me and Xiao Keqing being together?" Jiang Qi couldn't say much. Could he admit that something was wrong with him? For Xiao Keqing's happiness, he was willing to risk everything. He took a deep breath and said, "There are rumors that you're not looking for a partner at your age because of issues. I hope you understand what I mean." He even tilted his head forward, glancing at Lu Ting's waist area, making his meaning clear. Lu Ting immediately understood what Jiang Qi was implying. His eyes turned cold like a frozen lake, flickering with anger. Jiang Qi had said the hardest part openly, revealing all his worries. He decided to say some nice words to soften the situation. His eyes twitched as he added, "You're handsome, hold a high position, and your family is very well off."
"No doubt about that.
But with such qualities, I'm sure many women like you. You probably don't realize how scary women can be when they get jealous. I just worry that Xiao Keqing might get hurt." Jiang Qi looked at Lu Ting's expression and felt he could continue talking. He then said, "Your official position will definitely improve in the future, and you'll have less and less time to spend with Xiao Qingqing. Plus, since your reputation isn't good, I'm worried Xiao Qingqing might end up alone forever." Hearing Jiang Qi say that he wasn't good enough, Lu Ting's eyes flashed with anger. Jiang Qi sensed Lu Ting was about to lose his temper, so he quickly added, "Look at the way you're looking at me now, it's so scary. If you get angry at Xiao Qingqing in the future, she'll feel so wronged. Everyone in the army knows you're a cold, strict leader." Seeing that Lu Ting's anger was easing a bit, Jiang Qi had an idea. He thought it was a good time to argue with him properly. He was quite good at talking and convincing others in this area. Seeing an empty chair at Lu Ting's table, Jiang Qi strode over and sat down heavily, instantly putting on a worried look. "Can you imagine how worried I am for Xiao Qingqing? I am her only good friend, and I'm also her brother. Of course I have to watch out for her and check you out. Look at all your flaws. If I don't point them out, how can I feel at ease?" Hearing Jiang Qi say this, Lu Ting finally understood why Jiang Qi was Xiao Qingqing's friend. They not only shared similar personalities, but also both loved to talk. Lu Ting said seriously, "First, I am perfectly normal in that regard, and I will never let Xiao Qingqing be left alone forever. Second, I won't get angry at Xiao Qingqing, nor will I treat her badly. Third, no matter how high my rank or how busy I am at work, I can still take care of my family. Where do you get the idea that I don't have time to be with her?" Jiang Qi looked at Lu Ting suspiciously. "If you say so, then fine. But how will you prove it? If you get married to Xiao Qingqing later and find out you're not good enough, it'll be too late. Military marriages are hard to end." Lu Ting's eyes turned cold. "I don't need to prove anything to you. Your worries are unnecessary. Besides," his tone paused a moment, then continued, "Qing'er already knows I'm capable. She's confirmed it herself. What are you still worried about?" Jiang Qi's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder he didn't believe Xiao Qingqing. She already knew everything, yet she didn't tell him, making him worry for nothing. Lu Ting looked at Jiang Qi and said, "I've answered your question. Now it's my turn. What is your relationship with Qing'er?" Jiang Qi slightly smiled and replied, "My relationship with Xiao Qingqing? You can think of me as her good friend and her older brother. Like Xiao Junjia, I am one of her closest people. Also, Xiao Qingqing listens to me a lot, and my advice is very important to her." Lu Ting then asked, "How long have you known Qing'er?" Jiang Qi thought to himself that he couldn't tell the truth. "It's been a very long time, much longer than you think. If she trusts you, she will naturally tell you how many years we've known each other. Asking me this only shows you haven't gained her trust yet." Lu Ting thought to himself that gaining Qing'er's trust was just a matter of time. Knowing they probably wouldn't become a couple made him feel relieved. Lu Ting said, "Since you're Qing'er's good friend, you should keep a proper distance between men and women. No more shoulder pats or similar gestures." Jiang Qi looked into Lu Ting's eyes and saw he was quite jealous and possessive. As a boss, could he refuse? He helplessly agreed, "Okay." Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing finished her lunch, took a short nap, then took out apples and oranges from her space and brought tea to the yard. She brewed herself a cup of tea. The tea leaves were bought by Lu Ting, and the taste was quite good. When Lu Ting came in, he saw Xiao Qingqing drinking from her cup, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Xiao Qingqing saw him arrive, put down her cup, and asked, "Do you want some water?" Lu Ting moved his chair closer to her and sat down. "Yes," he said, then naturally picked up her cup and took a sip.
"You."
Xiao Qingqing looked at him in surprise. Lu Ting smiled casually and said, "Didn't you ask me if I wanted to drink?" After speaking, he picked up her cup again and slowly took a sip, right where Xiao Qingqing had just been drinking. A faint blush appeared on Xiao Qingqing's face. "I didn't tell you to drink my water. That's what I drank." Lu Ting looked at her with a smile in his eyes and said, "What's the difference? Haven't we already kissed before? I don't mind you drinking after me. Do you mind me?" Xiao Qingqing pouted. "Who said I don't mind? I do mind." Lu Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, He put one arm around her neck, pulled her close, and kissed her firmly. This position looked very commanding, and Xiao Keqing had almost no way to resist, only able to let the other person's lips and tongue intertwine with hers. Their breathing intertwined, filling the air with a passionate and thrilling feeling. It was like the aroma of tea leaves lingering on her lips and teeth, blending with the other's breath, making the kiss feel fresh and sweet. Xiao Keqing's heart was pounding so hard it almost felt like it would burst out of her chest. Her hands unconsciously clenched onto Lu Ting's clothes, as if trying to steady her trembling mind. They didn't know how long they had been kissing, until Lu Ting finally slowly pulled away from her lips. Xiao Keqing's lips looked even more beautiful and shiny, glowing with a tempting shine. Lu Ting looked at her with a playful and satisfied expression. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he casually wiped the water from his lips with his finger. "Still dislike it?" he asked. Hearing his deep voice and intense gaze, Xiao Keqing's heart trembled suddenly. She felt like only her heartbeat was left in her ears, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Xiao Keqing immediately pushed him away, kicked him his calf, and angrily glared at him. "Rascal." Lu Ting chuckled and said, "That's what a rascal is. Do you remember what you did to me not long ago? Forgot? That's because you disliked me." Xiao Keqing thought about the scene where she kissed him forcefully and touched his abs, losing her confidence instantly. She shouted loudly, "You only know how to use this to bully me." "No," Lu Ting thought to himself, "it's pretty useful. I'll use it again next time." Looking at her angry face, he smiled with his eyes. "All right, don't be mad. What is this?" He picked up a piece of paper on the table and looked at it. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. How could the drawing be so good? But he wasn't sure if it would work. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting seriously studying the paper and asked, "Can you understand it?" She pointed to the drawing and explained, "It's about building a shelter here. You see, what materials would be best?" Lu Ting thought for a moment and said, "I think bamboo would be good. It's light, durable, and nearby. There are plenty of bamboo under the mountain. I'll rest tomorrow and go up the mountain to cut some down." Xiao Keqing nodded happily. "Please find someone to help build it. I'll pay for the labor." Lu Ting looked at her and said, "No need to find anyone. I can do it myself. As for the payment, forget it. Just come with me tomorrow to the foot of the mountain and help cut some bamboo." Lu Ting thought that as long as she wanted to do it, he would accompany her. It might just take a little more time and effort. "Okay, we will go together tomorrow. Once I harvest the vegetables in winter, I will give you more. I won't let you work in vain," Xiao Keqing said. "All right, I'll wait." Lu Ting thought Xiao Keqing was just joking and decided to go along with her. Lu Ting continued, "I can dig this land in less than an hour. But I don't know what's covering it. Maybe you can come with me to see? I'm worried I might buy the wrong thing." He thought about how his bike was just used today and couldn't help but smile. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing explained, "Actually, just buy some thin plastic film to cover it." But Lu Ting still looked a bit worried, still worried I might buy the wrong thing. Xiao Keqing nodded. "All right then." Lu Ting raised an eyebrow and gave a sly smile. He looked at his watch and saw it was still early. He planned to buy what they needed, then take Xiao Keqing out for a meal before heading back. He thought that by the time they returned, it might be dark, so he decided to bring a flashlight just in case. Lu Ting turned to Xiao Keqing and said, "We're leaving soon. Get ready. Later, you should call Aunt Sun and tell her we won't be eating at home tonight, okay?" Xiao Keqing nodded, "Okay." Lu Ting turned to walk home, a happy smile on his face. It wasn't easy to find a chance to invite her out, so he was glad they had this opportunity today. After Lu Ting left, Xiao Keqing went back to her room, greeted Aunt Sun, then returned to her own room. She took some money and put it in her backpack. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Lu Ting coming into the yard. "Let's go,"
he said.
Xiao Keqing carried her cloth bag and followed Lu Ting out of the yard. When she saw the bike he was pushing, she was stunned. Wasn't this the bike he fixed up last time? Oh my, could he want her to ride the bike to buy the plastic film? Hee. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with a meaningful gaze. Lu Ting noticed her confused look and explained, "The bike is the same. You sit in the back, I'll be steady, and I won't fall. He got on the bike, one foot firmly on the ground, the other on the pedal, then looked at Xiao Keqing from the side. Xiao Keqing thought this man was very clever. Ting kept one foot on the pedal and the other on the ground, his eyes gentle as he quietly waited for her to sit behind him. Xiao Keqing slowly approached, just about to sit on the back seat, her gaze casually drifting over his legs. Because the man was sitting on the bicycle, his pants were tight, revealing smooth and strong thigh muscles that outlined a perfect shape. His legs looked long and muscular. She couldn't help but admire. Wow, those legs are really long. Xiao Keqing sat on the back seat, holding the edge tightly, and said, I'm ready. Let's ride. Ting looked back at Xiao Keqing and asked, Are you sure? Yes, I'm ready, she replied. After saying that, she tightened her grip on the back seat. It was her first time sitting behind a bicycle, and she found it interesting. The back seat was padded, so it didn't feel uncomfortable. Ting carefully started riding, and they were still noticed by many military wives in the housing compound. Not many families owned bicycles there, so it attracted attention. The courtyard became lively again, and people started talking. Ting felt a bit disappointed. Once they left the housing area, weren't there no other people around? Why didn't anyone hold on to him? Was she really afraid of falling? This clever girl, does she not understand, or is she pretending not to? Xiao Keqing was a bit worried about falling off the back for the first time, but luckily Ting was riding slowly. She held the edge of the seat tightly, feeling it wasn't very comfortable. She thought a jeep would be much better. Ting was open and honest, speaking directly. Qinger, there's not much traffic on this road.
You can hold on to me.
I'm worried you might fall. Xiao Keqing knew that Ting wanted to get close to her by riding the bike. I'm holding the seat, I won't fall. Ting let go of the handlebars with his right hand and reached behind to precisely hold Xiao Keqing's right hand, placing it on his waist. Don't move. The road ahead isn't smooth. This way is safer, and you'll feel more relaxed. Xiao Keqing asked suspiciously, Is that really true? Her hand was warm from Ting's palm. Ting kept holding her hand without letting go, deliberately riding over small stones, causing the handlebars to tremble slightly. Xiao Keqing suddenly hugged Ting's waist tightly. If Ting hadn't been holding her hand, she might have fallen. She wondered, is this man doing it on purpose? Ting's lips curled into a triumphant smile, and he intentionally twisted the bike a little. Xiao Keqing hugged his waist even tighter. Ting felt her grip tighten, and his heart jolted. It was as if a current was passing through his whole body from her touch. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. His ears started to feel warm. This was an intense feeling. Oh my goodness! Xiao Keqing's eyes brightened. What did she touch? She felt his slim waist, and her hands unconsciously moved a little.
Wow!
Even through the coat, Xiao Keqing could tell the man had a good figure. It's a pity she couldn't feel more clearly because of the clothes, but if she could, it would be even more obvious. Ting felt Xiao's small hands wandering over his body. His body tensed instantly, and he straightened up even more. He gripped the handle tighter, sweat on his palms revealing his nervousness and excitement. Xiao Keqing also clearly sensed the man's different mood. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Who told you to tease me, kiss me, and talk back? I should tease you back. After all, you let me hold you, so why not hug me? Her actions on his hand became bolder. She looked around and, as she had told Ting, there was no one around, the road was wide, and she moved her hand further up. Ting felt the softness behind him. His palms sweat slightly, and he was too nervous to move. Her small hands were still mischievous, making him restless. Ting took a deep breath. His left hand held her unruly hand. Be good. I'll give you a proper touch when we get back. It's not safe in the car. Xiao Keqing smiled mischievously. What are you saying? I didn't touch you. It was you who let me hold you. Anyway, she wouldn't admit to touching him. Ting chuckled softly. Why was her little mouth so stubborn? Xiao Keqing reminded him, drive carefully, hold on tight. It's unsafe to hold my hand and drive at the same time. Hurry up. Lu Ting's smile stayed on his face. He had no choice but to put her hand back on the handlebar. On the way, Xiao Keqing kept moving her hands back and forth over Lu Ting's chest every few moments. Lu Ting felt helpless, but amused. His Xiao knew how to tease him. There would be plenty of time to get back at her later. As they saw more people on the road, Xiao Keqing let go of her hold on Lu Ting. One hand clung tightly to the back seat, while the other lightly tugged at the hem of his coat. When Xiao Keqing let go, Lu Ting's riding speed noticeably slowed down.
He was still worried about accidents.
The department store they arrived at was quite close. They wouldn't take a bike for a long trip. They quickly reached their destination. Lu Ting carefully stopped the bike, tiptoed to keep his balance, then turned to look at Xiao in the back seat and softly said, "Xiao, we've arrived." Xiao Keqing looked at the shop in front of her, a hint of confusion on her face, and got out of the car. Lu Ting noticed her confusion and smiled as he explained, "This shop doesn't actually sell ready-made items, but I know the manager here.
We used to be comrades in the army.
The places that sell those things are a bit far, so talking to him is your best bet. You come in with me, and you can tell him what kind of thing you want." Lu Ting also thought about going to Qiangzi's place, but he couldn't take Qing'er to his black market because it wasn't safe. So he brought her here, without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing nodded softly. After Lu Ting parked his bike, he and Xiao Keqing went into the shop together. After returning from the southern forces, he had met Liao Chen by chance and had brought him here before. Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing straight to the second floor to find Liao Chen. They both went upstairs, with Xiao Keqing following behind Lu Ting. Lu Ting knocked on the door, which was slightly open. Inside, a deep, strong voice said, "Ah, Captain Lu, you're not here to pick up something today, are you?"
Your order still needs some time.
Lu Ting smiled faintly and said, "No rush. It's still the scheduled time, and I'll come to pick it up then. I have something else to discuss with you today." "Okay, what is it?" Liao Chen walked over to Lu Ting and then noticed the person behind him. Liao Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked at Lu Ting with a meaningful gaze. Lu Ting understood what he meant and nodded slightly with a smile. Liao Chen then turned to Xiao Keqing and greeted warmly, "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Lu Ting's former comrade, and now I am the director here. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Xiao Keqing smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Xiao Keqing. I actually came here because I need to find you for something. Come in, let's talk inside." Liao Chen gestured with his hand. Xiao Keqing glanced at Lu Ting, who was looking at her with a bright smile. She decided it wasn't necessary to explain. It wasn't the first time someone misunderstood when they were alone. After pouring tea for both of them, Liao Chen sat down and started chatting. Soon, Xiao Keqing placed her order for what she wanted. Liao Chen wanted to invite them to dinner, but Lu Ting politely declined. After confirming her order, Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing to the first floor and softly said, "Take a look around and see if there's anything you want." Xiao Keqing wandered around the first floor, while Lu Ting silently followed her, watching her closely. Was she not interested in anything? Does she not like shopping? When his mother comes, she'll want to look here and there. Xiao Keqing looked over the many goods in the shop but couldn't find anything she wanted to buy. The space was well stocked, and looking at these items made her feel the different times they came from. Each item had a nostalgic feel, which she found quite interesting. In her time, such things were rare and mostly seen only on TV. The place was small but crowded. She glanced at Lu Ting and said, "Let's go." "I don't really want to buy anything." "Okay, I'll take you to eat first. After we eat, we can go home," Lu Ting replied. Xiao Keqing checked her watch and then looked at the dimming sky. She felt a little worried and said, "After eating, we should go home. It's getting dark, and riding a bike might not be safe." Lu Ting explained, "I have a flashlight, so it's okay." Xiao Keqing thought Lu Ting was very thoughtful and well-prepared. She nodded and said, "All right, let's go. I'm pretty hungry now." After they stepped outside, Lu Ting carefully got on his bike and waited for Xiao Keqing to sit on the back. Her gaze unintentionally drifted over Lu Ting's long legs.
Wow.
His legs really caught the eye. TSK, TSK, TSK. But Xiao Keqing didn't say anything. She just smiled softly and gracefully sat on the back of the bike. Lu Ting felt her weight and smiled slightly, satisfied. Then he pushed off strongly, and the bike smoothly moved forward. Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing to a nearby state-run restaurant. After he parked the bike, they both went inside. The restaurant was bustling with noise, full of customers. Since it was a busy time, they found a corner to sit in. Not wanting to worry about finding a seat later, Lu Ting asked Xiao Keqing to sit first while he went to buy food. Xiao Keqing had no objections. She sat down and looked around, watching Lu Ting's back. This man was really eye-catching. Wherever he stood, he became the center of attention. When all the dishes arrived, Xiao Keqing picked up her chopsticks but found her bowl was filled to the brim. She couldn't finish it all. She scooped some rice into Lu Ting's bowl and smiled, saying, "I really can't eat this much. I'll share some with you." Looking at the dishes on the table, it was clear that Lu Ting had ordered her favorite foods. He was also happily eating, clearly satisfied with the meal. Xiao Keqing occasionally looked at him across the table, a faint, subtle smile on her lips. Lu Ting noticed her expression and also smiled faintly, both of them sharing a quiet, ambiguous atmosphere with each glance. After the two finished eating, it was already very dark outside. The man took out a flashlight from his pocket, then pulled out some rope and tied the flashlight to the front of the bicycle. Xiao Keqing looked at the clothes he was wearing where he had just stored the flashlight. Was it a magic bag? How could it hold so much? Seeing the flashlight shining, she realized the man had a plan. She hadn't thought of these details before. Even if they hadn't just eaten dinner, they would still be worried about seeing in the dark on the way back. Lu Ting carefully tied the flashlight to the bicycle handlebar to ensure safety during night riding. He turned to look at Xiao Keqing beside him, noticed her thick clothing, and felt a wave of concern. "Qing'er, the wind might be a little cold tonight. If you come back dressed like that, you'll be cold on the way," Lu Ting softly said, quickly taking off his jacket and walking steadily toward Xiao Keqing. He gently draped his jacket over her shoulders, showing caring and concern in his actions. Xiao Keqing wanted to refuse, but Lu Ting seemed to have anticipated her reaction and hurriedly said, "Qing'er, what if you catch a cold on the way back? I don't want you to get sick again." Seeing Xiao Keqing still hesitating, he added with a teasing tone, "Are you worried I'll be cold, so you didn't wear your own jacket? Or do you secretly care about me and don't want me to get cold?" After saying this, he stared at Xiao Keqing with hopeful and gentle eyes. Xiao Keqing's cheeks turned slightly red from his words. She tried to act tough and said, "You have a thick face. Who cares about you?" But her hands couldn't help but reach into Lu Ting's jacket. The jacket still carried his body warmth, and a warm feeling instantly spread through her, making her feel an unprecedented warmth and safety. Lu Ting saw this and smiled with satisfaction. He carefully buttoned her jacket, one button at a time, and tidied her sleeves neatly. After finishing, he pushed the bicycle with peace of mind. Xiao Keqing, wearing Lu Ting's jacket, could almost feel his unique scent, very pleasant. It made her feel warm inside, full of comfort and security. "Get on the bike, quickly." Xiao Keqing had no choice but to tighten her coat and sit on the back seat. Along the way, the flashlight lit the road ahead. Suddenly, the bicycle hit a large stone, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ting quickly steadied the bike and anxiously asked, "Qing'er, are you okay?" In the next second, Xiao Keqing tightly hugged Lu Ting's waist, her heart pounding.
I'm fine.
This time, it wasn't Lu Ting's deliberate doing. During the day, he could see clearly, but at night, he didn't dare to be careless. Xiao Keqing was able to clearly feel the tense muscles in Lu Ting's abdomen. Late at night, she didn't move around like she did during the day. Since it was dark outside and everything was black, she could only hold tightly onto Lu Ting's waist, with her face resting on his back. "Qing'er, are you cold?" After speaking, Lu Ting loosened his left hand and covered her hand, feeling her warmth. "I'm not cold. It's just too dark," Xiao Keqing said, leaning on Lu Ting's back. Next time, we'll come during the day." He patted her hand and then placed it back on the car handle, because he didn't dare to be careless at night. Soon, they arrived at the residential compound. After Xiao Keqing got out of the car, she started unfastening Lu Ting's clothes. Lu Ting parked the car steadily and walked over to her. Xiao Keqing looked up in the dim light, meeting the man's eyes, and handed him his clothes, saying, "Thank you." Lu Ting took the clothes, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Just words?" Hearing this, Xiao Keqing smiled and asked, "Then what do you want?" Lu Ting didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at her deeply and slowly said, "You decide." A clever glint sparkled in Xiao Keqing's eyes. "Then I'll owe you for now." After saying that, she turned and walked into the house. Watching her figure walk away, Lu Ting smiled and put his coat back on himself. His nose was filled with her lovely scent. He pushed his bicycle slowly home, moonlight shining on him, casting a long shadow. The next morning, Xiao Keqing got up early. She opened the window, and fresh air flooded in. Unconsciously, her mind drifted to Lu Ting's appearance yesterday, and a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared on her lips. After entering the space and harvesting the crops, then planting a new batch, she headed to the warehouse. Thinking about today's plan to chop bamboo with Lu Ting, she wondered what would be good to bring him. She took 2 pairs of gloves, knowing that bamboo could easily hurt fingers. Xiao Keqing didn't know much about building a shed, and she wasn't sure how far the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain was, or how long they would be gone. If they spent a long time chopping bamboo, they might get tired. She decided to prepare more supplies just in case. She packed 4 mandarins from the space, which were of high quality and naturally tasted excellent. She also put space-made preserved meat and sauce-flavored biscuits into aluminum lunchboxes, along with some spicy potatoes, braised lotus root, and 4 boiled eggs. Thinking that if it doesn't work out, I can always bring some home for Lu Ting to enjoy. These ingredients are common here, and even though the recipes differ, it shows I can cook well. I went to the kitchen early today, and everyone is still asleep. Xiao Keqing also wants her family to taste the marinated dishes, so she took out another portion of the prepared food for Lu Ting and placed it on a plate. She found a basket in the kitchen for potatoes, took some into her space, and also took out 12 eggs from the egg basket, placing them in her space to avoid Aunt Sun noticing. She packed 8 marinated eggs in a plate, kept 4 for herself, so there's no problem. She cooked a simple grain porridge on the honeycomb coal stove. When asked, she said she made it herself in the morning. The kitchen door was closed, so no one would guess what was happening inside. She washed the cutting board, knife, and pot again with clean water, then placed them on the stove, making sure not to reveal anything. The rest of the kitchen was left as it was. No one suspected a thing. Since she rarely took ingredients from her space, she decided to take out a few more. Next time, she might have to wait until her brother returns to get more. Having her own brother around would definitely prevent any slip-ups. She first checked what ingredients she had in her kitchen before proceeding, still careful not to let Aunt Sun notice. Besides a basket of chili peppers and potatoes, there was nothing else. It seemed today wasn't the right day to take anything else. She stared at the chili peppers for 3 seconds and suddenly had an idea. Lu Ting once said she didn't know his preferences? Who said she didn't know? When she was chasing him before, she knew everything about him clearly. She just didn't think about it back then. Moreover, during recent meals together, she noticed he liked spicy food. Seeing many chili peppers in the basket, she decided to make chili sauce. The space had some ready-made ingredients. She poured half of the chili peppers into her space, then took an empty bottle used for meat sauce from the kitchen and transferred the chili sauce into it, filling 5 small bottles to make a total of 15 bottles. Looking at the large jar of chili sauce, Xiao Keqing's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. She thought about how the man said she didn't know his preferences. Now, let's see what he has to say. If she had to make chili sauce herself, she wouldn't do it. It's too troublesome, and she couldn't make it taste like this. Since there was only a military-style kettle at home, she poured herself a kettle of water and added a drop of spiritual spring water. Ever since she learned she shouldn't drink too much spiritual spring water, she only took a few drops daily. After finishing all this, she realized it wasn't easy. Really quite difficult. Opening the kitchen door, Xiao brought the food to the dining table, waiting for the multigrain porridge to finish cooking so they could have breakfast. This morning, Aunt Sun got up to prepare breakfast and was surprised when she saw the food on the table, exclaiming, "Wow! Amazing skills." She quickly went to the kitchen and saw Coco busy working. Aunt Sun was amazed and said, "Coco, today, I really learned something new. How did you learn to cook?" Xiao turned to Aunt Sun with a smile and said, "Aunt Sun, I love studying delicious food. During the past 6 months when you weren't here, I've been learning to cook." They chatted for a while, and Aunt Sun started preparing bowls and chopsticks. When Xiao Ma and Grandpa sat at the table, they were surprised. Was breakfast always this rich? The family enjoyed their meal happily. Grandpa especially loved the spicy pepper sauce, which was so tasty he couldn't stop eating and kept praising Coco's cooking skills. Meanwhile, Ting woke up early, full of energy. Today was another day off, and he finally had a chance to spend time alone with Ting. Ting was very clever and kept avoiding him, so asking her out wasn't easy. Ting thought about her yard, planning to dig the ground and build a shed. He could finish it in just one day. But he didn't want to finish too quickly because once it was done, he didn't know when he could ask her out again. Today, he planned to just dig the ground and prepare bamboo for the shed, and then build it another day. Last night, Ting returned home and set several traps in the mountains. He didn't go deep into the forest, only setting traps around the edges. Recently, he had been hunting daily and knew the terrain well. He only took Ting into the mountains when he was sure she wouldn't be in danger. They had barbecue in the mountains at noon. Although his cooking wasn't great, he was good at grilling meat. He packed salt, chili powder, and Sichuan pepper in small paper packets and carried them with him. Looking at the 3 kettles hanging on the wall, he picked one up and started washing it with warm water. A smile appeared on Ting's face. He wasn't going to give her a chance to look down on him. He took a machete, a dagger, and some rope, putting them into his backpack, and also packed the kettle. Unfortunately, there were no pastries at home, or he would have brought some for Ting. Ting was eating breakfast at home, his face full of happiness. This made Grandpa Lu and Xiao Ma notice that his mood seemed especially good today. Grandpa Lu stared at his grandson with a curious look in his eyes and asked, "How are you and Coco?" Ting looked up at his grandfather and then glanced at his mother. She was full of curiosity. He smiled and said, "Just leave it at that." Grandpa Lu looked at his grandson's smile and expression, feeling proud. He thought, how can I not tease him? He sneered and said, "Your dad called yesterday. He probably came back not long ago." Hearing that his father was returning soon, Ting's heart tightened. He thought about Xiao Gui likely coming back with him. His cheerful expression faded quickly, and his face became serious. He nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Ting changed the subject and said, "Today, I need to build a shelter for Coco, so I won't be home for lunch." His mother asked curiously, "What kind of shelter?" Ting explained, "You'll see once it's done. Today, both of you shouldn't go to the Xiao family in the afternoon. Don't disturb me and Coco building the shelter."
Don't slow me down.
Grandpa Lu. His mother. His mother rolled her eyes helplessly. Grandpa Lu sighed deeply and pretended to be serious. He said, "You can't even do well enough to chase after someone, and now you're relying on me and your mom. You're really something." Ting took some money from his pocket and said, "Grandpa, I heard there's a lake not far from here in Tongjia village. It's a good place for fishing. I plan to invite Grandpa Xiao to go fishing together. Here's some money for lunch with Grandpa Xiao at the village." He placed several bills on his grandfather's table. Grandpa Lu looked at the money on the table and said, "If you need help, just say so. No need to beat around the bush." Ting then looked at his mother and said, "Mom, this afternoon you can go shopping with Aunt Xiao. Buy some clothes. It's getting cold, so buy some for the family. You can also bring Aunt Sun along to give some advice." He then put a stack of money in front of his mother. His mother said, "TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder you're the team leader. Your planning skills are unmatched." She smiled happily and pocketed the money. "Take your time eating. I'm leaving now. After speaking, Lu Ting happily left. He carried his basket and went to Xiao's house. Meanwhile, just as Xiao Keqing put down her chopsticks, she heard the door open. She guessed it was Lu Ting, and a smile appeared on her face. She said, "Grandpa, Mom, I have plans with Brother Lu to cut bamboo and build a shelter today. I'm leaving." Before her family could ask more, she hurried outside. Xiao Keqing packed her water bottle and carefully put her lunchbox, oranges, chili sauce, gloves, and other items into a cloth bag. She then happily headed out. She opened the courtyard gate and looked up, meeting Lu Ting's smiling eyes. They exchanged glances. Xiao Keqing stepped out and said, "Brother Lu, I'm ready. Let's go." Lu Ting looked her over from head to toe. She was wearing flat shoes, carrying a water bottle, and holding a bag. "Qinger, let me carry that for you." Lu Ting quickly stepped forward and gently took the heavy cloth bag from her hands, curious to peek inside. The bag was tied shut, so he didn't know what Qinger had packed, but it felt heavy. He also took the water bottle from Qinger. Seeing the water bottle and the bag, it was clear she was well prepared.
Qinger was so smart.
Lu Ting carefully placed everything Qinger brought into the bag and then securely carried the basket on his back. He looked at Xiao Keqing and said, "Let's go. We'll take the back door. It's closer. We'll eat on the mountain at noon." Xiao Keqing nodded, feeling a bit curious. Did he know she was bringing food? When he put down the basket, she only saw a machete, some rope, and the water bottle inside. The two headed straight for the back door. Xiao Keqing knew there was a back door in the courtyard, but she had never been through it before. Walking behind Lu Ting, they exited the courtyard and reached the back mountain. The path was shaded with green trees, and the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadows, making her feel happy. Lu Ting pointed to the road ahead and said, "Do you see that road? I've been running here these past 2 days. It's quiet and not many people."
You can go up the mountain from this small path.
Xiao Keqing asked curiously, "Is this the path you take to go up the mountain?"
And Lu Ting nodded. Yes.
Xiao Keqing looked around and saw several other paths leading up the mountain. She pointed to one and asked, "Brother Lu, where does this road lead?" Lu Ting looked in the direction she was pointing and patiently explained, "That road also goes up the mountain, but this one leads closer to the deep woods." Xiao Keqing nodded. "You're quite familiar with this place." Lu Ting smiled and replied, "Of course. I've lived here since I was a child. I know every path. When I was young, I often went up the mountain with your brother to hunt wild game. Xiao Keqing, I used to follow you guys when I was little. Why didn't you bring me?" "I didn't know."
"Why?"
Lu Ting stopped walking and explained with a smile, "I definitely can't take you. If I take you up there, your brother and I might get into trouble. Your grandfather, father, and mother have told us many times not to take you because the mountain is dangerous." Xiao Keqing suddenly understood and nodded, saying, "No wonder I've never been there." Lu Ting continued walking and said, "There's a bamboo grove at the foot of the mountain. We'll go there. Behind the trees, I set a trap. Later, I'll take you to get some game." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing became excited immediately.
"Great.
"When did you set the trap?" Seeing her happy expression, Lu Ting's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. "I set it yesterday after I got back. I was thinking of bringing you today so I could roast meat for you." Xiao Keqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Are we going to roast it by the stream?" Lu Ting shook his head. "No, we won't roast it on the mountain. We'll go to the stream to do it. The environment there is beautiful, with flowing water. You can enjoy the scenery while eating." Xiao Keqing asked, "Are you so confident you can catch game? What if you miss?" Lu Ting stopped and looked at her with deep eyes. "Are you doubting me? Don't you trust me?" He had never failed setting traps or catching game. He put a lot of effort into bringing her to eat roasted meat, so he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. Xiao Keqing quickly waved her hand. "No, Brother Lu, I was just asking casually."
And Lu Ting smiled.
"Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry." After saying that, he continued leading the way. Soon, they arrived at the bamboo grove at the foot of the mountain. Lu Ting carefully selected suitable bamboo. Xiao Keqing opened her bag, took out a pair of gloves, and handed them to Lu Ting. Wear these gloves, so you won't hurt your hands. Seeing she had 2 pairs of gloves, Lu Ting picked up the one she handed him and put it on. Sit on that stone over there. I'll be done in just a little while. Xiao Keqing thought she couldn't chop trees anyway and smiled. Okay, just call me if you need anything. Lu Ting looked at her slim arms and legs. What could she do? Maybe just carry water. Xiao Keqing looked around, walking left and right, attracted by the newly sprouted bamboo shoots on the ground. In this material-scarce era, they should be quite popular. Why isn't anyone digging them up? She picked up a stick and started digging vigorously. She had nothing else to do at the moment. Lu Ting saw her squatting on the ground, looking at the bamboo shoots with a smile in his eyes. She really was like a child, curious about everything. He kept chopping bamboo, without disturbing her. Xiao Keqing quickly dug out a large bamboo shoot, enough to feed one meal. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She planned to take it home and cook bamboo shoot stew with meat at night. Since there was cured meat that was hard to take out, she thought using pork belly would be good too. Xiao Keqing carried the bamboo shoot to Lu Ting and smiled happily, saying, Brother Lu, I'll cook bamboo shoot for you tonight. Lu Ting guessed that Qing'er had never eaten this before and started to explain, Qing'er, there will be game to eat tonight. This thing isn't tasty. It's a little bitter and a bit astringent. It's not very good to eat. Hearing Lu Ting's explanation, Xiao Keqing finally understood why no one else came to dig bamboo shoots. Probably because they didn't know how to prepare them properly. She giggled and said, I've decided. Tonight, I'll invite you to eat bamboo shoot. When I go back, I'll just bring this one. After saying that, she started peeling off the hard outer shell so it would be easier to carry and wouldn't her skin. Lu Ting was silent. Could he really refuse to eat this? He could cook some bok choy for himself, which he liked. If it was delicious, wouldn't they have already eaten it all? The big yard had already cleared out all the good stuff. They wouldn't leave even one for them. Watching Xiao Keqing happily, Lu Ting wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. It was rare to hear her invite him to eat. If they all refused, he could just eat it himself. The bitterness and astringency didn't matter much. Soon, Lu Ting the good bamboo and set it aside. Xiao Keqing also placed her freshly dug bamboo shoot next to the bamboo. She took her water bottle from her basket and handed it to Lu Ting, then took out her own and took a few sips. Lu Ting drank a few sips, put the water bottle back, and slung his backpack on his back. He then led Xiao Keqing toward the trap site. Xiao Keqing's heart was full of anticipation, and she followed closely behind Lu Ting. They arrived at the first trap, and sure enough, a wild rabbit was caught. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up as she exclaimed happily, Wow, there's actually prey. Lu Ting carefully took down the rabbit, looking proud as he watched Xiao Keqing. He weighed the rabbit and said, It's quite fat. After tying up the rabbit, they moved on to the next trap. At the second trap, it was empty. Xiao Keqing comforted him, It's okay. One rabbit is enough for us to eat. Lu Ting confidently said, I checked 6 places. There should be more than one. Tonight, I'll definitely make a stew for you. Xiao Keqing followed Lu Ting from behind. As one prey after another was put into the basket, she exclaimed, Brother Lu, you're so amazing. There are 4 animals in total, wild chickens and rabbits. Lu Ting smiled slightly at her praise and said, It's different if we go up the mountain. There are more varieties. Next, Lu Ting led her toward the stream. Xiao Keqing was captivated by the scenery by the stream. It looked like a painting, clear water flowing gently and water plants swaying in the breeze. Standing by the stream, Xiao Keqing felt the gentle wind and saw her hair fluttering. Lu Ting took in this beautiful moment with a smile. He looked around and found a large rock that was perfect for Qing'er to sit on. Both of them could sit comfortably. They decided to build a simple stove with some stones in front of a big rock, then collected dry twigs nearby. Xiao Keqing watched from the side, occasionally picking small twigs and following Lu Ting. Lu Ting skillfully started a fire. He sat on a stone, positioning himself so the smoke wouldn't enter her face. He inserted the twigs on either side of the fire, ready for roasting later. He also took out the fattest rabbit from his basket. We'll roast the rabbit, and I'll stew the wild chicken for you tonight. How does that sound? Good, Xiao Keqing nodded. Lu Ting took out a small knife from his basket. Wait here for me. I'll handle the rabbit first. Don't follow me. He didn't want Xiao Keqing to see the bloody scene and get scared. Seeing his concern, Xiao Keqing said, Okay, go ahead. While Lu Ting was away, Xiao Keqing took the chance to gather a large bunch of leaves around the stream and laid them on the rocks. She also took out a metal lunchbox and some chili sauce from her cloth bag. Lu Ting had already skewered the prepared rabbit on a stick and returned to the fire. He saw the leaves spread on the ground, with a lunchbox and a jar of meat sauce placed on top. He was slightly surprised at first, then smiled. He held the rabbit over the fire to roast, then walked gracefully over to Xiao Keqing and squatted down slowly. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other. Lu Ting stared at Xiao Keqing with a meaningful smile. Xiao Keqing spoke first. Brother Lu, the snacks and chili sauce I made are especially for you. Thank you. Hearing that it was made just for him, Lu Ting couldn't help but smile. Try the chili sauce and see if it suits your taste. Xiao Keqing pointed at the sauce. Lu Ting picked up the bottle and looked at it. This was made especially for me, so I can't share it with others. Do you understand? Xiao Keqing pouted and said, You're really bossy and unreasonable. We only made 3 bottles. I took 2 for you, and I kept 1 at home for Grandpa. Grandpa is fine, but you can't give it to others. It was made just for me, and only I can have it. No one else. Lu Ting didn't want to see Jiang Qi eating the spicy sauce that Xiao Keqing specially prepared for him. Okay, then I won't give it to anyone, Xiao Keqing said. Hearing her words, Lu Ting's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes softened. He opened the aluminum lunchbox. When he saw everything inside, he was surprised and felt deeply touched. How early did she have to wake up to prepare all this? Doesn't that mean she likes him? When will she admit she likes him? He turned to look at Xiao Keqing, his deep eyes full of affection. Next time, don't wake up so early to prepare these. It's too tiring. You can sleep in a bit longer in the morning. His voice was low and gentle, with a hint of concern. Xiao Keqing's heart trembled a little. Why did she feel so flustered? Okay, she replied, then picked up her chopsticks and handed them to Lu Ting. Lu Ting took the chopsticks, opened the spicy sauce, and dipped a bit with his chopsticks. He tasted it, and the spicy flavor immediately spread on his tongue. His eyes lit up. Chinger, this roasted pepper sauce is so delicious. The flavor is really special. I like it. You really know me. I thought you didn't know my preferences. He picked up another piece of the spicy pepper and ate it. It was the first time he tried such a spicy sauce. Xiao Keqing smiled warmly. Eat some more vegetables. Do you think it's good? This restaurant was a century-old store famous for its marinated dishes, and Xiao Keqing loved eating there. She continued, You can also spread the roasted pepper sauce on a pancake. It tastes great. It's perfect with steamed buns in the morning. Lu Ting's eyes sparkled with a smile. Xiao Keqing, you're so clever. He kept eating the marinated dishes, and the flavor was really good. He knew Xiao Keqing wasn't into fatty meat, so he picked a leaner piece and fed it to her. It tastes really good. You should try some too. After saying that, he looked at her intently. Isn't this something couples do? Why is this man so good at it? Xiao Keqing hesitated for a moment before meeting his slightly squinted eyes, which looked at her with a meaningful gaze. It reminded her of the time she said she disliked his saliva, and then he suddenly kissed her. Her lips still hurt from the kiss, and her tongue was numb. Oh my gosh! His gaze made her feel very vivid, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Keqing's face turned slightly red, but she still opened her mouth to eat the meat that Lu Ting fed her. Lu Ting looked at her, his heart beating faster, and he smiled as he picked up a lean piece of meat and held it near her mouth. Xiao Keqing ate it again. Lu Ting just wanted Xiao Keqing to eat more meat, so he picked up another piece of lean meat and offered it to her, saying, Eat more, you're getting too thin. Xiao Keqing glared at Lu Ting and said, Where am I thin? My figure is just right. If I get any chubbier, it won't look good. Lu Ting looked her over and didn't dare say much, afraid she might get angry. I know you don't want to eat fatty meat. This is just lean meat for you. It won't make you fat. Just eat it yourself. There are chopsticks here, Xiao Qi said, picking up her chopsticks and eating some lotus root. She then looked at Lu Ting with a mischievous smile. Lu Ting could only eat the lean meat from his chopsticks himself. Soon, the aroma of roasted rabbit filled the air, and Xiao Qi couldn't help but swallow. Brother Lu, it looks so delicious, she said. Lu Ting looked up and smiled at her, focusing on flipping the meat and sprinkling some seasoning. The rabbit meat sizzled and oozed oil as it roasted, and after a while, it was cooked. Lu Ting divided a piece of rabbit meat and gave it to Xiao Qi. She took a bite, and the delicious flavor spread in her mouth. Brother Lu, you did a good job roasting. Seeing her satisfied expression, Lu Ting felt even happier. Next time you want to eat, I'll roast it for you again. After finishing a piece of rabbit, Xiao Qi picked up a pancake, spread some spicy sauce on it, and held it out to Lu Ting. Brother Lu, try this. Lu Ting didn't take the pancake, but instead held Xiao Qi's wrist, lifted it, and took a bite along with her hand. What you feed me is always so tasty. Xiao Qi looked at the bitten pancake in her hand. Did he mean that? Lu Ting's eyes sparkled with joy as he took another bite, finishing the entire piece. Xiao Qi quickly withdrew her hand, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. They finished their lunch in a somewhat flirtatious mood. Lu Ting started packing up, sprinkling water from his water bottle onto the fire until it was completely out. They tidied up, and Lu Ting carried a basket filled with the remaining game, holding a cloth bag in his hand. Xiao Qi carried her own water bottle on her back. They arrived at the bamboo cutting spot. Xiao Qi was about to pick up a bamboo shoot, but Lu Ting took the lead and placed it into the basket. Luo Ting carried a bundle of bamboo and a basket on his back, and also hung Xiao Qi's cloth bag on a branch of the bamboo. Xiao Qi was amazed by his strength and felt that he carried it quite easily. She tentatively said, Brother Lu, maybe I should carry the bag for you. Luo Ting replied, Do you think I can't carry it? With you added, I can even lift it up. You walk ahead, I feel more at ease. Hearing this, Xiao Qi started walking forward, occasionally glancing back at him. Seeing that he was truly very relaxed, she relaxed as well. They quickly arrived at Zhao's house, walking one after the other, and many military wives saw them. Sui Hua saw this and rolled her eyes at Xiao Qi. She started to feel secretly happy. What's the use of a handsome man? No matter how high his rank, he still doesn't show care, and might even be abusive. She was just waiting to see the drama unfold. After Luo Ting finished unloading everything, Xiao Qi finally took her water bottle. Maybe because she ate spicy marinated meat and grilled meat, she took several sips to quench her thirst. Luo Ting sat on a chair, staring intently at her as she drank water. His gaze revealed a sharp focus, and he noticed her slender neck and soft waist, even though she was wearing a coat. No one knew better than him how delicate and soft her waist was. Xiao Qi put down the water bottle and casually looked at Luo Ting. She saw that he was watching her with interest, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, Luo Ting stood up and stopped beside Xiao Qi, a playful smile on his face. Won't you share some with me? I'm thirsty too. This man was waiting for her here. No wonder he used his water bottle to put out the fire. Was he just waiting for this moment? Thinking of their kiss, Xiao Qi felt it was no big deal to share her water. She handed it over. Luo Ting looked at the water she handed him, a smile spreading in his eyes. He took it and drank directly. Xiao Qi's gaze lingered on his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed. She stared for a few seconds before quickly looking away and hurriedly said, Brother Lu, I'll go process the bamboo shoots. I'll come back later. After speaking, she went to the kitchen. Luo Ting put down the water bottle and saw her back. His smile grew more obvious. He looked at the bottle. What she had drunk was still very sweet, and after pursing his lips, he took another sip. When Xiao Qi returned to the room, she found Aunt Sun was not home. Her mother wasn't resting today, so why wasn't she at home either? She first turned on the stove to heat it up and boiled a pot of water, preparing to blanch the bamboo shoots to remove their bitterness. Whether the bamboo shoots are crispy or not, and if they have a bitter taste, this step is the most important. Xiao Keqing skillfully picked up a knife, cleaned the surface of the bamboo shoots again, and then sliced them. She watched the water in the pot gradually boil, added a little salt, and then put all the sliced bamboo shoots into the pot. After boiling for about 5 minutes, she took out the bamboo shoots and soaked them in cold water to further break down the oxalic acid and remove the bitterness, making them taste better. Thinking about wild chicken, she decided to stew the bamboo shoots with it. Next time, she would stew them with pork belly. Aunt Sun was not around, so she didn't dare to kill the chicken. Instead, she decided to ask Lu Ting to do it. First, she boiled some water, and later, Lu Ting would pluck the chicken feathers. After boiling the water for plucking the chicken, Xiao Keqing went to the yard to find Lu Ting. She saw the man digging the ground with each powerful swing, he had already dug halfway in just a short time. He was really impressive, doing everything confidently. Smiling sweetly, she called out, "Brother Lu, could you kill a wild chicken for me? I'll cook something delicious for you tonight." Hearing her voice, Lu Ting's whole body shivered. He almost stepped on his own feet with the,
"Oh my."
Her delicate voice caught him off guard. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked over to Xiao Keqing, saying, "Let's go." Xiao Keqing smiled happily and said, "The hot water is ready. Please pluck the chicken feathers too. Make sure to clean out the insides and wash it thoroughly." Lu Ting looked at her bright smile, which also revealed 2 shallow dimples, making her look even more clever, playful, and adorable. "Okay," Lu Ting replied. He went to the basket, took out the prey, and brought the fattest one into the kitchen. Seeing Xiao Keqing also in the kitchen, she said, "Qinger, you go outside first. I'll call you in when I'm done." Xiao Keqing nodded with a smile and said, "Okay," then stepped out of the kitchen. She took out the oranges she hadn't eaten in the morning and placed the apples in the yard. She also brewed a pot of tea for Lu Ting. She always felt thirsty when working. Xiao Keqing sat in the yard, leisurely peeling and eating an orange. When Lu Ting came out, he saw Xiao Keqing peeling an apple and walked straight over to sit beside her. She had just finished peeling the apple and handed it to him, asking, "Want some?" Lu Ting took the apple, took a big bite, and found it was incredibly delicious. Every bite was a surprise. It was strange. Why is all the food she touches so tasty? Xiao Keqing poured him a cup of brewed tea and placed it in front of him. Lu Ting looked at the tea in front of him, thinking that he should marry the person sooner. It would be so nice to have such days every day. Qinger said she needed to think about being his partner and hadn't replied yet. He didn't dare ask again, feeling quite anxious. Xiao Keqing said, "Brother Lu, please have some tea first. I need to go make the chicken stew, and we'll come back later." Lu Ting nodded and said, "Okay." Xiao Keqing then went to the kitchen. When she entered, she saw the chicken had already been chopped into small pieces and was placed beside it. She couldn't help but smile. At least she was satisfied at this moment. After finishing the apple, Lu Ting started to turn the soil, hoping to finish early so he could spend more time with Qinger. Xiao Keqing put the chicken on the stove, added 2 drops of spiritual spring water, and then went to the yard. She saw the man already building a shelter, with the cut bamboo placed aside. Was he that quick? She had only spent half an hour cooking, and the soil was already turned.
He really works fast.
"Do you need help?" Xiao Keqing asked. "Yes, bring a chair over so I can sit and supervise." Lu Ting pointed to the spot where he wanted her to sit. Looking at where he pointed, wasn't it the place she sat with Jiang Qi? This man is so jealous. Hadn't she explained everything clearly to him? Feeling a bit helpless, Xiao Keqing moved a chair and sat in the spot Lu Ting designated. She thought it was fine to chat with him, so she asked, "Brother Lu, when will my brother be home?" "Probably in about 10 days, if nothing else comes up." Lu Ting remembered that before returning, Xiao Junjie asked him to stay away from his sister. Lu Ting didn't stop working and thought it would be best to get the person within 10 days. That way, it would be easier when Xiao Junjie returned. The longest time Xiao Keqing should consider was 10 days. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "That's great." She thought about coming up with a reason to get an old-fashioned motorcycle from her space for her brother. She looked at Lu Ting again. If he became her man in the future, she would also get one for him. Last time, she said she would ask her brother to get one, and her eyes lit up with excitement. She liked it very much. Curious, she asked, "Brother Lu, do you like motorcycles?" Lu Ting looked up at her. "Motorcycles? Why do you ask?" "Of course I like cars." Xiao Keqing smiled and replied, "Nothing special. My brother said he likes them, so I just wanted to ask if you like them too." Lu Ting, "I like them, but motorcycles are expensive and hard to get." Xiao Keqing nodded, realizing she needed to understand the situation clearly before helping her brother get one. She watched the man skillfully setting up the frame and praised, "Brother Lu, you're really impressive. You're good at digging, hunting, and even building shelters. No matter what you do, you're so talented." Hearing her praise, Lu Ting couldn't help but smile, and his movements became even faster. He glanced over at Xiao Keqing, who was staring at him intently. "Why is your little mouth so sweet today? You're such a good talker." "Brother Lu, I really think you're great at working." "I'm not lying." Xiao Keqing noticed that whenever she praised him, his speed noticeably increased. It was like she had discovered a new world. She kept praising him generously, and her kind words kept flowing without cost. Lu Ting looked sharply at Xiao Keqing. "Digging a hole, hunting some game, building a shelter. That's impressive. You really haven't seen how amazing I can be." He thought for a moment and added, "Well, I have many impressive skills. You'll find out soon enough. The more you get to know me, the more you'll see how many great things I can do. There's no need to think twice. It's hard to find someone as excellent as me."
Xiao Keqing glanced at Lu Ting.
His tail was practically in the clouds now. She didn't want him to feel too good about himself. "Yeah, you're very talented. That's why you became the squad leader at such a young age. Who wouldn't want to be the leader's wife? You're such a top-notch man." Lu Ting was in an extremely happy mood, practically bursting with joy. Xiao Keqing finally acknowledged his good qualities. But her next words felt like a cold shower, soaking him to the bone. She continued, "But you're just too outstanding, which attracts more admirers. Tell me, since I joined the Southern Forces, how many people have you attracted? How much trouble have you caused me? Being a partner isn't always easy. The more I think about it, the more I get scared. Maybe I should think it over more carefully." Lu Ting's movements paused, and his expression suddenly darkened. Then he clenched his teeth and let out a sigh of frustration. "You said you'd think about it, but now you're not planning to want me anymore?" After saying that, he walked toward Xiao Keqing. Seeing Lu Ting approaching, Xiao Keqing instantly became nervous. She stood up and started to run back, muttering, "Just wait, I'll get you something to show you. Then you'll see I'm right." Lu Ting was filled with resentment. He put down his work and went to wash his hands at the sink. After washing his hands, he sat in the yard, waiting for Xiao Keqing to bring him something to see. He looked at the water on the table, took a few big sips, and then put the cup down. He wondered why he was attracting trouble with women. He felt wronged. Besides her, he hadn't attracted any other women, nor had he looked at anyone else. Xiao Keqing quickly came over with an envelope, sat beside the man, and handed it to him. "Open it and take a look. There are photos of you and Su Malia inside." Lu Ting exclaimed, "What? Photos of whom?" There was no way there were photos of him and Su Malia. They had barely spoken 10 words to each other, and they weren't close. Lu Ting took the envelope and carefully opened it with a serious expression. Inside, he found several photos. Sure enough, they were pictures of him and Su Malia. He looked through them one by one. In the photos, only his background was visible, and Malia was smiling very exaggeratedly. He furrowed his brows. He couldn't have been alone with Su Malia. They had met only a few times, always with her brother present. He then opened the letter and read further. As he read, his sharp eyes grew colder and more intimidating. He slammed the letter onto the table and looked at Xiao Keqing, hurriedly explaining, "Qing, listen to me. Yang Guiji is just stirring trouble. Let me explain the photos." Lu Ting arranged the photos on the table, adjusting their order before turning to Xiao Keqing. "Didn't you notice something wrong with these photos? Take a good look again." Xiao Keqing initially didn't believe what Yang Guiji had written in the letter. She looked carefully at each photo pointed out by Lu Ting. She examined each one closely and indeed found something suspicious. It was clear that there was a third person present in the photos. Pointing at the photos, she said, "Here you can see a small piece of clothing like a sleeve showing. It's very tiny and the angle of the shot is strange, as if they deliberately avoided showing this person." Su Moya's gaze also looks toward that person. Lu Ting nodded, feeling a bit more relaxed. "She's deliberately trying to frame me. I remember that scene. At the time, I was with your brother, and we ran into Dr. Su and her brother. If you don't believe me, ask your brother, he'll tell you." He continued, "As for the flirtatious words in the letter, they're all made up. She claims we meet every day, and that we're very close. Luckily, your brother can confirm for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain. Your brother knows best whether I've been messing around in the army." Xiao Keqing listened to Lu Ting's explanation, nodding from time to time. Lu Ting looked at her and nodded. His face showed no emotion. Was that because he believed her or doubted her? He gazed intensely at Xiao Keqing and held her hand on the table, saying, "I've explained everything clearly. You can't be angry. I think the best solution is for you to marry me sooner." Xiao Keqing raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Why is marrying you sooner the best solution? Shouldn't I stay far away from you?" Lu Ting tightened his grip on her phone and said, "If you marry me, these people won't be able to ruin our military marriage." He was worried she might say she wouldn't consider him anymore, so he hurried to say, "I'll handle all these issues in the future. Please don't say you won't consider me anymore, okay?" Xiao Keqing couldn't stand his gentle look and changed the subject. "All right, I'll think about it seriously. You asked me to supervise, right? Are you slacking off now?" She finished with a mischievous smile. Lu Ting saw her serious expression and smirked. Looking at her clever face, he said, "Put the photos away first. I will need them someday." Then he took her hand and led her toward the fields. Xiao Keqing sat in the supervising position, chatting with him. At this moment, Aunt Sun, Zhao's mother, and Lu's mother entered the yard, chatting happily. They carried large and small bags and approached the two of them. Zhao's mother looked at the freshly tilled land and the well-built shelf, smiling and saying, "Little Ting, we'll eat at home later. I also told your mom that we'll have dinner here today." Lu Ting smiled and replied, "Okay, madam." Qing'er said, "She specially cooked something delicious for me. The chicken is also stewed." Xiao Keqing watched the man perform and found him quite adorable. Grandpa Xiao and Grandpa Lu also returned with fish baskets. Xiao Keqing ran over and asked, "Grandpa Lu and Grandpa, who caught more fish?" "Let me see." She looked at the baskets, which contained both small and large fish. Grandpa Lu smiled and said, "Xiao Qing, it looks like I'll have good luck today. I get to eat your cooking again. You don't know how much your grandpa was bragging about how delicious your chili sauce is. I was really envious and jealous." Xiao Keqing looked at him. Aunt Xiao and Aunt Lu took Xiao Keqing inside to see the things they bought today, while Grandpa Lu and Grandpa Xiao watched Lu Ting build a shed. Grandpa Xiao smiled warmly and said, "Little Ting, only you believe her and play around with her. She's not someone who knows how to farm." Lu Ting smiled faintly and replied, "As long as she likes it, I'm happy to help. That way, I can spend more time with her." Grandpa Xiao looked pleased and thought Lu Ting was quite a good son-in-law. With the help of Aunt Xiao and Aunt Lu, the meal was quickly prepared. Lu Ting looked at the bamboo shoots inside the chicken and thought Xiao Qing had made the bamboo shoots separately, but he didn't expect they were cooked inside the chicken. Now he felt the chicken wouldn't taste good, but since Xiao Qing asked him to cook it, he had to eat it. When Lu Ting took a bite of the bamboo shoot, his eyes lit up. There was no bitter taste anymore, only a fresh, crisp flavor. It was delicious. How did she do it? This little woman is amazing. Aunt Lu and Aunt Xiao asked her about it eagerly. Xiao Qing explained how she removed the bitterness and even shared how to soak sour bamboo shoots. Winter is a good season for this dish. Aunt Lu was excited and asked, "Kiki, how do you know all these things?" Xiao Qing was a bit unsure how to answer, as all the family members looked at her. Lu Ting's gaze was even more intense and eager to know. He also wanted to understand how this little woman was so clever. Xiao Qing honestly said, I think I read it in a book some time ago. I don't remember exactly when. Grandpa Xiao praised her. See? I told you my Kiki knows a lot. Xiao Qing smiled at her grandpa. He always spoiled her and never forgot to praise her wherever she was. Aunt Lu suggested going to the mountain to dig bamboo shoots on Friday afternoon, continuing through Saturday and Sunday. The whole family got involved, even the two old men agreed to join in. Xiao Qing thought that there were so many bamboo shoots on the mountain that the two families probably couldn't dig them all. She suggested, maybe tomorrow, when we dig, we can invite other families in the courtyard to join. There's so little to eat in winter. Grandpa Xiao looked proud and said, "Look at my Kiki. She's so thoughtful." Xiao Qing said, "Grandpa, don't say any more. You're making me shy." Aunt Xiao and Aunt Lu both thought her idea was good. Every family is living frugally, especially those with many people. Xiaoma thought about how, in the past, her son never lacked meat because he didn't go to the Southern Army. Since they were both away from home, they rarely ate meat. Now that Lu Ting has returned, he eats a lot of meat every day. After dinner, Lu Ting, Lu Ma, and Lu Yu went home. Lu Ting was carrying 2 bottles of spicy pepper sauce. Lu Yu looked at the bottle in Lu Ting's hand and guessed it was the spicy pepper sauce Xiao Lao Tu had mentioned. Seeing his grandfather's gaze, Lu Ting smiled slightly and said, "Qing'er made this especially for me. When I go back, I'll leave a bottle for the family." He planned to take another bottle to the army. Grandpa Lu smiled and said, "Marry her sooner, then I can enjoy delicious food every day." Hearing this, Lu Ting's mind drifted far away. He thought about how nice it would be if his wife cooked delicious meals every day. But that was too tiring. After marriage, he didn't want to live together. He preferred to live separately from Qing'er, only visiting occasionally, so as not to disturb their private life. The next day, Lu Ting had an early meeting and didn't go to Zhao's house in the morning. He was in a very good mood as he carried the spicy pepper sauce to the army. All morning, whether in meetings or training, the soldiers could feel that Commander Lu was in a different mood, definitely happy. They were afraid that the usually stern leader was in a bad mood, which would make things difficult for them. Near noon, Lu Ting went to the cafeteria with one hand holding the spicy pepper sauce and the other holding an aluminum lunchbox. After serving his food, he looked around at the people eating and saw Jiang Qi and others. He walked straight over and sat across from Jiang Qi. Lu Ting deliberately placed the spicy pepper sauce in front of his lunchbox. Jiang Qi saw the familiar bottle of meat sauce and looked at the man opposite him. He paused his chopsticks and said, "Commander Lu, so you have meat sauce to eat now." He stared closely at the sauce bottle, a bit annoyed. He was upset that Xiao Qing had made the sauce but didn't bring any for him. Next to Jiang Qi, Dan greeted, "Hello, Commander Lu." Lu Ting nodded to Dan and then looked at Jiang Qi. He smiled and said, "Oh no. Qing'er was worried I wouldn't have an appetite and knew I liked spicy food, so she specially made this spicy pepper sauce for me." After speaking, he put down his chopsticks, opened the bottle, scooped a spoonful, and put it into his bowl. He looked up at Jiang Qi and asked, "Want some?" Jiang Qi picked up his lunchbox and placed it heavily in front of Lu Ting with a loud slap, saying, "Of course I want some." He pursed his lips, thinking, Xiao Qing made this. Why wouldn't he want some? He's not that foolish. Lu Ting scooped a spoonful for Jiang Qi, and then also served a spoonful to Dan beside Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi was eating spicy pepper sauce from his lunchbox. When he looked up at Lu Ting's proud expression, he knew this man was showing off in front of him. He turned to and said, "Go sit over there. I have something to talk to Captain Lu about." Immediately picked up his lunchbox and said, "Okay," then sat at another table. Lu Ting looked up and saw Jiang Qi giving him a half smile. Jiang Qi confidently said, directly revealing Lu Ting's thoughts, "You still haven't won Xiao Qingqing over yet." Lu Ting rubbed his cheek and smiled faintly, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Jiang Qi continued, "What's wrong? Don't want to win her over? Hey, I know all her likes and dislikes. I even know the fastest way to get her. Do you want to hear?" Lu Ting frowned slightly. "What's your point?" Jiang Qi chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? I think you understand too. How about this? You agree to 3 of my requests, and I'll tell you one thing about Xiao Qingqing that you definitely don't know. Lu Ting said, whether I agree or not, you should tell me first, then I'll think about it. Jiang Qi said, first, you must treat Xiao Qingqing well for the rest of your life and love only her. Second, don't let her be sad. I can't stand to see her cry. If she does, I'll make sure you pay. Don't think I'm just a little soldier. I can make things tough for you. Third, after you marry Xiao Qingqing, I'll be your big brother-in-law. You know that, right? You definitely can't give me a hard time. Lu Ting listened and couldn't help but laugh a little. When did I ever give you a hard time? Wasn't it your own fault last time? What's so funny? Don't you know the rules? I'll do my best to keep the first 2 promises. I don't need you to warn me. Lu Ting thought about Jiang Qi's 3 points. 2 of them were for Qing'er's sake. Not bad, at least he felt okay about it now. Jiang Qi's lips curled up. He thought, Xiao Qingqing like Lu Ting. He was still just a potential. In the future, Xiao Qingqing would be a rich lady. In these tight times, she wouldn't have to worry about money. To help Xiao Qingqing find love early, he couldn't be careless. It was good for himself too, more benefits. Lu Ting stared at Jiang Qi and asked, tell me, what is she most afraid of? Jiang Qi thought for a moment and then slowly said, what is Xiao Qingqing most afraid of? I definitely won't betray my good friend, but I can tell you something else about Xiao Qingqing.
Lu Ting nodded.
Go ahead. Not bad. At least she doesn't betray her friends. Jiang Qi smiled slightly and said, don't you want to know if Xiao Qingqing cares about you? For the people she cares about, even a small cold makes her very concerned. On the other hand, if you're not important to her, even if you're about to die, she won't have any emotional reaction. After speaking, Jiang Qi continued eating his meal. Lu Ting thought to himself, he had already noticed this. When he hurt his hand in the Southern Army, she wouldn't let him go up the mountain to pick fruit for her. He didn't eat dinner and even made his favorite dumplings late at night. Clearly liking him, but now he couldn't understand why she wouldn't agree to be his girlfriend. Lu Ting said to Jiang Qi, I've already noticed what you just said. Jiang Qi finished his rice, put down his chopsticks, and sighed. Well, now that you know, have you thought about doing something? Haha, I told you, heaven is fair. You're good at other things, but you're so slow in love. Think about it yourself. I've finished eating. After speaking, he carried his lunchbox and left. Lu Ting watched his distant figure, thinking how he sounded like his mother, just about being slow in love. Otherwise, they would have married long ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing held her mother's military uniform brought back from the art troupe. She smiled happily and said to her mother, Mom, I want to try it now. After speaking, she grabbed the clothes and shoes and went upstairs. Seeing the uniform, Xiao Qingqing had never imagined she would wear it herself, and she was instantly very happy. She couldn't wait to put it on and see how it looked. Back in her room, she quickly changed into it, tidied her hair into a bun at the back of her head, and put on a hat for convenience. There was no full-length mirror in the room, so she entered her space and stood in front of the mirror. The uniform was army green, with a classic Zhongshan suit-style top. It had 4 pockets on the front, and the collar was a standing collar that fit tightly around her neck, making her look energetic. The bottom was straight trousers with smooth, clean lines, and she wore black leather shoes. Xiao Qingqing tried walking a few steps, making a crisp sound. The most eye-catching part was the military cap, shining with a 5-pointed star. In the mirror, she looked heroic and spirited in this uniform. She left her space, ran downstairs, and asked her mother and aunt's son, How do I look? Her mother's eyes filled with tears. Seeing her daughter in front of her was like seeing her younger self, but her daughter was even more beautiful. Looking brave and elegant, her smile radiated youthful energy. Aunt Sun smiled and said, Kiki, you look really good in this outfit. If Lu Ting saw this, he might not be able to look away. Mom Xiao asked, When will you go report? Xiao Qingqing smiled and said, Let's do it tomorrow. Xiao Qingqing went upstairs to change her clothes, then started to work in the yard. At 3 p.m., Lu Ting suddenly received instructions from above. The task had been assigned, and he was to leave immediately. Since the day he reported, Lu Ting had been preparing for this mission. 10 people would participate, and they would leave at 5 p.m. Lu Ting didn't have time to go home and get his already packed luggage. He called home, and his grandfather answered the phone. Lu Ting, Grandpa, it's me. I have a task and can't come home now. I still need to organize things for the mission. Is Mom at home? Grandpa, no, she's not back yet. Lu Ting, there's a backpack in my room with my packed clothes. I need you to bring it to the gate by 5 o'clock. It's still early, so take your time. Grandpa asked with concern, is this mission dangerous? Lu Ting didn't want to hide the danger from his grandfather and make him worry more. The old man knew him well. It's okay, but don't worry. You don't know what your grandson is capable of. I'll finish early and come back sooner. Grandpa advised, be careful and stay safe. Lu Ting thought of Qing'er and, without telling her, prepared to leave for the mission. Grandpa, there's a big bag in the rightmost part of my closet. It's full of things I bought for Qing'er. Please pass it to her for me. Grandpa happily agreed, okay. Lu Ting wondered if Qing'er would accept his gift. He hesitated and said, Grandpa, if Qing'er doesn't want it, tell her it's my dowry for her. I already mentioned dowry before. After all, giving his wife a dowry wasn't a problem. When they got married, she would be his anyway. Grandpa, all right, I'll handle it. Lu Ting looked at the time and told his grandpa, Grandpa, there's an hour and a half before 5 o'clock. Take your time, no rush. Grandpa, pretending to be angry, replied, Who do you think you're talking to? I'm strong enough. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Be sure to be at the gate on time. Grandpa went upstairs to Lu Ting's room. Upon entering, he saw his grandson's luggage. He opened the rightmost part of the wardrobe and found a large bag. He took it out, weighed it in his hand, but didn't plan to open it since it was a gift from his grandson. He placed the bag on the table, picked up the luggage, and left. He suddenly stopped, thinking it was a good chance to match the two of them. Then he turned around and went back to his grandson's room, picked up a large bag, and left the house. Grandpa Lu checked his watch, then put it down, feeling happy. He went to the Xiao family. When he arrived at the Xiao house and opened the courtyard gate, he saw Xiao Qi squatting in the garden. Seeing this, Grandpa Lu walked over and asked, Kiki,
What are you busy with?
Xiao Qi heard the voice, stood up, and looked at Grandpa Lu. I'm clearing the weeds and roots in the garden. She approached Grandpa Lu and saw him carrying something, also holding a bag. Curious, she asked Grandpa Lu, where are you going with that? Grandpa Lu said, Tinga has a mission to do and can't come back. I'm delivering something for him. This bag contains things Tinger asked me to give to you. He also said that if you don't accept it, I should tell you it's for your dowry. Surprised, Xiao Qi took the bag and placed it on the table in the yard. She opened it and looked inside. She recognized the box as Lu Ting's salary box, and there was a small box from last time, but she didn't look at the others closely. What does this man mean? Dowry? She asked doubtfully Grandpa Lu. Did Lu Ge say anything else? Grandpa Lu looked worried and said, You know, when he's on a mission, he can't tell the family. I know this mission is very, very dangerous, so he asked me to pass these to you. After speaking, Grandpa Lu raised his eyelids and looked at Qi. Xiao Qi frowned slightly. What does this man really mean? Does he think this mission is dangerous and he might not come back? Why would he give her dowry to marry another man? Everything is now different from the story. Lu Ting hasn't changed his career. Grandpa Lu looked at Qing's anxious expression and increased his concern. Last time, the southern troops were lucky to have you nearby. Sigh, this time, I don't know when he'll come back. It's so dangerous, I'm really worried. Xiao Qi also thought about the last time with the southern troops. If it weren't for her spiritual spring water, his hand might have been injured. Her brows furrowed deeper, and she became more worried about him. Grandpa Lu added, His mother hasn't come back from work yet. Qi, I am old and my legs are not good. Walking is hard for me. I have to slowly walk to the military district gate to deliver things to him. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm leaving now. My bag is a bit heavy, and I need to take my time. Grandpa Lu started walking back slowly, stumbling as he went. Old Mr. Xiao was not here. If he had seen what just happened, he would know that this old man is the one who tricked Coco. This old man is surprisingly quick and very strong. Coco Qing said urgently, Grandpa Lu, wait a moment. Did Brother Lu say what time he will arrive? Grandpa Lu smiled triumphantly, then returned to his normal expression and turned to Coco Qing, saying, at 5 o'clock, exactly, at the military district gate. Coco Qing looked at her watch. There was an hour and 20 minutes until 5. It takes about 15 minutes to get to the military district gate, so she had an hour to prepare some medicine for him, making his journey safer. Coco Qing looked at Grandpa Lu and said, Grandpa Lu, I'll go deliver some supplies to Brother Lu. It's still early, so I'll prepare some dry food for him to eat on the way. Please give me the luggage first. Grandpa Lu handed the luggage to Coco, smiling. Coco is so thoughtful. Isn't his mother not home? That's hard for you, Coco. It's not hard. Grandpa Lu, sit for a while. I'll go prepare now. After saying that, Coco Qing turned and went upstairs. She took the backpack belonging to Lei Ting to her room and checked if there was space to store more items. She returned to her room, locked the door, and immediately entered the space. First, she washed her hands, then went to the warehouse's medicine area. She took fever medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, hemostatic powder, cold medicine, removed all packaging, and divided them into small bags, labeling each with usage and dosage. She also took a bottle of alcohol, poured it into a clean, unlabeled bottle, and labeled it with the name and instructions. Then she used a 100 milliliter small bottle to fill with undiluted spirit spring water, which she was instructed to give to Lei Ting separately. She filled her water bottle with a jar of mineral water, added a drop of spirit spring water, and prepared it for him to drink on the road. She took some dried meat. All other supplies were packed into Lei Ting's backpack, which just fit. Coco Qing thought that since she was leaving at 5, she probably wouldn't have time for dinner. The military canteen opens at 5:30. She checked the food in the warehouse, choosing items easy to carry and eat on the go. She grabbed a roasted chicken, chopped into large pieces, 5 meat buns, 5 marinated eggs, and an apple, all packed into a bag she carried. She looked at the time again, almost time. She slowly headed out, carrying her bag, with her water bottle hanging from her shoulder. As she stepped outside, she saw Grandpa Lu still in the yard. Grandpa Lu, I'm going now. Grandpa Lu looked at the extra bag Xiao Qi was carrying and seemed to smell the aroma of meat. He smiled and said, all right, go ahead. Xiao Qi smiled and replied, okay. She carried her luggage and hurried toward the military base gate. Thanks to her usual exercise and drinking spiritual spring water, carrying and holding everything didn't feel tiring. She checked the time, 5 minutes until 5 o'clock. She placed her luggage on a clean-looking stone and kept the food in her hand, staring at the gate. Meanwhile, Lu Ting sat inside a military truck, surrounded by 9 fellow soldiers on a mission with him. Before getting in, Lu Ting told Xiao Lu, the driver, Xiao Lu, later, drive to the gate and stop. My grandpa is bringing my luggage, so I need to get it. Xiao Lu nodded, okay. The truck quickly drove away. Xiao Qi saw a military truck coming out. Its cargo area was covered with oilcloth, so she couldn't see inside. As the truck passed by her, Lu Ting saw a familiar figure and loudly ordered, stop. Xiao Lu was about to stop the truck, but saw no elderly person, only a female officer. Could she be the leader's partner? Lu Ting was surprised and quickly jumped out of the truck. The 9 soldiers inside were all comrades who had fought with Lu Ting before and knew him well. They all leaned their heads out to look at the scene. One of them asked Zhou Haoyu, you've known the leader the longest. Who is that girl? Zhou Haoyu silently stared at the 2 people in the back. Lu Ting jogged over to Xiao Qi, excited. Qing'er, why are you here? Xiao Qi smiled and said, I came to send you off. I put medicine in your luggage, it's labeled with the dosage. She took a small bottle of spiritual spring water from her pocket and handed it to Lu Ting. Then she stepped forward, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear, keep this safe. It might be useful in a critical moment. It's the same medicine I used on your arm last time. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary, okay? She also handed him the food bag, saying, "You haven't eaten dinner, right? I brought you some food and water." Then she took off her water bottle and hung it on him. Lu Ting's eyes filled with uncontrollable emotion. If he said he didn't like her, he wouldn't be telling the truth at this moment. The soldiers on the truck started teasing. Wow, this female officer is really brave. She dared to kiss the leader. From their perspective, it looked like the female officer was standing on tiptoe, kissing Lu Ting's cheek.
Lu Ting 努力抑制着内心激动的情绪，但满意的感动像海浪一样不断冲击着他的心。终于，在这一刻，他再也忍不住，把眼前的人紧紧抱在怀里。他感受到对方的体温和气息，轻声说：“怎么办？我现在真的很想吻你。”他睁大了眼睛，惊讶地看着这个大胆又热情的男人。还没等他从震惊中反应过来，下一秒，陆婷突然松开了他。陆婷直直地看着他，眼中满是深情，没有一丝掩饰。等我回来再亲。说完，他不舍得背起行李，提着袋子朝回走去。陆婷带着行李和食物上了车，战友们立刻起哄：“哇，团长什么时候找的女朋友？怎么这么漂亮？”车子缓缓启动后，萧可晴一直望着远去的车子，直到它消失在视线中，然后转身回家。陆婷似乎没有听到战友们的调侃，一直盯着萧可晴看，直到完全看不到他，这才转头看向其他战友。战友们的笑声再次传入耳中。第135章，变化很大。我未来的妻子。周浩宇脑海中浮现出上次陆婷跟他说的话，不禁心生疑问：难道今天这么漂亮的姑娘是萧师长的女儿吗？他好奇地问：“陆团长，她是谁啊？”陆婷看着周浩宇的眼睛，说：“萧可晴。”周浩宇顿时惊呆了：“啊？怎么可能？我以前也见过她，没有这么漂亮，是换人了吗？”其他战友也附和着说：“是啊，陆团长，我们以前也见过，她变得真漂亮。”陆婷认真地说：“变化很大，我未来的妻子。”周浩宇吸了吸鼻子，说：“老大，什么味道？”陆婷嘴角扬起，说：“我女朋友做的晚饭。”说完，他打开袋子，烤鸡和卤味的香味瞬间弥漫整个车厢。周浩宇下午3点接到任务，要提前准备食物。他找厨师安排了几十个馒头，现在还能闻到鸡肉的香味。陆婷一一打开食物，每一样都让他惊喜不已。鸡肉切成大块，方便用手拿着吃，估计有10几块，正好每个人1块。陆婷心里暗自赞叹：“哎呀，他的小脑袋真聪明。”
Lu Ting turned to look at everyone with a hopeful expression, but a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. "Chicken, do you want some?" Everyone brightened up and loudly agreed yes. Lu Ting took a piece of chicken and casually handed the bag with the chicken to Zhou Haoyu. Zhou Haoyu smiled as he took a piece, and then passed it to the person next to him. Each person received a piece, including the 2 drivers. Lu Ting ate the chicken, which had a crispy skin and tender, juicy meat inside. Every bite was a delight for the taste buds. His little companion was really impressive. Zhou Haoyu, eating the crispy yet tender chicken, had wide eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so delicious." Other comrades also praised the food enthusiastically. After finishing his chicken, Lu Ting took out a meat bun. Immediately, Zhou Haoyu exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, what is this?" and swallowed hard. Lu Ting took a big bite of the bun, then looked at his comrades, who were all staring at the meat bun in his hand. He couldn't help but smile and said, "There are only 4 left, not enough for everyone. How do you want to handle it?" Originally, the little companion had made it for him, but seeing so many eyes on him, he felt a bit shy about eating alone. Lu Ting ate the bun, which was filled with many ingredients: meat, eggs, vegetables, and some unknown vegetables. He wondered how his clever little companion thought of such a good idea. He watched his friends discussing eagerly how to share the food, then remembered the eggs and said, "Plus 4 eggs. Once you agree on how to share, I'll give them to you." In the end, Zhou Haoyu's suggestion solved the problem. He smiled and said to Lu Ting, "Boss, we've decided. We have knives, so we can cut the food to share."
You can take it out now.
Lu Ting looked at the remaining apple in the bag, took it out, and handed the rest to Zhou Haoyu.
That's the only apple, mine.
Zhou Haoyu looked at the bun filled with meat, eggs, and other vegetables and was amazed. Everyone who originally only had plain steamed buns now had the delicious food sent by Xiao Qi. The meal was quite tasty. Lu Ting put the apple in his pocket to eat later. He opened his backpack, which contained a bag of dried meat and a black bag. He took out the black bag, which held small packets of pills with labels indicating their use. He guessed these were the medicines Xiao Qi prepared for him. However, the pills looked unfamiliar, and he thought they must be very good medicines. He put the black bag back inside his backpack and touched the small medicine bottles in his pocket. Xiao Qi had given him such precious medicines, and he felt a deep sense of calm inside. She still says she doesn't like him and that they are not suitable, acting all conflicted inside. She wonders how he will handle her when he returns, insisting she must be his girlfriend. Soon after Xiao Qi gets home, she starts preparing dinner. At the table, Xiao Qi eats with a poor appetite. She is quite worried about Lu Ting and hopes he will come back soon. After dinner, she tells her mother that she will report to the arts troupe tomorrow and then goes upstairs to her room. She sits at her desk and opens the bag Lu Ting prepared for her. First, she takes out a small box. He gave her this last time, but she didn't accept it then. She opens the box. Inside, she sees a very beautiful lady's watch. She knows this brand is imported and quite expensive for that time. A smile appears on her lips as she puts the watch on her wrist, turning it back and forth. It fits perfectly. This guy has good taste. Next, she takes out the clothes from the bag. He bought her more clothes. It's a brown coat and a white sweater. She guesses she can wear them. This man really knows her. The last clothes he bought fit perfectly. There are also 2 wool scarves. Wow, this man is quite adorable. He even bought her scarves. She then takes out another box. Last time, Lu Ting said these were savings he had accumulated over the years. She is very curious. She opens the tin box and sees many tickets and several stacks of large bills. There is a passbook for a savings account with a quote printed on it. Xiao Qi is very curious about how much money is in there. She opens it and is immediately shocked. Oh my goodness! She had thought there might be a few thousand at most. She counts the numbers. 62,550 yuan. Can soldiers really have that much money? Last time, she asked her brother, and his salary was only over 100 yuan. It doesn't seem possible to have so much. She carefully flips through the pages one by one. Every month, he deposits 120 yuan regularly. The largest deposit was recently 50,000 yuan. No wonder he became a wealthy man later. He's already quite rich now. She wonders where this man got 50,000 yuan from. She then counts the large bills, 753 yuan and 2 mao. Why did he give her so much without her even agreeing to be his girlfriend? She closes the tin box and puts it in the safest spot in her space. Xiao Qi plans to agree to be his girlfriend once he returns from his mission. She enters her space to see if she has anything to give him as a gift. This is her first time giving one. Thinking about the motorcycle she gave her brother, she decides to give him one too. After taking a shower, she planned to go to bed early today so she could have a good spirit to report to the cultural troupe tomorrow. The next day, Xiao Qi woke up early, put on her military uniform, changed her shoes, and only applied light lipstick without makeup. Grandpa Xiao saw his granddaughter and was immediately pleased, praising her highly. He was excited to show off to old Lu again. After breakfast, Grandpa Xiao went to visit old Lu at his house. Xiao Qi followed her mother to the cultural troupe. Once inside, she immediately attracted many people's attention. Some whispered, wondering if Vice Group Leader Yang was bringing in new members because they looked very good. Xiao Qi followed her mother into Director Yang's office and saw him talking with a girl from the troupe. When Director Yang saw Xiao Qi, he smiled and said, "Xiao Qing has arrived. There's a rehearsal for a program this morning. I'll take you to meet the others in the group." He introduced the person next to him. "Xiao Qing, this is the troupe's main singer, Comrade Xia Chunxiang. Director Yang then said to Xia Chunxiang, "This is Comrade Xiao Keqing, the new member who just joined." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Hello, Comrade Xia Chunxiang. Nice to meet you." Xia Chunxiang knew that Director Yang was selecting talented people for the southern troops and that more would arrive in the following days. She replied, "Hello, Xiao Keqing. Welcome to our big family." They all went to the large auditorium. As Xiao Keqing entered, she drew everyone's attention. Director Yang introduced her to everyone. "This is Xiao Keqing, the new member of our troop." Everyone clapped to welcome her. Xiao Keqing politely bowed in thanks. Director Yang then took her to sit below the audience seats, where they watched the performers practicing on stage. After a while, she and Director Yang, along with her mother, returned to the office. Sitting down, Xiao Keqing learned that they would be performing at the troops below for the show. Director Yang told her not to worry about the performance this time. Her main task was to prepare 2 acts for the big New Year's show. This was the largest show of the year. Xiao Keqing happily agreed. Director Yang smiled and said, "Xiao Qing, this is a great opportunity. If you sing well, you could become famous. Prepare well. I won't supervise your practice like I do with others. I trust you have the talent. I'll come to review your acts in the first half of the New Year's holiday." Xiao Keqing happily agreed, finding it easier than she expected. Creating 2 shows is quite easy. I can earn both salary and bonuses, which is pretty good. After chatting, Xiao Keqing and her mother left. Their conversation was just overheard by Xia Chunxiang as she walked by. Xiao Keqing said, "Mom, I'm going back. I won't stay to keep you company." Yang Yunqiu replied, "All right, what should I do?" "Go home early. You still need to tend your land, right?" Xia Chunxiang glanced at them and snorted. She thought, so she got in through the back door. Being pretty doesn't help much. She was worried earlier that Xiao Keqing might steal the lead singer spot, but now she wasn't worried at all. She had heard rumors about Yang Yunqiu's daughter getting in through connections. It's just for a man, a fool who would do anything for him. Now she feels especially happy. She can also tell them the news she overheard. She believes the gossip about Yang Yunqiu's daughter sneaking in through connections will spread quickly through the troop. Xia Chunxiang now finds this very interesting. She wants to see if this fool can sing or dance. When that happens, she might embarrass Major Xiao and Deputy Captain Yang. That would be so fun. As Xiao Keqing entered the courtyard, she was immediately surrounded by military wives from the family housing area.
Oh.
"It's Xiao girl. Someone told me this morning they saw you in uniform, but I didn't believe it. What are you doing in the army?" Xiao Keqing knew how strong the gossip was in the courtyard, so she didn't hide anything. She openly admitted, "I just joined the art troupe. Now I'm a member." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Isn't that just through the back door?" Xiao Keqing slightly smiled and said calmly, "So, what if I got in through connections? Why don't you try it yourself?" The person who spoke was choked and had nothing to say. Can you really get into the art troupe just by connections? She definitely couldn't. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Aunt Lu stepped forward and said to the person who had spoken, "Xiao Keqing makes a lot of sense. Why don't you try it yourself?" Xiao Keqing thought Aunt Lu was quite cute at this moment. Why is she always involved in everything? Whose side is she on? Just then, an older military wife stepped in to smooth things over. "No matter what, Xiao Qing has joined the art troupe. She'll definitely bring us some fun in the future." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Sister Yan, you're right. She'll definitely bring us some good shows." Then she quickly went home. These military wives are too good at gossiping. And over here, the news quickly spread as she predicted. At lunchtime, everyone in the cafeteria was talking about how Xiao Keqing had entered through the back door. Having a mother who is a deputy squad leader is really helpful. Once she reported in, she went straight home and didn't participate in rehearsals. When they first arrived, they were trained hard in various exercises. Singing and dancing were not easy tasks, but she simply skipped those. At the dining table, someone said that such matters should be reported and exposed. "We must fight against those who disrupt the discipline of the team." Everyone was very angry about this. The next day, this issue reached Captain Yang. Captain Yang looked very angry and scolded the 3 female soldiers in front of him. Mind your own business and stop worrying about others. She was specially invited by me. It's not like she got in through the back door. Do you think the military in the capital is so easy to enter? Whether she has real skills will be clear on New Year's Day. But you, instead of practicing well, are slacking off. If you mess up, I will dismiss you. The 3 female soldiers looked ashamed and left quietly. This incident also caused a stir in the art troupe. Captain Yang thought that where there are many women, there are many issues. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing heard from her mother that what happened in the art troupe didn't affect her at all. These days, she was busy with farm work, reading books about planting, and watching various videos. Although she had to wait for Lu Ting to return before building the greenhouse, she could start on other tasks first. She cleared all the weeds from the fields, divided each plot, and planted whatever vegetables were suitable for each area. She kept the space organized so she could easily take out the vegetables when needed. Once the greenhouse was ready, she would start planting there. Xiao Keqing saw that Friday was coming soon. She planned to make meat sauce for Jiang Qi and also prepare some extra for her family, adding some spiritual spring water, which was good for everyone's health. Friday arrived quickly. Zhao's mother and Lu's mother agreed to go bamboo shoot digging today. Zhao's mother, Lu's mother, Grandpa Lu, Grandpa Xiao, and Aunt Sun packed their gear and headed out to dig bamboo shoots. Xiao Keqing planned to take advantage of everyone's absence to prepare food in the space kitchen. She could store the extra dishes there for easy access later. She also told her mother she would make the meat sauce, which her mother strongly approved of because it was very delicious and versatile. Her mother gave her the family's meat voucher. To avoid suspicion, Xiao Keqing carried a basket to the market and bought 3 jean of pork, enough for a whole chicken, and planned to take the rest from the space. When she got home, her family had gone to dig bamboo shoots. Xiao Keqing entered her space and didn't need to use the meat she had just bought. She took out the meat pieces already in her space and then the chicken pieces. The chicken pieces were too large, so Xiao Keqing cut them into smaller parts. Cooking in her space was very convenient. When she cooked outside, neighbors could smell the aroma. In her space, she used 2 large pots at the same time, one for chicken, one for meat sauce. Things in her space were ready-made, so cooking was very fast. She would cook a pot, then start another. She poured all the prepared meat sauce into a big stew pot. Since she didn't have enough bottles to store all of it, she first filled 10 bottles with the meat sauce and spicy chicken. The rest was stored in her space. She gave Jiang Qi 1 bottle. Since Jiang Qi visited every week, she planned to pack some snacks and fruit for him. In the future, Lu Ting would be her man. The Lu family would definitely give her things. She kept some for him and planned to give everything to him when he returned. All of it was stored in the kitchen. She was thinking about how many days it would take for Lu Ting to come back from his mission. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was on a mission with his comrades. He gave each person 2 pieces of dried meat. The spicy dried meat paired with steamed buns was perfect. Lu Ting drank water from Xiao Keqing's water bottle. It was very sweet, which made him feel energized. He felt so spirited, and the power of love was truly amazing. The water she gave him was always different and special. After this mission, he really needed to find a way to marry his little wife soon. Xiao Keqing saw that it was still early, so she decided to go dig bamboo shoots. As she stepped outside, she saw her mother Xiao and a young man walking toward her. Her mother carried a basket, and the man beside her was carrying a basket filled with bamboo shoots. Her mother saw her daughter approaching and said, "Kiki, you don't need to go. I asked Zheng Yong from the neighboring military district to help me, and the Lu family picked bamboo shoots." Zheng Yong hadn't seen Xiao Keqing in years, but she had become so beautiful that her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Xiao Keqing still remembered this man a little. Their military district had only 2 family compounds. Although they weren't in the same compound, she had seen him many times as a child, following her brother and Lu Ting. When they returned home, Xiao Keqing smiled gratefully and said, "Big brother Zheng, thank you for helping." Zheng Yong put down his basket, scratched the back of his head shyly, and smiled awkwardly. No need to thank me. We used to play together often when we were kids. I heard your brother should be coming back soon. When he does, let's all go to my house for a meal. I am currently working as a cook in the army cafeteria. My cooking skills are pretty good. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, Okay, when my brother comes back, let's make plans again. Zheng Yong smiled and said, Just now, Annie told me how to prepare bamboo shoots. I didn't expect you to be so talented. The more he looked at her, the more he felt drawn to her. Xiao Keqing replied, There are many ways to cook bamboo shoots. Whether you stew meat or chicken, fry them, or soak them in sour brine, they all taste great. Zheng Yong nodded and said, When you and your brother come over for dinner, I will cook this dish to show off my skills. Zheng Yong couldn't help but think about how much the little girl who used to follow Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting around had changed. He also knew how she used to chase Lu Ting in the courtyard. Today, after seeing her, he realized that the rumors might not be true. He also heard that her engagement with Lu Ting had been called off, which gave him some new thoughts. Xiao Keqing said, Okay. After Zheng Yong left, Zhao's mother said to her daughter, I just ran into Zheng Yong on the way back. After I finish shopping, I'll give him some tickets. His father, the deputy regiment commander, arranged for him to work in the army cafeteria before retiring. Xiao Keqing nodded. Zhao's mother continued, Kiki, when we were coming back, some military wives asked us why we were picking these bamboo shoots. I told them it was for a delicious dish, but they didn't believe me. What do you think I should do? Xiao Keqing said nonchalantly, Mom, there's no need to worry. If they don't believe it, they just won't. Zhao's mother said, You don't know. Our mountain foot and the mountain above are full of huge bamboo groves. Even if all the families in the courtyard come to eat, there's still plenty. Now, everyone is facing difficulties, so I think we should promote it properly. Seeing her mother so worried, Xiao Keqing thought of a plan and said, Later, after we process the bamboo shoots and stir-fry a dish for dinner, we can save some. You take a portion to the courtyard and let them try it. That way, they'll see how good it is. Zhao's mother smiled and said, That's a good idea. Later, you come with me. When they ask how we made it, you can explain. I'm worried I might forget some steps, and if they make it and it tastes different, it might offend them. Xiao Keqing nodded, Okay. At this moment, Lu's mother and Aunt Sun came in together. Lu's mother said, I asked Zheng Yong to pick some for my family. I'll handle it first. After you finish here, you can help me with the rest. There's so much, and I'm worried about messing it up. Zhao's mother agreed happily. Grandpa Xiao and Grandpa Lu were still digging, and Zheng Yong was very enthusiastic as he continued picking for both the Xiao and Lu families. Xiao Keqing saw there were many bamboo shoots and thought of 2 ways to handle them, drying some and soaking others in sour brine. The 2 families discussed it eagerly. After finishing their work, Zhao's family was busy while Lu's family was busy too. Once both families finished, it was already late, and they had dinner at Lu's house. Zhao's mother and Xiao Keqing decided to prepare a separate dish of bamboo shoots early the next morning to let everyone in the courtyard try. Since Saturday was the day with the most people, it would be a good way to promote it. The whole family worked hard all day. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Xiao Keqing started the task her mother had asked her to do. Stir-fry a big bowl of bamboo shoots for the courtyard residents to taste. Xiao Keqing decided not to use meat for the stir-fry. She only used oil and stir-fried the bamboo shoot simply. Meat was very precious in this era, so it was better not to use it unnecessarily, and not everyone had meat to eat. Just adding more oil would be fine. Xiao Keqing cooked a large bowl of bamboo shoots and then went with her mother to the busiest part of the courtyard. They saw some military wives mending shoes and some women knitting sweaters. A group of elders was chatting, and Xiao Keqing immediately realized this was the courtyard's information station. One woman saw Yang Yunqiu digging bamboo shoots and curiously asked, Yang Yunqiu, is the bamboo shoot dish you made yesterday really as good as you said? Zhao's mother approached and said, We're just worried you might not believe it. My daughter specially cooked a portion for you to try. Now you'll know if it's true or not. It's also because my daughter is worried that you won't have enough vegetables this winter. Everyone is living a bit hard now. After speaking, Zhao's mother opened the lid of the bowl, and the fragrant smell of bamboo shoots quickly spread. A group of people gathered around. Lu's mother brought 2 pairs of chopsticks. Lu's mother handed the chopsticks to the 2 military wives at the front. The 2 women hesitated slightly, but took the chopsticks and picked up a small piece of bamboo shoot to taste. After chewing a few bites, their eyes lit up. Wow, these bamboo shoots taste really good, so fresh and tasty. Others heard this and eagerly wanted to try. The bamboo shoots in the bowl were quickly finished, and everyone still wanted more. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Ladies, there are plenty of bamboo shoots on our mountain, and the preparation is simple. If anyone wants to learn, I can teach you." Everyone enjoyed the taste. Even the children tried some and kept asking for more. Zhao's mother and Xiao Keqing took the opportunity to share methods for drying bamboo shoots and soaking sour bamboo shoots. She also shared the method of cooking this dish. Whether it's meat, cured meat, chicken, or duck, all are delicious. Everyone started talking excitedly about different ways to eat the bamboo shoots. Aunt Xiao didn't forget to praise her daughter. "My Coco is so kind. She's just sharing with you all." One of the elders said to Aunt Xiao, "That bamboo shoot was cooked by your daughter Xiaoya. It smells so good. I thought your daughter didn't know how to cook." Aunt Xiao proudly replied, "Of course. My Coco cooked it." Xiao Keqing tugged on her mom's sleeve and said, "Mom, we finished sharing the bamboo shoots. We know how to do it now." Just as Xiao Keqing and Aunt Xiao turned to leave, everyone in the yard went home, and the lively scene suddenly became quiet. The speed of the change surprised Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing and Aunt Xiao returned home. Aunt Xiao said, "Your brother should be coming back in a few days. Today I'll tidy up his room. I'll wash the quilts and hang them out to dry. You go clean your brother's room." Xiao Keqing happily agreed.
Great.
"My brother is coming back. Things will be lively at home." She went to Xiao Junjia's room and cleaned it thoroughly, sweeping and mopping the floor. She also took out the books from her brother's room to air them. Seeing the clothes in her brother's wardrobe, which were from 3 years ago, she looked at them and felt they seemed a bit small. An idea suddenly came to her mind. Xiao Keqing took all the clothes out of her brother Xiao Junjia's wardrobe, carefully folded them, and stored them in the household storage room. She wanted to buy new clothes for her brother from inside out. Fortunately, when she bought things for the space, she prepared various clothes. In the afternoon, she planned to go to the mall to buy some winter clothes and take some from the storage. After finishing lunch, Xiao Keqing told her mom about going to the mall. Aunt Xiao said, "A few days ago, I bought a set of clothes for your brother with Xiao Man." Xiao Keqing nodded. "My brother's clothes are all too small now. I've put them all in the storage room. One set isn't enough." Aunt Xiao hadn't seen her son in 3 years and wasn't sure if his clothes had become too small. She asked with some doubt, "Has your brother gained weight compared to 3 years ago?" Xiao Keqing thought for a moment about her brother 3 years ago. "He hasn't gained weight, but he's taller now. He's stronger and more handsome." Aunt Xiao finally realized and anxiously said, "Oh no. I bought clothes for your brother, but they are definitely too small. I bought the size he used to wear. Let's go together and exchange them. Now his sweater is also too tight." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Mom, your favoritism. What about my sweater?" Xiao Mom glared at her daughter and said, "I finished knitting yours long ago. It's still in my room." Xiao Keqing giggled and said, "Mom is the best. Does Dad have one too?" Xiao Mom replied, "Your dad's sweater is still being knitted." Xiao Mom and Xiao Keqing went to the department store together to pick out clothes for Xiao Junjia. Xiao Mom chose a traditional Chinese suit with straight trousers for her son, making him look mature and steady. Xiao Keqing picked out jeans and a denim jacket for her brother, which are very fashionable in the city. When they reached another shop and saw a trench coat, Xiao Keqing immediately remembered Lu Ting wearing a dark khaki trench coat last time. It looked really good. After asking about it, they found out the coat was available in 2 colors, navy blue and dark khaki. The coat was thick and warm, with a turn-down collar, double-breasted buttons, and delicate button tabs on the cuffs, adding nice details. It also had a wide belt at the waist. Xiao Keqing imagined her brother and Lu Ting wearing this coat, They would both look very handsome. She looked at her mom and said, "Mom, give the dark khaki one to my brother. Can I give the other one to Luga?" Xiao mom glanced at Xiao Keqing and said, "Sure. Lu Ting will look great in this." Xiao Keqing had been trying to think of reasons to convince her mom, but unexpectedly, her mom didn't ask any questions. The 2 coats cost 160 yuan. Xiao mom also bought some close-fitting clothes for her son. When her brother comes back, he can pick out clothes in the room. After shopping, they returned to the courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw many people carrying baskets and some with baskets on their shoulders, all filled with bamboo shoots. Passing by Xiao Keqing and Yang Yunqiu, everyone greeted them warmly with smiles. Back home, Xiao Keqing took the clothes she bought for her brother into her room, locked the door, and entered her space. She chose 2 sets of pajamas and 3 old-fashioned warm clothes, then washed the new clothes in the space's washing machine. She also prepared 3 sets of warm clothes and a trench coat for Lu Ting, placing them together, waiting until Lu Ting became her boyfriend to give them to him. Meanwhile, over with Lu Ting, Zhou Haoyu was bandaging his arm. Zhou Haoyu said urgently, "Boss, you're lucky to have me. Otherwise, I might have lost my life here. When we go back, I'll carry your bag." Lu Ting, "I know how we were brought out, and I will make sure you all get back safely. It's just a minor cut, no big deal." Lu Ting looked at Zhou Haoyu, who was using medicine brought by Xiao Keqing to bandage his wound. He then said, "Eat something and rest for 10 minutes. Then we'll head back." Lu Ting thought it would take 2 more days to return. This mission had already taken 8 days, but he should be able to get home before Xiao Junjia. Seeing Qing'er preparing medicine and food for him, he realized he held an important place in her heart. Thinking of Jiang Qi's words and looking at the wound on his arm, he suddenly remembered something, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. 2 days passed quickly. The weather was very good during these days. Lu's mother went to work, and Aunt's son continued digging bamboo shoots with a neighbor's wife, drying more so they could send some to her daughter's family later. Xiao Keqing looked at the bamboo shoots drying in the yard and occasionally turned them over to help them dry better. Lu Ting returned home in the afternoon. As he entered, he saw his grandfather reading the newspaper. "Grandpa, I'm back," Lu Ting said. After placing his luggage on the table, he sat on the sofa opposite his grandfather. Grandpa put down his newspaper and glasses, carefully examining his grandson. Seeing the torn clothes on his arm, and based on the bloodstains and activity, he thought there was no serious problem. He frowned, worried, and asked, "Are you hurt? Is it serious?" Lu Ting thought about his grandfather's help last time and his own injury. He believed Qing'er was worried about him. Otherwise, how could she have prepared medicine and food for him? It was just that she was too stubborn not to tell him the truth. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a small cut from a knife, not much blood." Grandpa advised, "Go to the hospital and get it bandaged properly." Lu Ting smiled and praised Grandpa. "Last time you had Qing'er bring me my luggage, and your skills are really impressive. I really didn't expect that. No wonder you're my grandpa, so amazing." Grandpa's lips curved into a slight smile, showing pride. "Of course. With someone like you, could I not help you and your wife? Without me helping out, how would you manage? If you hadn't been so stubborn, would your wife have rejected you?" Lu Ting continued to praise his grandfather enthusiastically. Grandpa felt good hearing his grandson praise him, but he also sensed that the boy might be setting a trap. Did he really not understand his grandson? Compared to his father, he's a bit more clever. The old man quickly interrupted, "Stop, hold on. If I keep praising your grandpa, he'll be so proud, he won't know what to do." Lu Ting immediately stopped praising the old man and said, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm just stating facts. Let me praise him a little more." Grandpa Lu chuckled twice and said, all right. If there's something to discuss, just say it. If not, I'll go play." He knows his own grandpa well, so Lu Ting smiled and said, "Grandpa, can you do me a favor and pass a message?" Grandpa Lu looked puzzled and asked, "What message?" Lu Ting grinned and said, "Grandpa, I just want to know if Qing'er cares about me. If she accidentally hears that I got hurt, will she come to see me? Just tell her this on purpose. I want to see her reaction. Grandpa Lu rolled his eyes and said impatiently, Is that all? After some hesitation, Grandpa Lu shook his head and said, But I'm a soldier. I can't lie, you know. Lu Ting said, Who said I want you to lie? My arm is already hurt, the same arm as last time. You don't need to lie. It's a real injury and it still hurts. I just wrapped it casually. Grandpa Lu glanced at his arm and said, All right, since you're my grandson. He thought for a moment about what excuse to use. After that, he slowly headed towards the Xiao family's house. Lu Ting quickly went upstairs to take a shower and shave. Grandpa Lu strolled over to the Xiao house and just saw Xiao Keqing drying bamboo shoots in the yard. He pretended to be anxious and asked, Coco, is your grandpa at home? Xiao Keqing replied, Grandpa's not home right now. He'll be back in time for dinner. Grandpa Lu hurriedly said, I know your grandpa has some hemostatic medicine. I came to get some from him. I know his medicine works well. Xiao Keqing frowned and asked, Grandpa Lu, what's wrong? Did you get hurt somewhere? Grandpa Lu sighed and said, It's not me. Xiao Ting just came back from an assignment and got hurt. The kid is stubborn. He said it's just a small cut, just needs a quick bandage. But I saw blood all over his clothes. I came to get medicine from your grandpa. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat and the bamboo shoots in her hand dropped. But she quickly calmed down and said, Grandpa Lu, he needs to go to the hospital for a proper checkup. You should tell him to go to the hospital right away. Grandpa Lu secretly watched Xiao Keqing's expression, secretly smiling inside, but he said aloud, Of course, she needs to go to the hospital. This time, she hurt the same arm as last time, but she just won't listen. Xiao Keqing bit her lip, thinking, oh no. In the book, she was transferred because she hurt her arm. Maybe she can't escape that fate. Her eyebrows furrowed more and more. Why is this guy so stubborn? How can he refuse to go to the hospital? His clothes are covered in bloodstains, and he might not even realize how serious the injury is. What if it gets infected? Grandpa Lu anxiously said, Since your grandpa isn't here, I'll go next door to see if anyone has some hemostatic medicine. Xiao Keqing hurried over to Grandpa Lu, worried, Grandpa, you still want to send Brother Lu to the hospital? That's not good. If it gets infected, it will be worse. Grandpa Lu said, How about I give you the key? You go home and try to persuade him? I still need to check other houses. Without hesitation, Xiao Keqing agreed, okay, took Grandpa Lu's key, and hurried to the Lu family. She ran anxiously, thinking, Didn't I give him medicine? Why isn't it working? Grandpa Lu smiled as he sat on a chair in the yard, waiting patiently. His granddaughter-in-law wouldn't run away. He was just waiting to enjoy some tea with her. Xiao Keqing quickly reached the Lu house, unlocked the door with the key, and went inside. She called upstairs, Brother Lu, Brother Lu. She called twice, but it seemed her voice wasn't loud enough, so she increased her strength and shouted loudly, Lu Ting. Lu Ting, upstairs, was washing his hair and taking a shower. He truly didn't hear Xiao Keqing calling him downstairs. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his injury was worse and he didn't hear her? She strode quickly upstairs. Xiao Keqing knew Lu Ting's room well. It was exactly the same as her own because the entire courtyard was designed like their house, with the same layout and yard. She stopped at Lu Ting's door, paused for 3 seconds, then knocked. Lu Ting just finished a shower and came out when he heard the knocking. The next second, he heard a familiar voice, Lu Ting. Lu Ting shivered. This was the first time she called him by his full name. It felt so intense. Xiao Keqing knocked again, Brother Lu? The next moment, the door opened, and Xiao Keqing looked up. Oh my goodness! What did I just see? Is it really that revealing? Suddenly, she saw that he was only wearing a pair of long-sleeve pants. Six-pack abs are well-defined, with clear separation around the waist and stomach. The 8-pack muscles are firm and ripple with strength. Water droplets from undried hair fall onto his chest, then flow into the attractive V-line. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, full of hormones. Xiao Keqing unconsciously swallows, afraid to look at any part of him for another second. Looking up, she sees his sharp features and deep, captivating eyes. Oh my! Her heart races. Can she really look at him like this? Her face begins to feel hot. Lu Ting notices Xiao Keqing's face turning red. She stares at him intently, lost in thought. He catches her expression, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, pretending not to notice anything unusual, and asks, "Qing'er, why are you here?" Xiao Keqing stammers, "Grandpa Lu said you got hurt, so I came to persuade you to go to the hospital." Her gaze unconsciously shifts to his wound. His arm is wrapped in bandages, already stained with blood. Lu Ting quickly pulls her into the room and closes the door. "It's just a small injury, don't worry." Xiao Keqing steadies herself and says seriously, "Don't you know water can't get through the bandage? It's all wet now. Aren't you worried about infection?" Lu Ting leans closer and softly asks, "Are you worried about me?" Xiao Keqing pouts and chides, "At a time like this, are you joking? Aren't you afraid your hand will be useless?" Lu Ting looks at her intently. "It's just a minor injury. Since you're here, help me change the dressing and check how serious it is." Her heart beats faster under his intense gaze. The bandage on his arm is soaked through. If she doesn't change it soon, infection is likely. Worried, Xiao Keqing asks, "Where's the medicine I prepared for you? Bring it out so I can see. If it's not enough, we'll go to the hospital immediately." Lu Ting takes her hand and walks to his backpack. It's in the backpack. Xiao Keqing releases his hand, opens the bag on the table, and takes out the medicine. Lu Ting sits down smoothly, staring at her without blinking. Xiao Keqing moves closer to him, and he pulls her between his legs, placing his hands on her waist. Carefully, she opens his bandage, and upon seeing the wound, she relaxes. "It's not deep or serious. I also have a bottle of medicine just for you. Where is it?" Lu Ting looks up at her and says, "In the pocket of my jacket." Xiao Keqing lightly tapped Lu Ting's shoulder twice with her finger, but since he wasn't wearing clothes, she didn't dare to touch him fully. "Let go, I need to get medicine." Lu Ting reluctantly released her, watching her closely. Xiao Keqing found the spiritual spring water she had given him in his pocket and returned to his side. Lu Ting wrapped his arms around her again. She used gauze dipped in the spring water to treat his wound. Instantly, the wound started to heal visibly. Seeing that there was still some left in the bottle, she decided it was enough for him to drink. She brought the bottle to Lu Ting's mouth and said, "Drink this." Lu Ting looked steadily at Xiao Keqing for 3 seconds, then obediently drank the water she offered. It was sweet, and after drinking, he felt much lighter. The pain from his wound seemed to fade away. Xiao Keqing watched as the scabs on Lu Ting's wound began to fall off. She packed up the medicine and didn't bother bandaging him again, thinking he might need a shower soon. She lowered her gaze and only saw the top of the man's head. She said, "Let go now." Lu Ting finally stood up and looked into Xiao Keqing's eyes. "Well, you said you were thinking about it, right? Can you tell me now?" Xiao Keqing raised her head and stared at Lu Ting closely. He remembered how she looked at him when he opened the door, like she liked him a lot. He also thought about her standards for a partner. Suddenly, he felt more confident. "Qing'er, can we forget about breaking off the engagement? I'll give myself to you. I have broad shoulders, a slim waist, long legs, and even those 8-pack abs you mentioned." After saying this, he took her hand and placed it on his abs. Xiao Keqing looked at her hand, which he was holding, feeling it move over his abs. Oh my God! Is this something she can touch? The texture, the hardness, the warmth. Lu Ting kept his gaze fixed on her expression. It seemed Qing'er liked him a lot, without any sign of rejection. He then guided her hand to his chest muscles. Her hand sent a tingling sensation through her body, like an electric shock, spreading through her limbs. Her heartbeat quickened, pounding in her chest. She quickly withdrew her hand, clenched it into a fist, and looked into the man's eyes. Her ears felt even warmer. "Are you using your good looks to trick me?" Lu Ting chuckled at her words, almost smiling to his ears. "Does it work?" Xiao Keqing admitted openly, "It's pretty effective." Lu Ting's lips curled into a smile. "If you agree to be my girlfriend, then I can let you touch me every day. Just say yes." Xiao Keqing looked up and observed him. Yes, his appearance truly matched her perfect type. The more she looked, the more she felt he was meant for her. She thought, I'm not losing anything. If the connection is good, I'll continue. If not, I'll say goodbye. Lu Ting was startled by her intense gaze. His face suddenly warmed. TSK, Qing'er's eyes are so powerful. Who can handle that? It felt like she was almost trying to take his life. He realized he was completely caught. Xiao Keqing looked into his eyes and asked, I have a question for you. Will you answer honestly?
Can you?
Lu Ting's alarm bells went off. He knew he had to answer well. His instincts told him that if he didn't, his wife might leave him.
Yes.
Xiao Keqing asked, if in the future, Su Malia comes to see you and says she's unwell and she keeps bothering you, how would you handle it? Would her saying she's unwell make you forget about me because of your past kindness? Like last time, even though we had plans, you still sent her home. Lu Ting looked confused. Last time I was wrong. It won't happen again. My brother protected me, and she's not the reason for my kindness. I've already paid him back. And what are you asking? Why would I leave you for her? I would never do that. He continued seriously, besides, I now have a family. It's basic to be loyal to my wife.
I'll stay far away from them.
Lu Ting then added earnestly, Qing'er, but I swear to you as a soldier, I promise to be good to you forever. I won't let you down. Please trust me. Give me a chance, okay? Hearing his vow, every word struck her heart like a heavy hammer, making her feel a strong flutter inside. But a bit of rationality flashed through her mind like lightning. Xiao Keqing directly expressed her concern. Let me be honest with you. Part of the reason I don't want to be with you is because of her. Lu Ting said seriously, I won't get close to her. I didn't before, I don't now, and I won't in the future. If we happen to talk next time, I'll keep my distance from her. I won't let what happened last time happen again. Xiao Keqing smiled slightly. Lu Ting's eyes lit up. Are you saying yes? Will you be my girlfriend? Xiao Keqing nodded with a smile. The next moment, Lu Ting excitedly picked her up and spun her around, happiness shining in his eyes. Xiao Keqing giggled softly, saying, Ah. Lu Ting smiled warmly and said, Qing'er, you are finally my partner. I've dreamed about this day for a long time. Xiao Keqing wrapped her arms around his neck, touching his exposed skin, feeling his warmth that made her heart feel hot. Playfully, she said, Put me down. You're not even dressed yet. Lu Ting looked at her and asked, Are you shy? You weren't shy before when you touched me. From now on, I will be your boyfriend. What is there to be shy about? Xiao Keqing smiled and said, Hurry up and put me down. I still have more to say. Also, you'll smell bad later, and you don't want that smell to get on me, right? Lu Ting suddenly remembered the last time he drank the water Xiao Keqing gave him, which made him smell bad. He immediately let her go, took a few steps back, and looked down at himself. Luckily, he was okay now. Otherwise, he worried he might smell so bad that it would bother Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing said, But I have a condition. You need to agree to it. What condition? Lu Ting was very nervous now, almost making his heart race. Xiao Keqing seriously said, First, if one day we are not suitable for each other, we will break up. You cannot bother me, and we won't interfere with each other. She thought about marriage and divorce, and believed it was better to be clear about their relationship from the start. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing steadily and said, What are you thinking? We are a perfect match, and there's no one more suitable than us. Your worries are unnecessary. But I agree. Do you have more? Xiao Keqing smiled again and said, Second, we should keep this a secret from our family and friends for now. We just started dating, and I don't have much confidence. If they find out now, and we break up later, it would be awkward for both families. It's better for us. What do you think? Lu Ting's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a chuckle, You don't trust me, do you? You just want to make breaking up easier. Xiao Keqing was momentarily speechless. This man was too clever. Lu Ting pressed his tongue against his back teeth, thinking that Qing'er probably wanted to end things more completely, which made sense. He seriously said, It's because I didn't give you enough confidence that you have these thoughts. In the future, watch my actions. If I promise you, Then I will. The love in his eyes was like a burning flame, impossible to hide. He once again assured her, I promise I can be a good husband. Xiao Keqing's eyes sparkled with a smile as she said, we're just dating now. How can we become husbands so quickly? Lu Ting chuckled softly, we're already dating. Becoming your husband is just a matter of time. Xiao Keqing quickly said, go take a shower. I'm going back. Only then did Lu Ting look at his body and anxiously say, I'll take a shower first. You wait here for me. You can't leave. Today is just the first day we're together, and I can't leave so early. Okay? His tone made Xiao Keqing agree easily. She smiled and said, okay, I'll wait. Hurry up and wash up. Lu Ting turned to go to the bathroom, but he quickly ran out again, smiling happily at Xiao Keqing. I'm so happy I forgot to burn my clothes. After saying that, he found his clothes quickly and went into the bathroom. Xiao Keqing shook her head with a smile and then looked around his room.
Wow.
Even the quilt was folded like a tofu block. She looked around, noticing everything was neat and clean. Her gaze was drawn to a picture frame hanging on the wall. It held many shining military medals. Xiao Keqing stepped closer to look carefully. She believed that behind each medal, there were countless stories of his bravery and life and death experiences. Next to the medals were several photos of Lu Ting with his comrades. In the photos, Lu Ting was dressed in a sharp military uniform, standing tall like a pine tree, with a stern and serious face, standing out among the crowd. His deep eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, firm and full of spirit, commanding attention and respect. Xiao Keqing stared at those eyes. Her partner was truly impressive. Just look at the honor on the wall. Lu Ting went into the bathroom. From his body's reactions, he knew it was the same as last time. He looked at his wound again and was still shocked. The scab was starting to come off, and after the shower it might all fall off.
Wow.
Xiao Keqing had some miraculous medicine. She furrowed her brows, starting to worry. She quickly washed herself and her hair, making sure she was clean. She washed repeatedly with soap, then put on her pants and came out. She looked at the medals for a long time, very long, until the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Lu Ting soon came out, his hair still damp with water droplets, giving off a fresh scent. He saw Xiao Keqing standing in front of the medals, walked over, and gently hugged her waist. His chin rested on her hair as he softly said, How is it? Do you think your partner is especially impressive? Xiao Keqing nodded and praised, Yes, very impressive. Qing'er, I want to tell you something very important, Lu Ting said seriously. Xiao Keqing turned around and looked up at Lu Ting, saying, Go ahead. I'm listening. Lu Ting carefully asked, How many people know about the pills? Xiao Keqing replied, You and my brother. Lu Ting said, This pill is extraordinary. No one else can know about it anymore. Didn't we agree to use it up last time? That means it's finished. It could be dangerous for you, so I don't want you to be in danger. Don't take it out again. Xiao Keqing looked serious and said, It was already the last one. I didn't leave it for you. It's gone now. Don't worry. Lu Ting's heart finally relaxed. That's good. Facing him directly and being held, Xiao Keqing looked at his exposed muscular chest and couldn't help but blush slightly. Aren't you cold? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Wow, the tension was intense. Lu Ting explained, It's just after a shower, so there's still steam on my body. I was worried you'd leave, so I came out quickly. He didn't miss her expression and seemed to find his physique very attractive to her. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Can I kiss you? Xiao Keqing looked at him. This man was always so assertive. Had he ever asked her before kissing her? A beautiful smile appeared on her lips. He was now her boyfriend, so of course she could kiss him. She didn't answer, but gently wrapped her slender fingers around his neck, tiptoed, and lightly kissed his slightly cold cheek. Then she looked at his red lips, leaned in again, and gently pecked his icy lips before pulling away. She looked up into his deep eyes. Lu Ting was still immersed in her dudong actions and hadn't expected her to kiss him first. His mind exploded with a bang, almost bursting. He was stunned for a moment before coming back to himself, his eyes shining with even more passionate light. He gently touched her cheek with his hand. Slowly, his lips pressed down on hers, his tall body surrounding her. Ugh. Xiao Keqing's breath hitched, and her hands around his neck tightened. Lu Ting kissed her very gently, feeling her forget to breathe again. He slightly pulled back, looking at her with deep affection, a smile in his eyes. How many times have I kissed you? Still not used to breathing? His dark eyes were full of love, his voice deep and magnetic, with an irresistible charm. Xiao Keqing's face was so red it seemed to drip blood. She stammered in reply, Who are you so experienced?
Lu Ting chuckled softly.
Remember to breathe, okay? Then he kissed her deeply again. His slightly warm tongue brushed every corner of her mouth. Xiao Keqing hugged his slim waist, her hand unconsciously touching the man's back, feeling the firm muscles that clearly showed how good his physique was. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but let out a soft moan, sounding unlike her usual voice, sweet and tempting. To Lu Ting, it made his heart race, and the heat inside him was instantly ignited. Their breathing became rapid and heavy. Lu Ting was reluctant to leave her lips. If he continued kissing, he might scare the person in his arms. He suppressed his emotions and his breath. Feeling her heavy breathing, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can't handle it anymore? What should we do next? Xiao Keqing snuggled tightly in Lu Ting's arms, clearly understanding his words. She said playfully, You rascal. Lu Ting gently kissed her hair, his desire obvious. Only for you. Xiao Keqing was moved. This man was simply too mischievous. Lu Ting deeply sniffed her hair and whispered, I'm hurt. The boss approved me for 2 days off. Should I come find you tomorrow? Go for a run together? Okay, but only if you do the second thing. I don't want to right now. Xiao Keqing continued leaning against his chest. She also rubbed her face against his chest. Lu Ting nuzzled her hair with his chin and said softly, Okay. Just then, Xiao Keqing remembered that Lu Ting was a rascal and she shouldn't keep holding him, or she might turn into a rascal herself. She let go of him, her cheeks flushed, and looked up at Lu Ting, urging, Go get dressed. His voice was a bit hoarse. Okay, reluctantly releasing her. Lu Ting turned to grab his clothes, and his broad, strong back caught Xiao Keqing's eye, with clearly defined muscles, once again shocking her visually. Oh my gosh! Such a physique. Until Lu Ting finished dressing, Xiao Keqing finally looked away. Suddenly, her stomach made an untimely noise. She asked, Haven't eaten? Lu Ting nodded. After completing the mission, I haven't had a hot meal, just dry food every day. Want some noodles? I'll make some for you, Xiao Keqing offered. Lu Ting smiled with his eyes. Yes, and took her hand, leading her downstairs. Xiao Keqing knew the house was empty now and let him hold her hand as they walked. As they moved, Lu Ting looked at her and showed a handsome smile. They arrived in the kitchen, which had 2 stoves, one wood-fired and one coal stove. Xiao Keqing looked at the coal stove and realized she definitely couldn't keep using coal. It wouldn't light easily for a while even if she changed it. Firewood stoves would be even faster. She instructed, Go, start the fire. Lu Ting smiled and said, Okay. Only then did Xiao Keqing wash the pot and bring it to a boil with clean water. Lu Ting watched her busying herself in the kitchen, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, feeling very happy inside. Xiao Keqing also checked the spice storage in the kitchen and found some eggs. Thinking about the meat sauce she made last time, she turned to Lu Ting and smiled. Last Friday, I made some meat sauce. I'll go get it now. Wait a moment, it's really good with noodles. After saying that, Xiao Keqing left the kitchen to get the meat sauce from home. Lu Ting chuckled softly. The meat sauce she made on Friday was for Jiang Qi. He had heard their conversation clearly at the time. Since they had a mission, Jiang Qi definitely couldn't come out on Friday, as the entire unit was on lockdown. Thinking about Qing'e making meat sauce for Jiang Qi, his mood suddenly sank a little. Xiao Keqing carried 6 bottles of sauce, 3 of each flavor, in a bag. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she bumped into his deep, dark eyes. His mood swings were as quick as a rocket, wasn't it? Just moments ago, he seemed fine. Lu Ting looked at the bag in her hand and felt a bit wronged. Can I eat this meat sauce? Isn't it for Jiang Qi? Xiao Keqing immediately understood what was going on. This man was probably jealous. She placed the meat sauce on the table and said, I've made dozens of bottles at home. Grandpa has been loving meat sauce with noodles for breakfast lately. How could I not make some? You often eat breakfast at my house, and you've already eaten some. When Jiang Qi comes, I'll give him the meat sauce and other things too. I already told you about my relationship with Jiang Qi. It seems you're still quite bothered by it. Maybe we should. Lu Ting suddenly stood up, interrupting her. It's just my brother-in-law. Give me the stuff, I'll take it to him. Xiao Keqing glared at him. Who's your brother-in-law? We just started dating today. I haven't even agreed to be with you yet. After saying that, she noticed the water boiling in the pot, added the noodles, and cracked 2 eggs into it. Lu Ting sat back down by the stove, tending the fire, stirring it with tongs. The noodles and eggs were already in his bowl. There was no way she could run away now. Sooner or later, she would marry him. After mixing the noodles, Xiao Keqing served them. Lu Ting carried the bowl over, holding Qinger's hand, and they sat down in the dining room. Lu Ting, stirring his noodles, looked at the person in front of him and asked, Want to eat some more? Xiao Keqing urged, Hurry up and eat. I'm not even hungry. Lu Ting finally ate his noodles and eggs, holding Xiao Keqing's hand without letting go. Xiao Keqing felt a bit helpless and said, Are you this clingy? We still have plenty of time. Let go. Lu Ting continued eating and said after finishing, Now you feel it's clingy? What will we do in the future? Xiao Keqing smiled and replied, If you're really going to let go, I'll go home. Your family will be back soon anyway. Lu Ting glanced at the watch on Xiao Keqing's wrist and asked, Why don't you wear the watch I gave you? Don't you like it?
Huh?
No, I just forgot to wear it. It's getting late. Let's talk again tomorrow, Xiao Keqing said. Lu Ting released Xiao Keqing's hand. All right, I'll wait for you at the back door tomorrow morning. Okay, Xiao Keqing agreed and went home. The next morning, after washing up, Xiao Keqing put on a black sports outfit and tied her ponytail for easy running. She agreed to meet the man at the back door and jogged over. Just as she was curious why he wasn't there yet, she saw him come out from behind a large tree in front. Xiao Keqing smiled and ran over. I thought you hadn't arrived yet. Lu Ting smiled slightly and said, I wouldn't be late for a chance I worked hard to get. Looking around and seeing no one, Xiao Keqing asked, Where are we running today? Is it far? If it's too far, I might not make it back. I can't run too far now. Lu Ting pointed to the road ahead. Just this path leading to the lake from last time, but we're not going to the lake today. Xiao Keqing thought for a moment. It wasn't far, and her current body could handle a round trip easily. But she was worried about running into family members from the big yard. She didn't want everyone to know about this now, so she decided not to run too long. Pretending to be hesitant, she sighed and said, I've never run this far before. It might be a bit difficult. To not delay you, you can run alone. I'll just take a walk. Lu Ting looked at her slim arms and legs and said, We'll take it slow. First, just jog slowly. When you can't go on, we'll walk back. Or, I can carry you. I can run with you every day to help you get stronger. Xiao Keqing hesitated. She really didn't want to run with him every day. As the weather gets colder, isn't exercising in the space better? After saying that, Lu Ting started running ahead. Seeing this, Xiao Keqing had no choice but to follow him and run beside him. Xiao Keqing was running while looking around at the scenery. There were really many paths up the mountain. She asked in the direction of the ascent, Brother Lu, I haven't been here before. Can you take me up the mountain to play? Lu Ting replied, It's dangerous. Let's go somewhere else. Xiao Keqing stopped and said, Last time at the Southern Army, you took me up the mountain. Why can't you do it this time? Seeing her stop, Lu Ting also paused and said, At the Southern Army, I knew the terrain and only took you because I wanted to keep you safe. If there was danger, do you think your brother would let you go with me? Seeing no one around, Xiao Keqing linked her arm with the man's and said, You're so capable of protecting me. I also know a little martial arts, so it won't be dangerous. Take me to hunt for wild game. Lu Ting looked at her arm and, seeing her like this, felt even more moved. He wanted to hold her and kiss her right now. He suppressed his feelings and said, "It's not that I won't take you, but your body has only just recovered. Don't you remember how serious it was last time? I'm worried about danger, so no." Xiao Keqing released his arm and cheerfully agreed, acting very obediently. "All right. Then I won't go." Lu Ting felt that Xiao Keqing was still very obedient. Just as he was about to ask where else they could go, her next words made him so angry that his teeth hurt. Xiao Keqing nonchalantly plucked a dogtail grass, swinging it back and forth in the air. She pouted slightly and pretended to complain to herself. "I thought my boyfriend was really impressive, tall and strong, standing there like a wall. Everyone would praise him. He's also a captain. Sigh, I guess I was mistaken sometimes." Lu Ting's eyes suddenly turned deep. Mistaken about someone. Xiao Keqing shook her head and continued playing with the dogtail grass, pretending to think. She muttered to herself, "Maybe I should find a stronger boyfriend who can protect me." Lu Ting's eyes darkened as he stared at Xiao Keqing. His tongue pressed against the back of his teeth. He snatched the dogtail grass from her hand and threw it on the ground. He grabbed her small hand, found a big tree, and pressed her against it. His arms tightly wrapped around Xiao Keqing's slender waist, holding her close. He gently pressed his arm against her back to make her more comfortable, ensuring she felt no discomfort. Lu Ting's deep, ink-black eyes suddenly narrowed. "Are you trying to deliberately provoke me?" Xiao Keqing looked up and met his deep eyes, realizing she had pushed him too far. She blinked innocently and nodded honestly. Lu Ting reached out one hand to lift her chin. "You did well." In the next moment, a gentle kiss fell upon her. This kiss was soft and warm, like a gentle breeze. Xiao Keqing felt her lips warm and her heart beat faster, as if it might jump out of her chest. Feeling her breathless and her cheeks slightly sore, Lu Ting released her and said calmly, "Do you want to change partners now?" Xiao Keqing took a deep breath and playfully hit his chest. Her eyes filled with a little mist and her cheeks turned pink, making her look charming and sweet. "It hurts. Can't you be gentler?" she said softly, acting cute. Seeing her like this, Lu Ting felt even more tempted. He remembered her words about changing partners and quickly calmed himself down. "Are you sure you still want to change?" Xiao Keqing pouted and said, "It's because you didn't take me up the mountain. Now I want to find someone stronger." Lu Ting sighed helplessly and gently pressed his forehead to hers. "All right, I'll take you up the mountain. But there's a condition. When you can run from the big yard to the small lake and back, I'll take you. What if there's danger on the mountain and you can't run fast?" Xiao Keqing thought that made sense and nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at grains. It was just a round trip and she could do that easily, especially after all her recent training. Lu Ting's dark eyes narrowed. "Still want to change or not?" Xiao Keqing wrapped her arms around his neck and shook her head. "You're annoying. Next time, can you kiss me more gently? It hurts my lips and is easy for others to see." Lu Ting leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Aren't you worried I'm not good enough? I can handle more than that." He whispered a few more words softly. Xiao Keqing's face instantly turned red. She glared at Lu Ting. "You rascal! Who would want to marry you?"
Lu Ting smirket mischievously.
"I already said, I only do that with you." He gently stroked her face with one hand, his eyes deep and serious. "Next time, don't talk about changing partners, okay? Promise me." Xiao Keqing's heart felt warm and she nodded.
Okay.
Lu Ting was pleased with her answer and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. "Let's run again. When will you be able to run a round trip?"
Okay.
The two started running again. Halfway through, Xiao Keqing turned around and said, "That's all for today. I need to buy buns for Grandpa." Lu Ting smiled and agreed, "Okay." The two of them ran back to the back door and stopped. Xiao Keqing approached a big tree and thought for a moment, then said, "Can you go buy me 10 buns? From Grandpa Wang's house. Grandpa loves to eat them. I'll wait for you at the back door. Is that okay?" Of course, when you have a boyfriend, you should ask for favors. Mainly, going together would be too obvious and many people might see. Lu Ting nodded, making his meaning clear. Xiao Keqing smiled, looked around, saw no one, and quickly kissed him lightly on the lips before leaving. Lu Ting's lips curved into a smile.
All right.
I have 2 days off, but since I just took over work, I have too much to do. After breakfast, I need to go to the army. I might not have time to stay with you in the morning. I'll come back for dinner and spend time with you then. Xiao Keqing rolled her eyes and said, Who wants you to stay? You're just being sentimental. When you're less busy, I want to talk to you about your salary. Lu Ting said, There's nothing much to talk about. It's for you. Just take it and spend it. I can support you no matter how you spend it. Once I get my salary, I'll give it to you again. Lu Ting looked at her slightly swollen lips and gently kissed her again. No more kissing in the morning.
They look a bit red now.
Next time, I'll be gentler. After saying that, he smiled at her, then ran quickly toward the bun shop. Xiao Keqing stood by the tree, watching his distant figure, and couldn't help but smile. Soon, Lu Ting hurried over carrying 2 bags of hot buns. He handed one bag to her and said, Quick, take this to Grandpa. Xiao Keqing took the buns and cheerfully said, Thanks, Brother Ting. Then she turned and headed into the yard. Hearing her call him Brother Ting, Lu Ting's body stiffened suddenly. TSK, he really was hopeless. Just one title, and he felt all itchy inside. Why didn't he feel this way before? Lu Ting also took the buns and went home. As soon as he arrived, he saw Grandpa sitting in front of the dining table eating noodles, with a jar of meat sauce and chili sauce on the table. He placed the buns in front of Grandpa. Grandpa looked up at his grandson's face. Since he returned from the Southern Army, he always saw a smile on his face, unlike before when he was cold and distant. How's Xiao Ke? Grandpa asked. Lu Ting smiled, feeling so happy that he couldn't hide his smile, but he stayed silent. Grandpa saw his proud expression and got worried. You kid, if you don't tell me, I won't ask next time. Don't come begging me again. Lu Ting finally spoke, saying, Qinger asked me to keep it a secret, and I haven't said anything. Anyway, just tell you this. You should prepare the money for your future daughter-in-law's tea ceremony. Missing it wouldn't be good. Grandpa Lu laughed out loud, excitedly saying, Good. Good.
Good.
Grandpa Lu thought for a moment and said, Xiao Gui will be back soon. You still need to go and apologize properly. That young man loves to have a drink, so you should prepare early and be ready in your mind. Lu Ting nodded and said, Grandpa's advice is right.
I remember it well.
Luckily, I still have a few bottles of good wine. Qinger's wine can be used now. He had carefully studied her wine. Each bottle was good. Qinger's wine is also his. He plans to check with Qiangzi to see if there are any other good things to send along. He thought about buying things, but he needed money. He had already handed over all his money, so he would need to ask Qinger for some pocket money. He couldn't help but smile. After breakfast, Lu Ting went to the army. He hoped to come back early in the afternoon. Meanwhile, over with Xiao Junjie after breakfast, he packed his luggage to send home by mail. When He Yang's car arrived to pick him up, he planned to go to the post office first, then head to the train station by 11 o'clock. The plan was to meet 3 female performers from the art troupe at the train station, also to avoid any danger on the way. Xiao Junjie recognized He Yang's car outside and knew he was here. He carried his luggage, including 2 big bags he planned to mail home. He Yang got out of the car, took Xiao Junjie's luggage, and said, Captain Xiao, give me your luggage. I'll put it away. You can get in the car first. Xiao Junjie nodded. As he opened the car door and was about to get in, he saw a female colleague already sitting inside. He stopped, hesitating. He looked down again and wondered if he had gotten on the wrong car. Why was it Xiao Shanshan? He stepped back, bent down, and asked Xiao Shanshan, What are you doing? Xiao Shanshan smiled and said to Xiao Junjie, Oh, Captain Xiao. My brother told me to take this car to the post office, then go to the train station. Xiao Junjie quickly closed the back door, walked over to He Yang, and asked, What's going on? He Yang replied, I met Captain Xiao at the door. They are heading to the post office and train station. I said it was convenient, so I took them along. Xiao Junjie frowned slightly, then turned and got into the front passenger seat. Zhou Shanshan stared directly at Xiao Junjie's gloomy face, which looked as dark as ink. She slightly pouted her lips and asked in a slightly annoyed tone, "Captain Xiao, are you upset because I'm sitting in this car? We often promote serving the people wholeheartedly. I was just taking a ride, so why are you so unhappy?" Xiao Junjie looked serious. "You." Zhou Shanshan continued, "Is it because I confessed to you that you dislike me? We've been seeing each other often lately. Have I caused you trouble? Made things difficult for you? Or am I bothering you too much?" Xiao Junjie was speechless from her series of questions. Is she this talkative? He couldn't argue with her. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Comrade Zhou Shanshan, I already told you I like someone. Why don't you believe me? Today, it just feels a bit sudden." Hearing this, Zhou Shanshan bit her lip, feeling a little disappointed. Xiao got into the car, sensing the awkward atmosphere inside. He didn't dare say much, and the car slowly started moving. Zhou Shanshan kept glancing at the person in the front passenger seat. She was curious about what the woman he liked looked like. She had never chased anyone before and wasn't sure if her way of doing things made him dislike her more. It seemed she needed to try a different approach to win him over. She had to give it a shot. She wouldn't give up easily. Xiao parked the car in front of the post office. The three of them got out together. Xiao handed the luggage to Xiao Junjie and took out Zhou Shanshan's luggage, holding it in his hand, and said, "Comrade Zhou, let me carry this for you. It's a bit heavy." Zhou Shanshan smiled and said, "Wow, you're so thoughtful. The army always talks about serving the people, and you really practice it. You use what you've learned in real life, unlike some people who get angry just over a ride. So petty." After saying that, she looked at Xiao Junjie with a pout and walked into the post office. Xiao listened to her words, wondering if she was talking about Captain Xiao being petty. He looked at Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie sneered coldly. Being petty was right.
It seemed she was really upset this time.
Maybe she wouldn't like him anymore. Inside the post office, Xiao Junjie skillfully handled the paperwork and wrote down the address. Zhou Shanshan saw this and hurried to follow him, stopping beside him and staring at the form in his hand. Xiao Junjie turned around with a frown and asked, "Why are you following me?" Zhou Shanshan responded, "Oh, I didn't follow you on purpose. I just wanted to see how the post office works because I've never sent anything before." Xiao Junjie chuckled and said, "I'm too stingy to let you see." He even covered his address with his hand, a sly smile flashing in his eyes. But Zhou Shanshan caught him. She knew he was deliberately hiding it. "What's so special about you? I can send things too,"
she said.
She's not illiterate. She just wanted to see where he was sending the package. She went to the counter, asked some questions, and then wrote down the address with a pen. After paying, Zhou Shanshan left and saw Xiao waiting by the car, but Xiao Junjie was nowhere to be seen. Xiao saw Zhou Shanshan and said, "Captain Xiao wants to buy some local specialties to take home. We'll meet here in an hour. You might need to wait a little." Zhou Shanshan nodded and said, "That's perfect. I also want to look around and buy some things. So I'll meet you here in an hour." She planned to buy some pastries and candies to snack on during her walk. Seeing someone ahead, she realized it was Xiao Junjie and quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Captain Xiao, I have something to tell you." Xiao Junjie replied, "But I have nothing to say to you," and turned to walk away. Quickly, Zhou Shanshan stopped him again. "Just a few words, it'll be quick." "Go ahead," Xiao Junjie said, a bit helpless. "Captain Xiao, I think you're a bit stingy, so I don't like you anymore."
"Just wanted to tell you."
"Please don't look at me with that cold face. It's really not nice," she said, blinking at him. Xiao Junjie stared at her closely, trying to see if she was telling the truth or had other ideas. "Yeah, I am pretty stingy. If you don't like me, that's fine. Can I go now?" Zhou Shanshan said, "Go ahead, I've finished." She followed Xiao Junjie from about 5 meters behind. Xiao Junjie knew she was still behind him. He suspected she was lying or maybe had feelings for him. He stopped and turned to look at her. Seeing him suddenly turn around, Zhou Shanshan wondered if he thought she was still following him. She really didn't mean that. If she did, he'd probably be even more annoyed. She had no choice. The only way to the department store was this route. She couldn't avoid following him. She kept walking, passing Xiao Junjie without looking at him directly, heading straight ahead. Xiao Junjie saw her do this and paused for a moment, surprised. Was he mistaken? Did she really have no feelings for him? It's better this way. Xiao Junjie watched Xiao Shanshan walk ahead and finally realized they were heading to the department store. It was just a street, not really following him. He quickened his pace, walking briskly, and soon overtook Xiao Shanshan. They almost entered the store together, one after the other. Xiao Junjie entered the store, looking around, hoping to buy something for his family. Today, Xiao Shanshan only needed to buy some snacks and candies for the road. She had already bought other daily items and sent them to the capital. Soon, Xiao Shanshan was carrying bags in both hands. As she stepped out of the store, a young man accidentally bumped into her. Xiao Shanshan fell to the ground, and her bags spilled everywhere. The young man, seeing this, hurriedly apologized and helped pick up her things. The snacks that fell couldn't be saved anymore. The man anxiously said, "Sorry, comrade. I'm in a hurry to the hospital for an emergency, so I bumped into you. My family is waiting for me to get money to save someone." After speaking, he reached into his pocket to take out money and a ticket. Hearing this, Xiao Shanshan quickly said, "You should go now. I'm fine. No need to compensate.
Just go quickly."
The man was too anxious to delay further. "Thank you, comrade." He then ran off. After the man left, Xiao Shanshan looked at her palm with a furrowed brow. Her hand was scraped, and it was burning with pain. At this moment, Xiao Junjie, not knowing what to buy for his family, felt that these things weren't as good as in the capital. Never mind, he thought, I'll buy them when I go back. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the scene where Xiao Shanshan was bumped into. For some reason, a strange feeling arose in his heart. He stepped forward and squatted down, asking, "Are you okay?" Xiao Shanshan looked up at the visitor and saw it was Xiao Junjie. She felt inexplicably wronged and spread her hands to him, saying it hurts. Xiao Junjie looked at her palm and said, "You're delicate." Hearing his words, Xiao Shanshan's eyes turned red with emotion. Xiao Junjie picked up another intact bag from the ground and looked at her again, asking, "Can you walk?" Xiao Shanshan pouted and said, "Yes." Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly fell back down.
"Wah, wah,"
she cried loudly. Xiao Junjie was instantly flustered. He quickly squatted down and hurriedly said, "What's wrong?" "Don't cry." Don't cry." Because they were near the department store, the people passing by were immediately drawn to Xiao Shanshan's crying. Xiao Junjie saw Xiao Shanshan's big tears and felt very anxious. "Stop crying now."
"I didn't know you were upset with me," he said.
Xiao Shanshan finally stopped crying. The crowd, seeing she was no longer crying, quickly went back to their own things. Xiao Shanshan touched her ankle and sniffled, saying, "Is my foot broken? It hurts so much." If her foot was broken, how could she join the arts troupe? Xiao Junjie frowned slightly. He thought she might have hurt her foot in the accident. After hesitating, he looked at her tear-streaked face and asked, "Can I check?" Pointing at her foot, he gently touched her ankle, and she cried out in pain. After checking again, Xiao Junjie said, "No bones are broken. Rest for 2 days and you'll be fine. I'll help you stand up, then you can sit over there." Hearing that her bones were okay, Xiao Shanshan's heart eased. She nodded and said, "Thank you." Xiao Junjie helped her sit down on the stage. Some people nearby looked at her strangely. Xiao Junjie cleared his throat and said firmly, "Stay here and rest. Don't move. I'll be back soon." Xiao Shanshan, with red eyes, nodded. Xiao Junjie quickly returned to the mall. Xiao Shanshan watched his back, glad he hadn't ignored her. She looked at her hand and blew on her injured finger. Soon, Xiao Junjie came back holding an ice cream and squatted in front of her. He noticed the ice cream was in a paper wrapper, so he asked the clerk for a plastic bag to cover it. He also took a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapped it around the outside, and handed it to Xiao Shanshan, saying, "Apply this for half an hour, then I'll put medicine on it." After speaking, Xiao Junjie sat down beside her. Xiao Shanshan took the ice cream and started to apply the cold compress. She looked at the handkerchief and felt quite touched. She softly said, "Thank you, Captain Xiao." Xiao Junjie felt a bit awkward and replied, "It's nothing. I was a bit rude to you earlier. Don't mind it." Xiao Shanshan's eyes lit up. "So, you don't dislike me anymore?" Xiao Junjie was silent for a moment. I don't dislike you." Apart from their accidental meeting, she hadn't done anything to him. So it wasn't really a matter of liking or disliking. He thought for a moment and asked, "I asked Yang to come pick you up. Do you think you can stay here alone?" Xiao Shanshan said, I'm a little scared. Maybe you can carry me back?" Xiao Junjie looked at her steadily, his sharp eyes sizing her up. Zhou San hurriedly explained, "I don't plan to like you anymore. I really think I twisted my ankle. If something happens, I won't even have a chance to run. Since you came out with me, you definitely can't just watch me get into trouble, right?" Xiao Junjie looked serious and asked, "Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be too close?" Zhou San pouted and said, "I'm a patient now. Special circumstances, special treatment." Xiao Junjie's sharp eyes examined her closely. "You won't just cling to me because of that, will you?" Zhou San glared at him, a little angry. "Am I unwanted now? Still clinging to you stubbornly? You're really something. How can you think so badly of me? Why are you so petty?" Xiao Junjie sighed helplessly, then finally squatted down and said, "Come up." Zhou San's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and she carefully leaned on his back. Xiao Junjie stood up with her on his back, stiffening for a moment, then quickly relaxing and walking slowly. Zhou San smelled the faint scent of soap on him, her heart pounding like a little deer. But she remembered what she'd just said about not liking him, so she silently suppressed her feelings. She said that, but she wouldn't give up easily. She would find another way to pursue him. She stared at the back of his head for a long time, tightening her arms around his neck. Xiao Junjie had never carried a woman before. Feeling her arms hold him tightly, his muscles tensed up. He could smell her soft scent all over, and he could feel her back was soft. His ears turned bright red quickly. He blushed and said, "Are you trying to strangle me?" Zhou San whispered into his ear, "I'm afraid you'll drop me, and my ankle will get worse." Seeing his ears turn completely red, she slowly smiled with a look of triumph. Xiao Junjie felt the warm breath near his ear, making him feel numb and tense, his breathing quickening. Oh no! This is trouble. At this moment, Hyun looked at the newcomer and was surprised by what he saw. Xiao Junjie placed Zhou San on the back seat and briefly explained the situation. Hyun teased, "Captain Xiao, you're so thoughtful." Xiao Junjie rolled his eyes at him. He took out medicine from his backpack, which was left by his sister. Xiao Junjie approached the car door and said to the person inside, "This medicine is for applying to the ankle 3 times a day. You take 2 pills each time, 3 times a day. And this medicine is for applying to your hands." Zhou San said, "I know which medicine to take, but I really don't understand where to apply this foot ointment. If I apply it in the wrong place, it could be worse. How about this time you do it for me, and next time I'll know?" Seeing Xiao Junjie hesitate, she guessed what he was thinking and continued softly, "Special circumstances deserve special treatment. Just this once, okay?" Her voice was gentle and sweet. Zhou San's eyes welled with tears, and she looked sad as she said, "What if I end up crippled? Can I still get married? Otherwise, I might just cling to you." Xiao Junjie chuckled bitterly, clenched his teeth, and said coldly, "Put out your hand, then stretch out your foot." Zhou San immediately stretched out both hands outside the car, palms facing Xiao Junjie. He opened the medicine bottle, thinking about how to apply the ointment, but forgot to bring cotton swabs. He poured the medicine onto her wound on her hand. As he did, some of the liquid spilled from her palm, wasting quite a bit. Xiao Junjie rarely felt distressed over such things, but this good medicine was hard to come by, and he felt a little regretful seeing the spilled medicine on the ground. Zhou San quickly took off her shoes and socks, stretched her foot out of the car and smiled brightly, saying, "I definitely won't cling to you. You're a good person serving the people. Xiao Junjie looked at her. Now he was a good person, wasn't he? Or was he being stingy again? He opened the ointment for her foot, worried that pouring it directly might waste a lot of the medicine. He carefully poured some of the ointment onto his finger and gently applied it to her ankle. When his fingertips touched her skin, he couldn't help but shiver. Was her foot really that small? Her skin was white and smooth like jade, with cute, round toes. Are women's feet always this beautiful? His heart started pounding faster, and he peeked at her face, just as her bright, playful eyes met his. He was momentarily stunned. Her sparkling eyes, full of mischief, made her look even more charming and adorable. As this thought crossed his mind, his heartbeat quickened, and even his breathing became a little hurried. He didn't care if the medicine was wasted, he needed to apply it quickly. He lowered his head and poured the ointment onto her foot, not daring to touch her again. He moved swiftly and neatly, finished applying the ointment, and then tossed the empty bottle onto her lap. He turned and sat in the passenger seat. Zhou Sansen watched Xiao Junjie shyly run away, feeling even more confident. Hyung drove to the train station. Xiao Junjie looked in the mirror at Xiao Shanshan sitting in the back seat. Where is she going at the train station? Such a coincidence? A pang of worry struck him. Could she be headed to the imperial capital? Her performance on stage is quite impressive. Seeing Yang's commanding attitude, it was very likely. Xiao Shanshan twisted her injured ankle and was surprised to find the pain was less. This man is really capable. They soon arrived at the train station, and Xiao Junjie guessed correctly. She was going to the imperial military. He looked sharply at Xiao Shanshan. At this moment, Xiao Shanshan understood what his gaze meant and explained, "It's not just because of you that I'm going to the imperial capital. I have my own dreams too." Yang's commanding officer invited her to join the imperial cultural troupe. How could she not be moved? Xiao Junjie then believed her words. That's the best outcome. Xiao Shanshan smiled gratefully and said, "Thanks to you today. From now on, let's just be ordinary friends." Xiao Junjie looked at her smile and, instinctively, agreed without thinking. He nodded. When he realized, he wondered why he had agreed so easily. Looking back at Xiao Shanshan, she was chatting with another colleague heading to the cultural troupe, occasionally smiling. Xiao Junjie felt her smile was too distracting, so he found a seat and continued waiting for the others to arrive. But in his mind, her smiling face and her pitiful look when injured kept appearing. He shook his head, trying to push away these thoughts. Finally, the three female colleagues met. Two of them shyly looked down and occasionally glanced at Xiao Junjie. They both knew he was the best candidate for a relationship. He was well off, talented, handsome, and already a battalion commander at a young age. Xiao Junjie understood their gaze well. It was likely they had feelings for him, especially since he revealed his identity in the Southern Forces. Many women had been pursuing him since then. He held 4 train tickets, 2 tickets for each carriage. No matter what, he wanted to be in the same carriage as at least one of the women. Without hesitation, he gave the other 2 tickets to the 2 female colleagues of Xiao Shanshan. He preferred to be with Xiao Shanshan, at least to avoid making anyone dislike him, and he gave the remaining ticket to her. He quickly carried Xiao Shanshan's luggage onto the train. The 2 female colleagues helped Xiao Shanshan onto the train. Their carriage was right next door. First, they took her to her compartment, then went to the neighboring carriage to find their own beds. Zhou Sansan found her train ticket on the bed and didn't know where Xiao Junjie had taken his luggage. Wasn't he the one who got on the train first? Where is he? The train slowly started moving. At that moment, Xiao Junjie came over carrying his luggage. He handed it to Zhou Sansan and also offered a box of food, saying, "Your foot isn't feeling well. I bought this for you." Zhou Sansan was immediately happy. "You're so kind. Thank you." An older woman across from them said, "Young girl, your boyfriend is very kind to you." Hearing this, Xiao Junjie felt a bit embarrassed and was about to explain when Zhou Sansan spoke up, "Ma'am, you misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend. He's my cousin." Xiao Junjie widened his eyes, unable to believe that he had become her cousin.
Zhou San winked at him.
The older woman continued, I thought he was your boyfriend. You look like a couple. Hearing this, Zhou San felt very happy and smiled even more brightly at Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie looked at her mischievous smile and felt a strange emotion inside. He placed his backpack on the middle bunk and sat in the corridor seat, eating his box of food. At 3 p.m., Ting finished his work and returned to the residential area. However, he didn't go straight home but chose to visit the Xiao family. The door of the Xiao house was open, so he walked in directly. He saw Aunt Sun busy hanging clothes in the yard. He approached and asked where Coco was. Aunt Sun told him Coco was in her room. Ting went upstairs and knocked on Xiao Qixing's door. Xiao Qixing heard the knocking, put her tablet into her quilt, and went to open the door. When she opened it, she saw Ting's deep eyes looking at her. She was a bit surprised. Why did you come upstairs? Ting looked at her with a smile in his eyes. I'm your boyfriend, so I can come here, right?
Oh no.
Xiao Qixing checked her watch. It was still early before her mom and grandpa returned. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Without hesitation, Ting stepped inside. He closed the door with one hand and took her wrist with the other, pulling her into his arms. Xiao Qixing's heart started pounding faster, like drums beating. She had brought trouble with her. She reached out with her other hand to hold his slim waist, like a gentle but firm dog. Ting felt her hold around his waist, his breath caught, and a fiery glow flickered in his eyes. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. But unlike the passionate and wild kiss earlier in the morning, this one was different. This time, his kiss was unusually gentle and restrained. He softly pressed his lips against hers again and again. Slowly, he pressed his lips to hers, blending his tongue and breath with hers. As the kiss deepened, their breathing became hotter. Xiao Qixing found it hard to handle. He was such a good kisser, and she clutched his clothes tightly. Ting slightly pulled away from her lips, but after 3 seconds, he kissed her again, this time lasting a long time. His lips left her slightly, and he looked into her eyes, which were a bit dreamy and shiny, with a faint red at the corners. He was slightly breathless. A small beauty mark under her eye added a touch of charm, making her look alluring without realizing it. Xiao Qixing looked up and saw the man's deep breathing, his dark eyes swirling with desire. Knowing he was falling for her, she behaved better this time and didn't look around carelessly. Feeling shy, she wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered softly against his chest, "Don't look at me like that." Her tone was sweet and soft. Ting chuckled softly. "Okay, I'll listen to you." He relaxed his body a little, then took her hand and led her to sit on her bed, holding her in his arms and sitting on his lap. Then he started to look around her room. It was the second time he entered, and last time, he didn't have time to notice because he was worried about her. The room was filled with a faint, pleasant scent, similar to the one on Qinger, very nice. The layout of her room was the same as his, as both houses had the best lighting since their house shapes were identical, but the decorations were completely different. Her room was warm and delicate, with Four Seasons landscape paintings hanging on the walls, beautiful and lifelike. There was a desk with a small lamp on it. Books were neatly arranged on the desk, and a few unknown flowers were placed in a vase. The curtains were a soft blue, and through the window, bright sunlight could be seen. The bed had a light yellow blanket, folded somewhat messily, with a puffed-up section, making Ting smile. The whole room looked beautiful, clean and tidy. Everywhere, it radiated warmth and comfort. Xiao Qixing remembered that the man's salary was still with her, so she softly said, "Let go of me first. I need to get something." Ting immediately released her, and she opened her wardrobe to take out a box, exactly the one where he kept his salary. She used the wardrobe as a cover, but actually took the box from a hidden space. She walked over to Ting, who then pulled her onto his lap again, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Xiao Qixing placed the box on the table and said, "Take your salary box back. I've accepted all the other gifts. What's wrong? Can't I take my own salary?" After speaking, Ting narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Keqing looked into his eyes and swallowed hard, saying, I just feel it's not quite right for you to leave it with me now. Lu Ting frowned slightly and asked, when would be a good time? When we get married. Lu Ting picked up the box on the table, opened it, and looked inside. His brows furrowed, and he looked a bit unhappy. Are you not using it? Xiao Keqing shook her head. Lu Ting thought about the two conditions Xiao Keqing had mentioned. It seemed she really didn't trust him. She probably never intended to marry him. Lu Ting said, I give you the money so you can spend it. I don't want you to work so hard translating. Isn't your hand sore from writing? Just write a little less every day. I am yours now, so these are also yours. Xiao Keqing smiled slightly, feeling touched. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, Are you worried I'll use it all up? Lu Ting looked at her and said, If you can use up all the money inside, that's quite a skill. Just use it freely. From now on, the money will only increase. Xiao Keqing, curious about the money in her bank book, asked, How come there's so much money? And where did that 50,000 yuan come from? Lu Ting smiled and said, Want to know? Marry me sooner, and I'll explain everything. Next year, it won't just be 50,000. Xiao Keqing said, I don't want to know. I'd rather not say. Lu Ting kissed her cheek and said, All right, I'll tell you after we get married. It's all legit money. Use it without worry. You can buy anything you want. Lu Ting then took a stack of money from the box and put it in his pocket without counting it. I'm going to buy some gifts for your future father-in-law and explain things to him, he said, then placed the box back on the table. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, That's true. My dad is very unhappy with you right now. He even wants me to go on a blind date. And my brother feels the same. Even my family doesn't agree. How can I marry you? Lu Ting raised an eyebrow confidently and said, Don't worry. I will make sure they all agree. Your mom and grandfather already do. When your dad and brother come back, I'll make them satisfied. He added, Now that you're my girlfriend, you can't agree to your dad's arranged date, understand? Xiao Keqing replied, Of course. You're my boyfriend now, so I don't need to go on any blind dates. Lu Ting smiled and kissed her earlobe. Xiao Keqing shivered all over. It was so tempting. Xiao Keqing looked at the time and said, You should go back quickly. My grandpa and mom will be home soon. Lu Ting finally had a good chance to be in her room, but didn't want to leave so early. He held Xiao Keqing tighter and softly said, Stay a little longer. I promise I will do what I said, and no one will find out. Lu Ting looked at the painting on the wall and asked, Did you paint this? Xiao Keqing smiled and asked, Yeah. How does it look? She also came here and thought the room was plain, so she painted 4 pictures to hang on the wall. Lu Ting carefully looked at the paintings and praised, My partner is really talented. He said he would hang the paintings in his room when he got home. Lu Ting turned to look at her and said, I really want to marry you sooner. When we get married, you can decorate our room. I'll help, okay? Xiao Keqing blushed and said angrily, Who wants to marry you?
Dream on.
Lu Ting's eyes slightly narrowed and said, If you don't marry me, what will I do? I've already touched and kissed you. Xiao Keqing felt her cheeks heat up from his words, but stubbornly said, You have a thick face. Lu Ting whispered in her ear, Not marrying me is like wanting to ruin my life. Aren't you afraid I'll get upset? Xiao Keqing's mind suddenly exploded, her face burning. As someone from the future who traveled here, she couldn't stand this man's teasing. She didn't really not understand his words but blushed and said, I didn't realize you were so flirtatious before. Lu Ting honestly said, I never knew before. Since I met you, I've had these feelings. Xiao Keqing's heart trembled, and she stubbornly said, It's bad. I'll just find someone else. Lu Ting's expression darkened suddenly, and his aura chilled. Are you trying to make me angry? Who asked you to be like that? Xiao Keqing pouted. Lu Ting straightforwardly said, I'm just being honest with you. You know I don't usually do this. Suddenly, voices from downstairs caught their attention. Grandpa and Lu Grandpa were back. Oh no, they're home. Xiao Keqing became nervous and quickly stood up from Lu Ting's lap. Lu Ting looked at her nervous face, his expression darkening. He was very uncomfortable with secrets and felt he wasn't good enough. A bit disappointed, Lu Ting got up and took down the 4 paintings from the wall. Xiao Qi whispered, "What are you doing?" "I like them. They're mine now," he said, then walked toward the window. "Coward, no one will find out. I'll go out from here," he pointed outside the window. Xiao Qi looked out the window and said, "It's too high, I can't do it." "You're still worried about me, aren't you?" Lu Ting's dark eyes stared at her closely. Xiao Qi hurriedly replied, "Of course I'm worried. This is the 2nd floor." Lu Ting's eyes suddenly lit up with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't give you another chance to worry." After saying that, he smoothly jumped out of the window, landing on a large tree branch outside. He then descended gently, jumping down softly, and landed on the ground. Xiao Qing's tense heart immediately relaxed. How did he do that? He was still holding a picture frame in one hand. After Lu Ting safely landed, he looked up at Xiao Qi. Their eyes met, and he gave her a meaningful smile before turning to go home. When Lu Ting got home, he couldn't wait to hang up 4 paintings in his room, in the same spot where Xiao Qi used to hang her pictures. This little woman is really talented. At dinner, Lu Ting didn't go to the Lu family for the meal today. Xiaoma saw his smiling face and asked, "Are you in a good mood today?" Lu Ting was eating his food and replied, "It's just the same as usual." Grandpa Lu listened to his grandson and thought, "He really knows how to pretend. But with my sharp eyes, I can see right through him." He smiled as he ate his dinner. Meanwhile, on the train, Xiao Junjie woke up in the sleeper car. He looked at the time, 5:30 p.m. He got up, knowing he needed to prepare dinner. Thinking about his comrade's sister, he decided it was okay to take care of her. Plus, Captain Yang had given instructions, so the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. It wouldn't be awkward to look after her. It was the right thing to do. He got out of the sleeper, and as he looked down, he saw Qiao Shanshan looking up at him with a gentle smile. Is this girl always so cheerful? Just as Qiao Shanshan was about to speak to Xiao Junjie, she saw Wu Xiuyu from the next carriage walk over and stop behind him. Xiao Junjie looked back and saw one of the performers from the art troupe smiling warmly at him. Wu Xiuyu had been sitting in the corridor outside the carriage for a long time. Knowing Xiao Junjie was sleeping, she didn't dare to disturb him. Now that he had woken up, she gathered her courage and hurried over. Shyly, she said, "Captain Xiao, my name is Wu Xiuyu. I'll be with the Imperial Capital Art Troupe from now on. I brought some pastries. Would you like to try some?" She then handed him the pastries she was holding. Xiao Junjie's eyebrows furrowed as he said, "No, thank you. You can eat them yourself. I don't like sweets." He thought for a moment and continued, "For safety's sake, it's best not to walk around the carriage. Hurry back." Wu Xiuyu was rejected by Xiao Junjie, her face turning bright red. She didn't dare stay any longer and quickly turned back to her carriage. Meanwhile, Luo Xiuhong in the same carriage didn't know what had just happened. She had also noticed Xiao Junjie in the neighboring carriage and thought she must catch his attention in the next few days. If she married him, she wouldn't have to worry about the rest of her life. She picked up her aluminum lunchbox and went out. Seeing Xiao Junjie, she shyly approached him and, a bit shyly, said, "Captain Xiao, hello. I'm Luo Xiuhong from the art troupe. Thank you for escorting us to the Imperial City. This is my pancake. Would you like to try some?" Xiao Junjie looked serious and said, "No, I don't eat pancakes. For safety, it's best not to walk around the carriage." After speaking, he turned his gaze away, clearly annoyed. These women were too bothersome. Luo Xiuhong wished she could find a hole to hide in. She didn't expect him to reject her like that, but she still wasn't willing to give up. "All right, I'll go back now. Next time, I won't make pancakes," she said, turning back to her carriage. Mrs. and Qiao Shanshan watched the scene clearly. Mrs. smiled and said to Qiao Shanshan, "Young girl, your brother is quite popular. He's really handsome, and he's a young captain, impressive." Qiao Shanshan awkwardly smiled but didn't answer. Looking at the aluminum lunchbox on the table, she was relieved she hadn't given it away earlier. Otherwise, it would be just like theirs. Xiao Junjie probably saw through her. Luckily, she didn't give it to him. Qiao Shanshan thought about how Luo Xiuhong and Wu Xiuyu also looked good, But Xiao Junjie hadn't given them a second glance. That confirmed he was a good man. Did he really like the girl he mentioned? It seemed her hope of changing tactics to win him over was slim. She was feeling a bit down and lacked energy. She glanced at Xiao Junjie's gloomy face and knew how annoyed he was with them. Fortunately, she had already shown she didn't like him, or she might have been even more disliked now. Xiao Junjie looked at Xiao Shanshan and noticed she seemed a bit sad. He felt strange, but didn't think much of it. At this moment, Mrs. also left. Xiao Junjie looked at Xiao Shanshan and said, "I'm going to buy some food." After saying that, he turned to leave. But then he heard Xiao Shanshan's voice. She pointed at her lunchbox and said, "Captain Xiao, I have pancakes and eggs here. You probably don't like to eat them. To avoid you being annoyed, I won't share with you. You don't need to buy my meal. I also have the lunch money and ticket for noon." She quickly took the ticket and money from her bag and handed them to him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junjie thought the girl was quite interesting. How did she know he didn't like to eat? He didn't take the money or the ticket but stepped closer and said, "Open the lunchbox so I can see." Xiao Shanshan didn't know what he wanted to do, but obediently opened the lunchbox. Xiao Junjie looked inside and asked, "Where are the eggs?" Xiao Shanshan took out a bag with eggs from her bag and opened it. Seeing this, Xiao Junjie wondered, can she finish all this alone? There are about 7 or 8 eggs and a full box of pancakes. He was a bit curious and chuckled softly, saying, "You have a big appetite." Xiao Shanshan looked at the pancakes and eggs. "My mom prepared this for me. She knew I was taking the train with others, so she made so much." Xiao Junjie nodded and then sat beside her. "Where are the chopsticks?" Xiao Shanshan took out the chopsticks her mom gave her from her bag. Xiao Junjie took the chopsticks from her hand and started eating. It tastes good. Your mom is really skilled." Xiao Shanshan smiled and said, "Of course. My grandfather is a chef, and my mom's cooking skills were passed down to her." "Why, are you disgusted with how I eat?" Xiao Junjie picked up another pancake. "Who said I dislike it? If I don't eat, you might waste it. Can you finish all this? Also, didn't you already eat the meal I bought for you at noon?" Xiao Shanshan took back the money and ticket, with a slight smile on her lips. "Yes, eat more. Have some eggs too. My ancestors were chefs, and these eggs are made with a secret family recipe. I guarantee you've never had anything like it before." Xiao Junjie looked at the eggs, which indeed looked different from the ones they usually ate, dark and unusual. Xiao Shanshan added, "I only need 2 eggs. The rest is yours. Thanks for the medicine. My foot doesn't hurt anymore. Eat more. Next time, you might not get such a chance to enjoy these delicious eggs and pancakes." She took out some chili sauce from her bag. "Can you handle spicy food? If you can, spread this on the pancakes. It makes them even tastier." Xiao Junjie ate the pancakes with chili sauce and almost bit his tongue from how good it was. He ate another egg and couldn't stop until he finished 3. Only then did he ask, "Can you cook eggs and pancakes?" Xiao Shanshan nodded. "Yes. My brother and I can cook. We learned from my mom and grandpa since we were young. Our signature dishes are not just eggs and pancakes." Xiao Junjie asked, "What kind of dishes are those?" Xiao Shanshan, "I have many signature dishes, but not as many as my grandfather and mother. I can cook dompa pork, lion's head, 3-piece duck, beggar's chicken, spicy chicken, braised pork, braised fish, boiled fish, various kinds of buns, dumplings, and pancakes. There are so many, I can't list them all." Xiao Junjie listened as she named the dishes and swallowed his saliva. Every dish she mentioned was something he liked to eat. Xiao Shanshan thought of another dish and brightened her eyes. She turned to Xiao Junjie and asked, "Have you ever eaten snake?" Xiao Junjie nodded and said, "Of course I have. How do you know how to make it?" Xiao Shanshan smiled and replied, "Yes, I can make it. My grandfather taught me. It's called flavored snake. Have you ever tried it?" Xiao Junjie shook his head and said, "No, I haven't. It sounds delicious just from the name. You're a girl. Aren't you afraid of killing snakes?" Xiao Shanshan, "I'm not brave enough either. Killing snakes, chickens, ducks, and fish. My brother does all that. If my mom hadn't already done it, I would have. The flavor of snake cooked this way is tender and tasty, with a spicy and flavorful broth. Seeing Xiao Shanshan swallow and make a gulping motion, Xiao Junjie became even more eager to try the snake dish. He couldn't help but swallow again. Xiao Shanshan also started eating an egg and gestured to Xiao Junjie. Eat.
You still have 2 left.
Xiao Junjie picked up an egg and ate it, then looked at Xiao Shanshan with her mouth pouting while eating. This girl really looks like her sister when she eats. Meanwhile, at the army hospital in the capital city, Su Malia had completed her procedures and was ready to start work officially tomorrow. She was in the dormitory arranged by the hospital. Luckily, it was a single room, which was quite convenient. Thinking about seeing Lu Ting again, her heart couldn't calm down. She had even asked around during the day and found out how impressive this man was. After returning to the capital, he was promoted to regimental commander. She planned to visit Lu Ting's house directly after work tomorrow afternoon. She couldn't help but take the initiative. She had already given him many hints before, but he was too clueless. She hadn't even touched his hand. Why didn't he understand romantic signals? She also specially asked a friend from Gangcheng to bring her perfume, which she planned to use tomorrow. Then she would express her feelings for him, confident he would be moved. The first rays of morning light shone through the window onto Xiao Keqing's face. She slowly opened her sleepy eyes, and the fatigue from last night was gone. After lazily stretching, she got up to wash up. She plans to go to the small lake with Lu Ting today, making a round trip to fulfill his request. When he is free, she hopes he will take her to the mountain to hunt wild game. Thinking that the man is probably waiting behind the big tree at the back door, a smile naturally appeared on her face. She hurried out the door to the back entrance and saw the hem of his clothes peeking out from under the tree. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh. She knew this man was doing it on purpose. After looking around and seeing no one, she quietly approached him. She saw the man leaning against the tree trunk with his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. His eyelashes were very black and long, quite pleasing to look at. Now that Lu Ting is her boyfriend, with such a good-looking face, she thought it was okay to kiss him. Playfully, Xiao Keqing tiptoed and gave him a quick kiss on his right cheek. Lu Ting slightly curved his lips and slowly opened his eyes. His surprise was sudden. He had expected her to tease him, but he never thought she would actually kiss him. Xiao Keqing asked with a smile, "Were you doing it on purpose?" Lu Ting gently brushed her nose and said, "What do you think? Would I let someone else kiss me?" After saying that, he wrapped his arms around her slim waist and pulled her into his embrace. Xiao Keqing smiled brightly and naturally placed her hand on his waist, curious, and asked, "How do you know it's me if your eyes are closed?" Lu Ting rested his chin on her neck and, with his eyes closed, carefully sniffed her scent. The smell. His warm breath brushed her skin, making Xiao Keqing feel ticklish. She twisted her neck and said, "Oh, stop it, it's so ticklish." In the next moment, Lu Ting's nose touched her nose and he asked, "Did you miss me?" Xiao Keqing's cheeks flushed, and she scolded, "Why would I miss you? We just saw each other yesterday. What's there to miss?" But her eyes betrayed her with a smile. Lu Ting squinted and said, "Really? If you're not telling the truth, I'll have to test it." His grip on her waist tightened. Hearing the word test, Xiao Keqing quickly begged for mercy. "I did miss you." Lu Ting affectionately said, "Little liar." His lips were about to kiss her. Xiao Keqing immediately pulled away from his embrace and said, "Let's go. Let's run." She smiled and turned to run. Lu Ting's eyes lit up with a smile as he followed her. Worried that Qing'er might not be able to run, Lu Ting said, "Qing'er, let's take it slow. If you can't run the whole way today, we'll just run halfway. It's okay." While running, Lu Ting added, "Qing'er, do you keep your promises? When I run back and forth, you take me up the mountain to catch wild game, right?" Lu Ting, have I ever said something I wouldn't do? Xiao Keqing nodded happily, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The two of them followed the small path toward the little lake. As they approached the lake, Lu Ting noticed she still seemed quite relaxed based on her breathing and expression. Ha, this little liar tricked him again. Seeing that she wasn't even panting, does that mean she can't run?
Haha.
Lu Ting's eyes darkened. It was clear she didn't want to run with him. She had agreed to be his partner, kissed him, hugged him, but still seemed to want to avoid him. They quickly reached the small lake. The morning light shimmered on the water, and everything around was so quiet except for the birds singing. Xiao Keqing took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air. This place is quite nice. It's a pity. You must listen to me and stay far from the water, okay?
She warned.
Seeing no response, she turned to look at him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at her intently. Why are you looking at me like that?
Lu Ting slowly stepped closer.
Aren't we partners now? Why are you hiding from me? Xiao Keqing was momentarily stunned. Why would I hide from you? That's not true. Suddenly, she remembered why she didn't want to run with him yesterday, only that. Lu Ting said firmly, Did you want to hide from me during the run yesterday morning? Isn't it because I was worried the people in the family yard would see? Xiao Keqing's eyes flickered with hesitation. Lu Ting's expression darkened. Was he so unworthy? Or did he embarrass her? He couldn't say. Seeing Lu Ting's bad mood, Xiao Keqing looked around to make sure no one was nearby. She stepped forward and linked her arm with his, leaning in and teasing, Are you angry? Lu Ting's whole body suddenly tensed. He couldn't stand her holding his arm, especially with that teasing look. So delicate and spoiled. He felt like he might die. Xiao Keqing noticed his stiff reaction. Seeing how awkward he looked, she couldn't help but smile softly and said in a gentle tone, You're angry, and your body is stiff too?
Lu Ting glanced her hair sideways.
This is the first time you've held my arm. Happiness came so suddenly. I was just too excited. He used to watch her act spoiled while holding her father's hand. He was both envious and jealous. He had dreamed of this moment for a long time. When it finally arrived, it was so wonderful. How could he not be excited? Xiao Keqing heard this and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She leaned again on the man's arm. Lu Ting couldn't stand her like this and turned to look at her head. I'm not angry. Xiao Keqing thought of the earlier question. You still haven't answered me. Will you come to the lake again next time? If Su Moli keeps bothering you, I won't want you anymore, understand? Lu Ting smiled and said, I understand. I will stay far away from Su Moli. He thought about Dr. Su. It couldn't be what Qing'er said, that she came to the capital for him, or that she would set him up by the lake. To make Qing'er let go, he would definitely agree with her. Xiao Keqing held his arm and pulled him along, a bit playful. Let's go. My boyfriend, hurry back early. I have a task to finish. You have to keep your promise, okay? Lu Ting looked at her with a clear smile in his eyes. Okay, but I haven't had free time lately. When I do, I'll go with you, alright? He also wanted to go up the mountain again to check if there was any danger.
Xiao Keqing nodded. Okay.
She let go of his arm and started running. Lu Ting immediately followed. While running, Lu Ting said, I get off work now. Should I come find you? Or will you come find me? Now that they are a couple, as long as he isn't on duty, they must see each other every day. Xiao Keqing thought about his work schedule. Both families had returned home, but she still felt it wasn't quite right. Seeing her lost in thought, Lu Ting knew she had worries. He quickly added, You came to find me today. I'll wait for you in the yard. Anyway, my family knows I must be with you. No problem. Xiao Keqing also thought this was the only way and agreed. Back home after breakfast, Xiao Keqing went to her room. Today, she planned to write down the songs she sang in the Southern Army. This task was specifically assigned by Captain Yang before he left. Xiao Keqing was very willing. The bonus and salary would be paid together, which was quite a high salary. Tomorrow, she planned to go to the troop to submit her sheet music and also report for duty. Her mother had been coming back every day recently to update her on what was happening in the troop. Everyone said she got in through favoritism. Although her mother didn't say much, Xiao Keqing could still feel the pressure from those rumors in her mother's eyes and tone. In the past few days, she also heard quite a bit in the family compound. She could imagine how harsh and hurtful those words were. She understood that her mother was under a lot of pressure too. Recently, her mother had been coming home with a heavy heart, and her tired face was hard to hide. Captain Yang has been very supportive of her, always standing firmly by her side. There is still plenty of time before New Year's, so she won't let Captain Yang or her mother have a hard time. Captain Yang feels a lot of pressure, but his trust and support still warm her heart. Seeing her mother looking tired these days makes her feel sad and guilty. Tomorrow, she must perform well and show her strength. She wants everyone to see that Xiao Keqing speaks with real ability. She must help her mother regain face. She doesn't want her mother to look tired anymore. She sat at the table, ready to start writing sheet music. Xiao Keqing slightly smiled, thinking that writing sheet music would be easier this way. She took out her tablet and first copied 2 songs she sang at the Southern troops last time, Wish and China Wakens. She plans to submit these 2 songs tomorrow. Then she began copying other songs she would need, thinking about suitable songs for the New Year celebration and the troops. She copied 10 songs in total. Of course, she won't submit all 10 at once. For the New Year, Captain Yang only needs her to prepare 2 songs, so she will submit just those. The others can be used later. The 2 songs for the New Year celebration are simple choices, since they are her old specialties. She feels no pressure and doesn't need to practice much. She just needs to avoid getting sick during those days. If she does fall ill, she has plans to handle it. After finishing the sheet music, she placed the 10 songs in the drawer, and the 2 she needs to submit tomorrow were left on the table. Time quickly passed to noon. After lunch, Xiao Keqing thought her brother should be coming back soon. The clothes she bought last time had been washed thoroughly. She carefully folded his clothes and placed them in his wardrobe. The windbreaker and sweater Lu Ting gave her were also put into the washing machine in the space. Once it cooled down, she could wear them directly. She also took out the windbreaker and warm clothes she gave to Lu Ting, planning to meet him after work and give them to him later. This was her first time giving him a gift. She didn't know if he would like it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile, feeling very happy. At the same time, Su Malia had already started her first day at work. Since it was her first day, she finished work early in the afternoon. She returned to her dorm, took a nice shower, changed into new clothes, and carefully styled her hair. She applied lipstick bought from the port city and couldn't wait to spray perfume. First on her hand, then on her arm, and then on her neck. Feeling it wasn't enough, she sprayed a little on her clothes. This was her first time using perfume, and the more she smelled it, the more fragrant it became. Why does it smell so nice? She looked at her watch. It was about time. Lu Ting should be getting off work. After checking herself in the mirror again, she grabbed the salty peach pastry she brought from the Southern military unit and stepped out of the dormitory. She then met the doctor from the neighboring dormitory. They couldn't help but say, "You smell so good." Hearing this, Su Malali's lips curled into a bright smile. As she walked along, passers-by couldn't help but glance at her, making her feel very happy. Today, she was determined to win Lu Ting over. Xiao Keqing just came down from upstairs. Aunt Sun called out to her, "Kiki, can you bring me a bottle of soy sauce?" "We finished it." Xiao Keqing happily agreed. Sure. She also liked the soy sauce here, made from natural fermentation without any additives, with a strong soy aroma. She enjoyed it very much. She picked up the bottle and was about to leave when she saw Jiang Qi enter. Curious, Xiao Keqing asked, "It's not Friday today. Why are you here?" Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Last week, there was a lockdown, right? These days, I can come out." Xiao Keqing grinned. "Come on, let's go get soy sauce together. I've prepared some meat sauce and snacks for you." Jiang Qi grinned widely. "Okay. Are you worried about neighbors gossiping if they see us together?" Xiao Keqing chuckled. "Hiding isn't a solution. If anyone asks later, just say I'm a distant relative of yours." Jiang Qi laughed. "I knew you had clever ideas." They chatted as they left the courtyard. Su Malalai didn't expect to meet Xiao Keqing and a man in the family courtyard. From afar, she saw them talking and laughing happily. She knew Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting were from the same courtyard. Could he be her boyfriend? Thinking about what she discovered at the Southern military unit last time, she clenched her teeth in anger. But Lu Ting wouldn't misunderstand her. It was all her fault. Considering her purpose for coming here, Su Malalai forced a smile and stepped forward, saying, Xiao Keqing, we meet again. Xiao Keqing was surprised and saw Su Malalai, dressed in a bright red coat, standing in front of them. Had she really turned around? Xiao Keqing frowned slightly. Oh my! Did she use the whole bottle of perfume? Jiang Qi immediately took several steps back, covering his nose. It was so strong and unpleasant. Xiao Keqing looked at the paper bag she was holding and said, Wow, what a coincidence. Are you here to visit relatives? Su Malalai smiled happily and said, I've been transferred to the Imperial Capital Military Hospital. Today, I came to see Brother Ting, and I also brought him some salty peach pastries he likes. I specifically brought them from the Southern Army. Su Malalai definitely couldn't tell her that she was delivering medicine to her uncle at the military base, and happened to see Lu Ting eating this pastry with his comrades. He only ate 2 pieces. If Lu Ting knew she brought it from the Southern Army just for him, he would probably understand her intention. Xiao Keqing nodded quietly and said, Then go ahead. I won't hold you up. Su Malalai glanced at Jiang Qi and asked curiously, Is this your home? Who is he? She also pointed at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi felt speechless. Why does this person seem so annoying? Xiao Keqing asked, Do you live by the sea? Su Malalai shook her head. No, I don't. Jiang Qi chuckled softly. Xiao Keqing turned to look at Jiang Qi and said, Let's go. Seeing the two leave, Su Malalai continued walking forward, counting the rows. She had just registered at the gate and asked her aunt for directions. Jiang Qi wondered, Is she the main character? Xiao Keqing nodded and said, Yes. Jiang Qi's eyes widened instantly. She's going to find Lu Ting now. Why didn't you react? You don't look worried at all. How have you been lately? Xiao Keqing stopped and looked at Jiang Qi, saying, He's now my boyfriend. Who said, I wasn't worried. If he could be easily taken away, I wouldn't want him. Jiang Qi nodded at her. You're really something. Now, she's clearly going to find your man, and she's scheming against him. And you still have time to be a bystander? I really admire you. After speaking, he grabbed Xiao Keqing's arm. Let's go. Take me to Lu Ting's house. I want to see if he's really liking the story. Xiao Keqing was pulled along and said, All right, don't pull so hard. I'll take you a closer route. She probably hasn't reached Lu Ting's house that fast. Jiang Qi said sternly, Okay, hurry up. If this guy isn't liking the story, I'll deal with him. They circled to the side of Lu's house. Xiao Keqing pointed at the house and said, It's right here. Jiang Qi looked ahead and saw Su Malalai walking over. If she left now, she might just run into her. Jiang Qi grabbed Xiao Keqing to stop her from moving forward, whispering very quietly, She's coming. He looked around and saw a large stone. Instantly, Jiang Qi moved it over, placed it by the wall, and stood on top of it. Looking around the yard, I saw Lu Ting sitting in the pavilion. Jiang Qi looked down at Xiao Keqing and pointed, making her intentions very clear. Xiao Keqing stepped up and saw Lu Ting sitting in the yard, probably waiting for her. If Aunt Sun hadn't told her to buy soy sauce, she would have already been sitting in his yard. At this moment, Jiang Qi moved a large stone over and stood on it. They both leaned against the wall, watching and exchanging glances. Lu Ting couldn't see them now because he was facing away. When Lu Ting returned from work, he brewed a pot of tea and started drinking it while waiting for Qing'er. He planned to have dinner at home with her and then take a walk to help her digest. So, the front door was wide open. Su Malalai looked at the house in front of her, thinking it was the one on the edge. Seeing the door wasn't locked, she walked in and knocked on the unlocked door. Lu Ting's lips curled into a slight smile. She was still polite today. Why knock? Hadn't he already opened the door for her? He called out loudly, Come in. I've left the door open for you. After hearing Lu Ting's voice, Jiang Qi pulled Xiao Keqing down, worried they might be seen. When Su Malalai heard Lu Ting's voice, she immediately smiled and stepped inside. As she entered, her eyes met Lu Ting's. Seeing it was Su Malalai, Lu Ting's originally smiling face suddenly turned sharp. He remembered what Qing'er had said when she agreed to be his girlfriend. The words still echoed in his mind. Su Malalai kept pestering him. If Qing'er didn't want him anymore, what should he do? His brows furrowed tightly. Could he be wronged? He had told her clearly, didn't she understand? What if Qing'er misunderstood him again? Brother Ting, Su Malalai was about to step forward. Jiang Qi slowly pulled Xiao Keqing's arm upward, showing only her eyes over the wall. Lu Ting's eyes were cold and sharp as he sternly said, "Stop right there." Su Malalai suddenly stopped, heart pounding, so fierce. Lu Ting's aura instantly grew colder. "Dr. Su, are you deaf or forgetful? Did I not tell you that just because your brother can call me brother doesn't mean you can? And I also said I wouldn't see you anymore. Why are you here at my house?" Su Malalai's face instantly flushed red. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled and said, "Last time, you really misunderstood me. I came to tell you that I've been transferred to the military district hospital in the capital. I bought the salty peach pastries you like from the southern troops." After speaking, she took a few steps forward. Lu Ting frowned tightly and loudly scolded, "Stand still. Can't you understand the words? Who told you I like to eat salty peach pastries?" Su Malalai suddenly stopped, feeling wronged, and said, "I was transferred from the southern troops for you." After speaking, she stared intently at Lu Ting. Lu Ting's brow furrowed deeply. "Have you lost your mind too? I didn't say things clearly. Can't you see I don't want to see you everywhere? You were transferred here, but what does that have to do with me?" After speaking, he also detected a strange smell. Lu's mother heard voices outside and came out. She overheard her son ask, "What's that smell?" Hearing Lu Ting's question, Su Malalai guessed it was the scent of her perfume. It seemed she had sprayed the right perfume today, which eased her feelings of grievance a bit. Feeling shy and embarrassed, she lowered her head and softly said, "It's the smell on me." After speaking, she slightly curled her lips, lowered her head, and peeked at Lu Ting. Lu Ting looked at her with a fierce, intimidating gaze. "Have you fallen into a mud pit? It's so foul." Su Malalai couldn't hold back any longer. She covered her mouth and started crying, then turned around and ran outside. Xiao Keqing covered her mouth and secretly giggled. Lu's mother came out just in time to see this scene. "Son, how can you talk to her like that? It's so embarrassing. Why did Su Malalai come here?" Lu Ting sniffed his arm, feeling the smell on his clothes. He couldn't stand it. "Mom, I'm going to take a shower. If Qing'er is here, let her stay for dinner. I'll be down soon." Xiao Keqing and Jiang Qi saw Lu Ting go inside. Then they stepped down from the stone. Xiao Keqing smiled warmly, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Your words are really sharp." Jiang Qi also chuckled. "Not bad." Xiao Keqing happily said, "Come on, let's go buy some soy sauce. I tell you, the soy sauce here is so fragrant. When we eat, Aunt's son will mix it into the rice. You probably haven't tasted it before. Add some pork fat too. It's really delicious. Aunt's son made it for me last time." Jiang Qi said, "You look so greedy, like you've never eaten before." Then he added, "Do you think the heroine, like in the book, will be transferred here next? Will she start chasing Lu Ting? Maybe set a trap? Be careful with your man." Xiao Keqing thought seriously and replied earnestly, "Yes, I'll remind him tonight." Soon they bought the soy sauce and returned home. Before dinner, Xiao Keqing asked Aunt Sun to mix 2 bowls of soy sauce rice. She placed one in front of Jiang Qi and said, "This is Aunt Sun's special skill. Most people can't get the proportions right. Try it." Aunt Sun heard Xiao Keqing praise her. It was just about pouring soy sauce, but she acted like it was a special skill. She smiled and said, "Jiang Qi, eat more. I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't buy vegetables. Next time you come, I'll cook some meat for you." Jiang Qi replied, "Aunt Sun, you're too kind. These are good enough." Looking at the soy sauce rice in front of him, he realized he'd never tried it before. He thought Xiao Qingqing wouldn't lie to him. After tasting it, he found it quite good. Mom Xiao saw Jiang Qi eating eagerly and said, "Jiang Qi, don't just eat rice. Eat some vegetables too." With Jiang Qi's arrival, the family became even livelier. After finishing the meal, Xiao Keqing took the prepared meat sauce and snacks to the yard and placed them on the table. They sat down, and Xiao Keqing told Jiang Qi about her plans to join the cultural troupe. She also shared everything her mother told her about recent events in the troupe, and she mentioned what she planned to do tomorrow. Jiang Qi thought for a moment and said, I think you should try to let the entire military district hear your songs. Yes, I just thought of something. The military district has a radio station that broadcasts the national anthem, speeches by great leaders, news, and red songs every morning and afternoon at scheduled times. They broadcast only good content. If you record your songs and give them to your troop leader, they could definitely be played on the radio. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up immediately. Are you talking about tapes? Jiang Qi nodded. Yes. While they were chatting happily, Ting entered the yard and saw the scene. His eyes darkened. No wonder she didn't come to his house. Although he knew they were just friends, he still felt uncomfortable at this moment. For Jiang Qi, he had missed his appointment. Why was he so jealous of Jiang Qi? His deep, cold gaze swept toward Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi immediately felt alarmed. That look was like a knife, and he was still under someone's command. Oh, he's just a jealous guy. Don't think he can't handle Ting. He hasn't given up yet. He slightly curled his lips, stood up, and said with a smile, Xiao Qingqing, your man is here. I'll go back first. Then he looked at Ting and said, Captain Liu, I heard my sister say you're her man now, right? Ting looked at Xiao Keqing. Did she introduce him to Jiang Qi as her man? Hearing Jiang Qi say, your man is here, his face visibly brightened. He kept a calm expression and replied, Jiang Qi walked over to Ting, patted his shoulder, and said, from now on, I'll be your brother-in-law. I'm leaving now. You two chat. He carried his things and, with a big grin, walked out happily. Ting's eyes narrow slightly as he strides forward toward her. He reaches her, pulls her hand, and drags her to the side of the house, so even if someone comes out, they won't see them immediately. Xiao Keqing looks at him. Wow. I remember that look very well. She can't help but swallow nervously. His deep eyes are as dark as ink. Your friend came, so your man can ignore you, right? Thinking about how the man refused Sumalia, she thought he was really cool. She also knew it wasn't right to stand her up, so she explained, no, I didn't mean to ignore you. I was just planning to find you later. Ting raises his hand and holds the back of her head while the other arm wraps around her waist, pulling her close. He kisses her forcefully and dominantly. His strong, commanding kiss quickly overwhelms her, making her feel breathless. Her mind goes blank, and he presses his lips against hers with such force that it feels like a storm. The kiss grows more intense and fiery, leaving her no room to breathe. She can't help but make a soft sound, like Ting's body trembles slightly, and he deepens the kiss. Her hands instinctively clutch his waist, holding on tightly. This kind of kiss is both tender and fierce, so powerful that she can't move, only able to endure his dominance. They kiss for a long time. When his lips leave hers, they move to her ear. His voice is low and hoarse. Next time, will you cancel plans with me for someone else again? Her mind, which was a bit dizzy, gradually clears. She breathes softly and says, you're too bossy. Ting doesn't get the answer he wants. He gently bites her ear and then moves to her soft earlobe. She instantly feels numb all over and pleads, no. I won't. You'll always be the first. Hearing her say she'll always be the first makes Ting happy. He releases her and smiles, remembering that her ears are very sensitive. Xiao Keqing wraps her arms around his slim waist, panting and leaning against his chest. Ting holds her tightly. You probably don't know how anxious I was waiting for you at home. Xiao Keqing looks up at him. Okay, I won't do it next time. Ting takes her hand and sits back down in the chair. Xiao Keqing looks at Ting. I have something to give you, before you go back later. His eyes suddenly brighten. She's giving him a gift. He smiles and says, okay, looking forward to what it might be. Xiao Keqing thought of Su Malalai. What did you do today? Ting's heart immediately grew nervous. He remembered Qing'er's words before, saying that if Su Malalai kept pestering him, she wouldn't want him anymore. If Su Malalai looked for him, should he tell her? What if she gets angry? They just became a couple, and he didn't want to give her a reason to leave. Thinking about what he said and how he acted towards Su Malalai today, someone with confidence probably wouldn't come to find him again. Maybe he shouldn't tell Qing'er to avoid causing her trouble. Anyway, they might not see each other again soon. He felt uneasy and thought, "Today, I took the soldiers up the mountain for training. When we came down, everyone brought a few bamboo shoots to add to the mess hall's food." Xiao Qi nodded and said, "You're a great leader, thinking of many things. Anything else?" Lu Ting looked at Xiao Qi nervously and said, "Well, I just came here because of you."
Xiao Qi stared at Lu Ting closely.
It seemed he didn't plan to talk about Su Malalai anymore. She knew they weren't anything special, so why not say? She felt a little uncomfortable inside. She also thought that if Lu Ting told her, she would follow his lead and warn him that Su Malalai might set a trap for him. Xiao Qi nodded with some frustration. Lu Ting noticed her strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Qi slowly said, "I'm a bit tired. You should go home early too. I'm going inside." After speaking, she stood up and headed back. Lu Ting also stood up and followed her, saying, "If you're tired, rest early. I'll wait here until you come back with your things." "What did you bring me?" His voice was cheerful, and a charming smile appeared on his face. Xiao Qi didn't look back, pouting her lips. She didn't want to give him a gift anymore, especially after hiding something so important and not telling him. She thought for a moment and said, "Oh, you heard wrong. I didn't bring you anything. It's for Aunt Lu. I'll give her the same next time. You should rest early too." Without turning around, she stepped into the house. She had planned to tell him today about going to the cultural troupe tomorrow and what happened there, but now she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Lu Ting was stunned.
What?
He couldn't have heard wrong. She was supposed to bring him something. Her expression didn't look like she was giving her mom something. Why did she change her face so quickly? Seeing Xiao Qi go inside, he couldn't follow, so he had to go home. Back in her room, Xiao Qi sat at her desk, picked up a pen, and tapped it lightly on the table, her thoughts drifting far away. Sual Malia will go to find Lu Ting again next time. If such things happen again, will he not say anything? She plans to ignore this man tomorrow so that similar incidents won't happen again. Otherwise, Sual Malia might set him up. Her man would never let Sual Malia succeed. After thinking it through, she put down her pen, walked to the door, locked the room, and then entered the space. She glanced at the wall of the storage room. There was still no change, still the same eye-catching words. She tidied up the ground before heading to the music room. This was the first time she entered since coming here. Her music equipment was complete, some vintage items that her little assistant had found for her, including a vintage record player. The tape recorder and tapes could now be used properly. It took about an hour to record 2 songs. Thinking she needed to go to the group tomorrow and should rest early, she went into the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, her lips were more vibrant than lipstick. She pressed her lips together. The dogman's kiss was truly intense. She took a relaxing bath in the big tub before going to sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was lying on the bed, thinking about what happened tonight. Women's minds are really hard to understand. The morning light was faint. It wasn't bright yet. Xiao Junjie got up from his bunk and woke Qiao Shanshan sleeping on the lower bunk. "Get ready. We're about to arrive at the station." Xiao Junjie went to wake the 2 people in the next compartment. They were really annoying. These 2 had been coming to their carriage from time to time over the past few days. Xiao Junjie didn't want to bother with them. Even when he sat downstairs reading, they would find all sorts of reasons to disturb him. He couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to read his book, so he just lay on his bunk to sleep. He also changed his opinion of Qiao Shanshan quite a bit. At least, after she said she no longer liked him, she didn't do anything like the other 2. She was a cheerful girl and talked a lot. Qiao Shanshan got up, thinking about how she and Xiao Junjie would part ways and probably wouldn't see each other for a while. She was unfamiliar with the capital city, unlike in the southern military area where she knew her way around and could pretend to meet by chance. Now, she really wouldn't run into him. Over the past 2 days, she also wanted to talk to Xiao Junjie. When she saw the two next door get turned away, Xiao Junjie's face looked quite unhappy. She was a bit timid and didn't dare to bother him again, so she just watched him read. She looked very handsome when reading her book, and they only spoke a few words during mealtime. Finally, a few people got off the bus. Over the past few days, Qiao Shanshan's foot had healed. She no longer planned to give Xiao Junjie her handkerchief and would return him a new one later. Xiao Junjie said to Qiao Shanshan and the others, "Later, we will take the bus to the army unit. I will take you to the art troupe." Qiao Shanshan nodded. She saw Luo Xiaohong and Wu Xiaoyu step forward and block her way. Luo Xiaohong cheerfully said, "Captain Xiao, thank you so much. When we arrive, let's treat you to a meal." Xiao Shanshan pouted slightly and turned to walk toward the station exit. Xiao Junjie didn't want to pay attention to them and strode behind her. Wu Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaohong looked at each other in surprise. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing was going to the troupe today. After washing up, she sat at her dressing table in the room, getting ready. Her long black hair was styled into 2 braids draped over her shoulders, giving her a nostalgic look from this era. It was her first time dressing like this, and Xiao Keqing couldn't help but smile. Her skin was already fair and delicate. Usually, she didn't wear makeup, but today she planned to apply a light, subtle look. After finishing her makeup, her already perfect face looked even more refined, her features like a painting, her eyes large, clear, and bright, and her lips full and charming. She changed into her military uniform, picked up a tape and put it in her pocket, then went downstairs. She completely forgot about running, so Lu Ting was still waiting under the big tree for her to run together. Lu Ting checked his watch and seemed to realize she wouldn't come today. He strode back home, changed his clothes, grabbed a steamed bun from the kitchen, and left the house directly for the army. There wasn't enough time in the morning, so he would look for her in the afternoon. Mom Xiao watched her daughters stand tall and elegant, smiling happily. Xiao Keqing held her mother's hand as they left the house, chatting and laughing along the way, quickly arriving at the troupe. She kept holding her mother's hand and didn't let go. From her mother, she learned that only some people would attend the early meeting today, while others were either working in publicity or performing at other units. The people remaining were those who had been discussing her the most recently. After the meeting, they would go to the auditorium for rehearsals, and the day after tomorrow, they would perform for the lower units. She followed her mother to the meeting place. Inside, Commander Yang was also present. Seeing Xiao Keqing, he was visibly surprised. She looked even more beautiful today. Everyone's attention was drawn to Xiao Keqing as she entered. Xiao Keqing stepped forward with a smile and said, "Hello, Captain Yang." Captain Yang beamed and replied, "Xiao Qing, you're here today. Find a seat somewhere." Xiao Keqing nodded and found a spot in the second row to sit down. Zhao's mother also moved to the front and sat down. The crowd's attention finally shifted away from Xiao Keqing. Xia Chuanxiang glanced at Xiao Keqing again, thinking, beautiful face. But what's the use? Still a fool. Xia Chuanxiang nudged the person next to her with her elbow, signaling something with her eyes. Gao Jing, nearby, understood immediately and stood up, saying, "Captain Yang, before we leave the unit, we have something to say." Captain Yang frowned. Over the past period, many issues had arisen in the group, especially concerning Xiao Keqing, making more people dissatisfied and increasing his pressure. Today, Xiao Keqing's arrival was perfectly timed to make everyone convinced. Seriously, Captain Yang said, "Go ahead." Gao Jing, with a commanding tone, said, "We are being treated unfairly. We have the right to speak out. Isn't that right?" She looked around to the sides. Suddenly, 1 or 2 people also stood up and said, "Yes. Why is it that new recruits who get special treatment don't need training and don't have to come to the team every day, yet their pay and benefits are the same as ours? Why? Do you all agree?" More and more people stood up, all with sharp eyes fixed on Xiao Keqing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Keqing felt it was more intense than she expected. She slightly curled her lips in a barely noticeable smile. "Great." The more intense, the better. Zhao's mother frowned, worried inside. Gao Jing raised her chin and said, "We must firmly eliminate special treatment. We need an explanation. Otherwise, we will report this to the higher authorities." Captain Yang sternly said, "Do you think the higher-ups need your report? I already reported this earlier, and I only recruited Xiao Keqing with their approval. Do you all think this is some place where you can just walk in through connections? Are you all brainless?" Seeing Captain Yang's sharp gaze, Gao Jing trembled with fear and quickly lost her confidence, saying, "Even special recruitment requires real skills. Everyone knows that Xia Chuanxiang is outstanding, but she wasn't recruited as a special recruit. Doesn't that mean Xiao Keqing might be even more excellent than Xia Chuanxiang?" Everyone agreed with Gao Jing's words, nodding and some echoing her. Captain Yang glanced at Xiao Keqing and then at the crowd and said, "I say so. Do you believe it?" Gao Jing loudly said, "I don't believe it. We only trust our own eyes. There are many rumors saying that Comrade Xiao Qing got in through special favors, and I believe everyone has heard them. This makes us even less convinced. So, let's have Comrade Xiao Qing compete with Comrade Xia Chuanxiang to clear up whether she got in through connections." The crowd's discussion grew more intense. Zhao's mother looked visibly nervous, knowing how excellent Comrade Xia Chuanxiang was. Gao Jing glanced at Deputy Leader Yang, noticing her anxious expression, and became more certain that the rumors were true, that Xiao Qing had entered through connections. Xiao Qing stood up and walked over to Leader Yang. She looked sharply at everyone present and said calmly, "Everyone here, if you doubt that I got in through connections or want me to compete with Comrade Xia Chuanxiang, please raise your hand." Hearing this, Gao Jing immediately raised her hand, followed by others who had previously agreed. Many people gradually raised their hands one after another. Gao Jing looked at Xia Chuanxiang, who hadn't raised her hand, and kicked her gently. Xia Chuanxiang only needed to raise her hand. Xiao Qing saw that only her mother and two others in the front row hadn't raised their hands. The rest had, totaling about 20 people. She said seriously, "I agree to compete with Comrade Xia Chuanxiang. But if I win, I want everyone here to apologize to me and my parents. That's necessary. If I lose, then whatever you say goes. Those of you questioning whether I got in through connections are insulting me and slandering my mother and father. Not only have you hurt me, but you've also harmed my parents. The impact on them is very serious. You must take responsibility for your words and actions." Seeing everyone silent, Leader Yang stepped forward and said with a commanding tone, "What? Isn't she right?" Gao Jing bit her lip and agreed. "Fine, I agree. If you lose, you must leave the art troupe and post a big sign criticizing the whole company." As soon as she finished, those who had raised their hands also expressed their agreement. Xiao Qing said, "All right, I agree. We'll have a contest, and you can decide what kind of performance. But I have a suggestion. For fairness and justice, I hope Leader Yang can invite some soldiers from the unit, preferably a few higher-ups. Otherwise, if Leader Yang and my mother stand on my side, people might think I got in through connections again." Captain Yang agrees with Xiao Keqing's opinion. "All right, since everyone agrees, for fairness and justice, I will accept Xiao Keqing's suggestion to invite higher-ups from the military to participate. I will also invite a few military wives from the family compound to join in." Everyone then began to discuss passionately. Captain Yang continued, "Let's settle this quickly. We will meet today at 2 p.m. After you all decide what performance to compete in, you can tell Xiao Keqing before the official competition. I believe her adaptability is unmatched by anyone present." Mom Xiao immediately became nervous. She knew that Xia Chuanxiang was truly talented. Why did Captain Yang think so highly of her daughter? She trusted that Captain Yang would not harm her daughter. Seeing her mother's anxious expression, Xiao Keqing mischievously winked and gave her a reassuring look. Mom Zhao's adorable expression eased her nervousness a little. Meanwhile, Lu Tinggang entered the office, and Jiang Qi followed right behind, casually closing the door. Jiang Qi hurriedly said, "Captain Lu, why are you so late? I was so worried. I need to take leave today." Lu Ting sat down and asked, "What's going on? Why do you need leave?" Jiang Qi clicked his tongue. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems you're not very important in Xiaoqing's mind. She has such an important matter, and didn't tell you? Don't you know? Lu Ting frowned slightly and looked coldly at Jiang Qi, his tone icy. Stop teasing. Tell me what's going on. Jiang Qi pulled Lu Ting's arm and said, Hurry up and come with me. I'll tell you as we walk. I'm worried we won't have enough time. Why are you so late? He led Lu Ting toward the cultural troupe, talking nonstop about what happened when Xiao Keqing joined the troupe and her purpose for going today. Lu Ting listened with a furrowed brow, feeling a chilling cold spread through him. Jiang Qi accused, You've only been her boyfriend for a few days, right? Your girlfriend was bullied in the military and you didn't even know? You really are quite the responsible one. Lu Ting had just returned from a mission. He didn't know when Xiao Keqing joined the cultural troupe. He coldly asked, When did you find out? Last night, Xiao Qingqing told me. Did I leave without telling you last night?
Jiang Qi said.
Lu Ting tapped his chin with his tongue. This little woman promised him yesterday that she would always be the first to tell him important things, but she didn't tell him about this. He glanced at Jiang Qi again. Their relationship is so good that she told Jiang Qi but not him. A feeling of sourness rose in his heart. Jiang Qi turned his eyes and saw that Xiao Qingqing hadn't told Lu Ting. He smiled slightly and said, You say, what's the use of being a man if you can't even handle your own woman? My Xiao Qingqing is doing well. The problem must be with you. Lu Ting quickened his steps, looked at his watch, and then ran toward the cultural troupe. Meanwhile, after the cultural troupe finished their meeting, Leader Yang Yunqiu, and Xiao Keqing came out together, along with two others who hadn't raised their hands but also followed out. Inside, everyone was lively, gathered around Xia Chunxiang, chatting back and forth. Xiao Keqing comforted her. Mom, don't worry. Your daughter is excellent. Leader Yang has seen my singing skills. Leader Yang also reassured her. Oh, you don't trust my judgment? Forget it. Now go to the family housing area and invite a few military wives. You decide how many. I'll go to the team now to invite others and report to the leaders. Zhao's mother nodded, looked at her daughter, and went to the family housing area. Leader Yang turned to two other female soldiers and said, You two are good. I'll tell you your tasks this morning. Take Xiao Keqing to get to know the cultural troupe well, and at noon, take her to the cafeteria for a meal. The two soldiers smiled and answered, Yes. Just as Leader Yang reached the gate, he ran into Lu Ting, who was with a soldier. What a coincidence. That saved him a trip. After greeting each other, Leader Yang explained the task. He asked Lu Ting to help invite some soldiers to come to the auditorium at 2 p.m. to watch the show. Lu Ting readily agreed, Okay, I'll handle it. You're busy with your phone call to the leaders, and I'll go find Xiao Keqing myself. Leader Yang smiled and pointed in a direction. Isn't that her? Lu Ting looked toward where Leader Yang pointed and saw 3 female soldiers. One of them was Xiao Keqing, dressed in a military uniform, looking brave and confident, chatting with someone nearby, her face glowing with a bright smile. After saying goodbye to Leader Yang, Lu Ting walked over. As he got closer to her, he felt his heart beating faster and his throat tightening. It was clear that she looked very impressive in her military uniform. Seeing her in uniform made him feel proud, and when he thought about what others said about her, he felt even more protective of this little woman. Xiao Keqing also noticed this moment. After looking at the approaching person, she turned to the two nearby and said, Wait a moment, my friend has something to tell me. The 2 female soldiers nodded and looked at the visitor. Xiao Keqing then walked toward them. Lu Ting's eyes fixed on the person coming over. Every step she took seemed to touch his heart. He couldn't help but smile because she looked so beautiful. Xiao Keqing looked at the 2 men ahead. Last night, she decided she wouldn't pay attention to this man today. She happily jogged over to Jiang Qi and asked, Why are you here? Lu Ting was silent. Jiang Qi explained, I was worried about you. This afternoon, I came to cheer for you. I brought some of my friends from the army to support you. Earlier, Major Ting Yang, who was standing beside Lu Ting, had already heard the whole story. Xiao Keqing giggled and said, Better not. I speak with strength. Lu Ting's expression tightened as he watched them talk. He sneered coldly. So, she's ignoring him now, huh? Not even a glance. Lu Ting's face darkened, and his chest felt tighter. Jiang Qi glanced at Lu Ting and felt a chill run down his spine. Is Xiao Qi using him as a tool? Oh my. What if she's giving him a hard time? He blinked at Xiao Qi and tilted his head toward Lu Ting. Xiao Qi understood Jiang Qi's meaning. She said, I have new friends waiting for me. Let's have dinner at my place and chat more. Without looking at Lu Ting, she turned and left. Lu Ting watched Xiao Qi run away, standing frozen in place. Seeing her and Jiang Qi smiling so happily, not even glancing at him, he clenched his teeth, feeling heartbroken. He turned to Jiang Qi, his dark eyes cold and sharp. Oh no! Xiao Qi has really made him suffer now. He couldn't bear Lu Ting's intense gaze. Jiang Qi decided to make a move first. Gathering his courage, he loudly said, Lu Ting, you're finished. Your woman might leave you. I know Xiao Qi well. What exactly did you do? Lu Ting also sensed that Qing'er was angry with him. She had never ignored him like this before, nor refused to look at him. His tone was cold. I also want to know what I did wrong. Lu Ting frowned, thought for a moment, and suddenly his dark eyes cleared. He remembered Qing'er saying she was tired last night. He believed that the gift she mentioned giving him was real, and that she stopped giving it because she was angry. His suspicions grew stronger. Lu Ting looked at Jiang Qi and said, Captain Yang invited a few soldiers, right? Go and tell the captains and everyone involved in the last mission to come to the office. Jiang Qi chuckled and said, Okay, I'll go now. That was much better than him asking directly. Lu Ting then looked toward Xiao Qi, but only turned and left. Xiao Junjie took 3 female colleagues to the bus heading to the army. Since it was morning and many people were going to work, Xiao Junjie first helped the 3 women onto the bus. He then followed behind Xiao Shanshan onto the crowded vehicle. Xiao Shanshan stood in the middle of the bus, while the other 2 women had already sat in the front seats. Xiao Junjie stood beside Xiao Shanshan. He held the handrail, and she held onto the seat next to her. The bus slowly started moving. Xiao Shanshan wanted to talk to Xiao Junjie, but saw how crowded it was and gave up. The ride was bumpy, and the bus shook from time to time. When it stopped at the next station, more people got on. The ticket seller called out, People in the middle, please move back, so those in front can get on. The passengers shifted slightly. At this moment, Xiao Junjie was closer to Xiao Shanshan. Seeing that there were still people waiting to get on, the ticket seller loudly called, The tallest soldier, please move back. Xiao Shanshan heard her calling Xiao Junjie. She also moved back a bit. Luckily behind her was a female colleague. Xiao Junjie knew she was calling him because he was the only one in uniform on the bus. Originally, he was turned toward the window, but since the ticket seller was calling him, he shifted his body toward Xiao Shanshan. Now they were facing each other. Xiao Shanshan looked up at Xiao Junjie. Their eyes met, and Xiao Junjie quickly looked away, gazing toward the top of the bus. The bus started moving again, and the bumps made them occasionally bump into each other. The road was uneven, and Xiao Shanshan's face slightly blushed. Xiao Junjie also felt a bit uncomfortable. He took a deep breath, lifted his head slightly higher to look at the car roof, and clenched the armrest tightly. His heart beat faster involuntarily. The noisy sounds inside the car seemed to quiet down at this moment, leaving only the sound of their hearts beating. Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but shift her body back a little, causing the ant behind her to start complaining. Oh, young lady, you stepped on me. Please move forward a bit. Xiao Shanshan quickly apologized. Sorry, Auntie. I didn't mean to. She moved forward a little more. As Xiao Shanshan got closer, Xiao Junjie was so nervous he didn't dare move. It was the first time he was so close to a girl. His throat involuntarily swallowed. He looked outside. Luckily, they were about to arrive, and his tense nerves eased a little. Xiao Shanshan looked up at the man. This time, she was truly close to him. The more she looked, the more she thought he looked good. Does a man's skin really look that nice? Just as her thoughts drifted away, suddenly, The car braked sharply, and Xiao Shanshan lost her balance and lunged forward. Xiao Junjie reacted quickly, instinctively reaching out to hold her waist. Xiao Shanshan looked up at the man. While the man was looking at the car roof, so her lips directly pressed against his Adam's apple, and her hands rested on his chest. When the car stopped, Xiao Shanshan immediately pulled away from him. The people in the car, startled by the sudden stop, only cared about themselves and didn't see what just happened. Xiao Shanshan's heart was pounding wildly. What did she do? Did she kiss him? Her cheeks turned red instantly. She suddenly felt shy and a little afraid to look at him. She forced herself to stay calm, but her face was burning uncontrollably. Xiao Junjie froze stiffly. His breath trembled, and his throat moved again. His face turned hot, spreading all the way to his ears. He looked down at the girl in front of him, lowering his head to see her face, only to see her ears flushed bright red. His heart was pounding fast. He quickly turned around and got out of the car with the crowd, not forgetting to say loudly, "We've arrived, get out." The two other women saw Xiao Junjie get out of the car and followed him. Xiao Shanshan was the last to leave. Luo Xiaohong saw this and ran forward, curious, and asked, "Captain Xiao, why are you and Xiao Shanshan both blushing?" Luo Xiaohong also wanted to get closer to Captain Xiao, so she looked for an excuse to talk to him. Xiao Shanshan finally looked at the man walking ahead. Her ears were already bright red, like cooked shrimp. Now she understood. She wasn't the only one feeling shy. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Junjie walked quickly, ignoring Luo Xiaohong. Luo Xiaohong felt awkward and looked at Xiao Shanshan, asking, "Why are you all blushing?" Xiao Shanshan finally looked away from Xiao Junjie and said to Luo Xiaohong, "We're standing in the heat, and the air isn't flowing, unlike you sitting in front." After speaking, she hurried to catch up with Xiao Junjie. Xiao Shanshan jogged forward and reached Xiao Junjie's side, softly saying, "Captain Xiao, I'm sorry about earlier. Please forgive me. I really couldn't control my body, and I didn't mean for it to happen." Xiao Junjie stopped walking and interrupted her, saying, "You already said it was just the heat on the bus." When Luo Xiaohong asked Xiao Shanshan, Xiao Junjie also listened carefully, worried that she might say something. After that, he headed back toward the military unit. Xiao Shanshan pouted and looked at him walking away. Xiao Junjie took her to the gate of the cultural troop, saying, "I'll leave you here. Go inside and report. I've finished my task from Captain Yang." Without looking back, he turned around and left. Xiao Shanshan's eyes dimmed a little. Did she annoy him that much? He didn't even look at her before leaving. On the way back, Xiao Junjie couldn't calm down at all. He even touched his throat, thinking that girl was doing it on purpose. Nothing was that coincidental. When he reached the courtyard, he saw many ants. After greeting each one, he went straight home. Once inside, he saw his mother talking to his grandfather. His grandfather and mother were discussing Coco when they saw him return. His mother immediately started crying. It had been 3 years since she last saw her son, and now she was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Junjie felt a bit helpless as his mother cried, and his heart filled with guilt. His grandfather's eyes also welled up with tears, saying, "You just got back. Why are you crying? You're making me almost lose it." His mother wiped her tears, stood up, and walked toward him. Xiao Junjie stepped forward and hugged her. "Mom, I'm back. I'll stay in the military district from now on. I'm not leaving anymore." His mother wiped her tears again, let go of him, and looked him over. "Are your injuries fully healed?" Xiao Junjie reassured her. "They're all fine now. Just minor injuries." He then went to salute his grandfather, lowered his hand, and smiled, saying, "Grandpa, I'm back. After the holiday, I'll be the deputy captain of any regiment, same as Lu Ting, in the same unit." Grandpa Xiao looked proud and said, "All right, put down your bag quickly. Your mom is talking about Coco now, and you're just in time." Mom Xiao immediately reacted and sat down again. Junjie Xiao frowned, quickly set down his luggage, and sat listening as his mother talked about what happened after Coco joined the art troupe. She also told Junjie about Lu Ting's return and how he saved Coco earlier. Junjie thought of that scene and felt his heart race with fear. He couldn't calm down for a long time. At that moment, he felt glad that Lu Ting was back. Mom Xiao praised, "Little Ting, I like this kid. I've decided he will be my son-in-law. I see how good he is to Coco.
I hope my daughter will be fine."
If it weren't for him, your sister might. Grandpa Xiao agreed. We didn't think much of him before, but recently I've seen he's not so bad. Junjie chuckled. He was his brother, but he didn't know much about him, just a clever guy. Is my sister dating him? Grandpa Xiao shook his head. Not yet. Mom Xiao said, if they start dating now, I'd be so happy. Junjie couldn't help but smile. It's better if they're not dating yet. At least he can keep an eye on that brother. Mom Xiao urged, hurry back to your room, take a shower, and rest. Your sister prepared clothes for you in the wardrobe, washed and ready. We're going to the military unit this afternoon. I also want to invite some people from the family housing area. I'm leaving now. Junjie went back to his room. He wasn't worried about his sister's upcoming competition. Her strength was enough to beat everyone. He looked at the neatly folded clothes in the wardrobe and couldn't help but smile. His sister was the best. After showering, he checked the time and decided to take a nap before getting up again. As soon as he lay on the bed, his mind was filled with images of Qiao Shanshan throwing herself at him, especially that unexpected kiss. He couldn't help but reach for his Adam's apple, feeling like he must be crazy. Tossing and turning, he couldn't fall asleep and started to feel annoyed. He decided to get up. Next time, he'd stay far away from that girl. Lu Ting returned to the team. Jiang Qi was efficient, and now about a dozen people were already in the office. Lu Ting said seriously, Captain Yang from the art troupe asked me to invite a few people to watch their team's competition. Afterward, they want us to give our opinion. Everyone looked happy. Zhou Haoyu smiled and said, Boss, you're the best. You're looking out for us. Lu Ting slightly smiled and said, one of the contestants is my partner. He recently went on a mission and you all probably saw it. I want to say that my partner doesn't want others to know about our relationship. When you see him, don't call him sister-in-law, openly. Everyone laughed and agreed, saying okay. Zhang Weidong, who was next to Zhou Haoyu, said, we will definitely vote for sister-in-law.
Zhou Haoyu echoed, yes.
We will definitely vote for sister-in-law. The others nodded in agreement. Lu Ting looked serious and asked, is that what you mean? Does my partner need me to pull strings for him? I want you to watch your words and not let anything slip. Just focus on being fair and honest. She had seen her partner's strength. Zhou Haoyu hesitated and said, all right, we will watch our words. Lu Ting scanned everyone and said, did I only invite you guys to watch the competition? The auditorium can hold 2,300 people. Leave 100 seats empty and fill all the others.
You organize it.
Some teams probably won't come back, so if there aren't enough people, go recruit others from different groups. I want the auditorium full. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at each other. Leader Yang said he only invited a few people. Aren't they worried that her partner might lose? They had heard rumors about Director Zhao's daughter, that she had no special skills or education. Zhou Haoyu hesitated and said, Leader Yang only invited a few people, right? Can you reconsider? Just as few is fine. They knew only they needed to know, and if they lost, they wouldn't tell anyone outside. Lu Ting said firmly, just do as I say. The auditorium must be full. Also, you need to make up the training session this afternoon on Sunday.
Dismissed.
Zhou Haoyu and the others were silent. Lu Ting thought about how her partner had entered through connections, which made her angry. She remembered how she had suffered in the southern troops and regretted it. Now, she wouldn't let such things happen again. Meanwhile, Gao Jing said to Xia Chunxiang, Sister Chunxiang, aren't you good at playing instruments? I heard that Deputy Leader Yang's daughter doesn't know how to do anything and isn't very cultured. Why don't we have the first competition with musical instruments? The people around agreed. Xia Chunxiang smiled and said, yes, I'm good at several instruments, guqin, pipa, eru, and accordion. Everyone started discussing, some gasping in surprise. Gao Jing smiled proudly and said, first, we compare our musical instruments. Second, we compare singing. I don't believe her singing can be better than our lead singer. Everyone, didn't we agree to have 3 matches? Gao Jing glanced at the speaker and said, do you think she can win the first 2? Everyone has seen Xia Chuanxiang's talent. She definitely can't win. Gao Jing, since she can't win even one of the first 2, what's the point of a 3rd match? But we still want to have 3 matches. For the 3rd, let's compare dancing. Sister Chuanxiang, what do you think? Is that okay? Xia Chuanxiang nodded with a smile. Yes, that works. Dancing is also my strong suit. Xia Chuanxiang thought for a moment and added, I think it's not enough for just our team to know. Although Captain Yang said he invited a few soldiers, how can a few soldiers compete? Maybe during lunch, we can promote it in the cafeteria. Commander Xiao and Vice Commander Yang's daughters want to compete with me. The more people know, the better. More votes will come in. Gao Jing agreed. That sounds good. Let's do it that way. It makes it fair and just. Everyone, all right. Everyone, it's no longer okay to cover for her. Everyone, I'll promote it during lunch. Everyone, yes, after all, they were specially recruited into the army. Xiao Keqing was familiarizing herself with the military environment alongside 2 female soldiers. Yang Qianqian said, before I knew you, we had already heard of your name, but mostly some bad rumors. Xiao Keqing smiled and asked, heard about me? Why didn't you 2 raise your hands? She was quite curious. Yang Qianqian smiled and said, because I was attracted by your calm and confident demeanor. I like good-looking people. Also, I don't get along well with Gao Jing and Xia Chuanxiang. They're too proud. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, I also like watching you. Not many girls nowadays have such short hair. Yang Qianqian said, they call me a tomboy, say I have a guy's personality. I don't like Xia Chuanxiang's pretentious attitude, so I don't get along with them. Xiao Keqing nodded and looked at another girl. And you? The other girl replied, same here. I don't like their proud attitude either. Yang Qianqian really hopes Xiao Keqing will win. She just can't stand Xia Chuanxiang's proud attitude. Xia Chuanxiang is the lead singer of our troupe. She sings the best, and soldiers in the unit like watching her perform. She's also good at playing multiple instruments. Dancing isn't her strong suit, but she's not bad at it either. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, thanks for letting me know. This girl is really adorable, probably worried she won't win. At noon, the 3 of them went to the cafeteria to queue for food. Xiao Keqing then realized everyone in the cafeteria was eating together. Curious, she asked Yang Qianqian, is it true that the cultural troupe shares the cafeteria with the whole army? Yang Qianqian replied, yes, whether officers or soldiers, everyone eats together. It's fair and helps us feel more united, makes management easier, and promotes cultural exchange. Don't you know that, since you're Vice Captain Yang's daughter? Xiao Keqing shook her head. I don't care that much. Yang Qianqian then whispered softly into Xiao Keqing's ear. So, it's pretty easy for the girls in our troupe to find a partner. No worries about marriage. Xiao Keqing was curious. What about you? Yang Qianqian also whispered to Xiao Keqing, my family arranged a blind date for me too. I didn't like the guy, and he didn't like me. He even said I wasn't a real girl, so I just hit him on the head. Xiao Keqing chuckled and gave a thumbs up. You're awesome. I think you look pretty good, brave, and handsome, with a touch of softness. Yang Qianqian smiled and said, you're really good at complimenting people. Lu Ting entered the cafeteria and saw that familiar figure. He walked straight to the line next to Xiao Keqing, with Zhou Haoyu and a few comrades following behind him. Zhou Haoyu saw Lu Ting staring intently at the neighboring line, and he followed his gaze. When Zhou Haoyu saw the person across, he froze for a few seconds, then looked at Lu Ting, taking a deep breath. Last time on a mission from afar, he couldn't see clearly. Wow, she's so beautiful. White skin glowing, tall figure. He'd never seen such a stunning girl before. Zhou Haoyu nudged the person behind him with his elbow, signaling him to look at the boss. The comrades behind looked at Commander Lu's gaze. It was the first time they saw him look at a girl with such deep affection. Was this really their Commander Lu? Everyone gasped in surprise. When they looked closely at the girl across, Their eyes widened in amazement. At that moment, Xiao Keqing casually turned her head and made eye contact with Lu Ting, who was standing in the neighboring line. Lu Ting saw Qing'e looking at him and suddenly smiled. Xiao Keqing glared at him angrily, pouting, and turned away, with her back facing him. Lu Ting's breath caught, and his heart started to beat faster. Now, Qing'e must have found out. Zhou Haoyu quietly said to Lu Ting, "Boss, why do I feel like your girlfriend is upset with you?" Lu Ting glanced at Zhou Haoyu and said, "That's our little game. Your girlfriend doesn't have anyone. What do you understand?" Zhou Haoyu looked at Lu Ting feeling proud, but was speechless after his words. Lu Ting finished his meal, found a seat closer to Xiao Keqing, and sat down. While eating, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but sneak glances at the man's direction, but Lu Ting caught her every time. She couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking she should clarify things tonight. Xiao Keqing also felt many eyes watching her, probably because she was a new face. She didn't mind. If she knew it was Summer Chunxiang and her friends causing trouble, she would actually thank them. It saved her from having to promote herself. After finishing her meal, Xiao Keqing resisted the urge to look at Lu Ting and left with Yang Qianqian. She didn't want to go back at noon and planned to wander around the military base. After saying goodbye to Yang Qianqian, she strolled inside. Not far from there, she saw a girl struggling to hold a quilt, not in uniform, so probably not from the base. Upon closer look, she seemed to have some foot problems. Seeing the quilt about to fall, Xiao Keqing quickly stepped forward and used both hands to lift it. "Where are you headed? Do you need help?" Xiao Shanshan looked up at the girl in uniform and said, "Oh, luckily you caught it. This winter quilt is pretty thick. I hurt my foot a few days ago and haven't fully recovered." Xiao Keqing studied the girl holding the quilt, feeling she looked familiar. She squinted slightly, then her eyes lit up. "Xiao Shanshan?" When Xiao Shanshan heard someone calling her name, she looked at the person in confusion. When she saw it was Xiao Keqing, she exclaimed happily, "Ah, it's really you, Xiao Keqing. I finally see you." Xiao Keqing was startled by her voice and quickly said, "Lower your voice. This is the military base." Zhou Shanshan nodded repeatedly, smiling as she said, "Xiao Keqing, I wanted to meet you since I joined the southern troops. I just heard about your competition this afternoon. I was hoping to find a chance to get to know you better. Meeting you makes me so happy." Xiao Keqing looked at such a cute girl, so friendly and familiar. She couldn't help but smile and said, "This is probably our first real meeting too. Are you this happy about it?" Zhou Shanshan happily replied, "I came to find you the day after you started singing, but I couldn't find you. I just wanted to meet you and be friends. I love listening to you sing. Wow, you sing so beautifully." Xiao Keqing nodded. "I came back the next day, so of course you couldn't find me. I also enjoy playing the accordion."
"Teach me sometime."
"I can play a little but not very well." Zhou Shanshan smiled and said, "Sure. Sure." Xiao Keqing took the blanket and said, "Let's go. I'll walk you there." Zhou Shanshan didn't refuse, and the two of them started talking about each other's lives. Zhou Shanshan kept chatting nonstop and mentioned that her brother brought them here. Xiao Keqing was even happier. Her brother was back. Great news. Xiao Keqing accompanied Zhou Shanshan to her dorm. It turned out they were sharing a room with two other new arrivals. The other two weren't there now. Zhou Shanshan sat on the bed and said, "I know you're very talented and will win, but I still want to cheer for you." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Thanks." She found Zhou Shanshan to be a lively girl who talks a lot, and she was also very pretty. Now Xiao Keqing felt that being in the army was really good. She had more friends to play with. They kept talking happily until 1:40. Xiao Keqing then helped Zhou Shanshan to the auditorium. When they entered, Xiao Keqing was stunned. Were there really so many people? Commander Yang said only a few soldiers and family members would come. Xiao Keqing sat the girl at the front near the cultural troop. She looked carefully at the crowd. There were truly no empty seats, and even at the back, soldiers were standing. Looking around, it was obvious that most people weren't in uniform. She estimated about 180 people. She saw her grandfather, Aunt Sun, her brother, Grandpa Lu, Aunt Lu, and her mom. How did they invite so many people? Her brother wasn't in uniform. He was wearing the trench coat he bought her. Xiao Keqing's lips curled slightly. Her mother looked helpless. She only invited 10 family members, but the news spread too fast, and she couldn't control it. Then her eyes met Lu Ting's. He was looking at her with a smile. This man really found a good spot. Oh. Jiang Qi also sat next to Lu Ting. Jiang Qi's position probably shouldn't be there. He shamelessly followed Lu Ting and said, Lu Ting, I want to tell you, I am now your older brother-in-law. Later, we will sit in the front. I don't care. I can't see well from the back anyway. Lu Ting looked at him and, since this wasn't a formal military performance, slightly smiled and said, It's okay for you to sit in front. If you want to sit there, let's make it practical. Jiang Qi widened his eyes and loudly said, Are we doing business now? You're really a shrewd merchant. Lu Ting, hearing this, ignored him and turned to walk on. Jiang Qi followed quickly, saying, All right, I get it. But I won't betray my friends. I can only tell you other things. Lu Ting's eyes held a smile. Keep following. Xiao Keqing withdrew her gaze and sat beside Xiao Shanshan. When Captain Yang entered the auditorium, he paused for a moment, surprised. Wasn't Lu Ting supposed to invite a few people? His ability to handle things was impressive. He also guessed the purpose of Lu Ting inviting so many people. This kid really cares about his partner. This was a great chance to prove to Xiao Keqing and put an end to bad rumors. He wanted to keep this talented person in the army. He couldn't help but smile. When Xiao Gui returned, he would definitely invite him for a drink. Captain Yang looked at the time, cleared his throat, and picked up the microphone to go on stage. The auditorium instantly became quiet. Captain Yang's clear voice rang out. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we gather here. I believe everyone knows why. I have served as a soldier since I was young, almost 20 years now. Up to now, Xiao Keqing is the only person who has truly impressed me. So, I recommended her to join the cultural troop through a special recruitment. Because she is the daughter of Commander Xiao Gui and Deputy Leader Yang Yunqiu of the cultural troop. There were many doubts, saying she got in through connections. Tell me, is it possible to get in through connections here? The answer is obvious. No, it isn't. So today we have a contest. The person we specially recruited, let's see if she is worth it. Today's contest is a surprise to Xiao Keqing. Neither she nor I or Yang Yunqiu knew what the competition would be. This is a true test of her abilities. The contest begins now. Please Gao Jing come up and explain the rules. Gao Jing is an experienced host. She took a deep breath, picked up the microphone, and stepped onto the stage, smiling sweetly. Her voice was clear and loud as she said, Good afternoon, everyone. Today's competition has simple rules. There are 3 parts. The first is about musical instruments, the second about singing, and the third about dancing. The audience will judge, and whoever wins 2 rounds first will be the winner. If someone wins the first 2 rounds, we won't need to have the third. Now, please welcome comrades Xia Chunxiang and Xiao Keqing to the stage. Jiang Qi sat in the audience and chuckled softly. Is there really a contest? His little Qing can easily outshine her completely. Looking at the crowd, Xia Chunxiang felt very happy. She never expected that a quick promotion in the cafeteria would turn out so well. Today, she could show everyone in the unit that she is the best, and no one can compare to her. She also wanted to become the top recruit. Xiao Keqing initially thought she could win easily, but Commander Yang told her to give her best. She wanted to live up to the title of top recruit. Her eyes were firm and confident as she stepped onto the stage. Xia Chunxiang glanced at Xiao Keqing with a look of disdain. After clearing her throat, she smiled again and went on stage. Lu Ting watched Qing'e closely, his heart beating faster when he saw her confident look. It made him feel even more attracted to her. Gao Jing smiled and introduced, Comrade Xia Chunxiang is skilled at the pipa, guzheng, and eru. Then Gao Jing looked at Xiao Keqing and asked, Comrade Xiao Keqing, please tell everyone what instrument you are good at. Any instrument is fine. Xiao Keqing picked up the microphone and smiled beautifully. I am good at many instruments. Coincidentally, what Xia Chunxiang is good at is actually the one I am worst at. I only know a little. So, whatever Xia Chunxiang chooses, I will choose the same. Many people in the audience gasped. Is this girl silly? She's not good at it, but she still chooses to compete? Xia Chunxiang suppressed her inner joy. She knew Xiao Keqing was truly clueless and couldn't play anything well. Yet she dared to talk big. Lu Ting remembered the last time he and Qing'er went to look at musical instruments. She said she knew many, and he didn't believe her at the time. Now, he was more convinced than ever that Qing'er was much better than he had thought. The audience knew that Xia Chunxiang played the instruments very well. If she says she only knows a little, then she's definitely going to lose. Some people in the family compound shook their heads. Knowing just a little isn't enough. With the bamboo shoot incident, many people changed their opinions of Xiao Keqing and started to worry about her. Xia Chunxiang picked up the microphone, smiling, and said, I'll choose the arrow. She thought the arrow was her best instrument, and wanted everyone to know she was not only a good singer, but also skilled with instruments. Xiao Keqing smiled sweetly and said, Okay, I'll also choose the arrow. Gao Jing asked to be fair and looked at both of them, asking, Who goes first? Xiao Keqing and Xia Chunxiang looked at each other. Xiao Keqing knew Xia Chunxiang was well prepared. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wearing such a beautiful dress on stage. Xiao Keqing looked at her military uniform and felt it was suitable. She liked wearing it and didn't want to change. But she didn't know how to play the arrow like Xia Chunxiang. There are 3 arrows in the room. Her favorite was the old redwood one, but today she had to use the purple sandalwood arrow. It had a stronger penetrating sound, brighter tone, and higher sensitivity, which could better touch the heart. How should she take it out? Suddenly thinking of her brother, she was the first to speak into the microphone. How about Xia Chunxiang goes first? I didn't know we were competing with the arrow. I only know a little, and I'm worried I might break Xia Chunxiang's arrow. Maybe I can ask my brother to go home and bring my arrow? Gao Jing and Xia Chunxiang both felt happy inside. Xia Chunxiang was still thinking about how to go on stage first. As long as she performed first, Xiao Keqing might not dare to go on stage after hearing her. She smiled and said, Sure, I'll go first. The 2 of them stepped down to prepare. Gao Jing smiled and said, These 2 go prepare. We won't keep everyone waiting. We have other programs arranged. Now, please welcome. Xiao Keqing left the stage, and her brother was already waiting downstairs. They exchanged smiles. Xiao Keqing happily ran to her brother and said, Good thing you're back. Xiao Junjie smiled and said, We'll talk more at home. Where's the arrow? I'll go get it. Xiao Keqing leaned close to her brother's ear, covering her ear with her hand, and quietly whispered something only her brother could hear. After hearing her, Xiao Junjie immediately thought of a hidden place, rarely visited by anyone. He grabbed his sister's arm and ran outside. After about 5 minutes, they reached a big tree near the wall. Both looked around to make sure no one was watching. Xiao Junjie said, It's best to put it in a bag to hide what it is. When I take it back later, I'll bring it here again. Xiao Keqing thought this method was feasible. Instantly, she had an extra box in her hand, along with a belt, which she put into a large bag and handed to her brother. Xiao Junjie picked up the bag and ran outside. Xiao Keqing remembered the piece she wanted to perform, and her hairstyle was not suitable. Playing the arrow with this hair would be inconvenient. She quickly took out a comb from her space and styled her hair into a high ponytail. Since her hair was previously braided into a twist, now it was let loose with gentle waves, making her look youthful and lively, charming everyone. She couldn't wear a hat while performing on stage. When Lu Ting heard Xiao Junjie was back, he instinctively looked around for him. When he finally saw him, he was surprised to see that today he wasn't in his military uniform. How could Zhao's mother and grandfather not know there was an arrow at home? When did she learn to play it, and when did her brother find out? He decided to ask about it when he got home. When Xiao Junjie stood up, Qiao Shanshan had already seen him. He was wearing a dark khaki trench coat, so handsome. She kept her eyes fixed on his figure until he disappeared from sight. Xiao Keqing returned to the audience. just as the stage performance was starting a traditional dance, full of the charm of that era. After 2 performances, Xiao Junjie carried the box and approached Xiao Keqing. They exchanged a glance. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Thanks, brother." Zhao's mother also came over, curious as she looked at her daughter's arrow. Her doubts grew stronger, but she knew it wasn't the right time to ask. She decided to wait until they got home. Xiao Keqing said to her mom, "Mom, I'll be standing while playing the arrow. Later, you can help me adjust the microphone position right here." She pointed to a spot and indicated the height with her hand. Zhao's mother nodded and said, "Okay," but her face showed concern. Xiao Keqing reassured her, "Mom, trust me. Watch how I light up the stage." She then smiled confidently. Gao Jing looked at the box in Xiao Keqing's hand, guessed it was an arrow, and knew it was a high-quality one. It was a shame to see it in her hands. After the performance, she went back on stage and announced, "The contest officially begins. Now let's welcome Xia Chuanxiang to perform." Xia Chuanxiang, dressed in a white dress, slowly walked onto the stage and sat on the prepared stool, adjusting the microphone. Xiao Keqing felt that wearing her coat was not good for her performance, so she took off her military coat and hat, handing them to her brother. She revealed her white shirt underneath. She fastened her belt around her waist, then clipped the support onto the base of the arrow, hanging it from her belt. This way, she could stand and play the arrow comfortably. Xiaoma had never seen such a belt before. It was very practical. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the arrow and the belt. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at the arrow. Wow! Could this be a rare treasure? Where did she get it? Her curiosity grew stronger, and she decided to ask about it at home. The room became quiet. Xia Chuanxiang took a deep breath, sat on a wooden chair, placed the arrow on her lap, and started to play a piece. Xiao Keqing also looked at Xia Chuanxiang on stage. Her demeanor was just right. As soon as she played the first note, it was clear that the piece was unique and not from the common repertoire. It was a sad piece. Her technique was smooth, and her tone was accurate. Xiao Keqing believed that anyone could play the arrow without crying. To her, the music lacked vivid imagery and didn't touch the heart deeply, so she couldn't feel sadness or tears. She looked at the audience, many of whom were captivated, but she remained unaffected. Finally, after the last note, applause erupted throughout the room. Xiao Keqing watched Xia Chuanxiang step down from the stage. Their eyes met, and Xia Chuanxiang smiled proudly. The audience sitting below could tell her performance was truly excellent. No need to compare, Xiao Keqing knew she had lost. Zhou Haoyu shook his head, unsure what the boss was thinking. It was just a few of them who knew the truth. They wouldn't tell anyone. Now everyone in the team knew, and he was worried for the boss. Jiang Qi, after watching Xia Chuanxiang's performance, sneered coldly. "Is that all? Just SOSO." Then he turned to Lu Ting and whispered in his ear, "Completely unimpressive. Very ordinary." Lu Ting glanced at Jiang Qi, then looked at the person on stage, searching for that familiar figure. Finally, he saw Xiao Keqing holding the arrow and walking onto the stage. When Xiao Keqing stepped onto the stage and took the microphone under the spotlight, Lu Ting saw more clearly how her belt outlined her slender waist and how confident she looked with a smile. Xiao Keqing reached the center of the stage and introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Keqing. Today, I will perform a piece called Charge of the Warhorse." The stage lights shone on Xiao Keqing, and the room fell silent. Her foot slightly open, her slender left hand gently resting on the strings of the piano. She closed her eyes slightly, trying to imagine herself riding a galloping warhorse. Only then could her music sound full of color. Once in the right state, Xiao Keqing suddenly plucked the strings with force. The passionate music sounded like a bugle call, as if thousands of horses were rushing forward, hooves pounding, warhorses neighing. All the audience below were stunned, their eyes fixed tightly on Xiao Keqing on stage. Did they hear it? Was that really the sound of horses galloping? Lu Ting watched her intently, as if he too was riding a warhorse heading into battle. Captain Yang and Major Lu beside him stared at the performer in shock. frozen in place. Xia Chuanxiang's eyes widened in amazement. How could she be so impressive? Xiao Junjia's lips pressed tightly. His sister was truly outstanding. Xiao Keqing's delicate fingers danced across the strings at a dizzying speed. Her eyes sharp, her lips in a straight line, her body swayed with the music. Her high ponytail swung behind her as she fully immersed herself in the galloping of the warhorses. The sound from the piano transformed into the image of thousands of horses rushing forward, clopping, clopping, powerful and majestic, vividly showing the energy of a charging army. Every audience member felt as if they were right there, immersed in the scene. Their bodies couldn't help but sway slightly with the music. Audience. She truly created the scene of 1,000 horses galloping, as if we could see the horses running. It's like she's one with the music. Audience. Is this the instrument she said she's not good at? The one she only knows a little about? She's a master among masters. Audience. Such speed. It feels like she's about to set the strings on fire. As the performance reached its, Xiao Keqing's eyes grew sharper. The neighing of the war horses sounded again. The final high note fell like a victory horn. Xiao Keqing's wrist suddenly stopped, and the whole place fell silent. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Many in the audience held their breath, completely absorbed in the music. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted, shocking everyone. Lu Ting's heart surged with excitement. The music echoed in his ears for a long time. His girl was so talented. This was truly a masterful performance. Grandpa Lu nudged old Xiao beside him. That was excellent. Xiao Minfeng, you kept it so well hidden. After speaking, he couldn't help but smile. Zhao's girl was now his grandson's partner. Grandpa Xiao was also amazed. He turned to look at the person beside him and proudly said, I won't say much more. My Coco hasn't grown up yet. Did I say too little? Mom Zhao's eyes filled with tears, just like her daughter, and the scene was truly exciting. Captain Yang smiled as he stepped onto the stage, took the microphone and said, Let's keep it simple. If you think someone wins, stand up. This will make things quicker. We'll start now. First, if you believe Xia Chuanxiang wins, please stand up. Everyone looked at each other, waiting to see who would stand. Zhou Haoyu smiled. If anyone stood up now, they probably had a problem with their ears. He was worried because his team leader's partner was excellent and her cooking was top-notch. When Xia Chuanxiang saw the result, her face turned pale and she froze in place. She had lost completely. No one in the audience stood up. Gao Jing angrily said to Xia Chuanxiang, She did it on purpose. She only knows a little, but that's not true. I think no one in our team can play the eru as well as her. Don't worry, we still have 2 more rounds. The next one is your strong point. Xia Chuanxiang felt a bit calmer after her reassurance. Thinking that her next skill was her strength, she clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath. Captain Yang said, If you think Xiao Keqing wins, please stand up. Suddenly, everyone in the audience stood up again, and thunderous applause rang out. Captain Yang waved his hand. Everyone sit down. The result is clear. Let's move on to the second round. The first round was Xia Chuanxiang, and now Xiao Keqing will go. It's fair and just. Xiao Keqing calmly went on stage, took the microphone and said, I didn't have time to prepare. Could Captain Yang please arrange for a piano to be brought up?
Captain Yang nodded.
Sure. He turned to arrange it, feeling excited. He was happy to hear her sing again. Xia Chuanxiang bit her lip tightly. How could she play the piano? While waiting for the piano to be set up, Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting's spot in the audience. The man was staring at her steadily, full of deep affection. She knew that look very well. A small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but she quickly looked away so he wouldn't see her expression. Lu Ting had excellent eyesight and saw her smile clearly. Xiao Keqing smiled at him. Captain Yang quickly arranged for the piano to be placed in the center. Once the microphone was fixed, Xiao Keqing went over and sat at the piano, adjusting her position so she could sing while playing without any trouble. Her fingers gently rested on the piano keys, and she began to play a few notes. The sounds were not very smooth, but she played them anyway. Gao Jing and Xia Chunxiang both sneered at the same time. Is that all? Xiao Keqing's best instrument was the piano, which she used most often before. She looked up at the audience and said, "This song is called The Brave One." As she finished speaking, a smooth and beautiful melody started to play. It's all about bravery, your forehead wound, your differences, your mistakes. There's no need to hide them. Your worn-out doll, your mask, your true self. Xiao Keqing played more and more passionately, her body slightly swaying with the rhythm, as if she had become one with the piano. Who says someone covered in mud isn't a hero? When she sang this, the audience was moved by her emotion. Lu Ting was repeatedly shocked by her performance. Xia Chunxiang couldn't believe her ears. Her piano playing was much better than the eru, and her singing was deeply touching. Loving you walking alone in dark alleys, loving your proud stance, loving your confrontation with despair, refusing to cry, loving your tattered clothes but daring to gamble with fate. Her singing was unstoppable, like a flood bursting out, pushing emotions to the highest point again and again, full of power. Her voice seemed to have a magical quality, with strong, instantly touching everyone's hearts and hitting straight at their souls. Go. Yes, go. Dreaming humbly. Fight? Yes, fight. Dreaming alone and proud, for the sobs and roars in the darkness. When the song ended, every audience member had tears in their eyes, clapping excitedly. The applause lasted long, and the atmosphere reached an unprecedented. Lu Ting went to wait for Qing'er backstage again, just like last time. He quickly left. Jiang Qi saw him leave and guessed he was looking for Xiao Qingqing. There was nothing else to see, so he wanted to leave too, but he still waited until the show was over. He was also voting for Xiao Qingqing. Yang Yunxiao was crying uncontrollably, feeling even more guilty. She was busy with her career and didn't spend enough time caring for her. Her father was even less present. Her children were her pride. Grandpa Lu was tear-streaked, choking as he said, "Old man, you're so terrible. You're hiding such an excellent granddaughter all this time?" Grandpa Xiao sniffled and choked. "I've said it many times. She just hasn't grown up yet. Why are you so excited? I'm just as emotional." As Lu Ting reached the side of the stage, he saw Xiao Jinjia waiting at the entrance. This was the only way Xiao Keqing would come down. Xiao Junjia saw the visitor and thought this guy might be here to block his sister. If it weren't for him saving her, he wouldn't be so quick to forgive him. Lu Ting approached Xiao Junjia and asked with a smile, "When did you arrive?" Xiao Junjia held his sister's coat on his wrist and said, "This morning." "Are you waiting for my sister?" Lu Ting's lips curved slightly. "Can't hide it from you." "Yes, I am." Xiao Keqing confidently stood up, bowed in the center of the stage, and placed the microphone to her mouth. "Thank you all for your applause." After speaking, she was about to leave the stage when she saw Xia Chunxiang pass by without even a glance. Xia Chunxiang felt nervous inside. She was also moved by Xiao Keqing's singing. At that moment, she believed the reason she could be selected was because she truly had talent. With a nervous heart, she went onto the stage. After leaving the stage, Xiao Keqing saw two men talking. Her brother looked proud and a bit aloof. Lu Ting saw Xiao Keqing first and swallowed his words, then walked over with a smile. Xiao Junjia turned to look at his sister, who was pouting and ignoring Lu Ting, then went straight to him. Xiao Junjia chuckled, took down the box on his back, opened it, and gave a meaningful smile to Lu Ting. Lu Ting touched his cheek, thinking that if he hadn't promised Qing'er to keep things from the family, he would have gone to explain himself already. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any trouble with Xiao Junjia. They quickly packed the eru, and Xiao Junjia put it back on his back. He helped his sister put on her hat and opened her coat. "Here, wear this so you don't catch a cold," he said, raising an eyebrow at Lu Ting beside him.
Lu Ting snorted coldly.
"What's there to be proud of? Qing'er is already with me now." Xiao Junjia looked at his sister walking toward the dance troupe. He couldn't follow her because there were too many women in the troupe. It was better to avoid trouble. He turned to look at Lu Ting and thought about his outfit today. He boasted, "How do I look in this outfit?" After saying that, He patted the button on his sleeve as if dusting it off. In the past, he almost got angry when his sister gave him something, but now he saw this as a chance to tease her back. Lu Ting looked at his clothes, which matched the color of his family's windbreaker. The fabric was better and more fashionable.
You look good, he said.
As a future brother-in-law, he had to say nice things. Plus, it really suited him and made him look more handsome. Xiao Junjie grinned and said, "When I got home today, my mom told me my sister had prepared new clothes for me. When I opened the wardrobe, guess what?" Seeing his smug expression, Lu Ting's eyes darkened for a moment, and he forced a smile. Xiao Junjie looked at his brother's expression and could tell what he was thinking. He smiled even more happily and said, "Wow, a whole closet full of new clothes, all washed and neatly folded in the wardrobe." He then lifted his leg. "Look at these pants, and here are the shirts and this trench coat, all my sister prepared. There are so many, the closet is full." Lu Ting carefully examined Xiao Junjie's clothes, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you done talking? If yes, go back to the stage quickly. It's time to start the ticket check." After speaking, he strode forward, feeling quite disappointed. His sister's gifts for him were really suitable. Xiao Junjie burst out laughing, clearly annoyed by his brother, and thought it was a good chance to show off. Lu Ting returned to his seat. Summer Spring Fragrance was still singing a military song. After knowing Xiao Qixing's talent, Summer Spring Fragrance felt very nervous and made mistakes when singing high notes. Captain Yang and the performers from the art troupe noticed this. After witnessing Xiao Qixing's skill, everyone in the troupe was convinced. Gao Jing had nothing to say. She also recognized that her piano playing was professional level. She dared to admit her mistake. Indeed, it was their fault. Summer Spring Fragrance finished her song, bowed, and left the stage. Captain Yang took the microphone and said, "Does everyone think Xiao Qixing is worth recruiting? If you agree, please stand up." In an instant, all the audience stood up, and thunderous applause erupted again. Captain Yang continued, "Do you still want to see Xiao Qixing perform?" The audience below shouted in unison yes. Their enthusiasm seemed ready to light up the entire hall. Captain Yang smiled and said, "Since everyone wants to see more, we'll meet again on New Year's Day." The show is over. The people on stage immediately looked disappointed and started leaving. Xiao Qixing helped Xiao Shanshan back to the troupe. On the way, Shanshan kept praising her without stopping, laughing and talking happily until they reached the troupe. As soon as they entered, they saw everyone lined up. Her mother was also standing at the side of the line, watching her. When the performers saw Xiao Qixing, they all bowed in unison and said, "Comrade Xiao Qixing, we're sorry." They also bowed to Deputy Captain Yang Yunqiu and said, "Sorry, Deputy Captain Yang." Yang Yunqiu looked at his daughter and then at Xiao Qixing. She smiled at everyone and said, "I see your sincerity. I forgive you." Xiao Qixing couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the arts troupe relaxed and quickly gathered around to praise her. Meanwhile, Lu Ting and the main group returned to their team, and Zhou Haoyu and his friends came over to join them. Zhou Haoyu grinned widely and said, "Boss, your girlfriend is really amazing. When did she become so outstanding?" Lu Ting's lips curled slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "She's always been excellent. You just didn't see it." The other comrades said, "Lu Tuanzhong is still the best. When will there be a wedding celebration?" Lu Ting looked at the speaker, and everyone else also turned to look at him, waiting for his answer. He checked the time and said, "Are we training? It's enough talking. When it's time, we'll have a celebration and drinks. Hurry up, one after another." Everyone thought there was still an hour before dinner, so they wouldn't train. But as expected of the Soldier King, watching everyone leave, Lu Ting thought about marriage. At this moment, his girlfriend was almost tired of him. Why get married? He quickened his pace to the arts troupe's main road, waiting for Xiao Qixing. If she went home, he wouldn't see her anymore. Seeing Xiao Junjie's proud expression today, he knew he wouldn't be allowed to see her. After chatting with everyone for a while, Director Yang came in. Director Yang said, "Qixing, you keep surprising me more and more. When will you write down the sheet music?" Xiao Keqing took a tape and the written sheet music from her pocket and said, "There are 2 songs from the Southern troops. The tape has me singing, so you can play it in the troop whenever you want." Director Yang's eyes widened with joy. "A tape? That's great. You thought of everything. You're really impressive. It's getting late today. Go home early and rest. When I have time, I'll discuss the error with you again." Xiao Keqing nodded and said, "Okay," then looked at her mother. Yang Yunqiu reacted quickly and said, "Kiki, you go home first. I still have some things to handle." "All right, I'll go now." After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Keqing left. She wasn't in a hurry now and strolled home alone. As she reached the road, she unexpectedly saw someone come out from behind a big tree. She stopped suddenly. It's Lu Ting. She looked into his eyes and saw a hint of sadness on his face. Does this man have such a side? He looks a bit cute when he's sad. Was he feeling wronged? Who told him not to say anything? She wasn't angry. She just wanted him not to hide things from her. She wanted to see if he had thought about the problem. The 2 of them stood about 7 or 8 meters apart, gazing at each other. Lu Ting was worried someone might see them. This wasn't a good place for a private conversation. He stepped forward quickly, took her hand, and started walking. Xiao Keqing followed him, twisting and turning, unsure of where they were. They climbed a small hill. She looked around. This man really knew how to find hidden spots. Even if she retraced their steps, it might be difficult. She couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" On the hillside behind the family compound, Lu Ting replied, still holding her hand as they walked. He felt like he was hiding, which made him feel more upset. Just a few days of dating, and she already wanted to leave him? They stopped, and Lu Ting turned to look at Xiao Keqing with a deep gaze. "Are you planning to leave me? Are you ignoring me? Is this what you mean by putting me first?" Xiao Keqing was stunned by his repeated "are you" questions. "Because I asked you last night and you didn't tell me. If I have something to say, I won't tell you now. I even wanted to remind you, but it seems you don't need it. Do you like the salty peach pastries?"
Lu Ting shuckled angrily.
"So, you didn't tell me about such an important thing today?" Xiao Keqing pouted. "I was going to tell you last night, but since you didn't tell me, why should I tell you now?" Lu Ting stepped closer, wrapping her in his arms. "It's okay, if you didn't tell me. You said you'd tell me if Jiang Qi was bothering you, right? I thought I could chase her away, so she wouldn't come back. I didn't want to cause trouble for you. That's why I didn't say anything. I was worried you'd be upset with me. Now it's worse. You're angry with me, and you almost left me." Xiao Keqing remembered what she had said before. No wonder this man didn't tell her. "I didn't want to leave you," she said. Lu Ting then recounted everything about Sue coming to see him yesterday, word for word. "How did you find out? Who told you?" Xiao Keqing fiddled with his buttons one by one. "I was just passing by with Jiang Qi when I saw Sue. She said she saw you going there, even brought your favorite salty peach pastries, and she even transferred to the military hospital for you." Lu Ting clenched his teeth and said, "So you knew your man had another woman after him, and you're okay with it? You don't care at all? You won't even call me your man? She can still find me?" Xiao Keqing saw the man's angry look and said, "I didn't know you still liked salty peach crisps. It made me feel really upset. Who said I didn't care anymore? Jiang Qi even climbed the wall to see me. Hee. Climbed the wall?" Lu Ting was surprised and asked, "You actually climbed the wall to see me? Do you not trust me? Are you worried I don't want you? Can I tell you how I feel?" Xiao Keqing asked back, "If I didn't trust you, could I be with you?" Lu Ting instantly felt relieved and explained, "Don't listen to her. I don't like salty peach crisps. I won't hide anything from you anymore. Please don't ignore me easily, okay?" Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "All right. Do you believe the dream I had now? I knew she would come to work at the hospital in the capital. She would want to stay far from the lake or water. She might even try to set you up or drug you." Xiao Keqing remembered from the book. Wasn't it that Lu Ting wouldn't touch her, so she would drug him? She didn't know if she had changed now or if she would still do that. Anyway, she just needed to warn him. Lu Ting was surprised and said, "You dare to say anything? She would really drug you? Even if she did, am I stupid? Would I fall for it? Besides you and my mom, I will stay far away from all women in the future. Xiao Keqing knew he didn't quite believe her strange story and said, yes, stay far away from her. Lu Ting softly asked, are you still angry? Xiao Keqing looked up at the man and shook her head. Lu Ting's lips curled up, and in the next second, he kissed her lips, wanting more. But the woman in his arms pushed him away. Xiao Keqing placed her hands on his chest and said, no, my brother is back. Someone might notice. Lu Ting said, your brother is back too. When will you introduce me to your family? Xiao Keqing replied, didn't we agree? It's only been a few days. Lu Ting's eyes darkened, and a deep, unreadable emotion flashed in his eyes. He coldly said, I see. I can't be in the light. After saying that, he released her and continued, your brother is back. Does that mean I can't see you anymore? Or that they can't know I'm your boyfriend? Xiao Keqing also didn't want her families to find out too soon. She hesitated about how to say it. Lu Ting took her hand and led her back, softly saying, let's go home. Your brother is still waiting. Xiao Keqing couldn't see the man's expression, but she felt he might be a little upset. Lu Ting didn't speak to her the whole way. As they approached the back door, he reluctantly let go of her hand, his eyes darkening. He turned to Xiao Keqing and said, go inside. Don't let anyone see you. It might reach your brother's ears. I won't come to your house for dinner tonight, so your brother won't see me. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. I am going to the team now. Xiao Keqing looked at his back as he walked away, pouting her little mouth. Wasn't this what she wanted? Why did she feel so unhappy inside? She turned to head home. When she entered the yard, she saw a few military wives. They smiled and came over to greet her, praising her warmly. Xiao Keqing chatted with them for a while before heading back home. When she arrived, she saw her mother had already come back, busy setting bowls and chopsticks. The food on the table was even more delicious today. Her mom asked curiously, weren't you back before me? Why are you later? I met some of the women from the yard and talked for a while, so I was late, Xiao Keqing replied, then went to wash her hands. Xiao Junjie came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Sister, call Grandpa to eat. Okay, Xiao Keqing said, finishing her wash and going to her grandfather's room. Grandpa, dinner is ready. Grandpa saw his granddaughter and smiled. Kiki is back. When will you play the piano and eru? I want to listen. Your music sounds so nice. Xiao Keqing held her grandfather's arm. Let's eat first. If you want to listen, I'll play for you after dinner. Grandpa quickened his pace. All right, eat quickly. After you finish, I want to hear it. Just as Xiao Keqing and her grandpa sat down at the table, her mother came out of the kitchen and placed a bowl of donkey-hide gelatin steamed eggs in front of Kiki, saying, last time, you couldn't eat because you weren't hungry. Today, just eat this first, then have your meal. Xiao Keqing looked at the bowl, filled with eggs made with donkey-hide gelatin, red dates, and goji berries. She felt deeply touched. Since her illness last time, her mother had made these for her. In this material-scarce era, they were precious. This was true motherly love. Xiao Junjie looked at what was in her bowl and reminded her, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Finish the soup too. Xiao Keqing smiled at her mother and said, Mom is the best. Now that I am feeling better, I won't need these anymore, right? Her mother replied seriously, no, you can't just stop. And by the way, didn't you have a stomach ache last time? Drinking this can help. After speaking, she started eating her own meal. Xiao Keqing was eating the eggs in her bowl and felt a warm sense of family. Xiao Junjie had heard from his comrades that his wife wanted to buy a jiao, a traditional supplement, but he couldn't find it anywhere. Could her mother have bought it on the black market? He frowned and said, Mom, I'll buy the jiao from now on. You don't need to go to those places. Zhao's mother dismissed it. There's plenty of it. We won't run out anytime soon, so no need to buy more. Xiao Keqing wasn't sure if a jiao was expensive in this time, but she guessed it wasn't cheap. She asked, why buy so much? It's not food. Remember to eat some yourself. And with Aunt Sunday, Zhao's mother thought about how she hadn't seen Lu Ting these past 2 days. Maybe they weren't together yet. She stopped eating and said, I didn't want to say this, but everything in this bowl was bought by Lu Ting. I was worried you wouldn't eat it, so
I told Aunt Sun and myself not to say it was him. Such a good boy. Xiao Keqing suddenly paused with her spoon and stared at the food in her bowl. Xiao Junjia's hand paused as he ate, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. He looked at his sister, curious about what she was thinking. Zhao's mother looked at her daughter and said, "He's worried about your health. That's why he's been changing how he prepares food for you. He's taking care of you in the hospital, and I see that. Although he didn't do well before, look at him now. He truly cares for you. I don't understand what you're thinking. If you two can't be together, it's better to return what you received. Count it, and your brother will pay him back another day. You and your brother should also go on blind dates." After saying this, Zhao's mother continued eating her meal. Xiao Keqing looked at her bowl and kept eating, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. A sweet feeling rose in her heart. Thinking about Lu Ting's expression of grievance, she decided she should tell her family early that he was her boyfriend. She was now officially with someone, so how could she still go on blind dates? Tomorrow, she would tell him this news. Xiao Junjie watched how quickly his sister's mood changed. After dinner, Xiao Keqing pulled her brother outside to sit and warned him, "Grandpa and Mom will ask if I know how to play the arrow. You need to find a way to cover for me." Xiao Junjie looked at his sister with affection. "You're really my good sister, always leaving tough problems for me." Xiao Keqing grinned mischievously. "Who else but my own brother?" Xiao Junjie thought for a long time, hesitated, and then said, "Maybe just say you found a master last time. The master doesn't want others to know. Is that okay? Anyway, he's the one teaching you the skills." Xiao Keqing looked at her brother with suspicion. "Will that work?" Xiao Junjie, "I can't think of anything. If I can't do it, I have to. Or maybe you should think of it yourself." Xiao Keqing hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, if asked, just answer that you took me there when I was little. That way, it sounds more believable." Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "You really want to drag me into this, huh?" Xiao Keqing giggled and replied, "You're my brother." Thinking about the matchmaking situation, she wanted to tell her brother about Ranjia. She asked, "Brother, are you planning to pursue Tang Ranjia this time when you come back?" Xiao Junjie nodded and said, "Yeah." Xiao Keqing asked, "What do you like about her, brother?" Xiao Junjie was stumped by his sister's question. He looked away and thought, "What do I like about her?" It seemed that after these years, he had almost forgotten what she looked like. The only things in his mind were how she was bullied, her pitiful look, and her silhouette when she walked. He scratched his head, unsure how to answer his sister. He looked at her seriously and said, "Ah, you asking me this, I really don't know what I like about her." Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up and she asked again, "Do you miss her a lot in the southern troops?" Xiao Junjie paused for a moment and thought, "Not really. I've been busy with work, so I don't really think about her." Xiao Keqing continued, "What does she like to eat? What color clothes does she like? What does she dislike? What do you enjoy talking about with her the most?" Xiao Junjie couldn't answer her questions and said, "Why are you asking so many questions about a kid? Focus on yourself." Xiao Keqing said seriously, "Brother, when you like someone, you care about everything about her. What she likes, what she dislikes, you think about her all the time. You can't help but want to see her. You worry about whether she's doing well. You worry if she likes someone else. Do you have these feelings?" Xiao Junjie frowned. It seemed his sister's questions revealed that he really didn't have these feelings. He said, "Aren't these things only thought of after marriage? It doesn't seem like you're in love." Xiao Keqing glared at her brother. "Do you feel like you're getting old in the army now? Seeing people around your age already married, and you're just thinking about marriage?" Xiao Junjie asked, "What kind of question is that? Isn't it true that at this age, if you don't find a partner, people will gossip? Anyway, everyone's going to get married." Xiao Keqing smiled, thinking that Lu Ting was right. It's not love. Her brother's mind is a bit muddled. She sighed and said, "Brother, I've seen more of the world than you have before, and I've seen more things. What you call liking someone isn't just that. When you like someone, your heart can't help but think of her. The excitement makes your heart beat faster, and you might even want to kiss her. Do you feel that way?" Xiao Junjie suddenly remembered the scene where Qiao Shanshan applied medicine to her,
and his heart beat a little faster. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Keqing straightforwardly said, Tang Ran has been married for a few years now. The child is about 1 or 2 years old. Xiao Junjia's mind was still thinking about Qiao Shanshan smiling at him, but when he heard about Tang Ran's marriage, he felt very calm. Xiao Junjia smiled. His sister had said so many things just to wait for him here. Do you think I would be upset knowing she's married? But you're right. She's married now, and if I find someone else, I can just go on blind dates with my mom. It doesn't matter who I date, someone kind, good-natured, and good-looking. If she thinks I'm good, we can get married. There's no need for all those questions about wanting to kiss her. Isn't that something you only think about after marriage? Who are you kidding? Xiao Keqing chuckled angrily. She said all those things just for him, but he turned around and brought her into it. Fine. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. You go on blind dates if you want. I won't. She already had a man, so why bother with blind dates? Xiao Junjia hurriedly said, Are you planning to stay single forever? Why are you so unpredictable? Xiao Keqing smiled and said, All right, let's change the subject. I have something else to tell you. Xiao Junjia asked suspiciously, What is it? Xiao Keqing then told him about Jiang Qi and his service in the army. Xiao Junjia was stunned. Just the guy in the photos with a feminine look? Xiao Keqing patted Xiao Junjia's shoulder and said with a smile, Feminine? He just has OCD. He's very upright in his values, but he doesn't like women because something big happened to him when he was young, which made him avoid women. Xiao Junjia was very curious. What happened? Xiao Keqing looked at her brother. You're really nosy, but I won't tell you. Xiao Junjia scoffed coldly. I don't even want to know. Why is he so close to you then? Xiao Keqing smiled. I can tell you. We grew up together since we were kids. He's my older brother, just like you. Xiao Junjia watched the video and nodded, understanding many things. When can I meet him? Xiao Keqing said, He comes to our house for dinner every week. He won't come tomorrow, but he'll be back the day after. Xiao Keqing looked at her brother and asked, How do you feel about Tang Ran's marriage? Xiao Junjia smiled and said, My good sister, don't worry. Without her, I can still find someone to date. Changing partners isn't a big deal. Xiao Keqing shook her head, thinking, My brother is just. Well, suit yourself, she said. The two continued chatting. Lu Ting returned to the team and carefully finished the tasks he hadn't completed in the afternoon, so he wouldn't have to think about other stressful things. The team members also complained, as they had planned to finish training on Sunday, but they ended up doing it at night. After chatting for a while, Grandpa came out. He sat next to Xiao Keqing and looked at Xiao Junjia, advising last time Lu Ting brought home many expensive gifts and recently he sent a lot of meat and vegetables. Our family hasn't gone without meat. Since you're back, you should visit. Without him, your sister wouldn't be sitting here now. Try to choose the best gifts. Xiao Junjia nodded and said, Got it. Don't worry, I'll arrange this tomorrow. Grandpa added, And if there are other families you plan to visit, buy gifts for them too. Xiao Junjia nodded again. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about that. I know what to do, and I'll handle it properly. Grandpa was very pleased. His grandson had grown up and looked more mature and steady. He said, There's one more important thing. Find a wife quickly. I'm waiting to hold a great-grandchild. Xiao Junjia smiled and said, Okay, I promise to complete the task. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing chuckled. Her silly brother. It's so funny. Marriage and having kids are tasks. She had never seen anyone like her brother before. This was the first time. Does he not understand love? That's not good. She was worried sick. Tonight, she decided to find some love movies for him to watch so he could learn. And it would be better if the movies had some kissing scenes or other romantic stuff, something with color. Otherwise, when he finds a partner, he might not even know how to kiss. Thinking of Lu Ting, how could this man be so good at kissing? She needed to ask him about it another day. Since her brother was on vacation, she figured they could stay up late watching TV tonight. After chatting for a while, Xiao Keqing and her brother went back to the second floor. Xiao Keqing said, Brother, don't sleep early tonight. Wait for me. I have something to show you. Xiao Junjia agreed, okay. He had planned to sleep early tonight because the train ride was tiring, but since his sister asked, he would wait. Back in her room, Xiao Keqing locked the door and took out a tablet computer. She had already downloaded a romantic movie. She opened it and started browsing, adding it to her favorites if it looked good. After watching dozens of movies, she finally stopped. She stored the tablet in her space and ran to her brother's door, knocking. Xiao Keqing heard her brother's voice and opened the door to go inside. She saw her brother wearing the pajamas she had prepared for him, lying on the bed. She first closed his door. In the next moment, a tablet appeared in her hand. When Xiao Junjie saw what his sister was holding, his eyes lit up briefly. He looked at her with a smile. "Is this what you want me to see?" "Yes." Xiao Keqing sat on the edge of her brother's bed, opened the tablet, and started teaching him. "Click here. There's a collection here. I downloaded some romantic movies, dozens of them. I haven't told you to watch them all at once. Watch one tonight, another tomorrow. Once you're done, I specifically found these for you. It's good for your stubborn mind." "What? What's a romantic movie?" Xiao Junjie asked curiously. Xiao Keqing was speechless and explained. "A romantic movie shows how people fall in love and talk about feelings. It's like you, anyone can get married. It's a lifelong thing, so you can't be careless." After she finished, she took out her headphones and plugged them in. Xiao Keqing clicked on a movie. "Watch carefully. It's best to learn how they kiss, so you won't be clueless when the time comes." Xiao Junjie suddenly sat up, his ears turning slightly red. "What? There's kissing in here?" Seeing her brother's reaction, Xiao Keqing said, "You're like a primitive person. Even primitive people are smarter than you. The tablet is out of power. Just charge it. Here's the battery indicator." She pointed to the screen showing the battery level. Xiao Junjie looked at his sister. "Are you still a girl? Why aren't you shy?" Xiao Keqing shot him a quick glance. "The movies are set in the place where we used to live. Take a good look. Can I compare myself to you, this primitive person? I'm leaving now. Don't stay up too late. Watch one, and then sleep. Watch more tomorrow." After saying that, Xiao Keqing left. Xiao Junjie touched his warm ears and turned on the movie. Every second of the film kept him captivated. The future is so advanced, tall buildings, cars that his era doesn't have. Looking at the male lead on the screen, if he were like that in his time, people would call him a troublemaker. But since his sister let him watch it, she surely doesn't mean him any harm. When the male lead was about to kiss, his eyes widened in surprise. Still, she was showing him this? Oh, she's even showing him this? What exactly is her sister trying to show him? His ears also started to feel warm. After finishing one story, he thought about how many ways there are to date in the future. He decided to sleep and continue watching tomorrow. The next day, the sky was very bright. Xiao Keqing looked out the window and saw it was clearly colder. Going for a run outside was not a good idea. Too cold. She didn't want to go. After getting up, washing up, and changing clothes, she thought about Lu Ting. She wasn't sure if he would come to her house for breakfast today. Just as she was about to put on her watch, she remembered the watch given by the man and took it out to look at it. She put it on her wrist, and Xiao Keqing couldn't help but smile. It looked nice. When she went downstairs, she saw her brother in the dining room. The others weren't there. She checked the time and realized they must have gotten up late. She didn't see Lu Ting, so he probably wouldn't come now. She felt a little disappointed. This was what she wanted, but she couldn't feel happy. She understood that there was no need to care so much. Being confident and open about things might not be a bad idea. Otherwise, her mom might really arrange a blind date for her, and she didn't want that. She sat down across from her brother. Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and asked, "Are you going to the arts troupe today?" Xiao Keqing was eating porridge and said, "No, I don't need to go every day. I just need to think about the New Year's program." Xiao Junjie said, "Finish breakfast, then come with me to buy gifts." Xiao Keqing nodded and said, "Okay." Then she softly asked, "Can I use the gifts I have in my space?" Xiao Junjie looked serious and said, "No, I don't want you to be in danger." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "All right, let's eat and go together." Today, her brother was going to the Lu family, so he would definitely eat at Lu Ting's house tonight. Last time, she couldn't go because of her period and trying to avoid the man, so she would definitely go today. Meanwhile, Lu Ting finished his run. He hadn't seen her this morning either, probably because he was afraid her brother would find out. He felt like cold air was surrounding him. Back home, he grabbed a steamed bun and went to the military. As soon as he entered, he heard a familiar voice on the radio. He stopped in his tracks and stood still, listening to the song. It was Qing'er's voice, singing a song for the Southern Military Unit, China Awakens. The song was very touching. The lyrics made him want to cry, full of vivid images. He walked straight to the team and saw every soldier listening carefully, with tears in their eyes. Her sister Qing'er was amazing. Only she could do this. After the song finished, Qing'er's voice came from the radio again. Next, please listen to Ryuan. You are the path of shaking, a light in the mountain fog. Every soldier seems frozen, listening to the radio song. The soldiers feel stuck in their throats, tears wetting their clothes. The lyrics touch everyone's deepest feelings. Another song ends, and the radio plays normally again. The soldiers start discussing. They recognize this is their Captain Zhao's daughter, so talented. They wonder who spread the rumors before. They really want to confront that person. Captain Yang's eyes are sharp as always. The members of the art troupe are amazed again, thinking their leader's choice was right. Yang Yunqiu cries loudly. Since starting work and joining the army, everyone has greeted her and praised her for raising a good daughter. Lu Ting thinks about Qing'er not wanting to admit she's his girlfriend in front of others. His eyes darken for a moment. Now her brother is back, and he worries she might hide from him again. He can't help but mock himself, feeling he still isn't good enough. He forces himself not to think about Xiao Keqing and quickly gets into work mode. When busy, he forgets about Xiao Keqing. Xiao Junjie finishes eating and goes to change clothes. He opens the wardrobe and exclaims, "Wow! What did my sister buy? Denim jacket and jeans. I've never worn this style before." He can't help but laugh. Xiao Keqing comes out of her room and sees her brother wearing the clothes. They fit really well. Xiao Junjie walks over to his sister. "How do I look? Do I look good?" "It feels a bit strange." Xiao Keqing praises. "You look handsome." "What's strange about that?" "You look great. Just wear it like that." Xiao Junjie and his sister take a car to the department store. They quickly arrive and buy some cigarettes, alcohol, and many pastries. Xiao Junjie knows that after Lu Ting returned, the family's meat dishes were all brought by him. He could not mention it, so he bought chicken and pork. He and his sister decide to take some fruit from the space. In this time of scarcity, fruit is especially precious. They carry their things home, arriving in the afternoon. Xiao Keqing makes 2 bowls of noodles and eats with her brother. After eating, she takes her brother into the space. "Brother, you put the fruit away. I'll go get something for Aunt Lu." Xiao Junjie nods. "Okay, go ahead." Xiao Keqing remembers that last time at the Southern Army, Aunt Lu used her face mask and said it was good. She even asked her to bring more. She took out 2 bottles of her homemade face mask, thinking her mom must have finished hers, so she gave one to her mom and another to Aunt Lu. Xiao Junjie was holding a duck, waiting to carry it to Aunt Lu's house later. Xiao Keqing brought her brother out of the room, and they organized the things they planned to give as gifts. Her brother couldn't carry everything alone, so Xiao Keqing found a basket. "It's too obvious. Use this basket." Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "Oh, my sister is so smart. Why didn't I think of that?" He put the items into the basket, and whatever didn't fit, he would carry in his hand later. Xiao Keqing looked at the time and saw it was 4:30 p.m. Aunt Lu finished work early and was probably at home. Xiao Junjie carried the basket and a sack, and they went to Aunt Lu's house together. Grandpa Xiao knew his grandson was coming today, so he arrived early at Aunt Lu's house to play chess with Grandpa Lu. When Xiao Junjie took out more items, Aunt Lu and Grandpa Lu looked surprised. Aunt Lu exclaimed, "Xiao Jie, what are you doing? Are you moving everything out? This is even more than the gifts Lu Ting took to his house last time." There are chickens, ducks, and meat too. Looking at the big apples, she asked where he bought them. They looked like high-quality products. Xiao Junjie smiled and said, Aunt Lu, just a little. It's not much. Compared to what Lu Ting brought before, this was still a lot less. Grandpa Lu looked at Xiao Junjie and asked, Where are you planning to stay this time? Xiao Junjie sat next to Grandpa Lu and said, With Brother Lu, this time I'll be deputy group leader. Grandpa Lu nodded and said, You and Xiao Ting are together. I feel more at ease. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing gave the face mask to Aunt Lu, who was very happy and reminded her to stay for dinner at home. Xiao Keqing happily agreed, Aunt Lu, I'll go back and call Aunt Sun to come help. I can also lend a hand. That would be great. I'll start boiling hot water and prepare the chicken and duck, Aunt Lu said, then went to boil water. Xiao Keqing went home and told Aunt Sunday. Aunt Sun said, You don't need to help. You don't know how to kill chickens, right? Xiao Keqing thought that was true and decided, I'll wait at home until Mom comes back, then we'll go to Aunt Lu's together. The men would come home around that time anyway. Aunt Sun went to help at Aunt Lu's house. Xiao Keqing checked the time and saw she had an hour left to study her planting project. She thought the film she ordered last time should arrive soon. Meanwhile, Lu Ting glanced at his watch, realizing he finished his task half an hour early. He packed his things and prepared to go home, not sure if he would see Qinger today. Others date their partners more openly, but he was more secretive. If he hadn't promised Qinger, he couldn't bear this situation even for a day, especially now that Xiao Junjie was back. Seeing his smug look, he seemed like someone who deserved a good scolding, making it hard for him to even see Qinger. What he found even harder to accept was this little woman, who no longer allowed him to kiss her. When he returned to the residential area and reached the gate of Zhao's house, he paused and looked at the closed door. He didn't knock but went straight home. The yard gate was open, and as he stepped inside, he heard Xiao Junjie's laughter. Only then did Lu Ting realize Xiao Junjie had returned yesterday, so it was normal for him to visit today. He quickened his pace and entered the house. He didn't see the person he missed so much, and his eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Xiao Junjie saw Lu Ting come in, stood up, and walked over to him, placing his hand on Lu Ting's shoulder. They went to the place where the gifts were kept. Pointing at the gifts, he said, Brother Lu, one of these is for you. Lu Ting looked at the many items on the table and raised his eyebrows. You're being too polite? Xiao Junjie replied, Who's being polite? It's only right. Your kindness to my sister, our whole family remembers it. Lu Ting said, No need. He was good to his wife. That was only right. Xiao Junjie said, My mom told me about everything you've done for the family recently, including buying the donkey hide gelatin. Since you and my sister can't be together, our family won't just take your gifts for nothing. I'll give you the money tonight. Lu Ting's eyes slightly narrowed. Does Xiao Qiqing also know we can't be together? Does she know what you're doing? Xiao Junjie waved it off. Of course she knows. We bought everything together. Lu Ting's lips curled into a faint smile, but his eyes were cold as ice. He pushed away Xiao Junjie's hand on his shoulder, took a deep breath, and said, I trained today. I'll go upstairs to shower first, and come down later. Xiao Junjie looked him up and down, and said, Go ahead. After you wash up, we can chat. I still have a lot to ask you about the army. Lu Ting didn't reply, but went straight upstairs. Zhao's mother finished work, and Xiao Qiqing held her mother's hand as they arrived at Lu's house. As soon as she entered, she looked around at the people inside. Was Lu Ting not back? After greeting everyone, she went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. After a large table of dishes was set, Mama Xiao looked upstairs. Coco was there, but he still hadn't come down. Mama Xiao said to Xiao Junjie, Xiao Jie, go upstairs and call him down to eat. Okay, Xiao Junjie quickly got up and walked upstairs briskly. Xiao Keqing looked upstairs. She thought he hadn't returned, but it turned out he was upstairs. She went to the dining table and sat next to her mother. Xiao Junjie knocked on the door and said, Not eating eagerly? Are you out of your mind? Hurry up. After speaking, he went downstairs. Lu Ting quickly dressed, and his face looked calm again. He followed Xiao Junjie downstairs and immediately spotted the person he had been thinking about. He went straight to the cabinet, took out a bottle of wine, and returned to the table. He looked down as Xiao Junjie sat beside him. He then looked at the woman across from him. Their eyes met. The man seemed to have just finished a shower. Water droplets still clung to his damp hair. His deep eyes looked at her, making Xiao Keqing's heart beat faster. Lu Ting opened the wine but reluctantly looked away, greeting the elders and Xiao Junjie while drinking. Then he sat down across from Xiao Keqing again. Their eyes met once more, both seeming to carry warmth, as if they wanted to burn each other with their gaze. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but smile slightly. At this moment, Xiao Junjie, sitting beside her, took a piece of chicken and put it in her bowl, saying, "Why aren't you eating? What are you thinking about?" Xiao Keqing glared at her brother. "I'm just eating." Lu Ting clearly saw Keqing's eyes. She must be thinking about him, staring at him for a long time. He couldn't be mistaken. Her gaze was full of longing. A smile crept onto his face as he started eating. Mama Lu saw Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing exchanging looks clearly. She felt happy instantly. Oh, things are about to get serious in her family. This boy was hiding something from her. Mama Xiao finally looked at her daughter and Lu Ting, but she missed their little glances. Today, both of them were very quiet. Usually, Lu Ting would help her daughter with food, but today they didn't say a word. She thought that their recent hand-holding might lead to something good, but seeing such a good son-in-law, her daughter might be ruining it. She felt a bit annoyed. Mama Lu was in a good mood now, eating happily and smiling, saying, "Keqing, Xiao Jia, help yourselves to the food, just like at home." Xiao Keqing looked at Mama Lu and said, "Okay." Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "All right, Aunt Lu, you should eat more too." Mom Lu finally took a serious look at Xiao Junjie, noticing how fashionable his outfit was. She turned to her son with a look of disapproval, thinking he wasn't dressed up at all. Seeing Xiao Junjie, she suddenly felt he looked several years younger than her son. She hadn't noticed this before. Look at others, they know how to dress well. Mom Lu praised Xiao Jia. "Look at how stylish your outfit is. So handsome. You don't look 25 at all. Next time, take my son shopping for clothes." Xiao Junjie explained, "I don't know much about this. My sister bought all these clothes for me." After saying that, he looked at Lu Ting and added proudly, "My closet is full of them." Lu Ting's deep, dark eyes looked at Xiao Junjie and sneered coldly. "It's just a few clothes bought. What's there to be so proud of? He just ate some potatoes, but they tasted sour. What kind of dish did his mom make? It's terrible." He turned his gaze to look at Lu Qiqing. His partner was such a disappointment, just buying clothes. Didn't he ever think of buying him one? Jealousy almost spilled out of his eyes. Lu Qiqing understood the emotions in the man's eyes. She wasn't the only one who bought him clothes. She just hadn't given them to him yet. Mom Lu's eyes brightened, and she exaggeratedly said, "Coco has good taste after all." Mom Xiao glanced at her son and then said to Mom Lu, "What's the use of being handsome? It's useless if you can't find a partner. Xiao man, do you have someone suitable? Arrange a blind date for my son." Mom Lu thought for a moment and said cautiously, "I've heard of someone, but I'll check and get back to you." "There really is someone." Mom Xiao immediately smiled. Good, good. "You see, I can't help but worry. All these guys, none of them are reliable." Mom Lu laughed. "Same here. My family isn't easy either." Xiao Junjie looked at his mom and said, "Mom, when you arrange my sister's blind date, try to do it during my holiday. I want to supervise." Lu Ting suddenly paused with his chopsticks, almost dropping them. His breathing hitched. He clenched his teeth, and anger radiated from him. His narrowed eyes fixed on the woman opposite him.
"Oh my."
Seeing the man's gaze, Xiao Keqing felt her heart pounding. She swallowed her rice quickly, about to say something to him, but suddenly noticed everyone's eyes turning toward her. Mom Xiao looked at her silly son. He was hopeless, so naive. How could he say that in front of Lu Ting? Doesn't he know Lu Ting now likes her sister? She shook her head. So foolish. So naive. It must be because he inherited his father's brain, unable to see the situation clearly. To help her daughter feel less embarrassed, Mother Xiao loudly shouted, Xiao Junjie, stop dawdling. Finish eating quickly and go home to harvest the bamboo shoots. Don't be late. Xiao Junjie sensed the different atmosphere and looked at Lu Ting's expression. Realizing it late, he hurriedly finished the rice in his bowl. Take your time eating. I'm going to harvest the bamboo shoots. Lu Ting felt a knot in his throat, uncomfortable and stinging. He kept his eyes fixed on her. He put down his chopsticks, then glanced at the pile of gifts. After 3 seconds, he stood up. Take your time eating. I'm going to the back to harvest the bamboo shoots. After speaking, he headed toward the back door. Xiao Keqing was eating her rice and was secretly annoyed with her brother. Didn't he tell her last night not to go on blind dates? He clearly didn't remember. He's just a primitive person who doesn't understand feelings. Her boyfriend must be angry now. She sped up her eating. She put down her chopsticks and bowl. You eat first. I'm going to the back to harvest the bamboo shoots. After speaking, she headed in the direction the man had just gone. When Xiao Keqing reached the backyard, she saw the man sitting on a chair, one hand resting on the back of the chair, the other holding a cigarette. He took a deep breath and exhaled a smoke ring, then looked straight at her. She approached him and met his deep, dark eyes. His chiseled face showed no expression. Seeing Xiao Keqing come over, Lu Ting didn't want the cigarette smoke to bother her. He threw the cigarette on the ground, stepped on it, then looked up at the little woman in front of him and said with a half-smile, Aren't you worried your family might see you coming over? At this moment, Lu Ting felt nervous. Was she here to break up with him? He had bought some things to set boundaries and was about to go on a blind date. How could he let her do that? Are you going on a blind date? Lu Ting's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole aura suddenly cooled.
Forget about that.
Xiao Keqing saw that the man was truly angry. She sat down beside him and looked at the resentful man. I didn't agree to a blind date. You misunderstood. I already told you I wouldn't. Lu Ting was slightly stunned. Aren't you trying to set boundaries with me? Xiao Keqing asked suspiciously. When did I say I wanted to set boundaries with you? Lu Ting's hand on the backrest suddenly rested on Xiao Keqing's shoulder. He looked at her sideways and asked, Then what about the gifts? Aren't they meant to set boundaries with me? Xiao Keqing thought it was just her brother saying something that made the man misunderstand. She teased, You're so silly. It's about exchanging gifts. You saved me, so my brother wanted to buy better gifts. Lu Ting lightly tapped his cheek and asked, Are you playing me? Xiao Keqing smiled and said, He's just a simple guy, doesn't understand much. Last time, you said you really guessed about Tang Ran. He doesn't like her. Lu Ting thought about the matchmaking again and asked, Did your mom mention that she wants to set you up? Xiao Keqing nodded and replied, Yes, but I won't go.
Lu Ting sneered softly.
You still don't want to admit I'm your boyfriend, do you? And you don't plan to introduce me to your family? Xiao Keqing looked at him with a hint of sadness on her face and couldn't help but want to pinch his cheek. She placed her hand on his face and gently pinched his cheek, feeling how soft it was. Still angry? Lu Ting heard her words, but didn't reply. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Keqing noticed the sadness on his face and slightly smiled. She raised her watch-wearing hand and rolled up her sleeve to show her watch more clearly. It's getting dark earlier now. Let's see what time it is. After saying that, she glanced at Lu Ting. Lu Ting looked at her watch but forced himself to hide his nervous feelings, pretending not to see. Xiao Keqing saw that he only glanced briefly and wondered if he had nothing to say. She softly said, Just one kiss, and maybe you'll stop being mad? Hearing her gentle words, Lu Ting's heart fluttered. Oh, she's so adorable when she acts spoiled. He tried to keep his expression neutral and looked down at her. This matter is more important than anything. He had to ask clearly. Complaining won't help. Am I not good enough? Or did I embarrass you? Or do you really not believe I will treat you well for a lifetime? Can't you feel how I feel about you? Xiao Keqing showed a sly smile. Does she really think her acting spoiled won't work? In the next second, she cupped his face with both hands and pressed her lips to his. She gently kissed his lips, then pulled away and asked with a smile, Did that work? Lu Ting bit his lip and looked at her with affection.
Not really.
Are you worried your family will see? This matter is not up for discussion. They're all eating, so who would notice us? Xiao Keqing said, blushing slightly and giving his lips another gentle kiss before slightly pulling back. Lu Tingwei's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Don't think that just because of this. Xiao Keqing didn't wait for Lu Ting to finish speaking. She pressed her lips against his again and gently licked his lips. Lu Ting was instantly stirred by her flirtation. He suddenly grasped her neck and kissed her fiercely. This scene was just seen by Xiao Junjie, who was passing by. After returning home and putting away the bamboo shoots, Xiao Junjie remembered he wanted to ask Lu Ting about the army. But Lu Ting was taking a long shower, and he didn't get a chance to ask. He went back to the Lu family house. Seeing no one there, he asked the person eating at the table and learned that Lu Ting had gone to the backyard to pick bamboo shoots. He picked up 2 apples from the table and strode towards the backyard. What did he see? His eyes widened in shock as he watched his sister's brave side. He covered Lu Ting's face and kissed him passionately, one kiss after another. When Lu Ting's lips met his sister's, he was so surprised that one of the apples in his hand fell with a soft sound. Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing heard the noise and looked over. Xiao Keqing's face turned red with embarrassment. She wanted to dig a hole with her toes to hide in the 3-bedroom apartment. She blushed and buried her face in Lu Ting's chest. Lu Ting remained calm, though a faint trace of embarrassment flickered in his eyes. Inside, he was quite happy to see this. He even thought about how to do it openly and properly. Xiao Junjie, with a gloomy face, pointed in Lu Ting's direction and stammered, You too. Lu Ting tightened his grip around Xiao Keqing and used his thumb to wipe his lips. He looked at the little woman in his arms, his lips curling into a slight smile. He was curious to see how she would respond. Xiao Junjie was so angry that his chest rose and fell rapidly. He was furious. They were hiding this right under his nose. He looked at the apple in his hand, feeling like smashing it at Lu Ting. But he was worried it might hurt his sister, so he didn't. Still, he was furious that Lu Ting had tricked his sister so quickly. Why didn't he keep her for a little longer? Xiao Keqing peeked out, glanced at Lu Ting, then pretended to be calm. She straightened her body and looked at her brother. Seeing his angry face, she had no choice but to stand up and walk over. Xiao Junjie looked at his sister approaching. If he didn't smash that scoundrel, was he still his brother? He shook the apple in his hand angrily and cursed dog scoundrel. He gathered all his strength and threw the apple at the man sitting on the bench. Lu Ting quickly caught the flying apple. His hand trembled as he held it tightly. If it hit his head, it would surely hurt. It seemed Xiao Junjie was really angry. Xiao Keqing saw her brother use an apple to hit Lu Ting. Luckily, he didn't hit him. She pouted and asked, Do you really want to hit him to death? Lu Ting's eyes brightened when he heard Xiao Keqing's words, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Junjie snorted coldly at Lu Ting. Of course not. Do you think I'm joking? Then he turned to his sister and scolded, Don't you know girls should be modest? Look at yourself. What do you look like? You're like a female bandit. Hold him down and kiss him. Xiao Keqing glanced at her brother. He's just a block of wood. Doesn't understand anything. She retorted, What's wrong with being a female bandit? Even if I am one, I can still kiss my boyfriend. Lu Ting's eyes immediately lit up. Qinger admitted she liked him. A beautiful smile appeared on his face as he took a bite of the apple he was holding. It's so sweet. Xiao Junjie stared at his sister in shock. When did that happen? His brow furrowed slightly. He thought she shouldn't agree so quickly. Xiao Keqing replied, A few days ago. Xiao Junjie looked annoyed. Can't you be a bit more patient with him? After speaking, he looked at Lu Ting, who was happily eating his apple and watching them. Such a mischievous look. Xiao Keqing thought for a moment. Why should she be patient with him? That would just be torturing herself. She hadn't fallen in love before. In her past life, she didn't date anyone. But here, he was attractive to her aesthetic standards and kissing felt pretty good. She decided to follow her heart. Xiao Junjie looked at his sister. Why are you sneaking around? Why not tell the family? You're making Mom worry. Xiao Keqing explained, "What are you talking about? I wasn't sneaking around." She had already planned to tell the family. Lu Ting, hearing the answer he wanted, quickly finished his apple, walked over to Xiao Keqing, and stopped beside her. He looked at Xiao Junjie and said, "Don't make things difficult for her. If you're unhappy, come to me. Whether you want to fight or scold, I can handle it." Xiao Keqing stood between the two, glancing back and forth. "Brother, you can't hit him, okay?" Xiao Junjie tapped Xiao Keqing's forehead. "You're not married yet and you're already leaning the other way." Xiao Keqing said seriously, "I'm not leaning away. And, brother, I found someone. You should be happy for me." Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing with intense eyes. Qing'er is so good. She's already defending him. Xiao Junjie didn't want Lu Ting to get off so easily. He thought he was too lucky. "Sister, I still think he's not very reliable. I'll find someone else for you. Maybe you should change him." He couldn't let him get away so easily. Lu Ting couldn't help but frown, his sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Junjie. "Are you still my good brother? You still don't understand what kind of person I am. Am I unreliable? I will treat your sister well for a lifetime. Where can you find a brother-in-law like me?" Xiao Keqing looked at the man and smiled, saying, "Brother, I'll just try talking about this first. If it doesn't work, I can change later." Lu Ting sneered and said, "Changing later is fine. You still want to replace me, right?" Xiao Junjie saw Lu Ting angry and felt a bit more relaxed. "All right, if it doesn't work, we'll change earlier." Lu Ting looked steadily at Xiao Keqing, narrowing his eyes. "Is that really what you think?" Xiao Keqing looked at the man with a cold look in her eyes and asked, "Would you treat me badly?" Lu Ting assured her, "Of course not. I will treat you well for a lifetime and love you forever." Xiao Keqing held his hand and said, "Someone who treats me so well, can I change him?" After saying that, she pulled the man toward the house. Lu Ting was pulled toward the house by Xiao Keqing and stopped her, guessing what she was thinking about. Xiao Keqing turned to look at Lu Ting and softly said, "Didn't you want me to introduce you to my family?" Lu Ting smiled, showing his white, neat teeth. He couldn't hide his happiness and looked at Xiao Keqing with more passion. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but smile too. It's just about introducing her partner to her family, and he's so happy. Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting held hands and went inside. Xiao Junjie followed behind them into the house. Everyone stopped eating and looked at the two of them holding hands. Zhao's mother was first surprised, then she broke into a big smile. This must mean it's settled. Things are going well for them. Xiao Keqing looked at everyone, smiled, and briefly looked at Lu Ting, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is my partner, Lu Ting." Lu Ting looked at everyone and smiled, saying, "My partner is Xiao Keqing." Lu's mother was so excited she stood up and kept saying, "This is really great." Lu's grandfather was excited and said, "Good. If this guy bullies you, tell me, and I'll deal with him." Grandpa Xiao also nodded with a smile. Aunt Sun smiled and said, "What a perfect match." Lu's mother looked at Yang Yunqiu and said, "It's really happening now. Let's discuss the children's marriage." Zhao's mother. Xiao Keqing. Xiao Junjie. Lu Ting looked at his mother. She understood him best. It's better to marry her sooner. Aunt Xiao hesitated and asked, "Xiao man, is this too soon?" Although she liked Lu Ting, she felt it was happening too quickly. Mom Lu waved her hand and said, "It's not early at all. Bringing home such a good person early makes her feel at ease, and her son is almost 26, so it's not early. It's actually quite late." Xiao Keqing immediately let go of the man's hand and stepped forward, saying, "Aunt Lu, we're just dating. Marriage isn't urgent, and I'm not even 20 yet." Mom Lu thought for a moment and said, "You're only a few days away from 20, right?" Xiao Keqing nodded, "Yes, just a few days. But no, it's not okay. No one gets married right after starting to date. It's too fast." Lu Ting stepped forward and asked, "Why not?" Xiao Keqing hesitated, unsure how to answer Lu Ting's question. She accidentally looked at her brother nearby and suddenly remembered something. She pointed at her brother and said, "My brother isn't married, so I can't get married yet. I'll wait until he gets married." Lu Ting looked at Xiao Junjie. He didn't even have a partner. When would he get married? If Xiao Junjie doesn't marry, he can't either? That wouldn't do. He couldn't wait. Isn't it common for sisters to get married first? Xiao Keqing didn't care if it was common or not. She thought getting married so quickly after dating was too much. She said, seriously, my grandfather said this is an ancestral rule. She looked at her grandfather and asked, Grandpa, is that true? Xiao Junjie looked at his grandfather with doubt. His family had this ancestral rule, but as the eldest son, he didn't know about it. Everyone turned to Grandpa Xiao. His granddaughter was really making things up. Where did this ancestral rule come from? To go along with her, he could only pretend. Oh, there is such a thing. Grandpa Lu glared at Grandpa Xiao and said, nonsense. Where does such a rule come from? You just got married before your older brother. Grandpa Xiao wasn't worried when Grandpa Lu exposed him. Anyway, if his granddaughter said there was such a rule, then there was. He told Grandpa Xiao, you still remember our family's ancestral rule? If it exists, it exists. Lu Ting couldn't tell. The ancestral rule was just a cover-up. Anyway, Xiao Qing was still a few days away from 20, so there was no rush. Mom Xiao said, my Coco isn't 20 yet either, so there's no rush. Xiao man, you should also start asking about my son's matchmaking. You'll need to help with this. Mom Lu hurriedly said, okay, tomorrow morning, make sure your son gets engaged early. Xiao Keqing finally managed to get past her worries and looked at her brother. Brother, are we going home? Xiao Junjie said, I need to wait a little longer. He still wanted to ask Lu Ting about the army matters. Xiao Keqing nodded and looked at everyone. You all chat, I'll go back first. Lu Ting said, I'll see you off. He stepped forward and took Xiao Keqing's hand, now openly holding it. Xiao Junjie followed behind them. Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand and walked into the yard, glancing back at Xiao Junjie. He frowned slightly. Was this person really clueless or pretending? Was he supervising his sister? He stopped walking, turned around, and said, You just said you wouldn't go back. Why are you following us? Xiao Junjie explained, I just want to find you. You're not home, so what am I supposed to do here? I have something to ask you. Lu Ting said, Wait until I'm back to talk. Don't follow us anymore. Xiao Junjie looked at the two holding hands. Why did it feel so awkward?
Haha.
He insisted on following anyway. Aren't you supposed to be bringing my sister home? We can talk at my place later. Lu Ting sneered at Xiao Junjie. If it were anyone else, he might have gone to punch him. But he was going to be his future brother-in-law. Could he really hit him? He still wanted to hug Qing'e later, but he probably wouldn't get the chance today. Xiao Keqing said, You all chat. I can go alone. Lu Ge, you don't need to see me off. Lu Ting turned and held Xiao Keqing's hand, softly saying, I'll see you off. The three of them left the yard. Xiao Junjie watched the two in front, holding hands. Lu Ting was still whispering to his sister. Although it was dark, someone might still see them. These two were too careless. He stepped forward and walked between them, opening their clasped hands and seriously said to Lu Ting, You're still outside. Be careful. Can you really hold her like that? Lu Ting clenched his teeth. This guy was really annoying. Xiao Keqing saw her brother shake his head and sighed. Lu Ting pushed Xiao Junjie aside and took Xiao Keqing's hand again. It's dark.
Who can see?
You're just being nosy. He held her hand, and they continued walking. Xiao Junjie stepped forward again and separated their hands, creating some distance. Who said nobody can see? I just see very clearly. Xiao Keqing said, Brother, you really should look more at what I showed you last night. I'm afraid you'll have trouble finding your sister-in-law. Lu Ting coldly said, Good one, Xiao Junjie. You're really a good brother, aren't you? Do you have to do this? Xiao Keqing didn't want to argue with them, and hurriedly left in the dark. Lu Ting followed Xiao Keqing helplessly, unable to resist kicking Xiao Junjie lightly. No matter what, he was her future brother-in-law. He just couldn't hold back his frustration anymore. Xiao Junjie had long wanted to kick Lu Ting after he kicked him with his foot, and now he started kicking the man back. The two were kicking each other behind Xiao Keqing without making any sound. However, Xiao Keqing still heard it and looked back. Suddenly, both of them stopped and resumed walking normally. Xiao Keqing took big steps forward and reached the door of the Xiao family house. I'm going in. You guys chat. After saying that, she went inside. Lu Ting was furious. Let's go somewhere else. His brother-in-law also wanted to teach him a lesson. Having him follow them every day was driving him crazy. Xiao Junjie agreed. This place really wasn't suitable. As they walked, he stretched his muscles. He hadn't sparred with Lu Ting for a long time. Today, he wanted to fight happily because he was annoyed with him. Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie arrived at the military training ground. Under the faint light, they stared at each other. Xiao Junjie took off his denim jacket and said proudly, "My sister bought this. Don't ruin it." Lu Ting snorted coldly and also started taking off his jacket. After both of them took off their clothes, they faced each other, eyes blazing with intensity. The next moment, Xiao Junjie started attacking. Both of them had a lot of energy and were eager to fight. Their fists and kicks exchanged rapidly, both moving swiftly and fiercely, accompanied by heavy breathing and the sounds of punches hitting. They fought happily, exchanging blows back and forth. Suddenly, Xiao Junjie grabbed Lu Ting's wrist. Xiao Junjie laughed and said, "Is that all? Not good enough." Lu Ting's lips curled slightly. In the next second, he broke free and kicked out, aiming at Xiao Junjie's lower body. Because Xiao Junjie was wearing jeans, he couldn't stretch properly. As his pants were pulled, he almost fell. Lu Ting instinctively reached out and grabbed Xiao Junjie's arm, helping him stay upright. Xiao Junjie panted heavily and said angrily, "These pants are restricting me. I'll change them another day and come back. They look good but aren't practical." Lu Ting also panted and said, "You lost, admit it." He glanced at Xiao Junjie's pants, which looked terrible. They sat down on the ground and looked at each other. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and clung tightly to their muscular bodies. Xiao Junjie said, "Who's not admitting it? It's not because of these pants. Do you think you can take the lead? Come again next time." Lu Ting replied, "Whenever, I'm always ready. Feeling better now? If not, come again." Xiao Junjie snorted coldly, "Can I feel better? It's not just because you saved my sister that I can't forgive you so quickly." Li Ting took a deep breath and said, "You know me well. I promise to treat your sister well for a lifetime, and I mean it. I won't let her suffer anymore, okay?" Xiao Junjie slightly curved his lips. If anyone knew Li Ting best, it was him. If you don't believe him, he definitely wouldn't agree for them to be together. Xiao Junjie stood up, picked up his denim jacket from the side, and said, "You think I've passed this test? Do you think your father will easily accept you? In a few days, when my dad comes back, let's see how you handle him. Just wait. I want to see how you, the clever guy, will win over my dad. If he doesn't agree, you can't marry my sister. Forget it." Li Ting also stood up and said as he walked, "Thanks for the reminder, big brother. I've taken note. Don't worry, I will definitely win over your dad." Hearing him call him big brother, Xiao Junjie suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Li Ting with surprise. "I really underestimated you. You're really climbing up the ladder." Li Ting stepped forward and stood beside Xiao Junjie. "I was wrong to call you that. From now on, you're my brother. Isn't this to help you get used to it?" Xiao Junjie's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. He had called Li Ting brother for over 20 years. Hearing him call him that now felt quite good. Anyway, he wouldn't admit it so quickly. He forced a smile and said, "My sister hasn't married you yet, and I don't know if she'll change her mind. You shouldn't call me that too early. Besides, Dad hasn't agreed yet." Li Ting's lips curled into a faint smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. For Qinger to change her partner was impossible. It could only be him. Li Ting strode forward. Early morning, Xiao Keqing dressed and walked to the window. She stretched her arms and pulled back the curtains. The sky was already drizzling lightly. She had planned to go for a run in the morning and chat with her boyfriend, but since it was raining, she couldn't go. After freshening up, she went downstairs. She saw the whole family sitting and getting ready to eat. Xiao Junjie picked up a bowl, scooped some porridge, and placed it in front of Grandpa. Seeing his sister, he said, "Come eat. You got up early today." Xiao Keqing pulled out her seat. "Big brother, you haven't been working these days. Why do you get up so early? Xiao Junjie smiled and replied, It's just a habit. When I was in the army, I always got up early. Most of the time, I'd run with Li Ting. Xiao Keqing saw that there was a pancake and porridge on the table. She asked her grandfather nearby, Grandpa, should I make chili sauce and meat sauce? Grandpa smiled and said, Coco knows my preferences best. Today, Xiao Junjie brought the bowls and chopsticks, so I didn't take any. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing got up and went to the kitchen. She took out chili sauce and meat sauce from the cabinet. Spreading them on the pancake made it taste even better. When Xiao Keqing entered the kitchen, she saw Lu Ting placing an umbrella by the door, holding something in his arms. She couldn't help but smile, thinking she thought she wouldn't see him this morning. They looked at each other, both smiling warmly. Xiao Junjie saw the visitor and asked unexpectedly, Why are you here so early in the morning? Lu Ting placed the bun he was holding on the table and looked at Grandpa, Xiao Ma, and Aunt Sunday. I bought some buns. Xiao Ma stood up and smiled. I'll go get some bowls. Xiao Ting, come and eat a bit.
Don't be polite, Auntie.
I'll get it myself, Lu Ting said, quickly walking toward the kitchen. Xiao Junjie looked puzzled and said, Sister, seeing how familiar he is with the kitchen, I guess he's been here many times. Xiao Keqing nodded, yes. Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting walking over and said, You really fit in. Lu Ting naturally pulled out the chair next to Xiao Keqing and sat down. You should get used to it early. Can I come to my partner's house? He then looked at Grandpa Xiao and Aunt Xiao Ma and asked, Auntie, Grandpa, what do you think? Aunt Xiao Ma smiled happily. Of course you can come. We welcome you anytime. She then looked at her son and said, You kid, what are you saying? Grandpa Xiao also smiled and said, Lu Ting, don't be shy. Just treat it like home. Okay, I will, Lu Ting replied, glancing at Xiao Junjie across from him, raising his eyebrows and smiling. Xiao Junjie said, You're really something. Then he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Xiao Keqing placed the prepared meat sauce in front of her surprised brother and said, Try the pancake spread with chili sauce. Xiao Junjie looked proudly at his sister placing the first pancake in front of him and said, My sister is the best. Lu Ting also wanted Xiao Keqing to spread some sauce for him, staring closely at her pancake. Seeing his gaze, Xiao Keqing handed him the freshly spread piece and said with a smile, First, give it to Grandpa. I'll spread another for you later. Lu Ting happily agreed, okay. Xiao Keqing spread spicy pepper sauce on the pancake and scooped some meat sauce on top, then handed it to Lu Ting beside her. I added extra meat sauce for you. Okay, you also eat more. Have a lot. After taking a bite of Qing'er's pancake, he looked at Xiao Junjie across from him with a raised eyebrow, clearly indicating that Qing'er's pancake was special and that she added meat sauce for him. Xiao Junjie hurriedly said, Sister, you're showing favoritism. My pancake doesn't have any meat sauce. Xiao Keqing shook her head and said, You've never tried spicy pepper sauce before, right? If I spread meat sauce inside, can you still taste the spicy pepper flavor? Xiao Ma glanced at her son and said, Your sister isn't good at spreading it. You should find a wife soon so she can do it for you. Then she looked at her daughter and said, Kiki, from now on, you're not allowed to spread it for your brother.
Just do it for Xiao Ting.
Let your brother envy how nice it is to find a partner. Xiao Keqing giggled and said, Exactly. If I do it for you, you still complain. If you want it, just find someone and get married. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Junjie and agreed, That's right. The better the partner, the tastier the spread. You understand? Xiao Junjie.
He looked at them.
His position at home was not secure anymore. What's so great about him? He still can't find a partner? Lu Ting finished his pancake and also spread sauce and meat sauce inside Xiao Keqing's pancake, then handed it to her. He whispered in her ear, Tomorrow I have a day off. I'll install the greenhouse for you and take you out to play. Xiao Keqing turned to look at the man beside her and said, Okay. Xiao Junjie, overhearing their conversation, quickly said, I'm taking a day off too. I want to go too.
Lu Ting frøned.
This guy really was clueless. He definitely didn't want him to bother them.
Oh.
It's not that I won't take you. Auntie is trying to set you up with a match. It's not suitable for you to come along. Xiao Junjie sneered coldly twice, not fooled by Lu Ting's words. He knew what Lu Ting was up to. Wasn't he just worried he'd disturb them? Last night, he watched 2 more movies again. Xiao Keqing didn't want her brother to be a third wheel. She looked at her mom and said, "Mom, see if there's anyone suitable for my brother in the art troupe. Maybe they can set him up." Xiao Junjie immediately thought of Qiao Shanshan, and his face turned slightly red. He quickly said, "I don't want someone from the art troupe. I don't like them." Xiaoma rolled her eyes and said, "Just like what your sister said, you're picky. The girls in the art troupe aren't worried about marriage. It's as if someone's dying to have you." Xiao Keqing looked at the man beside her. Lu Ting whispered in her ear, "I finished work and came to see you. I'll pick you up and take you to my house for dinner." Xiao Keqing nodded, "Okay." Lu Ting finished his breakfast and reluctantly left Zhao's house. Master Xiao also finished his breakfast and went out to play. Aunt Sun went shopping for groceries. Only Xiao Keqing and Xiao Junjie were left at home. After Xiao Keqing brought back the film, she wanted to install it during her brother's holiday. Only the film was left now. She told her brother about building a greenhouse and explained it was to better grow various vegetables. Xiao Junjie asked with doubt, "Will this work? Can vegetables really grow in winter?" Seeing no one was at home, Xiao Keqing took her brother into the space, found a tablet, and took out some books about planting. "Since it's raining outside today, you should stay home and read these. You'll know if you can grow vegetables or not. Plus, I have spiritual spring water. Success is almost guaranteed." Xiao Junjie happily agreed. They took the books out of the space and went to the room, starting to read. Xiao Junjie's eyes widened in amazement. He couldn't believe how advanced the future was. If they could use this now, would there still be worries about food shortages? They really should build this greenhouse properly. It might even attract the attention of the military or the whole country. Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and thought she was truly an extraordinary girl. He asked, "Does Lu Ting know about your space?" Xiao Keqing replied, "No, he doesn't." Xiao Junjie finally felt relieved. "Definitely don't tell him. Even after you get married, you might not need to tell him." Xiao Keqing smiled and asked, "Are you so sure I'll marry him?" Xiao Junjie had to admit that his brother was excellent in every way. He trusted his sister to him and was very close to her, seeing her every day. He said, "I know him well. We grew up together and even served in the army. I trust you to him." Xiao Keqing thought her brother was quite adorable, full of contradictions. He often complained about Lu Ting but secretly hoped they would be together. She smiled and said, "Of course I won't tell him. I've never slipped up in front of him." What Xiao Keqing didn't know was that on the day she got drunk and kissed Lu Ting passionately in the Southern Army, she took out various bottles of alcohol from her bag. Lu Ting was curious for a long time. Although her bag couldn't hold 3 bottles, she kept pulling out the same ones. Lu Ting didn't think too much about it at the time, but he had doubts in his mind. Xiao Keqing and Xiao Junjie spent the whole day reading books. It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon that the rain stopped. When Xiao Junjie heard someone knocking at the door outside, he opened it and saw Zheng Yong, a friend he hadn't seen in many years. Zheng Yong smiled and said, "I heard you came back. I wanted to visit earlier today, but it was raining, so I couldn't come. Now that the rain has stopped, I came." Xiao Junjie, "Zheng Yong,
come in."
I haven't had a chance to visit you these days. There's been too much going on." Zheng Yong walked in and said, "I knew you'd be here, so I came to see you." He saw Xiao Keqing reading on the sofa. He immediately looked down at his clothes, which he had carefully chosen to wear the newest outfit before coming. Xiao Junjie turned to Zheng Yong and said, "What are you just standing there for? Sit down." Hearing the noise, Xiao Keqing looked up and saw Zheng Yong arriving. She greeted him with a smile. "Big brother Zheng is here.
Sit down."
She stood up quickly, grabbed 2 books from the table, hugged them to her chest, and then looked at her brother, saying, "I'm going to pour tea." After speaking, she turned and went to the kitchen. Xiao Junjie nodded, understanding his sister's intentions. It was indeed awkward if someone saw her reading those books. Zheng Yong watched Xiao Keqing until she went into the kitchen before lowering his gaze and sitting down.
Xiao Junjie saw this scene just then. Zheng Yong praised, "Your sister sings really well. Now everyone in the army knows how talented she is." Xiao Junjie nodded and looked at Zheng Yong with suspicion. "Where are you working now?" Zheng Yong explained that he joined the army as a cook and shared his salary and benefits. Xiao Junjie nodded. "That's good. It's hard to find a good job these days. Being a cook is not bad." At that moment, Xiao Keqing brought out 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of her brother and Zheng Yong. Zheng Yong stared at Xiao Keqing without blinking, his admiration growing stronger. His desire to pursue her became even more intense. Xiao Junjie, already suspicious, saw Zheng Yong's gaze on his sister again. Even if he was slow to notice, he could tell Zheng Yong was interested in her. The look was obvious. He decided to stay alert and turned to his sister. "Aren't you busy upstairs with something? Hurry up and go. Dinner will be ready soon." Xiao Keqing clearly understood her brother's meaning. It was obvious they wanted to send her away. She didn't really want to listen to their conversation. She simply said, "All right, brother, I'll go upstairs now. Take your time talking." Zheng Yong grinned widely and said, "Hey." He watched Xiao Keqing go upstairs again. Xiao Junjie asked out of curiosity, "You're only a year younger than me. You must have gotten married already." Zheng Yong replied, "Not yet. I haven't found someone I like." He tried to look on the bright side. In the past, it was hard to find a partner because he didn't have a job. Now that he has a job, he doesn't like anyone. That was until he saw Xiao Keqing again. Xiao Junjie nodded. "My mom is also trying to find me a match. Once I find someone and we agree, we'll get married soon. You should try harder too." Zheng Yong said, "Jia, honestly, I haven't met anyone I like. My desire to get married has faded." Xiao Junjie changed the subject. "We'll have dinner at home later. Lu Ting will come to pick up his sister after work, and they'll eat at my place." It's a good chance for Zheng Yong to see that and stop having any ideas. "Okay," Zheng Yong said happily. While Xiao Junjie and Zheng Yong were chatting, Grandpa Xiao also returned home and joined their conversation. They kept talking until Lu Ting finished work and arrived at the Lu family. Zheng Yong saw Lu Ting come in and paused for a moment, thinking he was here to see Xiao Junjie. It was unlikely he was here for Xiao Keqing since they had broken off their engagement long ago. His nervousness eased quickly. Zheng Yong greeted Lu Ting with a smile. Lu Ting nodded in return and sat down. He thought Xiao Keqing was still upstairs. His mother was probably cooking now. Since it was still early, he started chatting with Zheng Yong. Lu Ting noticed there was no water on Grandpa Zhao's table, and he was thirsty too, so he went to the kitchen and poured 2 cups of tea. Zheng Yong watched Lu Ting, feeling he looked very familiar. He didn't think much about it, probably because Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie were close. Xiao Keqing looked at her watch, realizing it was time to get off work. Lu Ting had said he would pick her up for dinner. She looked at herself in the mirror and then left her room. As she came down the stairs, she made eye contact with Lu Ting. They smiled at each other. Zheng Yong saw Xiao Keqing smile at him, and his heart started pounding. His gaze fixed on her intensely. Grandpa Xiao also noticed Zheng Yong's look. Since Zheng Yong and Lu Ting sat facing the same way, Zheng Yong thought she was smiling at him. But because Zheng Yong and Lu Ting sat in the same direction, Zheng Yong missed the look Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing exchanged. Xiao Junjie clearly saw their eyes and kicked Lu Ting's shoe lightly. Lu Ting saw Xiao Junjie kicking him. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Xiao Junjie's eyes and mouth directed toward Zheng Yong. Only then did he turn his gaze to Zheng Yong. When he saw Zheng Yong's piercing stare, his anger instantly flared up. Zheng Yong's intense gaze was clearly aimed at scheming against Qing'er. How dare he covet his woman? He was really bold. Lu Ting's lips curled slightly as he smiled and said to Grandpa Xiao, "Grandpa, are you coming to my house for dinner?" Grandpa Xiao replied, "Not today. Let's go another day to drink with old man Lu." "You all go ahead." Lu Ting looked back at Xiao Junjie and softly asked, "Brother, are you going today?" Xiao Junjie's hand, which was holding tea, trembled. "Oh, what kind of tone is that? So friendly?" Zheng Yong looked at Lu Ting with suspicion. Why did he call Xiao Junjie brother?
Hadn't Xiao Junjie always called him brother?
Could it be?
No, no way. They had broken off their engagement long ago, and there was no news of any new relationship between them. Xiao Junjie's lips curled in a sly smile. That clever rascal was really smart. I'm not going. I want to have a few drinks with Zheng Yong tonight. If you had made plans earlier, I'd really want to stay and have dinner with you. Lu Ting smiled and said, Brother, if you're not going this time, it's the same to go tomorrow. So I'll just go with Qinger today. Xiao Junjie chuckled. All right, take good care of my sister. After dinner, remember to send her back. Zheng Yong felt like a bolt of lightning struck him. He still didn't understand. He was really a fool. His fists clenched tightly. Xiao Keqing sat beside Lu Ting with a gentle smile. Lu Ting raised the corner of his mouth, looking at Xiao Keqing with a loving gaze. He softly asked, Did you sleep a little this afternoon? Xiao Keqing replied, No, I read books with my brother this afternoon. Lu Ting nodded, glanced at Zheng Yong, then picked up the half-full cup of tea on the table. After taking a sip, he handed the cup to Xiao Keqing. This tea tastes different from before. Try it and see if it's the same? Hearing this, Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with a slight squint. She felt that if she didn't drink his water now, her lips might suffer later. It probably won't be different. It's the same tea, she said, and took a sip from the man's hand. Zheng Yong sat stiffly on the sofa. When Xiao Keqing took her second sip, she accidentally choked and coughed loudly. Lu Ting immediately put down his teacup, gently patted her back with one hand, and reached into his pocket to take out a handkerchief with the other. Ever since the last time she drank and cried sadly with the southern troops, she had thought about carrying a handkerchief with her for emergencies. Today, she finally needed it. Holding a handkerchief, she gently wiped Xiao Keqing's lips. Qinger, I fed you too quickly. Are you okay? Xiao Keqing slapped Lu Ting's hand. Do you think I'm you? Drinking so fast. Why did you feed me so quickly? Lu Ting softly comforted her.
Got it.
I won't do that next time. Xiao Junjie teased. Hey, be careful. There are people here too. Grandpa Xiao smiled warmly as he watched the two. It's so sweet. He also wishes he could go back to the days when his wife was still alive. Zheng Yong felt quite awkward. He had wanted to talk to Xiao Keqing today, but luckily he hadn't spoken first, or he wouldn't know how to end the conversation. Lu Ting was someone he couldn't offend. Since childhood, he was the boss of the big yard. Everyone wanted to follow him and play. When he was young, he was untouchable. Now, as a team leader, it's even more so. Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing's hand and stood up. If you don't like us showing affection, find a wife soon so Grandpa can rest easy. We won't bother you anymore. We're leaving now. He then looked at Zheng Yong. Zheng Yong, take your time eating. Finish your meal and pretend it's your own. Zheng Yong awkwardly nodded. Okay. Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand, and they left together. Xiao Junjie slightly curled his lips. They even treat him like family. Listen to what he just said. He looked at Zheng Yong. Zheng Yong, don't take it the wrong way. They only tell family about their relationship. It's better if you don't spread it around. Zheng Yong forced a shy smile. I won't. Lu Ting took her into the yard and said to the person beside him, You're quite charming. Xiao Keqing smiled. Are you really attracted to me? Lu Ting knew she didn't catch his meaning. It seemed his little wife hadn't realized Zheng Yong was interested in her. So he wouldn't say anything.
Yeah.
Xiao Keqing struggled free. Don't hold my hand anymore. It's not dark yet. If we go outside, someone will see. Lu Ting loudly replied. What are you afraid of? I'm now openly dating you. Who dares to gossip? Thinking about Zheng Yong's interest in her made him very annoyed. No, they can't get married yet. First, he needs to arrange the engagement. Last time, everyone knew about the breakup. This time, it should be even more lively. Lu Ting said, If you don't marry me now, I can give you some time. But everyone knows we broke up. Actually, they don't know we didn't succeed. I think in the next few days, I should officially propose to you. Would that be okay? Xiao Keqing was not bothered and said, There's no need for that. We just need to know, it's quite troublesome. Lu Ting said seriously, What's so troublesome? I don't need you to do anything. You have two choices. 1. Set a date to get married. 2. Set a date for the engagement. From now on, anyone who covets her Qinger will have to think twice. Xiao Keqing hesitated and said, but I think we should wait until my dad comes back to discuss this.
You understand, right?
Lu Ting nodded. Okay, I will get approval from your dad. After that, they went to the Lu family house. When they entered the yard, Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing's hand again. Xiao Keqing said, there are also Annie and Grandpa at home. Can't you be a little more discreet? It's the same when we were having tea just now. Lu Ting smiled. You said you're worried someone might see us outside. I listened to you. But at home, everyone knows. What's there to be afraid of?
I won't hold back now. You have to listen to me.
Xiao Keqing felt a bit helpless and had to be led into the house by the man. At the dining table, Grandpa Lu was already sitting there. Kiki, come sit next to Grandpa, he said. Xiao Keqing happily agreed. Okay. Lu Ting said, I'll take her to wash her hands first. After saying that, he held her hand and went to the backyard sink. He hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her neck, inhaling her fragrant scent. He turned on the tap, held both her hands, and washed them for her. Xiao Keqing felt the man's warm breath on her neck, giving her a tingling sensation, and her heart started pounding faster. It tickles a little. Lu Ting smiled slightly, and while washing her hands, he gently kissed her cheek and then whispered a light kiss on her ear. Xiao Keqing's body trembled slightly. This man was teasing her. No wonder he didn't take her to the kitchen to wash her hands. She turned off the tap, shook off the water on her hands, and looked up at the man. Don't you think kissing on the ear makes it itchy? She then tiptoed and blew a gentle breath on his ear. Next time you kiss my ear, I'll bite you. Lu Ting felt a tingling sensation all over from her breath. Her warning was like a tease, and he actually wanted her to bite him. He smiled and said, okay. They returned to the dining table, where Mom Lu had already served the dishes. Auntie Lu and Grandpa Lu's warmth and enthusiasm almost overwhelmed Xiao Keqing, especially since the man kept serving her food. Throughout the meal, she didn't serve herself once. After dinner, Xiao Keqing helped Aunt Lu wash the dishes, but was stopped by Lu Ting, who took her to chat with Grandpa. I can handle it myself. Xiao Keqing wouldn't be polite to him. While chatting with Grandpa, Lu Ting quickly finished and came out. Grandpa Lu saw his grandson and made an excuse to leave, while Aunt Lu smiled and went back to her room. Lu Ting sat on the sofa and held the woman in his arms. Xiao Keqing pushed the man away. Auntie came down and saw us. It wouldn't be good. After all, there are still people at home. Lu Ting sighed and said, then let's go to the room. Xiao Keqing looked into the man's eyes, thinking about the scene earlier when she washed her hands. If they went to his room, she wasn't sure what might happen. She still felt it was risky. She's not a child anymore. She understands everything. What if she can't resist temptation? Seeing Xiao Keqing hesitate, Lu Ting explained, I just want to spend a little more time with you. What are you thinking about, little head? Xiao Keqing felt a bit embarrassed. Auntie is coming down tomorrow. We're building a shed today, so I should rest early and go back. After saying that, she was about to leave but was pulled back by the man. Kiss me, then I'll let you go. Xiao Keqing's lips curved involuntarily. She kissed his face lightly and then left. Lu Ting couldn't help but smile slightly. I'll see you off. If it weren't for needing to pick up the film and custom items tonight, he wouldn't have planned to send her back so early. Xiao Keqing returned to her room and saw her brother reading alone. It seemed Jin Yong had left. Xiao Junjie teased, he let you come back so early. I was planning not to pick you up. Xiao Keqing said annoyed, brother, don't you think your light bulb is too bright? Xiao Junjie had watched movies and understood what his sister meant by light bulb. He smiled and said, don't do those things before you're married. I'm not afraid you'll get hurt. Xiao Keqing thought for a moment. What was she really losing? She had been an old maid and never kissed a man before. Thinking about that, she felt it was a loss. Not really. You wouldn't understand. Watch more movies and learn properly. She was too lazy to argue with her brother. Primitive people just don't get it. I won't chat with you anymore. Lu Ting is building a shed for me tomorrow, and you need to help. Don't stay up too late tonight. After saying that, she went upstairs. Junjie called from behind. You're already worried about your boyfriend? Xiao Keqing called back while going upstairs, since he's so eager. How can I not be eager too? Lu Ting tied a flashlight to his bicycle handlebar and a sack to the back seat. Besides bringing back the film and custom items, he also planned to check with Jiang if there were any good things. Today in the army, he also learned that his father and Uncle Xiao would arrive home in a few days, possibly earlier. When his future father-in-law returned, he knew he had to prepare well. The next day, Xiao Keqing didn't see Lu Ting until after breakfast, when he came over carrying some things. Seeing Xiao Keqing, Lu Ting's smile spread quickly across his face. His eyes showed gentle affection, completely focused on her. Xiao Junjie sneered coldly. Did he think he was invisible? He stepped forward between them, blocking Lu Ting's gaze at his sister, and loudly said, Enough. Stop acting so obvious here. Lu Ting's face darkened instantly. What did he mean by acting jealous? Was he brainless? He shouted at Xiao Junjie, Are you done? Do you really have to be like this? Just because he was her brother-in-law, not beating him up was already generous. Frowning, Lu Ting pushed Xiao Junjie away with his hand. Go away. You look like you want to fight. You're so jealous, but it's not okay. Find your own girl and stop bothering me and Qinger. Lu Ting went over to Xiao Keqing, smiling again. He took her hand and said, Let's go build the shed. I see now that your brother is just jealous because he doesn't have a girl. He's coming to bother us. Xiao Keqing giggled happily and nodded, agreeing completely. Lu Ting seriously said, Qinger, you're working in the cultural troupe now. See if you can find someone suitable for him. Introduce him to a girl, or this jealousy will never go away. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, Okay, I'll ask your mom to help when we get back. Xiao Junjie stared and said, Who's jealous of you? Even if I find someone, I wouldn't be as clingy as him. After speaking, he pointed at Lu Ting. Lu Ting, who knew men best and had heard plenty of dirty talk in the army, scoffed coldly. Don't embarrass yourself later. Xiao Keqing happily linked her arm with Lu Ting's, then took a few steps forward and linked her brother's arm. Let's go build the shed. Working together is much faster. While Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting worked on building the shed, Xiao Keqing sat on a chair watching them, thinking about what delicious food to prepare for lunch. Jiang Qi walked in and immediately saw the three of them. He took a big step forward and stood in front of Xiao Junjie, looking straight at him. His heart suddenly became very excited. Xiao Keqing saw the visitor and asked, Are you resting today too? Jiang Qi had always been good friends with Xiao Junjie. Seeing him now, how could he not feel excited? Tears streamed down his face, ignoring Xiao Qingqing's words. Xiao Junjie saw Jiang Qi and was a bit surprised. He looked much stronger than in the video. Why is this person still crying? His sister was right. He's just a crybaby. This feeling was even stronger than in the video. Lu Ting also stared at Jiang Qi silently. Seeing Jiang Qi crying and not wanting to stop, Xiao Junjie felt a bit helpless and said, Hey, crybaby, can you stop? You're so loud. It's hurting my ears. Jiang Qi, hearing this, cried even louder. In the past, Xiao Junjie also called him a crybaby, and now the world seemed so strange. Both Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie felt confused. Choking back tears, Jiang Qi said, Brother Jie, I finally saw you. I am Jiang Qi, do you know? Then he pointed at Xiao Keqing, who was watching the scene, and said, Xiao Qingqing, I told you. Jiang Qi. Enough already. Are you done? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Can you stop crying so much? Xiao Keqing interrupted him quickly. Otherwise, her big mouth might reveal too many things, and Lu Ting was still there.
She didn't plan to tell him.
Xiao Junjie also reacted. Why are you talking so much? Just come and get to work. Lu Ting looked back and forth at them. Xiao Junjie knew him well. He couldn't possibly know Jiang Qi. So, why was Jiang Qi so excited to see Xiao Junjie? Jiang Qi nodded, wiped his tears, and accidentally looked at Lu Ting. Luckily, Qing called him to stop, or he might have blown his cover. Xiao Keqing finally relaxed and thought about what delicious food to make. She asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll cook lunch today." Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and asked, "Sis, did you only make good food because Jiang Qi came?" Xiao Keqing replied, a bit annoyed, "Are you trying to stir up trouble between me and Brother Lu? Jiang Qi didn't come earlier, and I was going to ask you too. Now I'm upset, and you have no say." Xiao Junjie choked. Xiao Keqing then asked Lu Ting, "Brother Lu, what do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you." "Okay, I want spicy dishes." "You decide." "As long as you make it, I like everything," Lu Ting said, clearly liking all the dishes Xiao Keqing made.
"All right."
Xiao Keqing looked at Jiang Qi and asked, "And you?" Jiang Qi wiped his tears and said, "Fly high." Xiao Keqing glared at Jiang Qi and said, "You're really making things difficult. I don't have any brains to find ingredients." Jiang Qi replied, "But I love eating this stuff." Xiao Keqing remembered there were chicken wings in the space, but she couldn't take them out, as Jiang Qi would suspect. She said, "I also can't get ingredients. I'll give you one more chance, or you won't have any say." Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting looked at Jiang Qi with the same question in their eyes. "What does fly high mean?" Jiang Qi thought for a moment and said, "Spicy pork knuckles, cumin potatoes with diced meat, minced eggplant, tiger skin peppers, roasted lamb chops, lotus root stuffed shrimp balls, and I want to eat garlic crab, but we don't have it. So, I'll make garlic ribs and fish head in a clay pot." "Stop, that's enough." Xiao Junjie interrupted Jiang Qi before he could continue. Frowning slightly, he said irritably, "Is this a restaurant? Even if it is, we don't have all these dishes. What's cumin potatoes with diced meat? What's tiger skin peppers? What's roasted lamb chops? What's that shrimp? What's that crab? And garlic ribs, I think you just love garlic. And fish head in a clay pot? Do I even have a clay pot at home? You really are picky. If you don't want it, just forget it," Xiao Junjie said, turning to his sister.
"Don't listen to him."
Jiang Qi looked at Xiao Keqing with a sad face and said, "Xiao Qingqing, if you're asking what I want to eat, don't listen to your brother. I've been working hard in the army. Your man trains tirelessly every day. Look at how much weight I've lost. You should make me something delicious." Lu Ting looked at Jiang Qi coldly. Was he complaining? He was listing so many good dishes. Was he really a spoiled rich kid? He had seen Jiang Qi's file. He wasn't a young master at all. Xiao Keqing examined Jiang Qi from head to toe and said, "Honestly, you've looked a lot stronger this week. It must be thanks to Brother Lu." Lu Ting was pleased by Xiao Keqing's words, especially when she said "my brother Lu's credit," and he stared at her intently. Xiao Keqing continued, "Let's keep it simple for lunch, just noodles. We'll make something tasty for dinner. If we cook good food at night, Mom won't be able to eat it during the day, and we can all enjoy it together." Xiao Junjie looked at Jiang Qi and said, "Exactly. We'll eat at night, after my mom comes back." Xiao Keqing thought about what dishes to prepare for the evening and said, "Brother Lu, call Aunt Lu and Grandpa Lu to join us for dinner." "Okay. I'll let them know later," Lu Ting said with a smile. After greeting everyone, Xiao Keqing carried her basket and went shopping for ingredients. Just as I reached the gate of the courtyard, I saw Su Malalai registering at the guard post. She was carrying a medical box on her back. Xiao Keqing sneered and didn't bother to greet her. Who cares why she's here? If she's looking for Lu Ting, she won't find him now. He's busy working at her house. Su Malalai finished registering and casually glanced at Xiao Keqing. She strode confidently toward the gate and loudly called out, "Xiao Keqing." Hearing her name, Xiao Keqing felt speechless. Does she not know she doesn't want to talk to her? She kept walking forward. Su Malalai called out again loudly and chased after her. Xiao Keqing helplessly stopped. Today, she didn't smell any perfume on her. Su Malalai stood in front of Xiao Keqing, pretending to look pitiful. "Xiao Keqing, can I trouble you with something?"
Xiao Keqing coldly replied, "No."
After saying that, she turned and continued walking. She hadn't forgotten how Su Malalai had spoken badly about her at the Southern Army Hospital. Su Malalai had no choice. Last time at the Southern Army, Brother Ting had misunderstood her, and he didn't give her a chance to explain. Today, she was at the hospital to deliver medicine to a leader in the family quarters. She volunteered to come, hoping to see Lu Ting. Unexpectedly, she saw Xiao Qi right at the gate. Su Malalai stepped in front of Xiao Qi again, blocking her path. Xiao Qi, it's nothing serious. I just want you to explain to Brother Ting about what we found at the Southern Army last time. Xiao Qi scoffed coldly. You're hilarious. Weren't you the one who started all this? And you're the one accusing me first. Su Malalai explained, I know you and Lu Ting broke off the engagement. It was all a misunderstanding last time. Don't take it to heart. Brother Ting has misunderstood me all along, and I can't do anything about it. Xiao Qi sneered coldly. Who told you I broke off the engagement with Lu Ting? Su Malalai replied, I heard it from people in your family quarters. That's why I misunderstood you. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow and coldly said, Are you brainless? Or am I? You're accusing me, but weren't you the one trying to explain for me? Now it's the other way around. Su Malalai looked wronged. He won't listen to my explanation either. I just happened to see you. Why don't we go together and explain everything to Lu Ting? Let's clear up this misunderstanding. Xiao Qi thought about how the heroine in the book could be so stupid. Do you really think I'm an idiot? And why should I help you explain in front of my man? Stop acting up in front of me, or you'll regret it. She then raised her fist and gestured in front of her. Su Malalai was so angry she stammered, How can you do this? I only asked you to explain a little. Besides, you two have already broken off the engagement. He's your man, and you're shameless. This person is so stupid. Who is truly shameless? Xiao Qi almost couldn't hold back and wanted to hit him. Go away, stop bothering me. If you block my way again, I will act. I have every right to report to the police. Su Malalai was so angry, she stamped her foot. She didn't dare to step forward anymore. Before she could turn around, she remembered treating a person named Jiang Qi in the Southern Military Unit. She said Xiao Qi hit her, and it was terrible. Now, she didn't know if she could get out of bed and walk. The person Su Malalai kept talking about was being arranged by his family to stay in a small house near the military camp. Jiang Qi, lying in bed, clenched her teeth and hated Xiao Qi. When she recovered, she vowed to take revenge. Because of her, she had lost everything. If the hospital's certificate hadn't required her to rest in bed, she would have already gone to the countryside. At this moment, Su Malalai finished delivering the medicine and went to the Lu family. The big gate of the Lu family was closed. She believed that as long as she explained clearly, they would forgive her. Ever since she fell in love with him, she couldn't see anyone else. She had thought about finding someone else, but none could compare. She clenched her fist and gathered her courage to knock on the door. Grandpa Lu opened the door and saw a young woman carrying a medicine box. He asked first, Who are you looking for, young lady? Su Malalai had paid to find out about Lu Ting's family. Seeing that the person was an elder, she greeted warmly, Grandpa, my name is Su Malalai. Is Lu Ting at home? No, he's not. Grandpa Lu looked her over. Could she be the girl his grandson attracted? He had learned from experience 3 years ago that his grandson had such charm. He was excellent in the military. Su Malalai's eyes dimmed for a moment, but quickly smiled again. Grandpa, I am a friend of Lu Ting's. I just came to see him today. Grandpa Lu spoke calmly, he's not here. He wouldn't tell her that his grandson had gone to Xiao's house. He only approved of Xiao Yatu. Su Malalai knew which days the military was off. Can I wait inside for him? She was worried that the old man wouldn't agree, so she hurriedly added, I am a doctor at the military district hospital. I just delivered medicine to a family nearby. Grandpa, I can also check your health. Grandpa Lu looked serious. Do I look like I'm in bad health? You girl, are you sure you know how to speak? He seemed very energetic now, especially since Xiao girl returned, walking with confidence. Even some young people couldn't keep up with him. Su Malalai saw that Grandpa misunderstood and quickly explained, Grandpa, I just wanted to give you a health check. No need, I'm perfectly fine. You should go sell your medicine somewhere else. After speaking, Grandpa Lu closed the door. Su Malalai bit her lip and returned to the hospital. As soon as she entered her office, she overheard the nurse talking to someone nearby. "My boyfriend sent me a letter. He said he'll come to see me in the evening for over a month. I was angry a few days ago, but since he has something to do, I forgive him." Suddenly, Sui Hua had a bright idea. She can also write a letter to Ting. He will definitely read it, and she can explain everything clearly. A smile appeared on her lips. She returned to her desk, picked up paper and pen, and started writing. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi finished shopping and went home. She called Ting to sit on a chair in the yard, planning to tell him about her encounter with Sui Hua earlier. Just then, Xiao Junjie and Jiang Qi also sat down on the chairs. Xiao Qi said, "You two go do your work. I have something to tell Ting."
Ting fra Ned.
"Really, you two are everywhere. I was chatting with Qinger and you two are eavesdropping?" Jiang Qi said, "You mean I and your brother can't listen either?" "That's not it." Xiao Qi hesitated, but still told him about her meeting with Sui Hua. Ting asked, "You told her everything, and she still doesn't believe I'm your boyfriend?" Xiao Qi nodded. Jiang Jun shouted loudly, "That's shifting blame. And expecting my sister to explain? She must be out of her mind." Jiang Qi remembered something from the story in the book. Ting, you're cursed with water in your fate. Don't go near lakes or places with lots of water. Ting said, "Nonsense. I'm not afraid of being caught and criticized." Xiao Qi chuckled. Jiang Qi was really funny, coming up with such a silly idea. Jiang Qi forgot that in this era, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't listen to me, you'll regret it for your whole life. Ting warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful, and don't say everything you think." With Xiao Qi urging, they finished building the greenhouse in the morning. She also took out seeds from her space. None of them had farmed before, but under Xiao Qi's guidance, they planted the seeds. Ting watched the plants he had just planted. It's no surprise he wasn't wasting anything, even though he didn't understand farming. He was sure Xiao Qi wouldn't plant like that. He hoped she wouldn't be too disappointed later. Seeing how serious Xiao Qi looked, he didn't say much. Whatever she wanted to do, he would support her. Ting checked the time again. Today was his only day off. As it was almost noon, he took the chance when Xiao Junjie and Jiang Qi were chatting and not paying attention, and pulled Xiao Qi out of the yard into the house. Ting said, "With those two here, I can't talk to you properly about dating. I'll take you out for lunch, and we'll come back before dinner." Xiao Qi also wanted to be alone with Ting. "Okay, I'll get some money first, and then come." Ting held her hand and said, "No need. Your man still has money. Let's leave now while they haven't noticed. We don't want them to chase us later." Xiao Qi nodded. "Before I went shopping this morning, I told Aunt Sun I was making lunch and dinner. Now she's gone to visit relatives and won't be back until tomorrow. What will we do about food?" Ting whispered, "Can they even get hungry?" "Don't worry, they'll manage. Let's go." So, while Xiao Junjie and Jiang Qi were chatting, Ting took Xiao Qi out through the front door. They arrived at Lu's house. As they walked inside, Ting said, "I'll go upstairs to change clothes. Give me 2 minutes. You go push the bike out of the house. I'll be down soon." Xiao Qi giggled, watching how sneaky Ting looked. Just as she pushed the bike to the door, she saw the man come over. "Are soldiers always this quick?" Ting took the bike outside and said, "Get in the car." By the time the others realized what was happening, it was too late. Xiao Qi's lips curved into a smile as she sat behind Ting. In the big yard, she didn't openly hug him, just lightly held his clothes. Ting rode the bike toward the back door. What if they went out the front? Xiao Junjie looked so jealous. When they reached the back door, Ting looked around and saw no one. He softly said, "No one's here."
Hugma, Kinger.
The next second, Xiao Qi tightly hugged his waist. Ting felt her arms around him and couldn't help but smile. His eyes also shone with happiness. When the Xiao family realized Ting and Xiao Qi were gone, they were very annoyed. Jiang Qi said, "Oh, Xiao Qingqing, you really are a troublemaker. Now, there's no more noodles to eat. Xiao Junjie knew Lu Ting was clever. If he wasn't careful, he would have been caught off guard. Lu Ting was riding his bicycle, occasionally releasing the handlebar with his left hand to touch the hand resting on his chest. Xiao Keqing teased, "You're not paying attention while riding. If you fall and hurt me, then your boyfriend role is over." Lu Ting, hearing this, placed his hand back on the handlebar and said, "Let's go eat first, then I'll take you somewhere." Xiao Keqing happily agreed, "Okay." Lu Ting took her to a state-run restaurant, ordered 3 dishes, and they enjoyed their meal together. Xiao Keqing watched the man serve her food, then mimicked him by serving him some as well. Meanwhile, Xiao Junjie and Jiang Qi went to the kitchen, both staring at each other awkwardly. Jiang Qi curiously asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I can't cook. What about you?" Xiao Junjie looked around the kitchen for something edible. Besides the meat sauce and spicy chicken sauce his sister made, there was only a leftover steamed bun from breakfast. Xiao Junjie opened the meat sauce and spicy chicken sauce, then divided the cold steamed bun into 2 parts, offering one to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi frowned. "Are you going to pass the time with this for lunch? You can't be lazy." He pointed at the basket and said, "There's meat and vegetables in there. You can cook something." Because in his later life, Xiao Junjie would learn to cook. Xiao Junjie replied coldly, "Do you think I can cook? Really? You can't?" Jiang Qi was surprised. Xiao Junjie explained, "My mom never taught me. Do you think I can cook?" He then handed over half a bun. "Want it? If not, I might as well eat it myself." Jiang Qi immediately took the half bun from Xiao Junjie's hand. "Buns are okay, but the sauce is delicious." He then looked at the meat sauce in the cabinet. Luckily, Xiao Qingqing still had conscience. There were so many bottles of meat sauce. Last time, he took 2 bottles home for his grandma, and today he planned to take 2 more before going back. He could forgive Xiao Qingqing for her forgetfulness about friends for now. Xiao Junjie ate the cold bun with a cold face, cursing Lu Ting silently. After Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing finished their meal, they headed to the department store. "Later, we'll buy some winter clothes and snacks for the kids, then I'll take you to see a child. Also, I give them 20 yuan each month as allowance." "I think I should tell you," Lu Ting said. Xiao Keqing couldn't believe what she heard. Lu Ting had children? She froze for a moment and asked, "How old?" Lu Ting, unaware of her reaction, replied, "For years old, a boy." Xiao Keqing suppressed her mixed feelings of bitterness and anger. Was he about to tell her she was going to be a stepmother? He quickly withdrew his hand from his waist. The bike was moving slowly, and she suddenly jumped off. Lu Ting sensed someone falling behind him, hurriedly stopped the bike, and looked back. He saw Xiao Keqing standing by the roadside. His tense heart eased a little. "Are you okay?" he asked quickly, getting off the bike and walking over to Xiao Keqing. He took her hand and looked her over anxiously. "You really have guts." Xiao Keqing's breath caught, as if something was stuck in her throat. Her heart was pounding, and she felt betrayed because she trusted him so much, but he was trying to deceive her. Her nose started to feel sore. Seeing Xiao Keqing's strange expression, Lu Ting couldn't help but ask, "Did you get hurt just now?" Xiao Keqing shook off Lu Ting's hand. "Don't touch me. You're just a liar. I don't want you, this second-hand guy. The baby is here, and you're still trying to trick me. I don't want to be a stepmother." After saying that, she turned around and started to walk away. Lu Ting reacted quickly and grabbed her arm. "Qing'er, you misunderstood me. You should at least listen to my explanation. Don't accuse me wrongly." Xiao Keqing's eyes turned slightly red as she looked at Lu Ting. "Fine, go ahead and explain. I'll listen." Lu Ting explained, "Qing'er, it's my fault. I didn't explain clearly, so you misunderstood. The child is from a comrade-in-arms who sacrificed himself. The child's mother also passed away after giving birth. Now only grandma and the child are at home. How could I not take care of them? I've been sending money to them from the southern troops, especially now that it's cold. I wanted to buy some clothes for the child." Xiao Keqing pouted. "It's because you didn't explain clearly."
Lu Ting comforted her.
"All right, it's my mistake. I didn't explain well." He remembered what Xiao Keqing had just said and couldn't help but smile slightly. He looked around, seeing no one nearby. He slightly bent down and leaned close to her ear. Who's the second-hand one?
I'm innocent.
I told you, I haven't even held anyone else's hand. I gave you my first time. What are you suspicious of? Xiao Keqing blushed at his words.
You.
Are you bullying me because I don't understand anything? Lu Ting's lips curled up. Then tell me, what do you understand? Xiao Keqing had watched many movies, so she knew much more than this primitive man. Could she explain it? She looked up at Lu Ting, who was smiling at her. Suddenly, she remembered Jiang Qi's words. Since it had come up, she took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. I carefully chose my words and said, I've heard that there are some things you're not good at. What do you think? Lu Ting frowned and asked, What do you mean by not good? He didn't understand what she meant by not being good at something, nor did he think of Jiang Qi's previous question to him. Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat. Oh my! Could it be the same as Jiang Qi's words? Could it really be that he's not good at something? Is he pretending not to understand? Seeing her expression, Lu Ting wasn't sure what she was thinking. He urged her, hurry up and explain clearly. There was nothing difficult to say, so Xiao Keqing straightforwardly said, Jiang Qi said you're not good at that part, and told me to think carefully. Suddenly, the man's face darkened. He squinted and looked at her. So, you also think I'm not good at it, huh? To avoid scaring her, he usually held back, but now it backfired. Xiao Keqing remembered what she read in a book and was still a bit confused. It was said very convincingly. Hearing her words, Lu Ting's teeth almost clenched. So you believe it too, huh? Are you planning to leave me later? Xiao Keqing looked up at him. I don't want to leave you. Lu Ting looked at her for 2 seconds. Little liar, she thinks he doesn't know. She just believed it. How could he let her leave? He finally made her his partner. If she left because of this, he would be very upset. Lu Ting coldly snorted. Get things done first, and I'll prove it to you when we get back. After saying that, he took Xiao Keqing's hand and headed toward the bicycle. Xiao Keqing couldn't believe what she heard. She trembled in shock. Did he mean what she thought? Her face turned red so quickly it was obvious. Lu Ting sat on the bicycle, turned to look at Xiao Keqing. Seeing her blushing, he knew she wasn't very brave and was shy now. He secretly chuckled inside and said softly, Don't worry, I will definitely make you happy. Xiao Keqing's face turned even redder. She glared at him in annoyance and sat on the back seat. Her heart was pounding, full of thoughts about Lu Ting's words. I'll prove it to you when we get back. When they arrived at the department store, Lu Ting stopped the bicycle and took Xiao Keqing inside. While choosing things, he said, Qing'er, you pick the kids' clothes. I don't know how. Xiao Keqing nodded. I don't know much either. I'll ask the salespeople. She asked the clerk for advice. She preferred to buy bigger clothes rather than smaller ones. Xiao Keqing agreed very much. She picked 3 cotton jackets, 3 sweaters, 3 pairs of cotton pants, and 3 sets of autumn clothes. She also bought some candies and pastries. Luo Ting smiled and said, Qing'er is really good at choosing clothes. In the future, I will let you buy my clothes, okay? Watching Xiao Junjia wear the clothes she bought, he almost felt jealous to madness. Xiao Keqing looked at Luo Ting with longing in her eyes and smiled. I've already bought clothes for you. It's because you hid things from me last time that I didn't give them to you. Luo Ting was instantly overjoyed. Last time she wanted to give him something, but she said he misheard her later. He couldn't have misheard. She had prepared everything for him so early. He was excited and said, Qing'er is so good. When we have children, you can choose their clothes. Xiao Keqing slightly raised her lips and said, Are you so sure I will marry you? Luo Ting said carefully, You can only be mine. Xiao Keqing saw deep possessiveness and love in his eyes. Luo Ting couldn't wait to go home and see what clothes Xiao Keqing bought for him, so he sped up to his comrade's house. Soon, they arrived at his comrade's home. An elderly woman with white hair opened the door. When she saw Luo Ting, tears immediately welled up, and she hurriedly said, Come in and sit. Anan is playing next door. I'll call him back now. Please come in first. Luo Ting smiled and said, Okay. Seeing the beautiful girl beside Luo Ting, The grandmother's eyes brightened. Are you Luo Ting's girlfriend? Xiao Keqing nodded with a smile. The grandmother's eyes filled with tears. That's good. Having a partner is great. I used to wonder why he didn't find someone. Now I understand his standards are too high. After saying that, she went into the house. Xiao Keqing looked around at the furnishings. Although the house was simple, it was very clean and tidy. Soon, a little boy ran back into the house. When he saw Luo Ting, he ran up and shouted, Uncle Luo, great. You're here again. Did Dad call you? Luo Ting picked up an in and smiled. And you know so much. Isn't it cold? Dad bought new clothes and asked me to bring them to you. He misses you. Anan blinked and asked, if you miss me, why don't you come see me and Grandma? Luo Ting answered seriously, Dad is a soldier, right? He has an important mission to complete, so he can't come back to see Anan. That's why I came instead. Xiao Keqing couldn't help feeling sorry for the child. His chubby face was very cute. Anan also noticed Xiao Keqing and asked, who are you? Xiao Keqing looked at Luo Ting after hearing this. Luo Ting smiled and said, my wife. Her name is Auntie. Xiao Keqing glared at him angrily and pinched Luo Ting's waist with her finger. Anan immediately called out, Auntie. Xiao Keqing showed a gentle smile and said, Anan is so well behaved. She took out the clothes, pastries, and candies she bought. The clothes were a bit large, but Grandma said they fit just right. After chatting for a while, Luo Ting took Xiao Keqing home. Sitting on the seat, Xiao Keqing was lost in thought. She thought it would be better to take out the motorcycle earlier, even though the back seat was covered with a cloth and still uncomfortable after sitting for a long time. The motorcycle was different. It would save time going back and forth. She decided to discuss it with her brother tonight. They quickly arrived at the residential compound, and both Luo Ting and Xiao Keqing saw her brother and Jiang Qi with very angry faces. Xiao Junjie said angrily, you really have some nerve. Xiao Keqing awkwardly said, I'm going to cook now and make you something delicious. After speaking, she quickly ran into the kitchen. Luo Ting touched his nose and said, what's wrong? Is it not okay for me to have dinner with my girlfriend? If you're so capable, bring someone too. Don't be jealous of us. Xiao Junjie sneered coldly. Who's jealous of you? You don't even invite us to dinner. Are you still brothers? Don't you know I can't cook? Luo Ting was indifferent and said, you don't know how to cook? Jiang Qi is here. 2 grown men can't even feed themselves? Jiang Qi crossed his legs and straightforwardly said, I really don't know how to cook. Luo Ting shook his head and said, you guys deserve to go hungry. After that, he went into the kitchen to help Xiao Keqing cook. In the kitchen, he saw Xiao Keqing washing vegetables. I'll do it, he said. Xiao Keqing saw that this man was quite helpful. She shook off the water drops on her hands and exaggeratedly said, my boyfriend is the best. Luo Ting's lips curved into a handsome smile as he washed vegetables and said, I've always been good. Unlike them, I can cook. I do know how to cook. Xiao Keqing smiled mischievously and gently kissed Luo Ting's face, praising, my boyfriend is great. Oh. Luo Ting's heart started pounding, and he couldn't help but smile because of her praise. Her boyfriend should be praised. Look how hard he was working after she complimented him. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh and said, since my boyfriend is so great, help me chop the ribs and pork knuckles, okay? Luo Ting looked steadily at Xiao Keqing for 3 seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, okay. He realized Xiao Keqing was waiting for him here. No wonder her little mouth was so sweet, but he was willing. Luo Ting helped Xiao Keqing with cooking and watched how she prepared the meal. With Luo Ting's help, dinner was ready quickly. Xiao Keqing knew exactly when her mother would return home, so she timed everything perfectly. Once everyone was there, they started eating. Xiao Junjie and Jiang Qi ate quickly and eagerly. Seeing their hungry looks, Luo Ting felt even hungrier himself and thought how delicious Xiao Keqing's cooking was. Grandpa Luo enjoyed the meal prepared by Xiao Keqing so much that he almost couldn't stop eating. He was happy thinking that soon she would become his granddaughter-in-law. After dinner, Grandpa Luo and Aunt Lu went home. Xiao Junjie and Luo Ting sat in the living room talking about their army experiences. Jiang Qi found it boring, so he gave Xiao Keqing a look and left. When Xiao Keqing saw her brother and Lu Ting talking, she quietly slipped out of the house and saw Jiang Qi sitting in the yard. She sat down next to him and asked, "Why did you call me out?" Jiang Qi knew Xiao Keqing well but still asked, "Are you really planning to be with Lu Ting?" Xiao Keqing nodded and said, "Didn't I tell you that before? Why ask again?" Jiang Qi looked worried and said, "Can I ask you to be sure?" Xiao Keqing replied, "Stop worrying about me. I'm doing well now. Take care of yourself and find a wife soon." Jiang Qi remembered when Grandpa Xiao and Grandpa Lu talked about their families getting married at the table. He couldn't help but ask, "I heard them talking about your marriage. Are you really planning to marry so early?" Xiao Keqing said, "They are talking about their plans. I haven't decided yet. We'll see in the future." After Lu Ting shared army stories with Xiao Junjie, he stood up to find Xiao Keqing. When he arrived in the yard, he heard Jiang Qi say, "You still need to take him seriously. If you wait until after the wedding to find out if he's capable, it might be too late. Military marriages are hard to end. I'm not worried about you, but I care." Lu Ting's eyes turned cold and sharp, and a chilling aura radiated from him. Xiao Keqing understood what Jiang Qi was implying and thought about the man's words about proving himself. Her heart skipped a beat. She wondered, "Are you saying that if he's not capable, I should find someone else?" Jiang Qi said, "I didn't say you should find someone else. Platonic love is rare. You need to think carefully." She believed the man meant he could prove himself. If he couldn't, would he say such things? Xiao Keqing warned Jiang Qi, "Next time, don't talk about this. I feel good now and have no plans to change partners."
Ting approached.
Xiao Keqing saw his aura turn cold and commanding. My heart skipped a beat. Oh my, did I hear that right? Luckily, she just said she didn't plan to change her mind. Jiang Qi heard footsteps behind him and turned to look back. He met Lu Ting's cold eyes, sharp as an ice blade, almost tangible, making his heart tremble. Was he this unlucky? Did he hear that too? Lu Ting stood in front of Jiang Qi. "Are you really that concerned about me?" His voice was calm but chilling. Jiang Qi awkwardly smiled and said, "It's getting late. If I don't go back soon, the lights will go out." "Xiao Qingqing, I'm leaving." He quickly got up and ran off, but then remembered he forgot the meat sauce. He turned back toward the kitchen. More important, he couldn't leave without it. Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting exchanged glances. He stared at her with deep, dark eyes. She squinted slightly, making her heart beat faster. Inside, she thought, Jiang Qi is so unlucky. Always the bad luck charm. She stood up, walked over to Lu Ting, and playfully linked her arm with his. She smiled softly and said, "Let's go back to the room. I have something to give you." He was used to her teasing, and his heart softened completely. Seeing her brother still in the living room, Xiao Keqing released Lu Ting's hand. "Wait in the living room. I'll go get it." "Okay." Lu Ting sat down. Xiao Junjie looked annoyed. "You're still not going home? We're about to sleep, and you're still here? Do you want to stay overnight at my place?" Lu Ting replied, "It's not impossible. I actually want to." If he could sleep holding Qingqing, he would be so happy. Xiao Junjie snorted coldly. "You're really bold. Even as a son-in-law, you're not good enough." Lu Ting ignored Xiao Junjie and kept his gaze fixed on Xiao Keqing, holding a bag of something. His eyes sparkled with a smile. Wow, Qingqing is so nice, such a big bag. He thought just one thing would make him happy, but this surprise was too sudden. Lu Ting quickly stepped forward and took the bag from Xiao Keqing's hands, smiling at her with a very flirtatious look. He took her hand with his other hand. Xiao Keqing thought her brother was still on the sofa and tried to pull away from him, but he held her tightly. Lu Ting didn't want to let go of Qingqing's hand. He loudly said, "Thank you, Qingqing, for the gift." His voice was loud enough to fill the entire living room. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting suspiciously. Was it really necessary to say it so loudly? Was he trying to let everyone know? Xiao Junjie turned to look at them.
"What?
My sister gave you a gift?" Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand and sat on the sofa, looking at Xiao Junjie. Is it normal for my partner to give me a gift? You are overreacting so much, Xiao Keqing said to her brother. Brother, maybe you should go back to your room first. Hearing his sister's words, Xiao Junjie almost spat out blood in frustration. Lu Ting wouldn't let Xiao Junjie leave. He hadn't even opened his gift yet. He softly said, Qing'er, I'm just sitting here peacefully, it won't bother us. After speaking, he started opening the bag and glanced at Xiao Junjie from time to time, a slight smile forming on his lips. Xiao Junjie scoffed coldly. At first glance, Lu Ting took out a navy blue coat from his pocket, smiling as he looked at Xiao Keqing. I want to try it on now. Qing'er, let me see. After saying that, he stood up and began taking off his coat. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, Are you a kid? Are you so happy just because you got new clothes? Lu Ting, while taking off his coat, replied, It depends on who bought the clothes. If my partner gave them to me, of course, I'd be happy. Xiao Keqing watched as the man took off his coat, revealing a white shirt underneath. His movements showed off how good his figure was, and she suddenly remembered the last time Lu Ting was without clothes, her heartbeat quickening. Xiao Junjie looked at the coat Lu Ting was wearing. It was the same style as his, just a different color, and snorted again. It doesn't look as good as mine. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie, uninterested in responding, then looked at Xiao Keqing. Qing'er, you're amazing. The first time you bought me clothes, and they fit so perfectly. Seeing her brother's expression, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh. Don't try on anything else. They're all underwear or clothes-fitting clothes. You can check again when you go home. Lu Ting's gaze was fixed on Xiao Keqing, love in his eyes. All her clothes were bought for him, and they were clothes-fitting? How could his Qing'er be so good? She must see him as her man. He sat back down beside her. He reached out and held Xiao Keqing's hand, wanting to kiss her at that moment. But thinking of her brother still being here, he restrained his impulse, just pressing her hand to his lips for a quick kiss. Xiao Keqing immediately pulled her hand back, blushing. How could he do this? Her brother was still here. Lu Ting knew her brother was nearby, otherwise, he wouldn't have just kissed her hand. Xiao Junjie's eyes widened. That pretentious guy dared to kiss his sister in front of him. Does he think he's invincible? He shouted loudly, Lu Ting, do you think I'm dead? I'm still here. Stop being so cheesy. Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing's hand again and held it in his palm. He looked at Xiao Junjie and said, I know. I'm not trying to cure your jealousy. Just look at how good I am with my partner. You keep bothering us here. I just want you to find someone too. I'm worried you won't find anyone. It's not good for Xiao Junjie to keep bothering them every day. He needs to be encouraged or else Xiao Junjie might never get married if he doesn't find someone. Xiao Junjie stood up angrily. Who's jealous of you? She's my sister. You can't do this before you get married.
Lu Ting smiled slyly.
When you find someone, I hope you can do what you just said. I really want to see you prove me wrong. Xiao Junjie firmly said, I won't do that before I get married. Xiao Keqing said, Brother, go upstairs quickly and study what I gave you the other day. Otherwise, Brother Lu will say you're jealous again. Lu Ting looked seriously at Xiao Keqing. Your brother is doing well here. Watch how we talk about dating. It will be easier for you to find someone in the future. Otherwise, you won't learn anything. Xiao Junjie coldly snorted. Finding someone isn't that simple. With someone like you, I really have no face. I've never seen anyone so clingy when they're dating. After saying that, he was about to go upstairs. He stopped after a few steps and said, Lu Ting, go home early. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Junjie and said, Okay, brother. I understand. Thanks for your concern. Xiao Junjie was silent. This guy really knows how to push buttons. Lu Ting and the others went upstairs. He put Xiao Keqing into his arms and whispered softly in her ear, Your brother finally went upstairs. I want to kiss you right now. Xiao Keqing heard Lu Ting's deep voice and looked up. She saw the intense look in his eyes fixed on her. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Hold on. You're thick-skinned, but I can't do that. If the family sees us again, I don't know if I'll still be able to face anyone.
Lu Ting smiled.
You used to be quite brave. Now you're afraid? Xiao Keqing thought about what the original owner had done before. It was hard to explain. She said it was because of Yang Guizhi's instigation. I was just a naive girl then. Now it's different. If people see us, won't they be embarrassed? Lu Ting looked at her intently and whispered in her ear, Xiao Keqing, you've grown up and understand everything. That's good. His tone was even deeper. Xiao Keqing couldn't help swallowing hard. Oh my gosh. This person is so flirtatious. It feels like there's a hidden meaning in his words. His gaze seems to want to swallow her whole. Lu Tingwei slightly smiled and leaned close to her ear, saying, Since Qing'er knows everything, I should prove what Jiang Qi told you. I don't think that's necessary, Xiao Keqing said calmly. I trust you. Lu Tingwei narrowed his eyes. I think it's very important. What if you misunderstand and think I ran away? I don't care what others say about me, but I can't let my woman misunderstand, right? Xiao Keqing awkwardly changed the subject quickly. It's getting late. You should go home early. I need to go upstairs too. I have to go to the group tomorrow. Lu Tingwei looked at his watch. It's still early. Why are you rushing me? Are you feeling guilty? Xiao Keqing loudly said, Who's feeling guilty? I just need to take a shower or I'll sleep late. Lu Tingwei held her hand and kissed the back of it. Walk me to the door. Xiao Keqing felt her hand tingling and thought about what the man just said. Could it be what she was thinking? Blushing, she said, I suddenly have a stomach ache. I won't walk you out. You can go back by yourself. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, she broke free from his hand and ran upstairs. Lu Tingwei watched Xiao Keqing's figure disappear, then looked away, a slight smile on his lips. He muttered, coward. He got up, grabbed his clothes, and went home. When Lu Tingwei returned home, his mother was still knitting in the living room. He sat down on the sofa beside her and said, Mom, don't knit tonight. It hurts my eyes. Lu's mother replied, It's getting cold. Dad is often outside, and he's coming back soon. I need to knit faster, so he can wear it. Once I finish, I'll knit you one too. Lu Tingwei said, I don't want it. You can knit one for yourself. He opened his bag and took out his coat. He hadn't looked at what Qing'er bought for inside yet. His mother also noticed and asked curiously, Did you go shopping for clothes? Lu Tingwei explained, No. Qing'er gave it to me. His mother hurriedly stopped her work, put the sweater aside, and said, Let me see. She picked up the coat and looked at it carefully. Lu Tingwei unbuttoned the clothes inside and looked. He was surprised when he saw it. The fabric was soft and thick, and the style was new to him. It definitely wasn't sold in their mall. It must have come from the port city. He smiled and thought, Oh, my little woman is so caring. She bought such good clothes for him. She must have prepared it early and spent a lot of time on it. Aunt Lu looked at the trench coat and said, Coco's taste is really good. This outfit looks impressive and has a fresh style. She then looked at her son's clothes and took them over. Aunt Lu, what kind of clothes are these? They're so soft, she asked curiously. Lu Ting explained, Qing'er said they should be worn underneath, like thermal underwear. Aunt Lu touched them again and said, I've been shopping in malls often, but I've never seen these. Where did she buy them? I'll buy 2 sets for your dad tomorrow, and 2 for your grandfather too. Lu Ting said, There's nothing special about them. They look like goods from Port City. Do you think we can find them here? Aunt Lu exclaimed, What? Port City? No wonder. Those must be expensive. Lu Ting took out 2 more sets from inside, looking at them. The fabric was the same, but the patterns were different. Yeah, they probably aren't cheap, he said. This little woman really knows how to pick clothes. No wonder she's used to spending money freely. These few sets cost more than a month's salary. It seems he needs to earn more money in the future, so his wife won't feel wronged. Once they have children, they will spend even more. Aunt Lu then took the clothes from her son's hands and exclaimed in surprise, Wow, there are 3 more sets. How much do they cost? She looked at them carefully and then said to her son, You and your dad have similar builds. Why not give one to your dad? Lu Ting quickly took the clothes from Aunt Lu's hands and put them back in the bag. Use your money to buy something for Dad. These were bought for me by my girlfriend. How can I give them to Dad? I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Isn't that enough for you to buy something? Seeing how much her son cherished the clothes, Aunt Lu gave up her idea. She couldn't bear to see her son's expression. He loved Coco so much. Fortunately, the two are already a couple. Otherwise, her silly son might never get married or have children. She planned to go to the mall tomorrow to buy something for her husband. It might not be as stylish, but it would keep him warm. Lu Ting took the clothes back to his room. Meanwhile, Xiao Junjie, after returning home, immediately took out his tablet. He didn't believe it would be hard to find a partner. He watched a movie seriously until the tablet ran out of battery, then washed up and went to sleep. The next day, Xiao Qi got up. Today, she was going to the arts troupe. Although Director Yang didn't specify a time, she often visited the troupe and planned to give Director Yang the song she recorded yesterday, The Lone Warrior. After washing up and changing into her military uniform, she went downstairs. He saw that her boyfriend was already chatting with her grandfather and mother. Lu Ting was still amazed by Xiao Qi in her military uniform. He smiled and said, "Today, I will work with you." After speaking, he started pouring soy milk for Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi sat down beside Lu Ting.
Sure.
Today, it was good that Lu Ting was going to the army with Xiao Qi. Now that he was officially her boyfriend, he definitely wanted to stay close to her. Xiao Qi's mother finished her breakfast quickly, so as not to disturb them, and left for the army. After breakfast, Xiao Qi and Lu Ting went to the army. It was almost time for work, and there were quite a few people around. Many greeted Xiao Qi and Lu Ting. Xiao Qi turned to Lu Ting. "You go to your unit first. I'm not on the way." Lu Ting looked at his watch. "I'll take you to the gate, then I'll go back to my unit. There's enough time. Shall we have lunch together?" Xiao Qi smiled. "I still have friends in the art troupe. It's better not to eat with you."
And Lu Ting nodded.
"All right, then we can go home together tonight." Xiao Qi thought for a moment. "Let's meet at the main gate after work."
Okay.
As they walked, many people looked at them curiously. Lu Ting wanted this effect, to let more people know Xiao Qi was his girlfriend, so no one would dare to bother her. Because Xiao Junjie stayed out late watching a movie yesterday, he woke up late this morning. He found that he was alone at home. Aunt's son probably hadn't returned, and his sister was likely at the art troupe. Today, he planned to visit relatives' homes, aiming to finish seeing close family within 3 days. He also wanted to visit his grandparents today, but it seemed he would go alone. After finishing his mother's breakfast, he went to change clothes. Standing in front of the wardrobe, he looked at the clothes inside and couldn't help feeling happy. His wardrobe was much fuller than Lu Ting's. He took out a trench coat, put it on, and looked at himself in the mirror. No matter how he looked, he was definitely more handsome than Lu Ting. He carried the pre-purchased cigarettes, alcohol, candies, and pastries and went out. As he left the family compound, he remembered that to get to his grandmother's house, he needed to take a bus. The small road he often walked was only about 10 minutes to the bus stop, so he decided to walk without hesitation. Just as he was about to take the small road, he noticed that 3 years ago, it was only wide enough for one person, but now it had been expanded and was much smoother. Walking quickly forward, he saw a family of 3 ahead. It was hard to overtake them, so Xiao Junjie could only follow behind, since the station was not far ahead. His steps slowed down because the woman in front was carrying a child and walking slowly. He heard the man in front complain, "Why did you bring so little back from your parents' house this time? Don't you know there are many people at home?" The woman didn't speak and kept walking. The man kept talking, "Did you tell your parents about my issue? Are they paying for it?" The woman whispered, "There's no money at home." The man suddenly got angry, "I need to give gifts to others. Don't you understand? Can't you cry a little more?" Her voice was soft, but Xiao Junjie heard it clearly. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. He looked at the woman ahead. She looked very thin from behind. He didn't remember seeing her before. Listening to the man's words, he frowned. Was this really the same man? Asking for money from his mother-in-law? Xiao Junjie also heard the woman say, "Hold the child for a moment. I can't carry him anymore." The man looked annoyed. "You eat so much every day, and now you can't even carry a kid? What good are you?" After saying that, he took the child. Xiao Junjie felt that the woman's voice sounded very familiar. He didn't want to hear their arguing anymore. It was annoying. As they approached the intersection, he quickly overtook them. His curiosity made him glance back at the couple. The woman accidentally saw Xiao Junjie and was instantly shocked, stopping in her tracks. Xiao Junjie recognized her as Tang Ran. He looked ahead calmly and continued walking. He kept hearing the man behind complain, "Why did you stop? Hurry up. You haven't been home these days and no one's washed the clothes. Hurry up, don't dawdle. There's a lot to do at home. Everyone is married with children now, so it's better to avoid trouble. Just now, I saw her with her husband, but I didn't feel much. It seems this woman hasn't found a good man. What kind of life is she living? If he gets married in the future, he should treat his wife well." Tang Ran heard her husband's urging and stood up, keeping her eyes fixed on Xiao Junjie ahead, feeling shocked inside. He has changed so much, taller than before. He wasn't this tall before. His posture is straight, and wearing a trench coat makes him look very impressive and confident. Although she only glanced at him and then looked away, she still clearly saw his face, which looked even more handsome. How did she not notice this before? The gift in her hand looks expensive, and she glanced at her own man. He is thin and was also gasping while holding the child. Was she blind back then? Why did she think Hong Guohua was better than Xiao Junjie? Thinking about being deceived by his sweet talk, she felt more upset and wanted to leave him more strongly. Xiao Junjie quickly got into the car heading to his grandmother's house. Xiao Qi joined the art troupe and found there were very few people. She learned that most of the new members had recently joined. These people were transferred here from the Southern Military Unit and all knew Xiao Qi. Xiao Shanshan waved at Xiao Qi. "Xiao Qi, come sit here." Xiao Qi saw Xiao Shanshan walking over and sat beside her. Xiao Shanshan said, "I thought you wouldn't come. I looked everywhere for you, and the others are busy with performances." Xiao Qi smiled and said, "I'm here now. Are there any activities planned in the troupe these days?" Xiao Shanshan replied, "Yes. The leader assigned us new members a task. Each of us will perform a show. It can be solo or group, whatever you prefer. The best performances will be scheduled for New Year's Day. We're practicing every day. What about you?" Xiao Qi nodded. "Same as you. I can sing or dance. I haven't decided on a specific program yet. Do you have any ideas?" Xiao Shanshan said, "I'm good at dancing and playing the accordion. Singing, of course, I can't do as well as you. I haven't decided whether to do dance or accordion either." After saying this, she remembered what she overheard in the dorm and thought she should tell Xiao Qi. Xiao Shanshan took Xiao Qi to a quiet place, feeling nervous, and said, "Xiao Qi, I overheard Wu Xiaoyu and Luo Xiuhong talking in the dorm. I don't want you to be tricked by them, so I decided to tell you. I also need to be honest with you about something." Xiao Qi asked, "Okay, go ahead."
"I'm listening."
After Xiao Shanshan got on the train, Wu Xiaoyu and Luo Xiuhong talked about how much they liked her brother. She also shared the story of seeing Xiao Junjie save someone 3 years ago. She said she liked Xiao Junjie ever since she saw him perform with the southern troops and told Xiao Qi about it. Xiao Qi widened her eyes, unable to believe that this girl liked her brother. Xiao Shanshan blushed and said, "They plan to trick you into trusting them and becoming good friends, then use you to find your brother. I like your brother, but I never thought I would learn about him through you." Xiao Qi looked at Xiao Shanshan and asked, "So, you want to be friends with me just because of my brother?" Xiao Shanshan firmly replied, "No, I wanted to be friends with you because I heard you sing. I really like listening to your singing. When your brother went on stage to accept the award, I found out he is Xiao Junjie. I asked my brother about him, and then I learned you are his sister." Xiao Qi nodded without saying anything. Xiao Shanshan looked worried and said, "I just don't want you to misunderstand. That's why I told you the truth. Don't you believe me? Fine, I swear to you." She raised 3 fingers and said, "I swear if I want to be friends with you just because of your brother, I will never dance again, never play the accordion, and I won't get married for the rest of my life." Xiao Qi was surprised for a moment. Did she just make such a serious vow? Is this girl silly, or what? Xiao Shanshan looked at Xiao Keqing with a sad face and asked, "Still don't believe me?" Xiao Keqing thought this girl was really adorable and fun. She pretended to be serious and asked, "It's easy for me to believe you. You can only choose one, me or your brother. What would you pick?" Xiao Shanshan's eyes widened.
Huh?
Can it really be like that? Do I have to choose? Xiao Keqing nodded seriously. Yes, you must choose. Xiao Shanshan frowned, weighing her options. Xiao Junjie still disliked her. And he said he liked someone else. It's probably impossible to chase after him. Knowing the outcome, she still wanted to try. She knew she might get hurt, but why choose him? After hesitating for a while, she looked at Xiao Keqing, pouted, and said, "Your brother doesn't like me anyway. There's no point in choosing. Choosing your brother isn't worth it. Choosing you is more practical." Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Tell me more?" Xiao Shanshan's eyes darkened for a moment. "The day after your brother received his award, I confessed to him. But he said he liked someone else and didn't like me. He even seemed to dislike me. I just wanted to try, to see if I could win him over. I used a silly way, accidentally bumping into him every day, but he rejected me. I haven't really chased anyone before. I thought about trying a different approach, and I've thought it over these past few days. I've decided not to pursue your brother anymore." Xiao Keqing giggled and said, "You're very brave. I was just joking with you. I believe you." Zhou Shanshan's eyes lit up instantly. "That's great. I was worried you wouldn't believe me. I'm not as brave as you. Your brother said you're the kind of person who only turns back after hitting a wall, so I gave up on him." Can Xiao Keqing say that was the original owner? She really isn't as brave as Zhou Shanshan. She changed the subject, with such a fierce vow. "How can I not believe you? Aren't you afraid you won't get married?" Zhou Shanshan smiled and said, "I speak the truth. I haven't lied to you. I'm not afraid." Xiao Keqing praised her. "I really like a girl who's pretty and cute like you." Zhou Shanshan's eyes widened. "Really? I'm so good. Then why doesn't your brother like me?" Xiao Keqing thought of her brother. "My brother is just a simple person who doesn't understand what liking someone means." Zhou Shanshan held Xiao Keqing's hand and said as they walked, "I often run into your brother in the Southern Army. He ignores me, but he likes that girl and always mentions her in front of me. It's not so bad. I don't have to worry about him. I should work harder on my performance. Anyway, let's go watch the rehearsal." In the morning, Xiao Keqing spent time with Zhou Shanshan practicing performances in the troupe. Zhou Shanshan even danced for Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing thought Zhou Shanshan's dance was better than her playing the accordion. She suggested Zhou Shanshan could choose to dance for the new year. Morning passed quickly. Lu Ting took a metal lunchbox and went to the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he started looking for Xiao Keqing. He quickly spotted her in the queue and hurried over, standing behind her. He pretended to cough twice. Cough, cough. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Keqing turned around and saw the man looking at her. She couldn't help but look around. Many people were also observing her. She looked up at the man and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Ting smiled and took a handful of candies from his pocket, handing them to her and saying, "Wedding candies." Xiao Keqing asked, "Where did you get these wedding candies?" Lu Ting stepped forward and put the candies into the pocket of Xiao Keqing's military jacket, saying, "These are for my friend's wedding. I told him mine will be soon too." Xiao Keqing glared at the man and said, "I have to wait for my brother to get married first." After speaking, she turned around and continued to queue. Lu Ting clicked his tongue, thinking how difficult it was to marry her. Xiao Shanshan, who was ahead, had already noticed them. She held back her curiosity for now, planning to ask Xiao Keqing later what was going on. Xiao Keqing finished serving her food, glanced at Lu Ting, then found a seat with Xiao Shanshan. Lu Ting also found a spot close to Xiao Keqing and sat down nearby. Xiao Shanshan watched the two exchange glances and suspected something was going on. She whispered, "Are you dating?" Xiao Keqing paused with her chopsticks and said, "You're pretty good at noticing." Xiao Shanshan replied, "Anyone with eyes can tell if someone is a good match. Didn't you see Captain Lu's eyes, like a spotlight, watching you?" Xiao Keqing's eyes flicked and looked back at Lu Ting. Just as Qiao Shanshan said, he was also looking at her while eating. Qiao Shanshan continued, "Can't they tell? Right now, many people are probably talking about you and Captain Lu." Xiao Keqing said firmly, "I don't care what they say. Lu Ting is my boyfriend." After that, she resumed eating. After finishing her meal, Xiao Keqing took some candies from her pocket and gave a few to Qiao Shanshan. Qiao Shanshan smiled and said, "Xiao Keqing, you're so kind. You give me candies your boyfriend gave you?" Xiao Keqing replied, "There's nothing wrong with that. Don't worry, I have more." In the afternoon, Xiao Keqing was again rehearsing with Qiao Shanshan. They discussed music and got along very well. Time flew by, and soon it was time to go home. Xiao Keqing looked at her watch and saw it was over 10 minutes past work hours. She remembered she had arranged to leave with Lu Ting, so she quickly said goodbye to Qiao Shanshan. Today, Lu Ting arrived right on time at the gate, waiting there. As soon as Xiao Keqing came out, she could see him clearly. At this moment, a few other team leaders from different groups, seeing Lu Ting, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain Lu, are you waiting for someone? Want to go back together?" Lu Ting's lips curled into a slight smile. "Yes, I'm waiting for my girlfriend to go home with me. You all go ahead, don't wait for me." Several squad leaders exchanged glances, each curious. One of them, feeling curious, called out to someone across from Lu Ting, under a big tree, saying, "I have cigarettes here. Let's have a smoke before we go. The commander of the third squad will be out soon." Everyone quickly understood the meaning. They also wanted to see who the cold-faced king of death's partner was. It must be someone from the army, or they wouldn't be waiting at the military district gate. The squad leader holding cigarettes called out, "Commander Lu, the person isn't here yet. Have a smoke." Lu Ting replied, "No more. My partner doesn't like the smell of cigarettes." Although Xiao Qing didn't say anything last time he smoked, it felt like having cigarettes smell on his lips wasn't good. What if later Xiao Qing'er disliked the smell and refused to kiss him? A few squad leaders lit their cigarettes and smoked. Anyone who just left the gate could see Commander Lu immediately. Anyone who knew Lu Ting nodded and greeted him. Lu Ting responded one by one, "Oh, my partner is finishing work now. We're going home for dinner." More and more people started watching from the gate, eager to see what Lu Ting's partner looked like. Seeing the increasing crowd, a smile appeared on Lu Ting's face that he couldn't hide. Great! Tomorrow everyone in the military district would know he's the prospective son-in-law of Commander Xiao. Xiao Qing just stepped out of the gate and immediately saw Lu Ting. His position was quite eye-catching. When Lu Ting saw Xiao Qing come out, he immediately smiled and strode toward him. The onlookers exclaimed, "Is that really Commander Lu? He can smile too?" Xiao Qing finally looked outside. Were these people going home after work? They seemed to be waiting for someone. Lu Ting reached Xiao Qing and said, "Give me your backpack. Are you tired today?" Xiao Qing smiled and handed over his backpack.
Wow.
"I just realized you're getting better at being a boyfriend." Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh softly and whispered in Xiao Qing's ear, "Marry me sooner, and I'll be even better as your husband." Xiao Qing glared at Lu Ting and said, "Let's go home." Everyone outside had seen everything clearly. Now Xiao Qing was a well-known person in the army. Everyone had watched their performance and recognized her as Commander Zhao's daughter. Didn't people say that Xiao Qing's father used to chase after Lu Ting? Now, it was the other way around. Seeing how Lu Ting was trying to please his partner, everyone was so surprised they didn't dare blink, afraid of missing anything. Xiao Qing couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are they all waiting for someone?"
Probably, yes.
Lu Ting looked at the person across from him and said, "We're leaving first." Xiao Keqing then continued walking back home with Lu Ting. Lu Ting couldn't help but ask, "Are you tired today?" Xiao Keqing shook her head. "Not tired, I feel fulfilled." She told Lu Ting what happened at the army today. Lu Ting listened more and more attentively. This was about Xiao Junjie's lifelong happiness. If Xiao Junjie married earlier, then he could marry sooner too. He knew Qiao Shanshan, who was Qiao Jun's sister. "Your brother is just like I used to be, slow to understand. Once he gets it, just look at him." I guarantee he's even more crazy than I am. Xiao Keqing giggled happily and suddenly remembered how Jiang Qi often described people with 2 words. She whispered to Lu Ting, "Is he shy but eager?" Lu Ting looked at her after hearing this, stared for 3 seconds, then chuckled twice.
Oh.
How does his Qing'er know so much? It really suits his brother. He underestimated his Qing'er a bit. Curious, he asked, "Who did you learn that from?" "From now on, you can only say these things in front of me."
Got it?
Xiao Keqing glanced at Lu Ting and said, "Old-fashioned."
What?
Xiao Keqing raised her voice. "I said you're just an old-fashioned guy." After saying that, she quickly ran ahead. A helpless smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ting's mouth as he chased after Xiao Keqing. Soon, Lu Ting caught up with Xiao Keqing. "Where should we eat?" Xiao Keqing understood what he meant and replied, "Everyone goes home, finds their own mom."
What?
Lu Ting clenched his teeth. "Are you trying to annoy me?" He took Xiao Keqing's hand and headed toward the Lu family. Xiao Keqing softly said, "All right, you let go first. No matter whose house I go to, I should say hello. If I go to your house, your family will definitely be worried." Lu Ting released her hand. "Wait for me at the door. I'll go in and tell Aunt Sun you're coming to my house for dinner." He didn't want Xiao Junjie to bother them. Xiao Keqing nodded. "Are you afraid my brother will scold you?"
Lu Ting nodded.
"Yes, I'm afraid." "You're right. Qing'er, you have to help me, just like last time. When your brother tried to hit me, you had to help me, understand?" Xiao Keqing chuckled. "You're really good at pretending." A smile involuntarily appeared at Lu Ting's lips. "Wait for me at the door. I'll go tell Aunt Sunday." Then he turned and ran inside. Xiao Keqing waited at the door. Soon, Lu Ting came out. Lu Ting smiled and said, "Let's go home." The 2 of them returned to the Lu family together. Today, Mother Lu went to the department store to buy clothes for her family, so she came back late. When Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing returned, dinner was just being prepared. Xiao Keqing wanted to help Mother Lu in the kitchen, but Mother Lu waved her off, saying, "Kiki, you don't need to help in the kitchen. You've been working all day and must be exhausted. Rest quickly. Dinner might be a little late tonight." At that moment, Lu Ting came over, took Xiao Keqing's hand, and said, "Mom said you don't need to help. Why are you still in the kitchen causing trouble?" He pulled her hand and led her outside. Xiao Keqing, being pulled along, went upstairs to the 2nd floor. Just as she was about to enter Lu Ting's room, she suddenly stopped, meeting his gaze. Lu Ting's lips curled slightly, and he looked at Xiao Keqing intently. Her heart started to beat a little faster. I'll wait for you downstairs," she said. Lu Ting slightly bent down and whispered in her ear, "In the living room. I'm worried you might feel shy. I want to hold you and I really want to kiss you. You can't stop me from kissing you today. It's been several days since I last kissed you. Do I have a partner like you?" His straightforward words made her smile slightly. Thinking about their kiss was quite exciting. Kissing her boyfriend was perfectly normal, and with Mother Lu downstairs, she didn't need to worry about anything else. Lu Ting gave Xiao Keqing a chance to hesitate, but she agreed. He wouldn't let her go easily. He wanted to prove himself to her. If she decided not to be with him because of this, what could he do? Blushing, Xiao Keqing looked up at the man staring at her. She took a step forward. She agreed. Lu Ting smiled and took her into his room. The next moment, he locked the door behind them. Xiao Keqing's heart started pounding wildly. In this quiet room, they looked at each other. Lu Ting slowly moved closer, held her waist, and gently embraced her. Xiao Keqing was wrapped in his arms. She could smell her own sweet scent, and her throat involuntarily moved a couple of times. Then he started to kiss her. At first, the kiss was gentle and restrained. Her delicate arms instinctively wrapped around his slim waist. As the kiss deepened, their breathing grew heavier. Lu Ting began kissing her chin, neck, and then her ear. She couldn't help but make a soft sound. She felt tingling all over her body from his kisses. Hearing this, Lu Ting's blood surged. He slightly pulled away from her lips, looked down at her, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of affection, charming without realizing it. He let go of her hand. Xiao Keqing's mind went blank, leaving only emptiness, and her face suddenly felt hot. Even through her clothes. His nose brushed against hers, and his voice was hoarse as he asked, "Do you still believe Jiang Qi's words?" Xiao Keqing completely forgot to think. Lu Ting's cheeks were already flushed, and his dark eyes swirled with emotion. "I'll prove it to you. Help me." I can't." Lu Ting took a shallow breath and said, "This is my first time too." All he could hear was his heavy breathing, which made Xiao Keqing's cheeks burn even more. Downstairs, Lu's mother was quickly cooking, and Grandpa Lu had just come back. He saw his daughter-in-law cooking and sat at the dining table to read the newspaper. Lu's mother brought out a bowl of food and asked, "Weren't the kids just here? Where did they go?" Grandpa Lu finally put down his newspaper and went to the living room. Seeing no one, he wondered if they were in the backyard. Just as he was about to go outside, he stopped himself. It was better not to disturb them. He returned to the table and continued reading the newspaper. Not sure how much time passed. Lu Ting held her in front of the sink, turned on the tap, and wrapped his arms around her from behind to wash her hands. His face was close to Xiao Keqing's cheek. He patiently lathered soap on her hands and washed carefully. He looked at her face, which was flushed and spreading to her ears. Unable to resist, he kissed her cheek again and again. Softly, he said, "Are you satisfied now? You can't believe Jiang Qi's words anymore, and you definitely shouldn't stop liking me because of this." Xiao Keqing's face was burning hot. She didn't want to answer his question and stepped on his foot. It wasn't true what Jiang Qi said, that he was no longer capable. This person was truly talented.
"Oh.
Looks like you're not satisfied," Lu Ting said with a kiss on her cheek again. Xiao Keqing's hand still ached. Until Lu Ting took her hand and led her to the wardrobe, took out a new towel, and held her hand face-to-face to dry it. Xiao Keqing watched him dry her hand and couldn't help but think of what had just happened. "Are you angry?" Lu Ting looked down at her face and explained, "It's just because I was worried you'd misunderstand. What if you stop liking me? I just want to prove that I can do well." Xiao Keqing's face was still hot and out of control. She looked up at Lu Ting and said, "You're good enough. My hand still hurts." Lu Ting chuckled, almost smiling to his ears. "It's good that Xiao Er knows." After saying that, he threw the towel onto the table and bent down to carry Xiao Keqing horizontally. Xiao Keqing reflexively grabbed Lu Ting's neck. "What are you doing?" Lu Ting sat down in a reclining chair, holding her. "Hugging you. You said your hand was sore, so I wanted to massage it for you." Xiao Keqing thought of Lu's mother still cooking dinner. She whispered, "Let's go downstairs. Dinner might be ready." Lu Ting looked at his watch and nodded. "Yes, it's time to eat." Xiao Keqing touched her hair. "Do you have a comb?"
My hair is a bit messy."
Lu Ting touched his hair. "Do you think I need a comb for this hairstyle?" Xiao Keqing ran her hand through her hair twice. "Never mind, using your hand is fine too." Lu Ting looked around the room. There was nothing a woman would use. He softly said, "Our room really needs some things. We should buy some later." Xiao Keqing smiled. "Will you buy them for me?" "That's obvious. I buy things for my wife," Lu Ting said as he took Xiao Keqing's hand and led her outside. "Let's go, wife, dinner is ready." Xiao Keqing shot him a playful, annoyed look. They went downstairs and saw Grandpa Lu sitting at the dining table. Xiao Keqing still thought about what she saw upstairs and blushed. Grandpa Lu saw Xiao Keqing and waved his hand.
"Kiki, come sit with Grandpa."
Xiao Keqing called out, "Grandpa," and sat beside him. Lu Ting also sat on Xiao Keqing's other side, still gently massaging her hand under the table. Lu's mother brought out chopsticks, looked at Xiao Keqing and smiled.
"Come, Keke, eat."
Xiao Keqing saw this and quickly pulled her hand away from Lu Ting's and took the chopsticks. "Thank you, Aunt Lu."
Aunt Lu smiled warmly. "No need to be so polite. Soon we'll be family."
Lu Ting also picked up his chopsticks and helped Xiao Keqing serve food. Aunt Lu couldn't help but smile. Her son was caring for his wife, just like her husband. She missed her husband very much and wondered when he would come back. Everyone enjoyed their meal happily. Meanwhile, Xiao Junjie had finished dinner early at his grandmother's house and caught the last bus home. After getting off the bus, he looked up at the setting sun, enjoying the beautiful view. Home is great. Being with family is the best. He still took the same small path home, looking ahead. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Could it be a coincidence? How come he saw Tang Ran walking ahead again? And alone. Previously, he always walked behind Tang Ran when he went home. It was because it was convenient and to protect her from being bullied in the neighborhood. She seemed quite pitiful. Now, he was clear about his feelings. It wasn't love, so why should he stop walking? He shook his head with a smile and kept walking. Soon, he overtook Tang Ran and walked ahead of her. Today, Tang Ran was returning home with her husband. She saw all the clothes piled in front of her, waiting to be washed. Her husband was nearby, urging her to finish quickly so she could go back to work in the fields. She hesitated for a moment, then was scolded by her mother-in-law. Normally, she wouldn't get angry, but today she lost her temper. She handed the children to her husband and went home alone. She forgot to bring money and couldn't go back to get it, so she just walked home alone. As she neared her house, she looked up and saw Xiao Junjie walking ahead of her. She couldn't help but call out, "Xiao Junjie, is that you?" Hearing her call, Xiao Junjie slowed down and turned around. He looked at her and said, "Comrade Tang Ran, is there something you need?" She was momentarily stunned by his distant tone, then hesitated and asked, "Do you hate me?" Xiao Junjie frowned, confused. "Why would I hate you? I don't understand what you're saying." Tang Ran said straightforwardly, "Hate me because I got married." Xiao Junjie immediately understood her meaning. He smiled and said, "Oh no. Is there anything else?" "No. I'm going home now." He turned and kept walking. Gathering her courage, Tang Ran called out, "Did you like me before?" She remembered he never confessed his feelings, only following her after school every day. Xiao Junjie smiled, but stopped walking. He looked back at her and said, "No, I never liked you." He wanted to thank her for getting married, which helped him realize his true feelings. His sister was right, liking someone shouldn't be like that. Hearing this, Tang Ran stared at Xiao Junjie, unable to believe it. Why didn't he like her? Why did he always follow her after school then? Xiao Junjie thought she was getting more and more naive. Her eyes were blind, especially since she married such a man. He quickened his pace to avoid more questions he couldn't handle. When he got home, he didn't see his sister. He asked Aunt Sun, who told him she had gone to the Liu family's house for dinner. He went upstairs, took his pajamas to shower, and after washing, casually hung his clothes to dry. Seeing his sister still hadn't returned, he put on a coat, picked up a book, and went downstairs. He wanted to wait for his sister to talk about Tang Ran's situation. She knew more about it. Until 8:30 in the evening, Xiao Keqing's brother reluctantly saw her off home. When Xiao Keqing entered the house, she saw her brother reading on the sofa, so she sat down too. Xiao Junjie put down his book and asked, "Are you finally back?" Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Brother, when you have a wife, won't you be afraid I'll tease you? The tide turns, you know." Xiao Junjie smiled slightly and said, "You're pretty sharp-tongued." Huh? He thought about Tang Ran and told his sister about meeting her again today. Xiao Keqing was surprised but also felt her brother was quite calm. "Brother, seeing her and knowing she's married, how do you feel?" Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and said with a smile, "She doesn't have good taste." Xiao Keqing said, "Good thing you don't like her. You're usually quiet, and if you were with her, you'd be bored to death." She thought about the motorcycle in her space and asked her brother, "Brother, didn't you say last time you wanted a motorcycle? I want to get one for you and Brother Liu. Have you thought of an excuse yet?" Xiao Junjie had been thinking about his sister's motorcycle. He had already come up with an excuse and even got the ticket for the road. But his sister was generous and wanted to get one for Liu Ting too. "You're not even married to him yet, and you're already favoring him. Look at how worthless you seem." Xiao Keqing explained, "Who's worthless? I just want us to go out without riding bikes. You don't know how tiring riding a bike can be. If conditions allowed, I'd get a car. If Jiang Qi wasn't in the army, I'd get one for him too." Xiao Junjie said, "One is fine. When you go out with Lu Ting, a car for you to ride is the same. Xiao Keqing hesitated and asked, Brother, do you know what Lu Ting gave me? Xiao Junjie looked curious and asked, Tell me, what did he give you? I'm really curious. Xiao Keqing looked around and said, I'll tell you after you go to your room. Xiao Junjie watched his sister and became even more curious. They returned to Xiao Junjie's room. Xiao Keqing quickly closed the door and took out a tin box. Xiao Junjie looked at the box and recognized it immediately. Could it be Lu Ting's salary box? He had one too, the same box they used to eat cookies, now used for storing wages. This kid was hiding something and wouldn't show him. He was quite generous. Was this for his sister? He wondered. Lu Ting's salary box. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, Brother, you know, right? Yes, exactly. Lu Ting's salary was all given to me. Use it as you need, and when it's gone, he will earn more. Although I don't lack money, hearing this makes me happy. Xiao Junjie glanced at his sister and said, So you were bought by him? You don't need money, and you're holding his salary. Can you really use it all up? Xiao Keqing shook her head and said, Of course, I can use it all. With how fast I spend money, I can probably use it up in less than a day. Thinking about how quickly she could spend it, Xiao Junjie guessed that Lu Ting probably only gave her a small part of his salary. What a clever trick. He coldly said, My silly sister, you'll use it all in a day, and you still treat him like a treasure. After saying that, he walked to the cabinet, opened the top drawer, and took out a similar metal box. He then approached his sister and said, Here, take this. All of my salary is yours. We don't care if you use it up in a day. You can't possibly spend all of my money in one day. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up. Could her brother also be wealthy? Oh, heaven is really kind to her. Her brother is so rich. Although she doesn't want her brother's money, who wouldn't want their family to be wealthy? She smiled and took the metal box, asking, Brother, how long have you been saving this? Xiao Junjie proudly said, Mom doesn't want my money anymore. My mom and grandpa used to give me some, and I've saved money for my years in the army. Xiao Keqing opened the metal box, which contained a passbook, some bills, and cash. She estimated there was about 100 yuan. After picking up the passbook, she looked at her brother and smiled, then opened it to check. Seeing the numbers inside, she thought her brother was impressive, exactly 10,000 yuan, but still much less than Lu Ting. Xiao Keqing put the passbook back into the box, looked up at her brother, and said, Brother, if I use your money, I can probably spend it all in just a few hours. What? Xiao Junjie's eyes widened in surprise. Say that again. Xiao Keqing handed him Lu Ting's salary box and said, Just look for yourself. Xiao Junjie's curiosity grew stronger. He quickly took Lu Ting's salary box and opened it. There was quite a lot of money inside, several hundred yuan and even more bills, several times more than his own. He then looked at his passbook. When he saw the number, he was shocked, 62,550 yuan. This kid had given all his money to his sister. He exclaimed, Where does he get so much money? This kid is really impressive. I've been with him for so many years, and I didn't even know he was so wealthy. Xiao Keqing thought of the book. He was indeed wealthy and destined to be a rich person in the future. Xiao Junjie remembered his sister saying she could use up all her money in a day. He didn't believe it and asked her, Tell me, how can you use up all that money in one day? Xiao Keqing shook her head and said, Brother, you've watched so many movies. Haven't you learned anything useful from them? Xiao Junjie shook his head. Xiao Keqing then took out another tablet. Since you're on vacation these days, you should learn about how our era came to be. Although it's very different from now, the principles are the same. Life will definitely get better in the future. She put Lu Ting's paycheck into her space and stood up. Brother, tonight you should learn about our history from this. We'll talk tomorrow. Also, think of a reason for me. I plan to take out 2 motorcycles from my space. Xiao Junjie looked at the content on the tablet. Okay, go ahead. I'll tell you tomorrow. Xiao Keqing pointed at the tablet and said, If you can't figure out how to make money from this, then you're a bit slow. After saying that, she left. Xiao Junjie muttered to himself, My sister is so smart. Am I still the stupid? The next morning, Xiao Keqing didn't see her brother eating breakfast. She thought he was still sleeping. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was eating noodles. Seeing Xiao Keqing in military uniform, he guessed she was heading to the army and smiled. I thought you weren't going to the army today. Xiao Keqing sat down and said, I promised Xiao Shanshan to practice her show with her, so I have to go. After finishing breakfast, Lu Ting also slung Xiao Keqing's bag over his shoulder. Lunch together? Xiao Keqing thought that the army would probably know about their relationship, so she didn't bother hiding it.
Sure.
Lu Ting couldn't help but smile. He sent Xiao Keqing to the gate of the cultural troop and then turned back to the group. As Xiao Keqing entered, a female colleague walking ahead blocked her way. She frowned slightly, wondering why she was being stopped in such a wide street. Luo Xiaohong stood in front of Xiao Keqing, smiling flatteringly. Xiao Keqing, my name is Luo Xiaohong. I come from the Southern Army. Would you like to watch our show together this morning? Xiao Keqing looked up carefully at the young woman in front of her. I don't have time. I already made plans with someone else. She is probably the person Xiao Shanshan mentioned yesterday who plans to scheme against her and get close to her brother. Luo Xiaohong smiled and said, then it will be the same tomorrow. Xiao Keqing replied, we'll talk about tomorrow. Knowing someone plans to scheme against her, she certainly wouldn't agree. After speaking, she went straight to find Xiao Shanshan. Luo Xiaohong watched her walk away, pouted, and muttered softly, not a big deal. If she becomes your sister-in-law someday, she still won't be able to control you. Xiao Keqing went to the place where they rehearsed yesterday. Xiao Shanshan took out a jar of pickled vegetables and handed it to Xiao Keqing, saying, my mom sent this before we left. Here's a jar for you. It's very tasty. Xiao Keqing happily took it and asked, you gave it to me. What are you going to eat? Xiao Shanshan said, she sent many jars. I can enjoy them for a long time. Xiao Keqing nodded. She thought she should bring her some other things another day. She set the jar aside and said, thanks a lot. The two practiced in the morning, and Xiao Shanshan finalized her program. This time, she followed Xiao Keqing's advice and chose to dance. At noon, Xiao Keqing and Xiao Shanshan went to the cafeteria to get food. Xiao Keqing told Xiao Shanshan that Lu Ting would come to eat with them. Xiao Shanshan refused. Please, don't bother me. I don't want to disturb you. I get nervous whenever I see Captain Lu. Xiao Keqing chuckled and said, you're not nervous when you see my brother, right? Xiao Shanshan lightly patted Xiao Keqing and said, with someone teasing me like you, I told you already. Your brother doesn't like me, so I don't want to hit a wall. I know it's impossible, so why am I still thinking about it? Besides, I've become your friend. If your brother finds out, he might think I approached you with a purpose. I don't want to be misunderstood. Just then, Lu Ting came over. Xiao Keqing happily introduced them. When it was time to eat, Xiao Shanshan naturally brought food to the members of the arts troupe. While eating, Xiao Keqing opened the jar of pickled vegetables Xiao Shanshan gave her. She took a bite. The vegetables were crisp and refreshing, with a perfect balance of sour and sweet. When paired with rice, it was a perfect dish. She placed the jar on the table and said, Xiao Shanshan sent this. It's really good.
Try some.
Lu Ting took a small portion and ate it, saying it tastes very good. Xiao Keqing explained her mom made it and sent it over. I should bring her some other things another day. Lu Ting scooped some lean meat from his bowl into Xiao Keqing's bowl and whispered, you told me yesterday that she likes your brother, right? Could it be that she's approaching him because of you? Xiao Keqing shook her head and firmly said, no, my brother is just a simple-minded person. He clearly rejected her, so she has given up now. Lu Ting said, your brother hasn't met someone he likes yet. If he did, he'd chase after her like I do. Always forgetting your own words, huh? After saying that, Xiao Keqing used her chopsticks to put some fatty meat from her bowl into Lu Ting's aluminum lunchbox, and Lu Ting naturally ate it. Many comrades saw this scene and started talking about how the two might be getting close. Xiao Keqing didn't see Jiang Qi at dinner and asked, why haven't I seen Jiang Qi these past few days? Lu Ting explained, he's out on a training mission and won't be back this week. Xiao Keqing nodded and said, after I finish eating, I'll go home. I won't come to the unit this afternoon because I have something to do. Lu Ting nodded and asked, What is it?
Can I know?
Xiao Keqing wanted to surprise him, so she couldn't tell him. It's a secret. Lu Ting looked at her hand and smiled flirtatiously, saying, Is your hand still sore today?